Written by Cora Kinborn. Performed by Sarah Puckett and Aaron Shedlock. Prologue. Leighton. 8 words determined my fate. We really have to stop meeting like this. I tilted my head as she slid in beside me. I didn't dare risk looking directly at her, so I settled on her shoes. Hellfire red with a skinny heel at least 6 inches high. Stilettos in church seemed a little over the top, but judging from her posture, she wasn't seeking anyone's approval. Shh, I whispered, placing a finger over my lips. Of course. She gave a casual laugh as if our conversation wasn't about to get us both struck down. In front of me, scattered heads bowed like dominoes in prayer. Dipping my chin, I watched them under the protective brim of my blue hat. Such a bold fashion statement wasn't my usual style, but I couldn't risk being recognized. The gossip train traveled faster than the speed of light amongst Houston's tightly woven circles. Phones would buzz before I turned the ignition on my car. The guilty were always the first to announce someone else's sins. Every one of them spent the last 4 years turning a blind eye. Now it was too late for forgiveness. Instinct made me pull away, forcing a much-needed distance between us. The space lifted the pressure on my chest, and I took a breath for the first time since she sat down. Unfortunately, one was all I got as she pulled out a black clutch and placed it next to me. "Are you sure about this?" I whispered. "Why would I lie?" "The same reason everyone does. Greed, money, power." She gave a slight nod. "All good reasons, but this is a hard limit for the most corrupt of hearts." "Well, I suppose morality does grow in the most barren of fields. Watch it." Her casual tone thickened. "Stone throwing isn't the smartest move for a woman who's already broken 2 of the 10 commandments. 5, but who's counting?" "Nice hat." I sucked in a deep breath. "Thanks." "Who are you trying to hide from? Them or yourself?" The hairs prickled on the back of my neck. She intended to prove a point, and it worked. "Don't forget your purse when you leave." Her full lips parted, flashing a brilliant smile that had kissed both the devil and an angel. "I'm out of this now. It's all on you. I'm washing my hands." I swallowed hard. "I've changed my mind. I can't do this." Out of patience, she grabbed my arm. "You can't puddle jump morality, Leighton. You are either all in or all out. Ever heard of an eye for an eye? Ever heard of eternal damnation?" Her wink was deadlier than her smile. "Signed that contract a long time ago." She left before I could say another word. It was just as well. Carrying on a conversation while trying not to vomit wasn't the easiest task. I'd learned long ago that truth and justification made deadly livers. Hugging the clutch to my chest, I stood with its imprint burning into my skin. Every step I took felt like my feet were encased in concrete, and just as my fingers touched the brass handle on the wooden door, I paused. A heavy weight settled on my shoulders, as if God himself tried one last time to hold me back, warning me that once outside, his protection would be lost to my own twisted need for revenge. An eye for an eye. As soon as the thought filled my head, the pressure released, and my feet moved on their own. Once the doors closed behind me, my heart beat again for the first time since stepping inside the sanctuary. At that moment, I knew the darkness had claimed me. Destiny was an intriguing concept. I'd always condemned the acts of those around me, standing on the side of the righteous and winged. However, maybe I had it all wrong. Maybe the ones I loved suffered because I'd refused to look in the mirror and accept the truth. I'd spent my life running from monsters, when I was one of them all along. Chapter 1. Leighton, San Marcos, Texas. Hamsters running in a caged wheel that went nowhere. After sitting on a concrete bench for 2 hours, that's what the flurry of activity in front of me resembled. Day after day, the students of Texas State University zigzagged across the quad without a care in the world. Same routine, same mundane worries. My dad used to come home from work with tales of the precinct's revolving doors of hamsters, stupid criminals getting caught committing the same crimes. Watching the parade of uselessness, I realized criminals and ignorant college students only had a few degrees of separation. Eventually, time got away from me, or maybe I subconsciously put off the inevitable. Regardless, before I knew it, darkness had blanketed the sky, comforting me like an old friend. Most women would be afraid to sit alone outside with nothing but thoughts as a shield. But I wasn't most women. Tipping my head back, I stared up at the night, my mind wandering back to a time where I believed in wishing on stars. I didn't try to fight thoughts of Maddie this time. It was useless. The more I tried to give my heart to Lewis, the more it ached for the man who destroyed it, especially on nights like this. The dark had always been our secret. It shielded us from worlds neither of us belonged in. Knocked out of my private thoughts, I gasped as a middle-aged man stood over me in a wrinkled gray suit that had seen better days. "Can I help you?" The wind blew his massive salt and pepper hair as he ran his finger across the dimple in his chin.
"It's not safe for a young woman to be out at night all alone."
"Security poles are everywhere." I waved behind me. "I think I'm safe."
"Are you sure about that?"
His remark caught me off guard, and something about him unnerved me. You're right," I said, tucking a strand of blonde hair behind my ear while sliding to the opposite end of the bench. Standing, I stepped backward and slung my worn backpack over my shoulder. "I'm late. People are expecting me." He grabbed my elbow, his breath smelling of stale cigarettes and coffee.
"I'd be careful if I were you."
Warnings weren't meant to be ignored, so I ran hard and fast until I'd slammed the car door. It was close to 9:30 when I finally found a parking spot nestled between two huge overflowing garbage dumpsters. God, I hated coming here. Not that I lived in the most affluent neighborhood, but the one Lewis lived in usually headlined the 6 o'clock news. I'd contemplated doing this at my place, but decided coming to him was the better option. I still had to stop by my grandparents' house, and I was unsure of his reaction. Uneasy exit strategy worked in my favor. My lukewarm feelings weren't the only reason for my decision to end our lackluster relationship. The situation between Lewis and me had gone from bad to worse. Not that either of us were truly invested, but he'd changed in the last few weeks. Both his recent talent for disappearing and the strange late-night phone calls were enough for me to walk away. Or maybe I'd just been looking for an excuse. Either way, I wanted out. With my knuckles inches from the door, I paused mid-knock as muffled voices seeped through the peeling green paint. They were low but heated as they faded deeper into the apartment. My logical side screamed at me to run, but my impulsive side ignored it and turned the doorknob with a shaking hand. 3 steps brought me into the living room, and 4 more drew me into the hallway toward the kitchen. My insides turned to ice, while a thin layer of sweat trickled down my temple. I tried telling myself the fear I felt was unfounded, and the way I hid in the corner was ridiculous. Shaking my head, I just pushed off the wall when the sickening sound of shattering bone ricocheted throughout the apartment. "Get out! Get out! Get out!" My brain screamed at me in warning, but my feet remained cemented to the ground.
"What do you mean? It's not done."
A heavy Spanish accent roared.
"I need more time."
Lewis. I'd recognize his slightly accented voice anywhere, although hearing it frantic and desperate did nothing to calm my panic.
"Son of a bitch. What is it about this woman? You've had your orders. I'm done waiting. Get rid of her."
Get rid of her?
"It's not that simple." "No, what's simple is you. You've let the woman get in your head and forgot the rules, Louis. There are only two things that tempt men like us: drugs and women. Forming addictions to either one is suicide. You think I'm stupid? This will be traced back to me and...
Furniture skidded across the bare floor, muffling the rest of his words. A painful grunt quickly followed another crack, and I bit my tongue to keep quiet.
Either you do it, or I will. I promise you. My way won't be nearly as pleasant for her. Am I understood?
A sick need to see the man who craved my suffering forced me to move. Inch by inch, I shuffled toward the kitchen, my heart slamming against my chest. Rolling my cheek against the wall, I braced myself to face my monster, but all that greeted me was a shadowy figure in a black hoodie with the sleeves pushed up. Until he shifted, and a sliver of moonlight shined on his arm. A grotesque skull tattoo, with the bottom half of the jaw missing, covered his left forearm. Wilted roses lined either side of the cheekbones, and what was left of the teeth bit an hourglass. I looked away and covered my mouth to stop from screaming.
Fine!
Louis yelled so loudly I flipped around and slammed my back against the wall to avoid being seen.
I'm seeing her tomorrow. I'll finish this and then I'm out. Muy bien.
Calming down, the man gave Louis a low chuckle.
And Louis, remember, I know everything you do.
I stood paralyzed as their heavy steps crossed outside the patio. It wasn't until the sliding glass door slammed that I realized the breath I'd been holding. Police. I need the police. Just as I slid away from the wall, the glass door flew back open, and Louis paced again while punching numbers into his phone.
I'm out of time. I need it now.
His hands pulled at his hair, outrage burning in his voice.
Fuck the plan, Hector. I have a new one. I'm getting her tonight.
My head swam. Crouched in the corner, I was a sitting duck. My only option was to wait until his back was turned and run. Blinking back tears, I waited until Louis turned toward the glass door again. Only a few feet separated me from freedom, and as he stepped over the threshold, I ran toward it.
Leighton? What the fuck?
Rushing toward me, he grabbed both wrists and jerked me against him. It happened so fast, I didn't have time to scream.
How long have you been listening?
His ragged breath fanned my cheek harsh and heavy, as if an indecisive war raged inside him. Let me go. You're hurting me.
How long, Leighton?
His agitation fueled mine, pushing me to challenge him. What are you involved in, Louis?
Damn it,
he roared, dragging me deeper into the apartment.
You weren't supposed to be here tonight. I had this all handled.
Why? What are you planning to do to me?
We have to get out of here.
Releasing one of my wrists, he pulled a gun from the waistband of his jeans. Shit. Oh my God, where did you get that?
Don't be so naive,
he hissed, rolling his eyes.
Do you think this is a game?
I knew the minute I turned my back on him, it would be over. He'd either put a bullet in the back of my head or shove me in the trunk of his car. Don't make me go to the police, I warned, tilting my chin up in defiance. He growled low in his throat, his inked arm lifting mine above my head.
Don't make me stop you.
He wanted to fight, but he wouldn't be the first man. I knew how this conversation went. I could recite it by heart, same entrance, same lines, and from what I could smell, the same half bottle of Jack Daniels on his breath. Look, all I came here to do was break up with you. I didn't see anything. Just let me go and we'll pretend this didn't happen.
Oh, you think it's that simple?
He smiled.
I'm the only one standing in the way of your worst nightmare. Leighton, listen to me.
I cut him off with a blood-curdling scream. Shocked, he lunged forward and kept his hand over my mouth. The impact knocked us both off balance, slamming my head into the wall. As a sharp pain throbbed in my skull, the kitchen light cast a faint glow on his face, and in my haze, years faded away. Whiskey no longer swam in his eyes. It was the devil himself. That was the moment my conscience abandoned me. Blood rushed through my veins and filled my ears as I grasped for the gun. We struggled, his aggression spurring me on. Curses flew from both our mouths as we tangled, his much larger body spinning me around while trying to wrestle me to the floor. I will not die here.
Fucking let go, Leighton.
He stumbled. I stumbled. He shoved. I shoved. We moved in perfect sync, dancing a deadly tango. Only this dance would end with a bullet in between my lips instead of a rose. However, Lewis underestimated me. He wasn't the first monster I'd fought, and he wasn't the first devil I'd outrun. The minute his ankles hit the coffee table, time stopped. I watched his legs fly out from under him, crashing through the glass and taking me with him. Our chests slammed together, with our hands tangled around the trigger. I screamed just as the gun went off and waited for the pain. When it didn't come, I rolled off Lewis and scanned the front of my sweatshirt. It was soaked, saturated with deep crimson red, but it was perfectly intact. It didn't make sense. Then Lewis coughed, and I forced myself to climb onto my knees and face it. The right side of his stomach bloomed dark red over his white t-shirt, and his eyes fixated on my hands. They spoke louder than any words ever could. Look what you did. Look at yourself. So I did. They were sticky and warm, the tips dripping like a faucet while still holding the gun. No. All I heard was the roar of my own voice as I dropped the weapon and jerked Lewis's shirt up. This wasn't supposed to happen. I swallowed back vomit while pressing both hands against his stomach. Pressure was good. Pressure would stop the bleeding. But it didn't. Liquid oozed between my fingers, and the harder I pressed, the faster it seeped. "Lewis!" I screamed, lowering my face to his in a panic. "I didn't mean it." His response was a gurgle. Maybe it was my name. Maybe it was a plea for help, or maybe it was him cursing me to hell. It didn't matter. If he died, I had a secured reservation. With one last cough, his eyes glazed over, and he never moved again. I felt numb, staring blankly at him as the reality of what I'd done set in. A strangled sob spilled out as I crawled in a daze toward my purse. It took 4 tries to pull out my phone and dial the number I knew by heart.
"Little bit. It's late. Are you okay?"
My brother sounded sleepy. Part of me immediately regretted calling him, so I said nothing. I couldn't. Once I spoke the words, they were real.
"Leighton?"
He repeated, this time sharper and more alert.
"Leighton, answer me."
"He's dead."
"What the hell are you talking about? Who's dead?"
"My boyfriend. I killed him." The words came so easily, I wondered if I'd really said them. "I'm at his apartment. He was going to hurt me."
"Fuck."
Static filled the line. Or maybe it was the static in my head. Whichever it was, a long pause sent my pulse racing. "Brody?" He cursed again.
"Are you on your own phone?"
"Yes."
"Have you called the police?"
"No."
"Good, don't. Listen very carefully. Don't touch anything. I need you to get anything out of there that's yours or that has your information on it. Anything, Leighton. Pack your bags and come to Houston now. I'll take care of it."
Warning lit every nerve ending. Brody was always the rational one of the two of us. He was my common voice of reason in the eye of a storm. We had a process. I fucked up and he fixed me. Our process couldn't fail me now. But what he was suggesting... The police.
"Leighton,"
he yelled.
"I am going to protect you, but you've got to keep your head clear. Understand?"
I nodded, as if he could see it.
"I need you to say the words.
I smiled in spite of the situation. I understand. I never questioned him again as he barked a few more instructions and hung up, announcing he had to make another call. But maybe I should have. Doing exactly as he told me, I bagged up what I could find, wiped down what I'd touched, and threw on one of Lewis's hoodies. As I drove away, I realized it should have bothered me that the assistant district attorney of Harris County encouraged me to leave the scene of a crime. My brother's calm response to my admission of murder should have been a bright red flag.
Chapter 2. Mateo, Mexico City, Mexico. I tapped the tip of my boot on the concrete floor as muffled curses came from the other side of the steel door. I fought a smile and traced the skull design on my pocket knife. "Last chance, pendejo," I offered. "Apologize, and we'll just mostly kill you." Not that I expected an answer from the man dangling from a hook in the far corner of the room, but I gave him a chance anyway. As anticipated, he lolled his head to the side and spat on the floor. Well, as best as he could with his chin halfway up his cheek. I had to give the man credit. He'd been hanging like a side of beef from an overhead pipe after our Sicario hitmen had worked him over, and he still had some fight left in him. Good. He'd need it. I stared at the glob of saliva and sighed. Not your best move. "Go to hell." His chest rattled as blood trickled from the corners of his mouth. I leaned forward and grinned. "You first." Giving his knee a hard kick, I sent him swinging. He looked like a bungee jumper waiting to be rescued, only these cords were steel and no one was coming for him. "Asshole," he wheezed. "I can't decide if you're brave or just really fucking stupid, Lopez." Rolling my eyes, I flipped the knife over in my palm before standing and releasing the blade. I wasn't fond of this part of my job. Whereas most men's dicks in my cartel hardened at the mention of drawing blood, it was a simple means of survival to me. Guilt wasn't an emotion I lost any sleep over. Innocence never landed these men here. However, the culero cowering in the corner had earned the rare misfortune of facing someone far worse than me. As if on cue, the steel door slammed open, and Valentin Carrera, head of the Carrera cartel, and the one man above me charged into the room. His normally slicked-back black hair was in disarray, and from the fire blazing in his eyes, I half expected him to pull out his gun and put a bullet in this guy's head. Instead, he circled around him, a layer of sweat beading across his forehead. "Lopez, you stupid motherfucker. You ignored my wife's orders and then tried to enlist one of my sicarios to hurt her?" The words hissed from his clenched teeth. I could tell he was coming unhinged, and I'd intervene if I gave a shit about Lopez. Which I didn't. Val wrapped a scarred hand around Lopez's neck and squeezed. Unfortunately, Lopez chose that moment to say the wrong thing. "I don't answer to a gringa. This is a cartel, Valentin, not an American whorehouse." I shook my head. I'd never understand the need to antagonize men like Valentin Carrera. A man should just take his punishment with dignity and move on. Or die, whatever. I closed my eyes and rolled my neck. In a couple steps, I stood beside Val and ran the tip of my blade from Lopez's bobbing throat down to his stomach. Do we slit his throat or gut him like a fish? Lopez's eyes widened as Val took out his own knife from the pocket of his pressed slacks. "Both," he announced, forcing the open blade against Lopez's throat. "I'm going to cut his tongue out and shove it down his throat." Shrugging, I ran my thumb along the blunt side of my knife to close it. "Knock yourself out." A smile spread across his face as he swung one arm across my chest while removing his expensive jacket from the other. "While you cut off his balls for thinking they were big enough to disrespect my wife." I glared at him. "I'll pass." He raised the dark eyebrow. "You'd rather chop off his dick and shove it up his ass? The option is on the table." "You're a real shit sometimes, you know that?" I growled, pushing past him as his amused chuckle followed me. When Val's rage was satisfied, I called for lower-level cleaners to dispose of the body. We quickly changed clothes before heading back to the Carrera estate, and as usual, I drove while Val explained what had happened to the other half of the Carrera powerhouse, his wife, Eden. The one person most cartel members feared more than Val, although they'd never openly admit it. I tuned them out, not minding the chance to decompress. Bloodshed always agitated Val, making him a bitch to deal with. If anyone could soothe him, it would be her. Since their marriage, I'd become somewhat of a reluctant confidant to the first family of Mexico's underground. I didn't possess a college degree or a formal education of any kind, but playing mediator between those two made me feel like I deserved honorary PhDs in sociology and criminal justice. Maybe even psychiatry, because these two were batshit crazy. As he ended the call, I snuck a glance out of the corner of my eye to find him smiling. With their first child due in a few months, he'd learned to unwind faster and tone down his irrationality. I made a mental note to thank Eden for whatever the hell she'd said, and maybe send a fruit basket for getting knocked up in the first place. Once we approached the ornate archway leading into the Carrera mansion, I opened the door and stepped back. Val nodded and walked inside, not bothering to wait and see if I'd followed. He didn't have to. We were friends, but I still knew my role. While Val headed straight for his fully stocked bar, I decided on a quick nap before we headed back out for our nightly meeting. Flopping onto the couch, I pressed every button on the remote control until one of them sparked the 80-inch flat-screen television on the wall to life. The damn thing was obnoxious, and I couldn't help but smirk. While Val's father's extravagant lifestyle initially repulsed him, I laughed at how easily he'd become accustomed to the finer things in life since taking over. Not that I had any complaints. I spent more time here than I did at my own place. I'd almost dozed off when Val came storming into the room, his footsteps heavy and fierce. Calmate! His eyes glazed with irritation as a voice shouted on the other end of the line. I said, calm down, Brody. I can't understand you for shit. Hold on. Pulling the phone away from his ear, Val pressed a button and the room filled with the incoherent ramblings of the second-in-command of Houston operations. Okay, now you're on speaker with Mateo and me. Brody cleared his throat. Is anyone else there? We were trained to ignore emotion and react with logic, but from the first 4 words out of his mouth, Brody and logic weren't even in the same state. What do you think? Val growled, rolling his eyes toward me. I need a favor. Of course you do. Leaving the phone on the coffee table, he walked to another glass bar nestled in the corner of the room and refilled his stem of tequila. The desperation coming from the other end of the line didn't sit well with me. Brody hadn't lived cartel life long enough to understand desperation. Staring down the barrel of a gun while one pressed to the back of your skull? That was desperation. However, something in his tone made me sit up and pay attention. Do you remember when Manuel Muniz kidnapped Eden? Val's face tightened at hearing the name of the man who'd almost killed us all. Why would you bring that up? You promised if I helped you find her, you'd look after my sister. That deal was made in the event that you didn't make it out of that stash house. Pausing for a drink, he raised the glass toward the phone. Clearly, you're very much alive. Val, this is serious. Leighton is on her way to Houston, and she's in trouble. Val drained the glass and slammed it on the table. What the fuck have you done, Harcourt? Brody was a top lieutenant, trying cases as an assistant district attorney by day, with cartel blood staining his hands by night. Bound by oath and code, he passed killers through the system because they were marked with Carrera ink. Technically nothing. What the fuck does technically mean? As Val paced, a vein in his forehead pulsed with rage. I had to take control or we'd soon have a vacancy in the Houston hierarchy. What the hell is going on? I asked calmly. Her boyfriend tried to kill her. So what? Technically you killed him and turned him into bait. No, she did. Val's eyebrows drew up to his hairline. What was that? The fucker pulled a gun on her. I guess he didn't expect her to fight back. They struggled and it went off. Leighton panicked and called me. Silence engulfed the room as Val pressed his palms together. I see. Well, what we have here isn't a Carrera problem. This isn't even a Houston problem. This, my friend, is a Harcourt problem. And you need to take care of it. You didn't let me finish, Brody insisted. The guy she killed was one of ours. Shit. Job opening in Houston, apply within. Hijo de su puto madre. Son of a bitch. Val. I tried to intervene as a storm brewed on his face. Val's nostrils flared. Why was your sister fucking a Carrera sicario? Oh, I interjected. Brody is familia. For now. Your point? That means his sister is familia. Whatever she's done, Remember your own code. Val's face paled. It was a low blow, but his control issues were brewing a war I had no intention of fighting. Val's strict code against any member harming a woman was a hard pill to swallow for a cartel used to 50 years of indiscriminate brutality. Unfortunately, blood was blood in the eyes of the loyal followers of his father. It didn't matter the gender of the vein from which it dripped. Fine, he grumbled. Humility wasn't an emotion he handled graciously. How did Leslie get mixed up with one of our men? Brody spoke slowly, emphasizing every word. Her name is Leighton. He let out a long sigh. Muniz tried to force me to turn against you by harassing her. After he died, I was still worried, so once I became a Carrera, I sent a soldier to San Marcos to watch over her. Val snorted. Taking our oath doesn't give you free rein, Harcourt. We need a name, Brody, I asked, trying to maintain control of the conversation. Luis Delgado. I scrubbed my hand over my mouth. That's one of Emilio's men. I remember the name. Which complicated things even more. Emilio Reyes was the head of our Houston operations, the position Val held before his father's death. Tensions had run high since Val had passed him over for underboss in favor of me. I assume you've called a cleaner. Val conceded, the corners of his eyes pulled tight. Not yet. I wanted to get your approval first. He smirked. Because that worked out so well for you in the first place. I took over before things escalated. Your sister had no problem leaving a dead body lying around an apartment. Leighton is innocent to all we do. He paused, as if saying the words out loud would taint her. I told her I'd handle it, and she trusts me. Val shifted his gaze to me, but I avoided it. But do you trust her? What are you saying? He's saying we have bigger issues than your sister's happy trigger finger. Val blurted out. Gunshots aren't quiet. Someone knows what she did. If she gets picked up, your little phone call implicates you. For a moment, I thought Brody hung up, but then he sighed. When I said she's innocent, I meant it. But something isn't adding up. The why is bothering me. Val shrugged. Innocent and evasive are a dangerous combination in any woman. This time, Brody interrupted. Luis never struck me as the type to willingly violate our code. It's why I chose him in the first place. That means he was involved in something outside this cartel. Val finished for him, scrubbing a hand on his bearded face. Turning, he focused his attention on me. Call for a cleaner, then check out Delgado's place. After that, I want you to go to Houston and keep an eye on Harcourt's sister. I need someone I can trust. Wait a minute. Having Cortez and my sister wasn't part of the deal, Brody broke in. I can take care of Leighton on my own. You have no say in it for going outside of rank and sending Delgado to San Marcos in the first place, Val growled. Stay put and keep your mouth shut until Mateo gets there. After disconnecting the call, he slouched back onto the couch and stared at the vaulted ceiling. Tread lightly with Emilio, and try not to raise suspicion. Just tell him we've lost too many men, and you're there to work with him to figure this out. Keep your cards close. You don't think one of our own is involved in this, do you? I don't think our men would be that stupid. However, I'm still alive because I assume everyone has a price. Standing, I gathered my keys as Val called for his private jet. Not everyone.
Chapter 3. Leighton. San Marcos, Texas. Brody said to leave in 20 minutes, but it was an hour later, and I'd scrubbed the bathroom sink in my apartment with bleach 4 times. It didn't matter. A faint coppery stain still rimmed the drain from washing my bloody hands. Screw this. Balling up the rag, I tossed it into the trash bag by my feet. It landed with a swish on top of my sweatshirt, Lewis's hoodie, and the gun. I didn't want any of it near me, but Brody's instructions had been clear.
Do not leave any incriminating evidence behind.
Tying off the trash bag, I kicked it into the hallway and checked my principals at my bedroom door. The time for right or wrong was over. Everything depended on my ability to act quickly and without emotion. Fear did irrational things to rational people. I'd never broken the law in my life. Now I stood over my bed, stuffing handfuls of clothing and electronics into an oversized duffel bag, preparing to run. Stopping to grab the trash bag, I slung my purse and the duffel bag over my shoulder and dove for the doorknob. I gave it a hard jerk and fought for air. Only 2 steps until the safety of darkness. But it wasn't darkness I ran into.
Miss Harcourt, going somewhere?
At first, I didn't see him. I just felt his hard chest and heard his winded grunt as I fell into him. I reached for the lapels on his jacket, bags tumbling off my shoulder and onto the floor when I smelled it. Coffee and cigarettes. It can't be. Large hands closed over my shoulders and steadied me in a firm grasp.
Careful there. You rush around like that, someone's going to get hurt.
It wasn't until I jerked out of his hold that I saw it. Same wrinkled gray suit, same wind-blown salt-and-peppered hair, same deep dimple in the center of his chin. You, I breathed.
We meet again.
But it wasn't just we. 2 men flanked him, each one taller and more muscular than the other. I jerked out of his hold, the awkward twist of my feet kicking open the trash bag and displaying its damning contents. 4 pairs of eyes cast downward, and everyone stared at the sin buried inside. But no one said a word. Well, no one except for me, the one who should have remained silent. Stalking is against the law, you know.
So is murder.
I have no idea what you're talking about. He opened his mouth to say something, then stopped and shook his head.
Step inside, Miss Harcourt. Or we can have this conversation in a place you won't find as appealing.
Time stood still. My apartment was small, the living room blending into the kitchen in one modest open area. There weren't many places to run, and with 3 against 1, the odds weren't in my favor. Out of patience, he pointed toward my kitchen table, waiting with his arms crossed over his chest, while his 2 henchmen stayed by the door like a couple of guard dogs. He sighed again, which turned into a rattling cough. You should quit smoking, I blurted out, dropping into the chair. Those things will kill you.
Not as quickly as those things.
Sliding into the chair beside me, he tilted his head backward at the open trash bag, the butt of Lewis's handgun sticking out.
Miss Harcourt.
The adrenaline that had rushed through my veins all night finally stalled, sending me careening into a wall of sadness and annoyance. It's Leighton, I snapped. Let's drop the formalities, shall we? If I'm about to die, I'd rather do it on a first-name basis.
Okay, Leighton,
he said, leaning back in his chair. The fact he didn't dispel my fear of dying didn't escape me. Don't I get to know your name, too? He held my stare.
Alex Atwood.
I continued with my false bravado, motioning to where his men still hovered against my door. Well, I'd offer for you to come in, but it seems you've already...
Drug enforcement officer.
Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out a leather wallet and dropped it open, flashing official-looking credentials. I gasped. Screw the bravado. DEA? You're a government agent? Brody's voice echoed in my head.
Admit nothing. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law.
As he studied my face, I wondered what secret he hoped to find hidden there. I'd never been a particularly good liar. I tended to wear my emotions like a second skin. Finally, he rested his forearms on the table and whispered,
I know everything about you and everything you've done.
He can't. He couldn't. You're bluffing.
Look, Leighton,
he said, watching me closely.
I'm going to do you a favor and spell this out for you. We've been watching since you, shall we say, began fraternizing with a known cartel member.
Lewis was a student. He narrowed his eyes.
Layton, Layton, Layton. He groaned, drawing my name out like I was a child. Delgado was never a student. The Carrera cartel sent him here to keep you in line after the Munoz cartel stalked you.
My world tilted and spun. I'd convinced myself I'd just been robbed, nothing more. I'd be damned if Alex Atwood would storm in and destroy my perfect lie. A cartel? No, I had a few break-ins, that's all. As you can see, I don't live in the best part of town.
You didn't believe that any more than your brother did.
My nails stuck into already scratched wood. My family is none of your business.
See, that's where you're wrong, he corrected. Everything you do is my business, since you just committed a homicide.
No, I whispered. It was self-defense.
Alex smirked. It could be. Or it could be premeditated murder. That's all up to you. Wake up, Layton. You're just a pawn in their game. I tried to warn you, but you wouldn't listen. Now, because of you, the best shot I had of getting anything on the Carreras is in stage 2 rigor mortis.
I shot him a disgusted look, and he sighed.
I need you to tell me everything that happened tonight. Did you hear anything? Was there a conversation?
Why should I trust you?
I'm the only one offering you a way out.
We stared at each other, a cold sweat breaking out across my forehead. With my back against the wall, I retold what the man in the hoodie had said from my hazy memory.
No names?
No, we weren't formally introduced, if that's what you're asking. He rolled his eyes just before Lewis's voice raced through my head. Hector, I blurted out. Before he saw me, he was talking to a guy named Hector.
And
nothing. That's all I know. His icy blue eyes hardened, and he said nothing. My gaze caught on the bloody rag, and vomit gurgled in my throat. That was the moment I broke. The bravado shattered, and I went with it. Why are you torturing me? I screamed, launching myself from the chair. Turning both wrists up, I pressed them together and shoved them under his nose. Arrest me and get it over with. Alex stared at my wrists before lowering them to the table.
Personally, I don't want to see you pay for ridding the world of scum.
Then what do you want from me?
I want you to help me bring down the Carrera cartel.
Me? I only knew Lewis, and obviously not well. I had no idea he was a criminal. His eyebrows furrowed.
I was sure you were covering for him, but you really don't know, do you?
Stop talking in riddles and just tell me what you mean, for fuck's sake.
Your brother Brody is second in command of the Houston leg of the Carrera cartel.
I couldn't comprehend the words coming out of his mouth. It was as if wires had crossed in my brain and sent an electrical shock down my spine. I tried to sit down, but it was more of a stumble, a fall from innocence that left me unstable, in more ways than one. No, you're lying. My brother works for the DA's office.
Which makes him all the more valuable to a man like Valentin Carrera.
I'd heard the name before. No one lived in Houston for any amount of time and didn't know the legend of the Carreras. However, my big brother would never betray the law he swore to uphold and protect.
Fine,
he growled, obviously taking my silence as disbelief.
Some people need to hear shit for themselves. Twice.
He pointed a finger at the taller of the two guards.
Play it.
I knew the voices immediately and recognized the words. I heard the panic in my own voice, forcing me to hear the iciness in his tone I'd ignored before. Brody?
Are you on your own phone?
Yes.
Have you called the police?
No.
Good, don't. Listen very carefully. Don't touch anything. I need you to get anything out of there that's yours or that has your information on it. Anything, Layton. Pack your bags and come to Houston now. I'll take care of it.
When it was over, Alex tapped his finger against his dimple again.
Why do you think he was so calm, Layton? You admitted to murder.
You bugged my phone?
I told you we've been watching you,
he replied impatiently.
Having Swenson over there install spyware on your phone while you daydreamed over coffee wasn't hard. You don't pay attention for shit.
I covered my ears. Please stop. But mercy wasn't on Agent Atwood's agenda, and he jerked a hand away from my head.
I'm finished with the kid gloves, so here's how this is going to happen. You're going to take that bag of shit over there, get in your car and drive to Houston like Brody told you. What you're not going to do is speak a word of anything that happened here tonight.
What? I don't understand. His eyes darkened.
You're going to hand me the heads of the Carrera cartel on a platter. I want Valentin Carrera, Mateo Cortez, Emilio Reyes, and your brother, or we'll take you in right now and charge you with murder.
Sweat trickled down my neck at the thought of being locked away, but my stomach curdled at being the cause of damning Brody to the same fate. No matter what he's done, I won't be the one to ruin my brother. He loosened a button at the top of his white-collared shirt and cursed under his breath.
What if I arranged immunity for him? He'd have to turn on the rest of them, but if you get me Carrera, Cortez, and Reyes, I'll go easy on him.
I failed to see how this was any better. You want me to lie to my brother?
He's been lying to you.
I weighed the consequences. I have family here. How can I be sure they'll be safe?
We can protect them.
The response came too quickly, as if he'd been expecting it and came prepared. You know about them?
I've told you I know everything about you, Layton, and that includes the people around you. We can take them into protective custody.
The thought ripped me apart. They'll never go.
I'm sure you can be quite convincing,
he said, giving me a condescending wink. He was right, and he knew it. A couple of promises, and they'd do whatever I told them to. Blind trust was deadlier than any weapon. I guess you haven't given me much of a choice, have you? A slow smile lifted one corner of his mouth.
I knew you'd see it our way.
I watched the guard dogs gather the trash bag and my other belongings when my thoughts cleared. How the hell am I supposed to do this? I asked, scrubbing my palms down my face. I'm not exactly on the best terms with my relatives in Houston. What do you expect me to do? Just show up and say, "Hey, everyone, I haven't been home for 4 years, but guess who's back?" Alex rubbed his brow as if deep in thought.
I'm sure your brother has a spare bed.
Stopping in the middle of the room, he cocked his chin at me.
How are your waitressing skills?
His question threw me. Huh?
I'll explain on the way.
He pointed toward the door.
Time to go, Miss Harcourt.
I gaped at him. If you think I'm leaving without saying goodbye to my family first, you all can go fuck yourselves. Alex clicked his tongue.
Such ugly language for such a pretty girl. Fetters and Swenson will accompany you to explain the situation to them. Then I'll offer you an official escort back to Houston.
Why?
We can't take any risks, Layton. After all, you're quite volatile. Look what happened tonight.
I stormed out without looking back. I didn't have to. I knew all three were right behind me. They'd be there from now on, watching my every move. My life as I knew it was over. Lewis had forced me into uncharted waters, and the government watched as I made the choice to sink or swim. For my soul, I'd sink. For those I love, I'd swim. So I put my beat-up red Honda Civic in reverse to say goodbye to everything I knew and loved. I'd always heard that every ending was also a beginning. Unfortunately, I never forgot my past. And because of it, I knew two things in life were absolute. Knowledge accompanied tragedy, and history always repeated itself. Chapter 4. Layton, Houston, Texas. It was somewhere between the middle of the night and the early crack of dawn when I finally pulled up in front of my brother's second-story apartment in Houston. I never bothered glancing in the mirror after lugging my duffel bag inside and dumping it on the floor, but by the expression on Brody's face, I looked like something left on the side of the highway. I wanted to crawl into bed and sleep for the rest of my life, but Brody insisted on hearing word for horrifying word exactly what happened. I contemplated lying, but in the end I told him the truth, only stopping at the part where the government stormed into my apartment and threw down the gauntlet. I'd anticipated his initial barrage of questions concerning the fact I'd arrived alone and met it head-on, with a rather convincing excuse of not wanting to uproot the only innocent family we had left, especially since I had no plans to make my stay permanent. Unfortunately, restful sleep never came for me. However, both Lewis and Maddie did, over and over in sweat-drenched nightmares until I finally gave up around 6 in the morning and dragged myself into the kitchen. After mulling it over with the whole drive from San Marcos, I decided not to tell Brody. I knew he worked for the Carreras. It felt wrong, but as much as I loved my brother, I couldn't trust him. My good guy had taken off his cape and donned a mask. If I confided in him, I couldn't be sure which version I'd be talking to, the hero or the villain, and that really sucked. I decided my best course of action would be to play both sides. I planned to pump him for as much information as I could and find enough damning evidence to sell out my future boss, the head of the whole cartel, and that Cortez guy, whoever the hell he was. So I psyched myself up to bug my own brother's apartment with the surveillance equipment Alex had given me, as disgusting as it felt. My first attempt ended with me pacing outside the kitchen, chewing off what little fingernails I had left as my brother leaned over the sink, gripping the edges and barking orders at someone. I'd only managed to get one bug planted in the kitchen before he walked in.
No, don't come here. Because Layton's here and I don't want you scaring her, that's why. No, look. Just do what you need to do and we'll meet up later. I'll call you.
I coughed discreetly as he threw the phone across the counter. Everything okay? The hardened look on his face softened when he saw me.
Nothing you need to worry about.
Are you sure? I heard my name.
Just an associate from work. I'll deal with it at the office.
Right. He could never look me in the face when he lied. An awkward silence settled between us, and he glanced at the clock, scratching the back of his dirty blonde hair.
There's no easy way to say this, but were you able to bring anything from Lewis's apartment?
Why?
What do you mean, why? First of all, we have to pull your information off it. Secondly, maybe it'll help us find out who else is involved.
I considered refusing, but where would that get me? I barely knew how to operate my own phone, much less knew what to look for when hacking into a criminal's software. As long as Brody didn't suspect I knew about his cartel affiliation, he'd share whatever information he found with me. I had to believe that. Yes, I admitted. I have his laptop and his phone.
What about the gun and bloody clothes?
I threw them away. Well, actually, Alex took them, but he didn't need to know that. His face tightened.
You did what?
You said to clean up my mess, so I did. I dumped them. I had no idea how I forced my mouth to say such a lie. He clasped both hands on top of his head and tilted his chin up.
Jesus, Layton, of all the stupid...
Don't yell at me, Brody. I just did what you told me to do, and I wiped everything down first. Don't get all sanctimonious on me. You try standing over a man you just shot and see how fucking clear your head is.
Okay, calm down,
he said, dropping his hands.
Eventually we're going to talk about this, Layton. I still don't understand why it happened in the first place.
I opened my mouth to argue, but he held up a hand, silencing me.
In the meantime, we'll just concentrate on pulling whatever information we can off Lewis's computer.
Fine. Guilt ate at me as a worried frown settled across his face.
Hey, how about I drop you off at Mom's today? I don't like the idea of you staying here by yourself.
I'd rather take my chances back in San Marcos. That wasn't an exaggeration. I'd sooner walk back into Lewis's apartment and call in my own confession to the police than step foot inside my mother's house. There was a reason I hadn't been back to Houston in almost 4 years. Brody pinched the bridge of his nose and sighed.
Layton, come on.
I fisted my hands by my side, poised in battle-ready stance to take on this fight, when I replayed Alex Atwood's parting words.
Emilio Reyes owns Caliente Cantina.
You think a cartel member is going to hand me a job because I ask for it?
No, he'll hand you a job because your brother asks for it.
The last thing I wanted to do was crawl out of the safety of my brother's 4 walls. But if I was going to get both of us out of this mess, I had to play by the DEA's rules. I'll go stir crazy cooped up in this place all day, Brody. It gives me too much time to think about, well, you know. Besides, I need a job. I can't sponge off you while I'm here. I waited. I bit my lip. I shuffled from foot to foot, praying my constant fidgeting didn't give me away, all while wondering how long it would have to take him to cave. The answer? Less than half a heartbeat.
A friend of mine owns a cantina not far from here, and I know he's short-staffed.
He offered.
I could get you a job waitressing. I know it's not much money, but
I'll take it. He leaned against the wall and studied me. I immediately wished I hadn't sounded so eager.
It hasn't been offered. I still have to talk to Emilio.
You're the assistant district attorney, aren't you? My brother was no idiot. I walked a fine line that could trip his bullshit detector with one false step. Taking a deep breath, I crossed my fingers behind my back and balanced on my high wire of lies. Moments of silence passed before he grinned.
I'll give him a call and set it up while you get ready. However, until we get this straightened out, the only 2 places I want you driving to are here and Caliente.
But he held up a hand, cutting me off.
I'm not trying to be a hard-ass, Layton. I just want you somewhere safe.
I couldn't help myself. And that's a bar? He kissed the top of my head before disappearing down the hallway.
Trust me.
That was the whole problem. I didn't. The smell of oily corn chips and stale beer greeted me as I tore through the back door of Caliente Cantina. Brody called my new boss only to be informed he'd be occupied for most of the day, but I could train with his head waitress, Amanda. I wasn't particularly interested in training or Amanda or doing anything but getting in Emilio's face, but what choice did I have?
You're late. Prep work started an hour ago, new girl.
A tall man in a white apron turned away from a cutting board and pointed the biggest knife I'd ever seen at me. Fuck this. Spinning around, I ran toward the back door. Whoa! Slow down, girl. Where's the fire? I glanced over my shoulder as a woman with short brown hair and a nose ring stuck her head out of a supply closet, her arms full of lined red chip baskets. My whole life is one big fire. I shook my head. No fire, I'm just leaving. This was a bad idea from the start. I should have never listened to Alex and baited Brody into getting me hired. Jesus, I had to get out of this place. Wait, she called out, stepping out of the closet. Layton Harcourt? Is that you? I had no idea if I was being tested or just plain punished. Maybe both. All I knew was when I woke up this morning, the last person I expected to run into was one of my best friends from elementary school. Amanda Nicholson? I wasn't a hugger. A smile or a firm handshake would have sufficed, so her brawling tackle took me off guard, knocking us both backward and sending the chip baskets flying. Yes, it's me. I can't believe it's really you. Pulling away, she stretched her arms out and squeezed my shoulders. Damn, you haven't changed a bit. How are you? Determined not to let my mask slip, I forced myself to hug her back. She babbled on about what she'd been up to since graduation, but I barely heard a word she said. Mustering my most convincing smile, I motioned toward the main part of the cantina. I'm fine. In fact, I'm more than fine. I'm your new trainee. Where do I start? She slowly scanned my plain blue knit shirt and faded jeans. Well, first you need to change. She disappeared into the supply closet, and I avoided the probing stares of the kitchen staff until she returned, shoving 2 pieces of material in my hands. This should fit. I'm not wearing this. I held up the tiny black tank top and cut off jean shorts with my index fingers and thumbs like they'd just been peeled off a dead hooker. Standard uniform, she said, staring at it with the same disgust. I swallowed hard. I'm kind of modest, and this is, well, slutty. She grinned and handed me a waist apron from a hook next to the time clock. Yeah, that's by design. It's trashy, but what are you going to do when your boss is a perv, right? I held back a groan. I suppose I have no choice. I don't want to piss him off on my first day. I'll take care of that when I railroad his ass to prison. After changing into the uniform from hell, I wrapped the apron around my hips and followed Amanda into the hallway leading to the main bar area. The first window I passed by set my blood boiling. I was being watched, and not covertly either. The DEA guard dog's dark sedan sat in a parking lot across from the cantina. I resisted the urge to roll my eyes. It wasn't their first lapse in judgment. They'd followed me to work, and with Brody watching me like a hawk, I wouldn't be surprised if he'd noticed. I'd informed the trio from hell that their operation was being compromised by their own stupidity, but Alex hadn't found it necessary to make contact since shipping me off. Amanda's chirpy voice called my name, and I offered her a forced smile while making my way toward the bar. The sooner I gave the DEA what they wanted, the sooner everyone I loved would be safe. I'd already planted the first seed by begging Brody to stop by the cantina for lunch. I hoped Emilio would be back by then, and I could watch them interact. Of course, he'd shut that down with an important business lunch excuse. Still, I held out hope that his protective big brother side would win out over his responsible one. People tended to drop their guards around like-minded individuals. It was basic human nature. They forgot others were around while in familiar settings with familiar people, and they slipped up. In fact, I counted on it. Chapter 5. Leighton. Once the lunch rush calmed down, I snuck off to the back for a breather. It wasn't like we were slammed anymore, and besides, Amanda was a pro and could handle it alone. 5 minutes and I'd slink back in. No one would miss me. Finding a darkened corner in the hallway, I leaned against the wall and swiped the back of my hand across my forehead. It was the first moment I had to myself, and I wasn't going to waste it. I knew my phone was tapped, but I was past the point of giving a shit. Pulling it out of my apron, I dialed the number I knew by heart, praying for an answer. When the voicemail kicked in again, my soul shattered. "Hey," I said, managing a lift to my voice as I wiped away a tear. "It's me. I guess this is the 5th message I've left, and I really need to know you're okay. Please call me back." Ending the call, I hugged the phone to my chest, refusing to break down. My knees bent on their own, and I almost sank to the floor when a loud crash locked me in place.
"I have no idea. Why don't you find out for yourself?"
A heavily accented voice boomed from an opened crack in the door to my right. Every instinct told me this had to be Emilio Reyes. I knew eavesdropping was a bad idea, but I couldn't stop myself. Pausing outside, I leaned in and listened for more.
"Look, I did my part. It's not my fault the useless piece of shit couldn't get the job done."
Taking a few cautious steps, I peeked around the edge of the door. He sat at his desk, papers and invoices strewn everywhere, his black, slicked-back hair and mustache illuminated by the bright glow from his laptop.
"Hey!"
he shouted, his patience gone.
"No digas mi nombre." Estás en una oficina pública, idiote.
Don't say my name. You're in a public office, idiot. Understanding him wasn't a problem. I found foreign language fascinating, and much to my mother's dismay, became fluent in Spanish fairly quickly. The translation wasn't what turned my stomach. I'd been with Louis long enough to know when a Latino man got angry, shit was bad. However, when a Latino man got angry and flipped from English to Spanish, shit was about to hit the fan.
Un momento, por favor.
One moment, please. Oh, shit. Shit. Performing a half-twist, I slammed my chest against the wall and focused on what was in front of me. Unfortunately, it happened to be a few framed Employee of the Month photos, lewd snapshots of Emilio and whatever poor girl he'd conned into posing with him while he blatantly groped her chest. It disgusted me. But I stared at it like it was a fucking Picasso.
Can I help you with something?
His breath was hot on the back of my neck, and it made me nauseous. I wanted to rip the damn picture off the wall and hit him with it, but at the last minute, I took a deep breath and closed my eyes. You can do this. No, I'm new here, and I'm just admiring everyone's accomplishments. God, that was horrible. He'll never buy that.
Oh, yes, your Harcourt sister. Leighton, right?
I nodded, furiously swallowing, yet still drowning in my own thick saliva.
That's Monica,
he said, tapping the glass with a dirty fingernail.
She was such a hard worker. Always took one for the team.
Gross.
Was? Whose position do you think you filled?
I pointed to another picture. And her? I knew exactly who she was. It was a test. Game on, boss. Emilio cleared his throat, his tone taken on a less enticing tone.
That's Eden. She left.
Then why is her picture still up?
House fucking orders.
Hostility. Interesting. I wanted to push him more just to see if I could get him to crack, but by the anger vibrating off him, being trapped between a wall and his aggression was the last place I needed to be. Well, I said, painting on a brilliant smile and turning to face him. Maybe I'll be up here someday.
I don't know, Leighton Harcourt. Are your skills good enough to impress me?
My smile widened, and I held it so long my chin quivered. I guess you'll just have to wait and see, won't you? A slow smile crept along his lips, parting them to display a mouthful of silver caps.
Counting on it.
I nodded, inching sideways. I'd almost passed his office door when he grabbed my arm.
Oh, and Leighton. I heard you were late. I know everything that goes on in my bar. Underestimating me would be your first mistake here.
Absolutely, I agreed, nodding like a bobblehead. It won't happen again. He licked his lips.
I'm glad we understand each other.
An hour after my run-in with Emilio, I replayed our conversation over in my head. I pored over every word and scrutinized his body language, looking for something to use as a starting point, when a voice from behind scared the shit out of me. Penny for your thoughts? Letting out a yelp, I whipped around to see Amanda, her perfectly styled brown hair now disheveled and caked with salsa and guacamole. Crumpling my apron in my hand, I gave it a shake as change jiggled inside. That's about all I've made so far today, so with yours, maybe I'll have enough for the gumball machine. It gets better, she promised, then squished her face into a grimace. Well, it gets not so shitty. You get regulars who will tip better, and the night crowd wallets are always more open. Well, it can't get any worse, I grumbled. Not today, it doesn't. Huh? Your first table on your own, and you just got sat with one hell of a hottie. I tried to take it off your hands, but he specifically asked for you. I swear you blondes really do have more fun. I started to tell her that blondes also get into more trouble when I happened to glance to where she pointed. I didn't know whether to be irritated or excited. That's no haughty, I said with a sigh. That's my brother. Leaving her standing there, I stomped toward the small table on the other side of the bar. Crouching down, I whispered in his ear, "Business lunch get rerouted, or did the governor have a hankering for shitty fajitas?" I expected him to jump. Instead, he straightened his spine and cocked his head. "That's a hell of a way to sell the menu, sis." Trailing a finger along the edge of the table, I shifted to stand beside him. He glanced up at me with a sincere smile, certainly looking the part of an assistant district attorney, crisp black suit, white starched shirt, and his signature red power tie. "Life's too short to eat bad food." He shrugged.
"Maybe I really like the salsa."
Liar. "Maybe you just wanted to check up on me."
Or maybe my business lunch got pushed back and I decided to kill 2 birds with 1 stone.
I winced. "Bad choice of wording, Brody."
"Sorry,"
he muttered, regret in his eyes.
"Speaking of which, we need to talk about your problem."
No way were we discussing this. Not here. There's no problem anymore, right?
As far as I know. However, a problem just doesn't go away when there are no answers, Leighton.
He chastised with a pitying look.
"I think you owe me a few, don't you? This isn't a normal situation and you know it. Why didn't you question me yesterday? You never do what I say without an argument, and this isn't a normal favor."
"There's a first time for everything." I shot back, digging in my apron for my order pad. I didn't like how the tables had turned, and I needed to divert his attention. He sighed my name, long and hard.
"Leighton."
Bending down low, I whispered in his ear, "I don't care to know what happened to him or why. Now leave it alone." I could hear his teeth grinding, deciding whether to fire back or pick his battles. Luckily for me, he wasn't declaring war.
"Fine. Can I get a beer then?"
"In the middle of the day?" I asked, raising an eyebrow. He tapped his wristwatch.
"I'm clocking out. Would you like to card me too, or are we going to argue about that as well?"
"I thought you had someone from the DA's office meeting you."
"Not that it concerns you, but no. I'm meeting an associate from RVC Enterprises. I've decided to expand my investment portfolio, and it's a solid real estate company. I'd be stupid not to get my hands in it."
"Get your hands dirty, more like it." RVC Enterprises was a money laundering front for Valentin Carrera, and everyone knew it. My brother was an idiot if he thought people would see him any differently. It pissed me off he thought I was clueless enough to buy his line of bullshit. "RVC, huh? And will you be meeting with the lady who runs it?" Since Carrera left Houston, rumor had it that his secretary had taken over the day-to-day operations.
"No, smartass. For your information, I'm meeting with the second largest shareholder, Mateo Cortez."
Son of a bitch. It couldn't be this easy. Emilio and Mateo in one building? Everything was falling into place. This time my smile was real. Vindication did that to a person, and luckily it filled all the available places in my brain so thoughts of Lewis couldn't sneak in. Shoving my order pad back in my apron, I gave Brody's shoulder a reassuring squeeze. "One beer, coming right up."
"And one for Mateo when he gets here." He grinned. "But hold the sarcasm."
Rolling my eyes, I returned to the bar where the useless bartender sat in the middle of the stinky floor mat, flipping through the pages of Bartending for Dummies. I wish I were kidding. "Hey, Sarah?" I lifted onto my tiptoes and yelled down at her, hoping I got her name right. "Do you mind if I pour a beer for a customer?" She shrugged, her blonde curls bouncing on her shoulders as she motioned to the page she dog-eared. "Knock yourself out. I'm only up to the D's. Who the hell would drink something called a dirty martini?"
Ugh, where did Emilio find these morons?
Choosing to keep my comments to myself, I stared at the back of Brody's head as I tipped the mug and poured the beer from the tap. As much as this felt like I was trapped in a nightmare, I wasn't. This was real, and I was on my own. There was no hero at the end to save me. So I was saving myself.
Chapter 6. Mateo. Nice of you to finally show up. Brody sat at a small table, facing the front door, wearing a scowl when I walked into Caliente. Unzipping my black leather jacket, I slung it over the back of the opposite chair, choosing to ignore his blatant insubordination. I didn't have any sisters, but if I did, I suppose having one at the center of a cartel sit-down would make me antsy too. I stopped in Brownsville and had a tea party with the Border Patrol. He chuckled. I didn't realize it was open mic night. Watch it, I warned, taking my seat. I'm here to help, but I can just as easily go back home. His face fell, his hands raising in defeat. You're right. I'm sorry. You want a beer? One would be a good start. Perfect. I've already ordered you one. Brody nodded to a black backpack sitting by his feet. I brought some things for you to check out. Sitting back, I watched him trace the condensation on the outside of his glass, my silence making him fidget. A little anxious, huh? Wouldn't you be? You're not the one who spent the morning standing over a rotting corpse. I think I win this round. His pinched expression quickly faded, his eyes widening with interest. What did you find out? That San Marcos is just as much of a shithole as I remember. I'm serious. So was I. The neighborhood I found myself in after a 2.5-hour plane ride was more of an eyesore than the city forced to claim it. It looked untouched. Delgado had to have been dead for at least 7 hours. The place should have been crawling with cops, but that's not what bothered me the most. He leaned in. I'm listening? I tried the doorknob before, causing a scene by kicking the whole damn thing in. It was locked. So? I hesitated. It wasn't that I didn't trust Brody, but when it came to his sister, his reactions weren't the most rational. Also, I doubted he'd like what I had to say. Maybe your sister isn't as innocent as you think she is. As expected, Brody's eyes darkened. What girl struggles with her abusive boyfriend, accidentally shoots him, then has the mental awareness to remember to lock the front door? My sister is innocent. Every muscle in his neck tightened. So you keep saying. Who are you trying to convince here? He just glared at me, so I gave up on pushing the issue for now. Leaning back, I changed the subject. You do know how lucky you are, right? How so? Brody, come on, I said, gesturing toward him. If this were anyone else, you and your sister would be dust by now. Val doesn't hurt women. No, Val doesn't hurt women unnecessarily. I corrected, stressing the last word. Your sister murdered one of our men. Remember the code you willingly took? He paled. I remember. Exactly. And although Delgado was a low-life shit, he was still one of our own. It wasn't your or your sister's choice to take him out. Only Val can make a call like that. We'd had this conversation on the phone, but it bared repeating. He would if he knew what else was at stake. I waited for him to explain, and when he didn't, I lost my patience. If you have something to say, just fucking say it, Brody. He slammed his fist on the table, causing silverware to rattle and a few curious eyes to turn our way. I can't tell you. I gave my word to Leighton no one would find out. And I gave my word to Val that I would. He opened his mouth to speak, then closed it as a woman rushed by carrying a tray on her shoulder. I barely noticed her, inhaling slowly, ready to push him until he broke when my mind went blank. Fresh-cut wildflowers. Scents were a funny thing. Just one scent of fresh-cut wildflowers, and I was lying on a damp embankment staring up at the night sky again. How come you know so much about stars? I like reading about them. They're just all this crazy stuff held together by gravity. Kind of like you and me. No, Maddie, you are my gravity. Shaking my head, I tore myself out of the past. However, as agitated as I was, I still couldn't take my eyes off her. Her familiar form caught my attention, captivating me into silence. She was dressed in cut-off denim shorts, so tiny her ass peeked out from under the fringe, and a black tank top that stretched over her petite frame. Before I could stop myself, I leaned forward, straining for a closer look at the small but curvy woman buzzing around the cantina as if slinging chips and salsa were a matter of life or death. The swell of her ass cheeks fell out of her shorts even more as she set the tray on the bar and leaned over to hand in a drink order. The move earned her a glare from Emilio's new bartender, who looked more frantic than friendly as she desperately flipped through a drink manual and measured shot pours. I'd put money on the fact she'd never mixed a drink in her life. Yep, Emilio's fucking her. Apparently the waitress agreed because she shook her head, grabbed the manual out of the bartender's hands, turned the page, and handed it back. The scowl she got in return made me smile. I quickly cleared my throat and ran a hand across my lips, pretending to smooth the hairs of my goatee, although not one was out of place. Something amusing? I shifted my gaze to see Brody staring at me, his arms crossed over his chest and a stupid smirk on his face. The fucker was sure as hell entertained for a man whose sister had popped her hit cherry on one of our sicarios. Looks like the pigs from the employment pool came from the shallow end since Eden left, I said, nodding toward the bartender and turning my attention back to the waitress. She held a basket of chips and a mug of beer in her hands, her head bowed low so that her shoulder-length blonde hair dusted over her face. It brushed softly over her collarbone, glowing under the muted cantina lighting like silken wheat. All I could do was stare at her, willing her to lift her chin and turn around so I could pretend an insignificant waitress was her. She didn't, and of course it wasn't. It hadn't been for years. I was a criminal trained to ignore emotion. However, a man couldn't hide from the ghost inside him, and the mind was a trap door just waiting to drop out from under his feet. For 4 years, every petite woman with hair like wheat and an angelic face sent me crashing into my own personal hell again. Because of her, my star. Where the hell is my beer? I growled, my mood tanking. At that moment, the waitress turned around and our gazes locked. Warm golden brown eyes widened, and for a moment I wondered if I'd wanted it so bad that I'd conjured her. However, the panic on her face said it all. I hardened my stare without moving. She swallowed, the hand holding the beer shaking as if her veins had been shot full of liquid ice. My pulse raced so hard, I felt like I'd run a marathon from Nuevo Laredo right into a brick wall. Her breathing hastened, and she lifted a hand to cover her mouth. Unfortunately, it happened to be the one holding my beer. The cantina went silent as thick glass shattered on the cement floor by her feet, suds and shards scattering all around her. Still we stared, unable to break a connection, 4 years overdue. Brody snorted. Well, not quite the introduction I was hoping for, but Mateo Cortez, meet my klutzy sister, Leighton Harcourt. Leighton. Lies, all lies. I wanted to close my eyes and let it sink in how truly fucked I'd been. Was and now am, but I couldn't. The underboss in me fought to stay in control and show no weakness, especially not for her. Well, Leighton Harcourt, I said, keeping my voice flat. You seem to have made somewhat of a mess. Double meaning, aimed and fired on purpose. Dropping the basket of chips still in her other hand, she reached for the ends of her hair, rolling them between her fingers. The move stirred something feral in me. Years melted away, and a waitress in uniform blended into an expensive yellow dress as bright as the sun. Her shoulder-length hair suddenly tumbled down her back in soft waves that felt forbidden to touch. Then it all disappeared when she let out a string of curses I'd never heard fall from her lips and turned to grab a rag. Bending down to clean up the mess, she blinked a few times, as if banishing her own contaminated memories. Shit, I'm sorry, Brody, I'll clean this up. I didn't feel myself move from my chair, but I felt her stiffen the moment I knelt in front of her and took the rag from her hand. Allow me. Her body shook as my hand brushed hers. It's fine, she said, jerking her arm back and diving for one of the larger pieces of glass. I've got it. Do you? I'm not so sure you've handled much of anything. My words made the muscles in her jaw tick. I enjoyed the sight until her face contorted and she let out a pained cry. She opened her clenched hand, and we both looked down at the small slice the shard of glass left on her palm. Blood seeped from the cut, dripping down her wrist and mixing with the beer still pooling on the floor. Why is there always more blood? She rasped. The phrase caught me off guard. The pain in her voice as she stared at her hand triggering an instinct in me, one that hadn't been awakened in a long time. Keeping my eyes on her, I took her hand in mine and dragged the tip of my index finger through the blood in the center of her palm. Her breath hitched as she met my gaze. Everything around us disappeared, leaving only the collision of past and present sealed by blood. Blood that now coated my skin. Blood that I rubbed between my finger and thumb, staining a promise long broken by betrayal. It was impulsive and dangerous. I wanted to push her onto the rest of the glass, but I didn't know if it was to shove my tongue in her mouth and claim her, or shove my gun in it and kill her. Both cravings developed from the same dark desire. The need to salvage control over the anarchy she caused. "Hey, are you okay a little bit?" Our private moment shattered when Brody appeared between us, squatting down to inspect his sister's injury. Flustered, Leighton jerked her hand away from me and stumbled to her feet. "It's nothing," she assured him, forcing a smile. "I'd better go get cleaned up. Health code violations and all." She couldn't get away fast enough. Brody glared at me while sliding back into his chair, but I never took my eyes off her until she disappeared into the back. As activity resumed in the cantina, I rose to my feet and calmly walked back to my seat. No need to lose control more than I already had. I'd barely reached for my napkin when Brody slammed his beer down, shaking the cheap table. What the hell was that all about? What was what all about? Lifting an eyebrow, I tried for a look somewhere between annoyed and impassive. What I got in return was a scowl that reminded me that Brody had learned well during his time with us. "I didn't like the way you were looking at her," he growled. "She's already had to deal with being harassed by 2 cartels. I won't allow another member of my own to do it too." His brazen threats amused me. Allow me? I outrank you. Anger caused his cheeks to flush blood red. "I'm serious, Mateo. Don't lay a hand on my sister. You have your choice of women to notch your bedpost. My family won't be one of them." Like he had a choice. "Oh, I won't lay a hand on her. Trust me." "So we're clear then?" "Crystal." He nodded, and his body relaxed into the flimsy wooden chair as if all had been resolved. Not even close. I pushed my own chair back, not bothering to hide my smirk. "If you'll excuse me." Brody's casual posture stiffened. "Where the hell are you going?" The dried blood flaked between the pads of my thumb and forefinger as I rubbed them together again. Funny how a past, long dead and buried, had felt so alive when it trickled a warm path down my palm. Shifting a glance, I set my sights toward the hallway where she disappeared moments earlier. Ghost hunting.
Chapter 7. Leighton. Calm down, Leighton. There is no way that could be him. Gripping the edges of the porcelain sink with my good hand, I leaned over it, dropped my chin to my chest, and tried to control my erratic breathing. Clenching the sink harder, I squeezed my eyes shut. No, this was some kind of cruel coincidence. One person couldn't gamble twice in her life and end up with the same hand. The odds were impossible. The universe didn't work that way. I'd put that part of my life behind me. When the memories escaped their confinement, I'd let them hurt, only to remind myself to never allow it to happen again. Until today, I'd never lost my way. Even through the hell of the last 24 hours, I'd kept it together under the most extreme of circumstances. I'd shot and killed a man and kept myself from falling apart. I'd been threatened by government agents with a life behind bars, and I'd stood my ground. I'd learned the man I'd thought was the most honest, upstanding person to ever walk the earth was a criminal. I'd eavesdropped on a high-ranking cartel member, got caught, and lied my way out of it without breaking a sweat. But nothing could have prevented me from coming unraveled the moment I saw him. 4 years wasn't a lot of time in the grand scheme of things, but in a young girl's memory, it may as well have been 20. He'd changed. The shiny, coal-black hair that had once grazed his chin now hung to his shoulders in unruly waves. The sparse dusting of facial hair I used to love to touch now looked thicker, covering his chin and upper lip as if hiding a dangerous secret. He was more muscular, obviously putting hours of effort into building strength and power. I'd felt it in his touch, no longer gentle, as much as demanding. But it was his eyes that held me captive, the same ones that snuck into my dreams in the middle of the night and robbed me of peace. They were smoky, like a freshly extinguished campfire, and just as suffocating. However, unlike the ones from my dreams, the ones today never warmed with a smoldering ember underneath the char. Today's version was so cold I could have seen my own breath. My dad used to tell me that a person's eyes were the window to their soul.
A man can change everything about himself a little bit, but his eyes will always tell you the truth. They're the one thing he can't control or alter. Look long enough into a man's eyes and you'll know his real intentions.
My father was rarely wrong. Also, if that was the case, then Mateo Cortez's real intentions were worse than anything Luis Delgado or Alex Atwood could ever do, and all the stars in the sky couldn't save me. No, I repeated, shaking my head harder as my fingers went numb. I'm just paranoid. That was a long time ago, and it's not him. It's definitely not. The rest of my affirmation was cut off by a rattle on the bathroom door. Just a minute, I called out, releasing my hold on the sink and shaking the feeling back into my hands. Turning on the faucet, I'd just cupped my hands to clean the blood from my cut when the locked door knob rattled again. Irritated, I tilted my chin over my shoulder. I said I'd be out in a minute. Jesus, impatient much? My answer was a series of random clicks, then one pop. I froze as the knob turned and the door swung open. I should have been shocked. I should have been offended, pissed, outraged, and whatever other highly emotional adjective applied to such an invasion of privacy. Instead, I felt faint, my peripheral vision darkening until nothing remained but him. The wicked curve of his lips stole my breath as he closed and locked the door behind him. Stepping backward, he reclined into it with one foot braced against the wood. Moody eyes stared me up and down.
Hello, Star.
Even to my own ears, my gasp sounded pathetic. Do I know you? He raised one dark eyebrow.
Once, yes. Now, no, not at all.
When I inhaled to show my annoyance, I caught the scent of caramelized leather and almost crumbled. Gripping the sink again, I forced myself to face him with all the conviction I could muster. I'm sorry, I think you've mistaken me for someone else. Besides, I'm sure the owner wouldn't appreciate his patrons breaking into the ladies' room. He chuckled at my challenge.
Oh, I know exactly who you are. And you know who I am, so cut the shit. And just so you know, I don't take orders from the owner.
Well, don't we have a high opinion of ourselves?
I've earned the right.
Maybe I hadn't changed as much as he had, but I wasn't stupid. From his cheap shots and short answers, I knew exactly what he wanted. Even through this new exterior, I could still read him, and the message was loud and clear. He wanted a reaction, perhaps one that gave him justification for leaving me when I'd needed him the most. Well, tough shit. He wouldn't get one. I missed the boy, but I'd be damned if I'd let the man provoke me into opening old wounds. Well, I'll just leave you and your ego to whatever pressing business it is you both have in the ladies' room and get back to work. I pushed away from the sink until we stood so close the top of my head slid right under his chin. If you'll excuse me. He didn't touch me. Instead, he took a step forward, then another one, then another one. Startled, I moved with him, backing up to counteract his advances. Step, shift, counter, shuffle, twist, dip. We were poetry in motion. And if I hadn't forgotten how to breathe, I might have marveled at how quickly we'd fallen in sync. However, the reminder that our fluidity was just an illusion came rushing back as soon as my ass hit the edge of the sink, and he blocked me against it, an inked arm on either side.
Settle down. You're not going anywhere.
Really? Who's going to stop me? Are you going to manhandle me now, too?
I don't have to touch you, Star.
As if reading my own salacious thoughts, he pressed his hips dangerously close to mine.
You're not going to leave because you don't want to.
On the last word, his breath fanned across my cheek, blowing my hair and igniting a firestorm. Shifting his stance, he closed the remaining distance between us, the swell of his bottom lip brushing against the shell of my ear.
Although leaving is your specialty, isn't it?
What the hell is that supposed to mean? I snapped, although it came out more like a moan. He pulled back and stared at me.
Walking away, mi amor. We all have our strengths and weaknesses. Turning your back on those you profess to love is yours. Of course, I suppose Luis found that out firsthand.
Oh, God, he knew. How could Brody have told him? Everything I thought I knew just exploded in my face, so I did the only thing I could to cover the pain in my voice. I masked it with rage from opening an old scar. Are you insane or just plain cruel? You left me, you selfish dick. He tensed as he pulled back, his eyes burning into mine.
Women's tongues are bathed in lies. I'd watch yours, little lamb, before someone decides to relieve you of it.
I didn't pause to think. My hand flew on its own, ready to strike. Inches before my palm connected with his cheek, his fingers wrapped around my wrist and held it with enough pressure to show me he was in control. A delicate balance of pain and pleasure, so familiar yet so foreign. I flinched as he raised his other hand to my face, the lines in his forehead deepening as he studied me. Opening his palm, he ran it down the length of my hair, his fingers stopping at the barrette to release the clasp that held most of it back. As my straight blonde hair tumbled around my shoulders, he hummed his appreciation, continuing his path until he rubbed the ends between his fingers.
You cut your hair.
I had to, I whispered. It was just more practical for... I sighed and shook my head. It was just more practical. His serious expression faded as a self-indulgent smirk settled across his mouth. He wound a handful around his fist and gave it a tug.
Still enough to grab.
He had me at his mercy. Words were my only weapon. You've become quite crude.
Being sent to prison does that to a man.
I stared at him, open-mouthed and wide-eyed. He cocked his head and rolled his eyes.
Don't tell me you didn't know what happened that night.
I didn't. I don't.
Well, you didn't wait around to find out, did you, Star?
He paused, pressing our hips together again, causing me to bite back a groan.
Or should I call you Leighton? That is your name, isn't it? Leighton Harcourt, the woman at the root of an international war. How does it feel to have so much blood on your delicate little hands?
Why are you being so cruel? I fought his grip and dropped my chin forward, but he tightened his hold on my hair, pulling it back up.
I've always told you I was cruel. You just didn't divulge the same, Star.
I jerked against him. Stop calling me that.
You really are still an innocent little lamb, aren't you?
As I'm discovering, more like a sacrificial lamb. I am far from innocent, I hissed. And you're one to talk? Don't hand me that shareholder of RVC Enterprises bullshit my brother tried to sell me. I know exactly who you are. He didn't react to my taunt like I thought he would. On the contrary, he angled his nose between my earlobe and the top of my jaw, tracing a line down to my chin.
Still believing there are only shades of black and white? Didn't what happened prove to you there's an entire gray area between the two? Your moral codes and government laws won't save you here. You've stepped over the line and crossed into my world. Welcome to the den of depravity, little lamb.
I shivered at his touch and his words. Has this always been your world? Without warning, he dipped his nose into my neck and inhaled hard.
You still smell like a meadow,
he groaned.
You have no idea how frustrating it is to smell wildflowers and have your cock and your heart ache at the same time. You broke me, Star.
His admission gutted me, and although I wanted to hold on to my anger, I couldn't. Just as I started to tell him I'd been in irreparable pieces for 4 years, he released his hold on me and turned around. Shocked, I watched as he reached for the door. "You're just leaving me?" He paused but never looked over his shoulder.
"I want to see if it's as easy for me as it was for you."
"You don't know anything about me or what happened."
"You're right, I don't,"
he said quietly.
"I trusted the person I thought I knew."
"Well, I trusted everyone," I seethed, betrayals I'd sworn to never speak of again fill in my head. "I'll never make that mistake again." That got his attention, and he twisted at the waist, the earlier heat in his eyes now dull.
"You have no choice, Miss Harcourt. You've gotten yourself into a mess I have to clean up. From where I'm standing, I'm the only one you can trust."
"Don't call me that."
"Interesting. You don't want me to call you Star or Leighton or Miss Harcourt. I'd call you mi amor, but that term was used out of affection, and we both know that's long gone. However, I'm sure there are a few names more fitting to your behavior I could come up with if you prefer."
"Don't you dare get self-righteous with me, Maddie," I warned, pointing a shaking finger at him. "You want to talk about trust and promises, but you didn't show up that night, and you never looked for me. Why?" I waited. For vindication, for healing, for an answer to the question that kept me awake night after night. Instead, he ignored me and turned to leave. Something in me snapped. "Answer me, damn it!" Grabbing the metal soap dispenser next to the faucet, I hurled it across the room. It slammed into the door inches from his head, denting the wood, and crashed into the floor.
"My name is Mateo,"
he said, staring at the pink ooze spilling from the cracked top in the dispenser.
"And life is sacrifice, Leighton. Let this be a lesson. The only person you should ever trust is yourself."
Kicking the dispenser out of the way, he flung the door open and slammed it behind him. With the weight of our confrontation hitting me, I slumped backward, sitting on the edge of the sink again. Balling my fists, I pressed them against my eyes and let the tears fall. The more I cried, the more I shook. Damn him. Just damn him. When I got in my car yesterday, I planned for Brody's reaction when I eventually told him about my deceit. I planned for my family to eventually hate me when they learned of all the sins I'd committed in the name of love. I planned for a life of continually looking over my shoulder, wondering when the cartel would take their revenge on me. Not once did I plan on the only man I'd ever given my heart to, showing up after 4 years and blowing everything to hell. We were supposed to be the perfect love story. Instead, we ended up a tragedy that broke every rule. I touched the path his thumb had traced on my cheek and closed my eyes. Broken rules and tragedies had done nothing to dull my ache for him. The heat between us burned as strong as ever, and the strength in his touch proved it. Whatever we had was still there, buried under a debt of secrets. Dad was right. The eyes were the windows to the soul, and despite what his mouth said, my Maddie's soul still shone through the faded gray line he'd left behind at our railroad trestle.
Chapter 8. Mateo. Seeing Star again fucked with my head so much. I finished my conversation with Brody and hit an Irish pub 3 blocks from RVC Enterprises. Leighton Star. What the fuck ever. Another one, bartender. Sliding the empty glass across the scratched wood, I watched it tumble onto its side and roll toward the edge. I would have been happy to hear it shatter on the floor, but a pair of red-painted nails caught it and held it up like a trophy. "That's 4 in the last 15 minutes, honey. Don't you think you've had enough?" I tried ignoring her, but she kept standing there. Obviously, she wasn't going to move until I answered her, which was a stupid move on her part. The more I drank, the higher the tab. and I was a big tipper. I tell you what. Pausing, I searched her chest for a name tag. Megan, you keep pouring, and when I fall off this fucking bar stool, we'll both know I've had enough. Lowering my eyes, I went back to the task at hand, clicking repeatedly as picture after picture flashed on the screen. Luis wasn't an idiot. There wouldn't be anything substantial I could pull off his computer, but sadistic jealousy had gotten the better of me. There was an old saying, be careful what you wish for. You just might get it. Old sayings existed for a reason. Pictures of Leighton and Luis were all over his computer, and as if I hadn't tortured myself enough, I dug through the backpack and scrolled through his phone to analyze more. In each one, her golden brown eyes smiled at the camera, but his were always focused on her. The more I stared, the more a wave of seething hate clouded my judgment. Try to make this one last more than 30 seconds, okay? Megan barely had time to slide the new tequila shot toward me before I downed it. The burn in my throat was nothing compared to the one in my chest. I recognized the look in his eyes. Since finding out who Leighton Harcourt really was, I tried to convince myself she'd been just a job to Luis. Brody had sent him to San Marcos to protect her, and he played a role for her. We all played roles. Most of the time, even those closest to us had no idea which version of us they faced. But there was no facade on Luis's face. He loved her. He loved my star. In that moment, I hated Luis Delgado more than any man I'd ever known. Dropping the phone in the bar, I slammed the laptop closed and shoved it back inside the backpack. Thankfully, she hadn't been staring back at him with the same love-sick look. Otherwise, I would have pulled out my gun and put a bullet through the screen, public place or not. Megan, I called out, tapping the wood with my empty glass. We had a deal, and I'm still vertical. Let's keep it that way, honey. You're cut off. Irritated, I picked up Luis's phone and glared at her. If I didn't have pressing shit to do, I would have gladly argued with one of the 3 versions of her I saw swirling in front of me. Instead, I scrolled through Luis's call history. There were only 5 numbers listed, and I recognized 2 of them to be Brody's and Emilio's. That in itself didn't raise any suspicion. Luis reported to both of them. That left 3, and I knew one of them was Leighton's since Brody had given me her number for comparison before I left the cantina. I called the remaining 2 from his phone, and both rang continuously until I hung up. There was no answer, no voicemail, nothing. It didn't sit well with me, so I pulled out my own phone and dialed a few men who'd been loyal to me when I was the Houston underboss. Hey, it's Cortez. I need you to put the word out that you're looking for a couple of soldiers owning these 2 phone numbers, but keep it quiet. Glancing down at Luis's phone, I repeated the numbers. After promising to have the information back to me as quickly and discreetly as possible, we ended the call. Hopefully my contact would get back to me with solid leads. If not, we were back to square one and facing another dead end, just like Luis. My head pounded by the time I opened the door to the townhouse. Groaning, I flipped on the light and tossed the keys on the floor. When I parked the Tahoe, a soldier had delivered to me back in San Marcos. The clock on the dashboard read 1:30 in the morning. What a fucking day. After 4 hours of straight tequila, I'd walked from the Irish pub to RVC, so I could sleep it off until I was sober enough to drive back to the townhouse. Now that I was here, I was more than ready to drink a ghost away again. Even though this place was our primary safe house, it still belonged to Val's wife, Eden. After their ordeal with the Munoz cartel, she tried to sell it, but Val ended up buying it out from under her. Although she was gone, it still reeked of female presence with all their framed artwork, flower vases, and fucking knick-knack shit, just asking to get demolished. Women. Flinging open the refrigerator, I prayed Brody had the common decency to stock it before making the call to turn our world upside down with his sister's bullshit. His fucking sister. Of all the people, it had to be her. My fingers closed around a bottle, and I silently thanked him, reminding myself to dial back my attitude a little. Once he found out Delgado wasn't the first cartel runner to touch his innocent baby sister, he'd be out for more than my blood. With the vein in my temple throbbing, I stumbled across the living room and through the sliding glass doors leading to the deck. Air. I needed air. Once outside, the crisp March breeze whipped my long hair around my face like a mask. It felt good. Masks hid weaknesses that threatened to ruin everything a man had worked for. I trusted masks. I did not trust her. Slumping into a patio chair, I dropped my head back and tried to block the image of them together by staring up at the night. Unfortunately, karma was a motherfucker, and a shooting star raced across the blackened sky. Of course, it reminded me of the countless nights we'd lie on the grass, waiting to see one. She'd always believed destiny was written in the stars, and seeing one fall meant a big change was about to come. We never saw one. I should have known the reason was because she was my shooting star. Her prediction had been right. Eventually, change did come, and I never saw her again. Until today. I raised my beer in a toast toward the sky. Bullshit. The only thing written in the stars is, "Fuck you, Mateo." Tilting the bottle back, I drained half of it in one gulp. Dios mío. I should have been able to let her go. I thought I had. Hell, she'd obviously had no problem doing it. She'd allowed Delgado to get close enough to almost end her life. Just the thought of them together made me want to go back and pick up that soap dispenser she'd thrown at me so I could bash his head in. If he wasn't already dead, of course. Shit, that posed another problem. I'd been so distracted by her, I never asked any questions that mattered. This was exactly why any direct contact between us from now on had to involve Brody. I didn't trust myself to be alone with her. I just tossed my empty beer bottle on the side table when my jacket buzzed. I didn't bother to see who it was. Other than the informant I called at the bar, only 3 people had the number to this phone. One had already threatened to break my legs if I disappeared with his sister again, and the other was probably balls deep in his dumb-as-rocks bartender. That only left one person. I answered with a smirk. "Are you calling for an update, or did you just want to hear my voice?" Val wasn't in the mood for jokes. "Why the hell do I put up with your disrespect?" "Because I'm loyal as hell and you know it," I said, grateful for the distraction. He said nothing for a moment, and I allowed myself the small victory. They were few and far between with a man like Val. "Update," he demanded. "Huh?" He let out a frustrated growl. "Update, you drunk asshole." "There's been a glitch." "What glitch?" he asked, his voice low. "My instructions weren't complicated. Get Harcourt and his sister out of this shit. Find out what the fuck Delgado was up to and make it go away." I stared at the city below my feet. "She's the problem." "Who?" "Harcourt's sister." Val sighed. "Keep your hands off her, Mateo. Wasn't it you who reminded me that Leighton Harcourt is familia? We don't fuck familia." The repetitive word made me wince. "Too late." He let out a string of curses. "You've been there less than 12 fucking hours. What the hell, Cortez? You couldn't go a full 24 without sticking your dick into a lieutenant's sister?" I gripped the metal arm of the chair. "Thanks for your concern, but I've gone a full 4 years without sticking my dick in her." "Mateo, this shit is getting complicated. I hate complicated." "It's not what you're thinking. I had no clue my girl was Brody's sister, especially not the sister who's causing all this shit." "How in the hell could you not know?" he demanded, cutting me off. "How many Leighton Harcourts have you fucked, Mateo?" "None. When I met her, she told me her name was Star. There, I said it." "Just Star, huh?" Sarcasm oozed from the other end of the line. "No last name? No house? You spread her legs but never talked about anything?" His accusation flipped a switch in me. "Watch it, Val. You're my boss and my friend, but don't ever talk about her like that again. I'd never allow someone to disrespect Eden, and I'd expect the same from you." "Noted. Continue." An apology from Valentin Carrera was rare, and that was as deep as they got, so I spilled the closely guarded secret that could cost me my rank. She was young, we both were, but she was just out of high school. She never wanted to be home, and that's why she'd never asked me to come around. It didn't matter anyway, because I wasn't the parent-meeting type. We spent every night together. I stopped and rubbed the back of my neck as memories I'd locked away came rushing back. One night we met, and she was frantic. She begged me to run away with her. I know I was wrong, but I told her yes. I would have done anything to be with her. Silence stretched between us again, and I could almost hear Val calculate the dates in his head. "You were already a sicario in my cartel 4 years ago," he said, giving voice to the deadliest secret I kept from him. "I know. Yet you said yes. You were a 22-year-old man who chose to risk both your lives for what? Some foolish crush that would have gotten you both killed? Don't patronize me, Val." I snarled in between clenched teeth. "It was as real as what you and Eden have, but it never came to that. I got arrested and locked up for a year." "What about now?" he said, his voice slightly calmer. "Where does your loyalty lie? If a gun was pressed against Layton's head and Brody's head, who do you save, Mateo?" I'd asked myself this question a dozen times while sitting in that shitty pub. By the time I drained half a bottle of tequila, the answer was much clearer than my vision. Loyalty begot loyalty. She'd given me none, so she was owed the same. "Brody," I answered. "The cartel comes first. I'm not sure I believe you. You doubt my loyalty?" "No, but I think you do." He let out a heavy sigh. "Mateo, you hesitated in answering. Sometimes what you don't say tells me more than what you do." I contemplated arguing, but I knew it would get me nowhere. "I take it Layton has no idea who you really are?" I had to think fast. Either I went all in or stepped off the ledge with a sin of omission. I braced myself. "She does now." Val exploded. "Pinche estúpido!" "Fucking idiot. What did you do?" "Nothing unfixable. She's not as innocent as everyone thinks she is." The words burned like acid on my tongue. "She knew about Brody's involvement with us, Val. I don't know what kind of shit she's been feeding him, but she knows. So yeah, I fucked with her a little and threw my weight around. She pushed my buttons, all right? You've got to take emotion out of this. Do you hear me?" he warned. "Mark my words, Mateo. This woman will end you if you continue thinking with your heart instead of your head." The crisp air suddenly became sticky and humid. "That won't be a problem. I've learned my lesson, and I'm already on some leads." It was on the tip of my tongue to tell him about the inconsistency I'd found in her actions, but something held me back. Stupidity? Yeah, most likely. "You have 1 week to clean this up." The finality in his voice swirled the tequila and beer together in my stomach. "Don't make me cross the border myself to handle it." "Sí, puedo hacerlo." Yes, I can do it. It was the last thing I said before he hung up. His words echoed in my head, sending me into a downward spiral that opened scar tissue long healed. Or maybe it had never healed. Maybe I just put so many bandages over it, they'd finally fused with my skin. It didn't matter. Nothing could have protected me the moment I first saw her dressed like the sun about to be devoured by the night. Chapter 9. Mateo. 4.5 years ago. "Let me go!" The frantic tone in her voice commanded my attention. Normally, I was oblivious to the incessant chattering of the women who hung around this corner. However, her frightened voice crashed through the barrier I kept between myself and the rest of the people in this part of town. I knew she didn't belong here without looking up. A voice that sweet and innocent could never blend in among the jaded reality I lived in. Lost little lamb. Shame. I forced myself to tune her out. On the streets, we kept our heads down and our minds on our own business. Less blood spilled that way, and I dealt with enough of this stuff during normal business hours. Just as I counted through the money I'd been paid, a gruff voice carried from across the street. "This isn't a freeway, baby. This here is a toll bridge, and you're about to pay up." "Stop it! Don't touch me!" The innocent voice from before shifted from sweet to terrified. It unsettled me, and I fought a natural instinct to look up. Not my problem. "Check it out, Julio. We got us a fighter on our hands." He laughed, and she screamed. "I love when they're like that. It makes it better." Her scream was what did it. Glancing up, I finally saw her, a ray of sunshine bathed in darkness. Golden hair tumbled down her back and settled at the top of her ass. The yellow dress she wore stood out like a siren among the crowd of working women who ignored her pleas. They couldn't be bothered. She wasn't one of their own, and time was money. If I had any common sense, I'd have followed their lead. The darkness had always been where I'd felt most comfortable. It was where I'd found a brotherhood who never judged me for who I was or how I survived. But the fear in her voice called to me, her yellow dress drawing me in like a moth to a flame. Her eye caught mine, and something passed between us. I knew in that moment that getting too close would end with incineration. I didn't care, though, because when they touched her, I saw black. Not red, black. Cold, blinding, uncivilized rage. A need for them to die a slow death. The whole time my feet moved, I cursed myself. This was stupid. Part of me wanted to turn around, finish my deal, take my money, and forget I'd heard her voice. That was the smarter part. But the part that kept walking had taken control. I had no idea if that part had a hero complex or just a death wish. Maybe both. The man groping her had his back to me, so all I saw was his bald head, which was convenient because when I flipped him around, the tattoo that covered it all the way to his chin provided the perfect target for my fist. Bone splintered against bone, and the girl gasped, stumbling backward as the guy hit the ground with blood spurting from his busted lip. "Don't just stand there, Julio," the guy ordered. "Kick his ass." When I turned to take care of Julio, I saw her eyes. They were deep pools of dark cinnamon stained with raw emotion and untold truths, and she wielded them like a weapon. It wasn't like me to leave a man unfinished, but they held me captive. Within that split second, between Julio rushing forward and me reaching for my gun, they widened in fear. It wasn't because of my gun. I had it tucked away on the side, facing away from her. No, the panic on her face was for me, and what she did next had me breaking all my own rules. As Julio rushed, the girl jumped in front of him, blocking his path with her arm outstretched. "No!" she screamed, her limbs shaking. "Leave him alone." Whereas before no one gave a shit to acknowledge her, now the whole street fell silent. Julio leaned over her shoulder and raised an eyebrow at me while flicking his thumb in her direction. "Is this bitch for real?" I wondered the same thing. Ignoring him, I stepped forward and whispered into the girl's ear. "I appreciate the gesture, but duck." When she just stood there, I didn't bother holding in my annoyed grunt. "Duck?" She turned halfway around, her eyebrows pulled together in confusion. "What does a duck have to do—" "Julio, what the fuck?" the bald guy yelled, slapping his palms onto the concrete. "Duck!" Grabbing her soft blonde hair, I shoved her to the ground with a heavy hand. Now wasn't the time for chivalry. In a split second, the guy on the ground was on his feet and charging toward me while Julio shook himself out of his confusion long enough to follow suit. Since they'd made my life easier by corralling themselves into one spot, I pulled my gun from my waistband and aimed it at them. "It seems you two are determined to make this personal." The bald guy flipped me off, proving he had more tattoos on his head than brains inside it. "Hey, fuck you, pendejo. This doesn't concern you." "Wrong. You made it my business when I asked you nicely to leave the lady alone. You sucker punched me from behind." "That was me being nice." I smirked, and he sneered back at me. "Now, both of you are going to walk away, or you can limp. It makes no difference to me. I don't give a shit about your kneecaps." Apparently, Julio was the smarter of the two, throwing his hands in the air and backing up with a scowl. "Man, a piece of uppity pussy isn't worth this. Let's go." Chuckling to himself, the bald guy wiped the blood from his lip and smeared it across his t-shirt. "You're lucky. Usually, I wouldn't take this shit, but I'm feeling generous tonight." "I'm not," I said, shooting him in his right knee. "Motherfucker!" Everybody moved at once. The bald guy hit the concrete for the second time, and Julio jumped to his side like the obedient puppy he was. Stashing my gun back in my waistband, I grabbed the girl's hand and jerked her toward the unlit part of the street. She hesitated, staring over her shoulder at the bloody mess that used to be the guy's knee. I tugged harder. "Let's go." You just shot him." Fuck, she was in shock. I didn't have time for this shit. Tightening my hold on her hand, I swung her around, and before she could say a word, I hoisted her over my shoulder. "I warned him I'd do it." I shrugged under her weight. "It's not my fault he didn't listen." She pounded on my back, screaming at me to put her down the whole way to the railroad trestle. Technically, it was only about a 10-minute walk, but with her yelling in my ear and driving fists into my back the whole time, it felt like 50. I knew the area well, and for the most part, nobody cared to hang around here. The roar of trains barreling down the tracks at 80 miles per hour tended to discourage anyone from doing business here. My shoulder ached, so I dropped her on the grass just below the tracks. I wasn't worried. With me standing in her way, there were only 2 ways to get off the hill: slide down the steep embankment on her ass or walk the tracks that led over the bridge. It had to be at least a 20-foot drop-off, either of the pathetically guarded sides. I doubted her need to escape was strong enough that she'd risk it. "Just let me go here," she begged, wiping away a stray tear with the back of her hand. "I promise I can pay you whatever you want." I hated tears. More so, I hated tears from her. She'd been so fearless when she thought I was in danger that the scared kitten routine irritated me. "I don't want your money. I want an explanation." "About what?" "Why did you jump in the middle of my fight?" She took a deep breath and shrugged. "It was my fight first." "You think you could have handled those guys? You have no idea what kind of shit you walked into tonight." I waved a hand up and down the length of her dress, noting the expensive material and diamond earrings hanging from her ears. "And from the looks of you, street fighting isn't one of your strengths." "Why did you?" she asked, looking up at me with those damn inquisitive eyes. "Jump in the middle of my fight, I mean." I had no good answer for her. I had no idea why I was doing this. I just knew I couldn't stop. Answering her with the truth was out of the question. So I coughed and turned my head, hoping she'd leave it alone. She didn't. "He could have shot you too, you know." "They weren't wearing jackets." She furrowed her eyebrows, and I sighed, forgetting normal people didn't understand such obvious things. If a man isn't wearing a jacket, he's not packing. To emphasize my point, I lifted my black leather jacket and dropped my gaze to my gun. No place to hide it. "If they weren't armed, why'd you shoot him?" she repeated. "That's a question for another day, little lamb." She frowned. "Little lamb?" I should have shut her down right there. I'd just saved her ass. However, my lips moved before I could stop them. "You look like a little lost lamb out there, all alone in the middle of a pack of wolves." Her eyes lowered to my mouth, and she swallowed hard. "Are you a wolf?" Unlike the women I'd spent the night ignoring, this girl screamed modesty. Something about her called to me, and an absurd thought began to take hold. I wanted to keep her here forever. I wanted to hide her away from everyone and everything, taking her out only to admire her for myself. She seemed pure, like an angel sent to counteract my evil, the brightness to my darkness. I thought about her question and wondered if I should tell her if I wasn't a lamb or a wolf. I was the man who brought them all to slaughter. I didn't do either. I sat down next to her and gauged her reaction. When she didn't flinch, I extended my hand. "No, I'm just I thought about Emilio and how my name was finally making a buzz within the ranks of the cartel. I highly doubted she had any knowledge of my world, but I couldn't take the risk. Changing my mind, I created a persona just for her. "I'm just Maddie." Tilting her head back, she glanced upward, as if looking for something. Then a gentle smile curled the corners of her lips as she lowered her chin. "Hello, just Maddie. I'm Star."
Chapter 10. Layton. Present day. I yawned just as my ass rang. Jerking my phone out of my back pocket, I scanned the caller ID, praying for a call from Alex. Instead, my mother's number lit up my screen, and I swallowed back a groan, silencing the call. Nope, not today. Not ever. I was surprised it'd taken this long for her to contact me. 2 days must have been torture for her to keep quiet, knowing the prodigal daughter had returned home and not contacted her. Even though I'd expected it, I couldn't make it easy on her. 4 years of pretending each other didn't exist and evaporate overnight because we now lived in the same city. I held my phone steady in my hand and waited. Surely she wouldn't disappoint me. Right on cue, it rang again, and I smiled, reminding me that only 3 things in this world were certain: death, taxes, and my mother's inflated ego. Silencing it for the second time, I tucked it back into my pocket. There wouldn't be another. My mother would consider that rude. Not to me, of course, but to her precious image. Third time was not the charm to Mayor Donovan. She considered it to be a strike. Whatever. My mother was the least of my problems. I still hadn't heard from Alex, and Brody was giving me the silent treatment. Then there was the whole issue of my past busting through a bathroom door and turning everything I knew to shit. I glanced at my phone again, groaning to see it was already 1 o'clock in the morning. I'd worked a double shift, and after lying awake, tossing and turning last night, replaying Maddie's every touch, I'd gotten maybe 2 hours of sleep in the last 24 hours. By the time the last beer had been drunk and the door was locked, I was beyond exhausted. Wiping down the last of the sticky bar, I eyed the cushy mat covering the damp bar floor. As disgusting as it was, I halfway contemplated curling up on it for even a moment of rest. Shaking my head, I tossed the rag into the sink and leaned over the bar, burying my face in my hands. I'd been so focused on what had to be done that I never saw him coming. Mateo Cortez was just a name, like Valentin Carrera and Emilio Reyes, 3 people whose lives meant nothing to me when my brother's fate hung on their ruin. I'd come here determined to see this through. Then he showed up and tilted everything on its side. I knew when I met him that he wasn't like any other boy I'd ever known. Maddie took my ideal of what boys were like and shattered it. He was dangerous, unrefined, mysterious, and a rush of adrenaline to my veins that had yet to be equaled. I came alive when I met him and died the day I left. Amanda strolled into the bar from the bathroom, freshly changed from her uniform into a fire engine red dress cut so low it should have been illegal. Okay, I'm all done with my end of shift duties. I know it's only your second day, but if you're sure you don't mind locking up, I'm going to skip out of here early for my date. I wouldn't normally do this, but I trust you, and, well, look at him. Turning her phone around, she showed me a picture of a dating site profile. I didn't have the heart to tell her it was a stock photo from the internet. Hot, I said, forcing a smile. Her grin widened. I know. Tucking her phone in her jacket, she tapped my arm. And hey, don't think I didn't see tall, dark, and saucy follow you into the bathroom yesterday. What's up with that? She wasn't the only one. Everyone saw it, and every eye followed me as I walked out of that bathroom trying to act like my world hadn't just collapsed. My cheeks heated, remembering Brody's accusing stares and the chair that sat empty across from him. Nothing, I said, clearing the emotion from my throat. He just wanted to make sure I was okay. Infection is no joke. I forced a smile and raised my bandaged hand, wiggling my fingers to distract her. She pursed her lips and cocked an eyebrow. How attentive of him. Most of our customers wouldn't care if we bled from our eyeballs as long as we kept the tap flowing. Mm-hmm, I answered, stacking dirty glasses onto a washing rack. Nice guy. She chuckled, and I saw her shake her head out of the corner of my eye. Okay, have your secrets. The story I'll make up in my head is probably better anyway. Later. Throwing her hand in the air, she waved and disappeared through the kitchen. The silence felt like an uncomfortable thickness. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, which was stupid because I'd heard Amanda engage the deadbolt on the back door when she left. I was definitely alone. My thoughts wandered back to yesterday when I'd overheard Emilio on the phone. Obviously, he was involved in something. No surprise there, considering he ran operations for a Mexican cartel. However, it was his remark about the person being in a public office that set the wheels spinning in my head. Whoever he'd been speaking to had a legitimate 9-to-5 job, with ears in such close proximity it worried him enough to call attention to it. I stared down the hallway toward his office, my pulse racing with adrenaline, both from fear and exhilaration. Chances like this didn't come around very often. It was risky and probably a very bad idea, However, Emilio rarely left the cantina unattended without one of his men watching over it. Quickly scanning the corners for cameras and seeing none, I moved before I could change my mind. I found it odd that a business owner, especially one who stole for a living himself, wouldn't expect the same and plan accordingly. But Emilio wasn't exactly a by-the-book kind of guy. I wasn't shocked to find his office locked. An open door would have been too easy. Bending down, I assessed the situation and bit back a smile. It was the same kind of Mateo dismantled within seconds yesterday. I'd seen him do it countless times in the past, and eventually, watching led to learning. Etiquette only took you so far. Skill took you everywhere. Pulling a bobby pin out of my ponytail, I stuck the straight end into the lock. I held my breath while bending the pin and searching for the hook. Just when frustration set in, I heard the telltale click, and the lock released. Bingo. Once inside, I wrinkled my nose at both the mess and stench. Being inside was way worse than the glimpse I caught yesterday. The place looked like a rabid animal had been locked inside and then crawled in a corner and died. Fucking pig, I muttered under my breath. Trying not to touch anything, I got to work. My hand shook as I opened his laptop and hit the power button, my eye twitching as the password-enabled screen popped up, denying me entry. Shit. Emilio didn't strike me as the type of man who'd create some intricate password that he'd most likely forget. Chewing on my lip, I typed my first attempt into the blinking box. Emilio. 2 words popped up instantaneously. Incorrect password. Ugh, too easy. It had to be something that meant something to him, something that was always on his mind. Cliente. Incorrect password again. Son of a bitch. Slumping into the chair, I cursed again and scrubbed my palms over my face. This was useless. I could spend all night sitting here typing in random words and none of them would be correct. Who was I kidding? This was a high-ranking cartel member. He wouldn't use the name of his own bar as his password. Use your brain, Leighton. I rested my hands on top of my head when a reflection in a mirror hanging outside his office caught my attention. Although it wasn't so much the mirror as the reflection shining in it. Then why is her picture still up?
House fucking orders.
Sitting up, my fingers buzzed as I typed the 4 letters that drew such a heated reaction out of him. EDEN. Lights flashed and screens shifted. Within seconds, Emilio's desktop displayed before my eyes. I had no idea where to begin, so I just started clicking folders, hoping something useful would pop up. The first 2 folders labeled business were as laundered as the bar itself. Files filled with purchase orders, spreadsheets for supplies, and an employee log of hours with payroll would get me nowhere with Atwood. Closing them out, I clicked on a 3rd folder and froze. I couldn't breathe. I expected to find damning evidence on some poor idiot Amelia was blackmailing, not a file with my father's name on it. What the hell? I whispered. As I clicked the file, information about my father filled the screen. His picture, a photo of the precinct where he worked, an uploaded camera phone photo of the home where we lived. Why would Emilio have such personal information? There were 4 more files, all unnamed, waiting to answer my question. I wanted to look at them, but I'd been in here too long. On a whim, I opened a web browser page and accessed my email. With sweat dripping down my temple, I typed an email to myself and attached all 5 files. Come on, I begged, hitting every button to hurry up. Just as the last one loaded, the back door slammed. I jumped, my hand sending a pile of papers scattering off the corner of his desk. Shit! With my heart in my throat, I exited out of the program and deleted the browser history, leaving the mess. Fuck it if he noticed. I'd rather Emilio question me than catch me. Logging out of the computer, I shut it down and slammed the top. Heavy footsteps echoed in the kitchen as dread rippled down my back. I should have trusted my initial instinct, but now wasn't the time for regrets. I re-engaged the lock and closed his office just as the kitchen door swung open.
Layton, what are you doing?
There wasn't as much concern in his tone as suspicion. My positioning was perfect. Blue eyes stared back at me as if offering me a way out of the corner I'd backed myself into. Taking a deep breath, I threw myself against her picture. "Praying," I said, forcing a wobble in my voice. "I'm going to die right here."
For what?
Not for what, for who? Closing my eyes, I managed to squeeze out a tear. "My brother always loved her," I admitted, hoping Brody would forgive me for throwing him under the bus. "Eden meant a lot to him, and her death destroyed him." Emilio snorted.
Eden Lachey isn't dead.
That got my attention. I snapped my head around, wiping the tear from my eye. "What?" He glanced toward her picture once more and shook his head.
Forget it.
I wanted to press him, but being caught standing outside his office had him on edge. Pushing my luck was out of the question. The silence became unbearable, so I shifted my weight from foot to foot. "Well, it's late, and I have to finish stacking the glasses in the kitchen." He stared at me, his dark eyes full of distrust.
Why do you seem so tense?
"Me? I'm not tense. It's just been a long week." Emilio pressed a hand against the wall beside my head.
I'll clean up. Go home, Layton Harcourt.
My heart beat so loud, I was sure he could hear it. I tried to swallow, but my throat felt like it was clogged. Are you sure?"
Like you said, you've had a long week. I imagine leaving everything you love behind and starting over would have its consequences.
As I rolled the weight of his words around in my head, the corner of his mouth lifted in a smile that was anything but friendly. I need to get out of here. Fumbling with my apron, I untied the strings and skirted by him. "I'm just going to get my stuff," I announced, walking backward. "Great. State the obvious. That doesn't sound shady." He nodded, never taking his eyes off me. The more I walked, the more he stared. Once I made it into the kitchen and found my purse and keys, I grabbed the doorknob, finally letting out the breath I'd been holding when his voice crawled up my spine.
Layton.
"Yes," I answered, my voice barely a whisper.
Drive safely.
I nodded and pushed the door open. "Yeah, sure, of course." The moment fresh air hit my face, the smothering weight that had been on my chest lifted. Still, I laid a hand over my heart just to feel it beating. The whole way to my car, I replayed everything that happened in my head, obsessing over every detail, until by the time I turned onto the main road, my head was spinning. I pressed harder on the gas pedal as the need to get home and read what else was on that email grew stronger. If Alex hadn't already told me Amelia was knee-deep in cartel business, I would have come to that conclusion on my own. But the information he had on my father didn't fit. My dad was as straight and narrow as they came. I was so busy trying to make 1 and 2 add up to 4 that I didn't notice the car behind me until I turned off a darkened side street. They were too close, making the sharp turn behind me and speeding up. I hit the gas again, this time taking the next turn so fast my tires squealed. "Stay calm, you're imagining this." But as soon as the dark sedan behind me gunned it and took the turn just as fast, my pulse skyrocketed. I wanted to call Brody, but there was no time. Pushing everything out of my mind, I concentrated on the road. Fuck the rules. Fuck the signs. Fuck the lights. The road and the gas pedal were all that mattered. Gripping the wheel until my fingers turned white, I rushed through 2 red lights, the dark car keeping up with me the whole time. Looking around for an escape, all I saw were more side streets, more alleyways, more places for the person chasing me to block me in and trap me in a hell of my own doing. "Not today, asshole," I muttered. Gritting my teeth, I blew through my 3rd red light and prayed for a siren to pull me over. Instead, the car behind me bumped into the back of me. Shaken, I lifted my head and glanced in the rearview mirror. That was the moment I saw the cold steel gray eyes reflected in it. They were hauntingly familiar, but I couldn't place them. Before I could process anything, the car backed up and hit the gas again, disappearing into the night. I let out a scream and slammed my fist on the wheel. Then it hit me.
Drive safely.
That hadn't been parting words. They'd been a challenge.
Chapter 11. Mateo. You sent Luis to San Marcos to watch over Leighton. I noted, slowly running my hand underneath the kitchen counter. So, you must have trusted him. Why are we rehashing this? Brody called out from the living room. He never gave me any reason to doubt him. I had no idea he'd gotten as close as he did. After seeing the pictures on Luis's computer, I wanted answers, but I sure as hell didn't need to be reminded of what had gone on between them. Well, obviously, now we know Luis was a traitor. But how well do you really know your sister? I could feel the tension radiate from the other room. What the hell are you saying, Cortez? I was about to give up my search when something dark caught my eye under the toaster. Brody, have you considered the fact that Leighton just shot him? My sister is the victim here, he insisted. You don't know her like I do. Oh, that's where you're wrong. I know her better than you do. I shook my head. If you say so. Pulling the small round device from underneath the toaster, I dropped it into my pocket just as Brody stormed into the kitchen. Look, just focus all your energy on the burner phone and stop wasting it suspecting Leighton. If you get to know her, you'd realize how innocent she is in all this. Stalking into the kitchen, he grabbed his jacket from the back of the chair and held up his phone. I've got to go to the warehouse downtown. A shipment arrived in Corpus Christi, and it's fucked up. I'll be back later. I'll go with you. No, he said, dropping his phone into his jacket. Leighton should be home any minute, and I don't like the idea of her being here alone. You want me to babysit your sister? I tried to keep my face impassive, but I wasn't sure I succeeded. I'm not sure I like how things turned out for the last guy you tapped for that job. Brody stopped at the door and smirked. Yeah, he's dead, so I keep my hands to myself if I were you. I said nothing because I knew I couldn't keep that promise, and he took my silence as compliance. I thought Brody was smarter than that. After watching his car leave, I inspected his apartment, but I couldn't find any other devices. There wasn't a doubt in my mind who planted the bug, and not just because she was the only one with access to the place. Anyone with an ounce of experience would never have been stupid enough to bug a fucking toaster. I was restless. As minutes ticked off the clock, I paced by the window. What the hell was keeping her? Dark thoughts loomed in the most jaded parts of my brain. The parts that had seen and participated in the torture of witnesses who thought they could escape our reach. The more I thought, the tighter my chest became. Frustrated, I stopped mid-pace and ran my hands through my hair, tugging on the strands as if to force some sense back into my head. She's a job. She's nothing but a job. Just as I reached for my phone to break down and call her, tires squealing in the parking lot, followed by the slam of a car door. I didn't bother moving to the window again to look. Something inside me knew it was her. I braced myself, determined to stand my ground when the door flew open and the brutal reality of what I lost came barreling inside and ran full force into my arms. I barely had time to register what happened before she wrapped her arms around my neck, her small body trembling uncontrollably. I couldn't help tightening my grip, dipping my nose in her hair and inhaling the intoxicating scent of wildflowers. My chest squeezed in agony. I drowned in longing as two sides of me fought a losing battle. The monster inside me demanded I make her pay for turning her back on me, while the man who lost her screamed at me to take what belonged to me. I didn't have to make the decision. In the end, it was her who pulled away first. I'm sorry. I expected my brother to be here. My head knew that, but my heart ripped a little more with her confession. A small part of me wished it was me she looked for when she came in, and it was my arms where she sought solace. It's fine, I said, forcing indifference in my voice. Brody had to leave. So he left you here instead? I smirked. Lucky you, huh? Her slender fingers trembled against my chest, eventually sliding down my shirt until they dropped by her side. Is he coming back soon? I don't know. Could be a few minutes, it could be a few hours. The disappointment in her sigh was audible, and I stiffened. Of course, you're free to stay here by yourself. I have better things to do than hang—" "No!" she screamed, bunching both hands around my shirt and pulling herself against me again. "What happened to you?" I asked, sensing something had happened.
"Somebody rear-ended me. It was just a little accident, that's all."
"You seem pretty shaken up for just a little accident."
"Let it go, Maddie."
No matter what she said, I couldn't let it go. "You can tell me, or you can tell Brody, your choice." I expected her to fight me. Instead, she drew in a ragged breath and her shoulders sagged.
"Fine. Someone followed me from the cantina. I thought I imagined it at first, but every time I sped up, they did too. I tried to lose them and they ran into the back of me."
"Why would someone follow you?" The familiarity in her eyes hardened a little.
"Maybe because I'm consorting with known cartel members?"
Her words cut through me. Logically, I realized she might be right. She easily could have landed on someone's shit list for her ties to Luis and Brody alone. However, the loathing in her voice when she spoke of the organization I pledged my life to stirred the darkness within me. That didn't seem to stop you in San Marcos. The tension in her shoulders returned at my accusation, and she stepped backward.
"I've already told you once. That's none of your business."
I was a fool to think I could be civilized with her. I couldn't pretend this was just a job when it was nothing more than a test of my willpower. Fate's way of seeing how far it could push me before I broke. Well, fuck this. If she didn't give a shit, two could play the same game. "You're right, Star," I said, stalking toward her. "Whoever you fucked in the last 4 years is none of my business. However, it becomes my business when you try to fuck us all at once."
I have no idea what you're talking about."
"No? Well, that's understandable. I mean, you've been through a lot, putting a bullet in one of our men and all." The more she moved away from me, the more I stalked forward. She paled and my blood rushed. "So, how about I jog your memory a little?" I pulled out the bug and held it in front of her face while grabbing her wrist. "Care to explain what kind of shit you're trying to pull?" At first, she attempted to play dumb, shaking her head like she'd never seen it before.
"I don't know what that is."
"You know exactly what it is, and you're going to start talking, or I start calling people you don't want me to call."
"How do you know it was me who did it?"
The contrast of the challenge in her voice and the red flush painting the skin above her tank top made my rage soar and my cock throb with savage need. "Because everything was fine until your name was mentioned," I hissed, jerking her against me. "Now everything has gone to shit, as usual." Her palms pushed against my chest once again.
"I'd never intentionally hurt my brother."
"Just sell him out, right? You spent time with Munoz cartel, then shacked up with Carrera. Seems to me you know more about our life than anyone thinks."
"What are you implying?"
Lifting the bug, I held it between us. "Who sent you? What really happened with Luis?"
"What?"
she screeched, glaring up at me.
"Nobody sent me. I'm the victim here."
"No, the victim is dead. And if you keep pulling shit like this," I yelled, tossing the bug across the room, "you and your brother will be too." Layton's eyes followed the bug as it bounced on the floor, her chin tilted away from me.
"Is that a threat?"
"It's a fact," I answered, trying to shock some sense into her. When she continued to stare at the bug, as if she didn't hear me, I gripped her shoulders and gave them a firm shake. "You could cost Brody his life."
"All right,"
she screamed, covering her face with her hands.
"I'm being blackmailed."
"What? By who? How?" She sighed in defeat, dropping her hands by her side.
"The DEA. They know about Luis."
The last 3 letters I ever wanted to hear. DEA. What the fuck? I expected to have to pull the information out of her. However, it was as if the entire night had shaken her so much that once those 3 letters fell from her lips, the dam broke and the truth came rushing out of her.
"Agents caught me coming out of my apartment," she admitted. "They'd been watching me and knew everything. They had me on tape calling Brody and threatened me with jail if I didn't agree to become their informant."
"Is that who was following you tonight?"
"No. Yes. No, I don't know, Maddie."
She frowned, moving out of my hold and crossing her arms over her chest.
"I didn't really see the person's face. I don't think so. I mean, Why would the DEA try to run me off the road? She glanced up at me with those sad brown eyes full of questions. She had no idea what she'd done withholding this information. We were used to being on the DEA's radar, but this was another level of ruthlessness. The 1 week that Val gave me just shortened. Damn it! Why didn't you just go to Brody? I roared. He could have protected you. We could have protected you. She shook her head. Not from this. You don't understand what's at stake. I had to do it this way. By selling him out because you were too scared to face a self-defense charge? The frightened look morphed into a half-smirk. It has nothing to do with that and everything to do with the fact I have family in politics and law. I know firsthand not everything is fair and just, Mateo. Look at what happened to you. Adrenaline pumped through my veins, and I wound a hand through her tangled hair, jerking her against me. You don't get to talk about what happened to me. I ground out through clenched teeth. You have no idea what I went through. I wanted her fear. I wanted her to feel every moment of hell I went through while I prayed she was safe and would wait for me while I rotted behind bars. But it wasn't fear on her face as she gazed up at me. It was something far more disturbing. A challenge. No, Maddie, she whispered. You have no idea what I went through. What do you mean? I wasn't sure I wanted the answer, but I asked anyway. She took a deep breath, as if she were about to put me out of my misery. However, at the last minute, she puffed out her cheeks and exhaled, dropping her chin to her chest and slowly rolling her neck until she faced me again. This time, the liquid honey brown in her eyes had hardened, and the armor she wore as a shield returned. Nothing, she said finally. It's nothing. Leighton, come on. Obviously it's not. That was as far as I got before headlights flashed below the window, then quickly extinguished. Glancing outside, I noticed the dark-colored sedan sitting out front that I knew wasn't there before. Remembering she'd been followed, I grabbed her wrist. Come on. She stumbled after me. Where are we going? Out the back. The fire escape? Unless you prefer to walk out the front door where we're being watched. Personally, being run off the road once would be enough for me, but if that's your thing, be my guest. Pulling Leighton behind me, we climbed out the window and down the fire escape outside of Brody's apartment. Luckily, since I was always cautious about being seen, the Tahoe was parked out back. Flinging open the driver's side door, I pushed her inside, quickly climbing in after her. Just as I turned the ignition, I saw her pull her phone out of her pocket. What the hell are you doing? I yelled, knocking it out of her hand. You can't call anyone. You said the DEA is blackmailing you. You don't know who you're dealing with, Star, and you don't know what you're doing. She flattened her lips and swiped the floorboard for the phone. I don't need you. I suppressed a groan while weaving in and out of traffic. Stop being so fucking stubborn. This isn't just about you anymore. I can handle this on my own, she argued, attempting to dial again. Fucking hell, it's like arguing with a brick wall. Reaching over the console, I took the phone out of her hand and tossed it in the back seat. We have to tell Brody. I didn't have time for this shit. Pulling my phone from my pocket, I called him. As soon as his voicemail picked up, I rushed through my message. Hey, it's me. Your apartment has been compromised, so you need to stay at a safe house or RVC tonight. Don't worry about your sister. She's safe and with me. It took Leighton 15 minutes to speak to me again. You can't just take me, she hissed, her hands crossed over her chest. This is kidnapping, and it's illegal. Nothing is illegal in my world. I'm not who you think I am. I never have been. Well, at least you got one thing right, she muttered, staring out of the dark window. You're definitely not who I thought you were. You left me when I needed you most. You sacrificed me, and that's not the person who told me he loved me. That's it. That's fucking it. Jerking the wheel, I pulled off a darkened side street and threw the SUV into park. Bracing my forearm against her seat, I leaned in so close our noses touched. Let's get one thing straight. You don't know the whole story. You never did.
Chapter 12. Leighton. Some claimed silence was golden. But after sitting across from the fuming man beside me, it seemed more blood red. Mainly because I was about to crawl out of my skin, wanting to know what he meant by,
"You don't know the whole story."
I didn't dare ask, though. Eventually, Mateo gave up waiting for a response and pulled the Tahoe back into traffic, focusing on the road with a tightly clenched jaw until we reached our destination. My mind had become a jumbled beehive of activity, and by the time Mateo unlocked the door to the familiar townhouse, I was a house of cards ready to crumble. All it took was one look inside, and I burst into tears.
"Hey."
Mateo's hands covered my shoulders and turned me around as tears blurred my vision. Through the haze, I saw him dip his knees to meet me at eye level.
"What's wrong?"
I managed to laugh. What's not wrong? Still trapped in his hold, I motioned around us. You're staying at my brother's ex-girlfriend's place, who's presumed to be dead, by the way. I'm being blackmailed to bring down an entire cartel, which includes my brother. Oh, and a few days ago, I shot and killed a man. But most of all, after all this, I realize how much I miss. Catching myself, I bowed my head inside. How much I miss home. The corners of Mateo's mouth turned down as he stood to his full height. Releasing one of my shoulders, he closed the door behind him.
"Let's try to put some of this into perspective. One, Eden isn't dead. She's alive and well and due in July with the son of the man you're trying to bring down."
I opened my mouth for a rebuttal, but he held up his hand.
"Your second problem is the one we have to focus on. As for killing Luis, you did fear for your life?"
I didn't hesitate. Yes.
"Then you're justified in what you did."
Mateo caught my chin just as I lowered my eyes to the floor and gently lifted my face to meet his unwavering stare.
"Do you feel guilty?"
I waited only seconds before answering. For choosing my life over his? No. Regardless of what Alex told me, or what any of the Carrera cartel had to say, no one but me looked down the barrel of Luis's gun, and no one but me had a split second to make that call. His large palm still gripped my shoulder, and my hand shook as I squeezed his fingers. Electric shocks jolted up my arm, but I forced myself to maintain the contact, lifting our entwined hands and settling them between us. He watched every movement, his eyes never straying. It was as if once he looked away, the moment would evaporate. I wouldn't let that happen. This moment meant everything. For years, I'd held on to the belief that he'd walked away from me without a second thought. I'd tried my best to hate him for the events that led up to his abandonment and the mind games that plagued me afterward. However, what he'd said to me at Brody's left me starving for the truth. I had to know, even if what I found out left me in more jagged pieces than before. What did you mean when you said I didn't know the whole story?
"Now is not the time for this, Layden."
Mateo let out a heavy sigh and pulled away from me, severing our brief connection. He could pull away all he wanted, but I wasn't backing down. Really? Where else do we have to go? His eyes narrowed.
"You want to hear the truth?"
The sudden predatory danger radiating off him shook me. I was honestly confused if I did or didn't, but I stood my ground. I think I deserve it. Mateo let out a sardonic laugh.
"You think this is what you deserve?"
He stalked toward me, backing me up until my spine bumped against the hard marble of the kitchen island.
"What exactly do you think happened that night, Star? You think I just didn't feel like having the perfect life with the perfect girl and decided to piss it all away?"
I don't... My words broke off and stuck to the inside of my throat like molasses. All I could breathe in was the scent of his leather jacket as he planted a hand on either side of me. We were so close that if he took a deep breath, his black t-shirt would rub against my tank top, and judging from the outline of his six-pack hugging the fabric, I wouldn't survive the impact. My gaze still traced the lines indenting his shirt when his hand settled on my hips, and I found myself being lifted into the air. My lips had just started forming the word no, when my ass landed on the cold marble of the island with a hard slap, and Mateo slid in between my open knees.
Have a seat, Star,"
he said, as if I weren't already in place. It didn't matter that I couldn't speak. The deadly look in his eyes would have been enough to silence me.
"What I have to say may knock you off that pedestal you've put yourself on."
My chest heaved as he wedged himself tightly in between my legs.
"You think I sacrificed you? You immediately thought the worst and damned me without knowing the hell I went through. Get ready, little lamb. You are about to find out the meaning of real sacrifice."
Chapter 13. Mateo. 4 years ago. I paced outside Emilio's office, the loud laughter of the departing drunks in the cantina adding to my anxiety. I wished he'd get the hell off the phone and let me get this over with. A few minutes later, the smell of a freshly lit Cuban cigar wafted into the hallway, letting me know my chance had arrived. "Cortez!" he yelled, my name garbled around the cigar clenched in between his teeth. "Trae tu culo aquí. Get your ass in here." Before he could change his mind, I pushed the door the rest of the way open and stepped inside. "See, boss." His thick mustache circled the overstuffed cigar as he puffed and stared at me, his dark eyes narrowed in curiosity. "I need you to do a run for me tonight." Shit. Emilio's runs either involve putting a bullet in some asshole's head or unloading a new shipment and distributing it to our street dealers. Thankfully, in the last 4 months, I'd risen up the ranks and no longer sold on the street. Still, I didn't have time to follow an order tonight, or any night from this point forward. "Can't one of the other guys handle it?" I asked, making sure to keep my voice even. "You got something better to do?" I shoved my hands in my pockets so I didn't take a swing at him. "I have an appointment I can't cancel." "Mateo, when I found you stealing on the street, how old were you? 13? Emilio's scarred face was expressionless, although a hint of smugness glimmered in his coal black eyes. 14, boss. The cops had already picked you up 3 times by the time I took you in. You were dirty, starving, and such an uncontrollable piece of shit. You would have been dead within a month if I hadn't offered you a way out. Am I right?" "A way out?" I lifted an eyebrow. "You beat the shit out of me." "I taught you respect. You tried to steal from me, you ungrateful culero." I sighed. I wasn't getting out of this. "So where is this run, and who do I need to meet?" The corner of Emilio's lip curled up as he bit into the cigar. Scissoring it between 2 fingers, he pointed the burning end toward me and pulled out something from inside his desk. "Here," he said, handing me a Ziploc gallon bag filled with what had to be at least 12 small baggies of cocaine. "The hell am I supposed to do with this? I don't sell this shit anymore." "You do tonight," he shot back. "My regular dealer got shot, and I have a guy willing to pay double for this. After I do this, no more calls? You think I don't have better shit to do than light up your phone all night? Fine, just give me the fucking thing." Tucking the bag inside my jacket, I turned my back on him and fought the urge to flip him off. Asshole. "Hey, Cortez!" I stopped at the door and glanced over my shoulder. Emilio kicked his scuffed black shoes up onto the edge of his desk and leaned back into his chair, crossing both arms behind his head. "This is for your own good." "Yeah, whatever. I'll bring you the money tomorrow." "Yeah," he said, chuckling to himself. "Yeah, you do that." I sat in the car waiting over half an hour for the guy Emilio said would meet me. I couldn't risk calling Star in the middle of what I was doing. I never contacted her during cartel business. Because of it, when we snuck away to meet, I was the one always rushing to find her sitting on the grassy hill, twirling a wildflower between her fingers. Sometimes I was 5 minutes late, sometimes a whole hour. But she'd always waited. I checked the radio clock again. 11:59. Fuck this. I just reached for the gear shift when a tan Impala finally pulled up beside me. Irritated, I rolled down my window as a man in a crisp black suit and overly gelled hair approached my window. "You Mateo?" I asked, peering inside my car. "Who's asking?" "I'm here to pick up." He mumbled, reaching into his pants pocket. "Can we hurry this up? I have a meeting." "Hey, fuck you, man. You're the one who was late." I jerked the gallon bag out of the console, ready to make the exchange and hit the road. "That was when it registered. Buyers didn't know our real names. By the time I dropped the bag and reached for my gun, he'd already pulled his and two more appeared behind him. "Freeze! Police! Drop your weapon and put your hands behind your head." I didn't fight. Part of me arrogantly thought I'd be booked, and a few days later I'd make it out on bail to explain myself to Star. Even as they dragged me out and my cheeks scraped against the asphalt, I still knew she'd wait for me. She'd always waited. As the judge handed down the sentence of 1 year felony possession with intent to sell, I still believed. I did my time like a man and kept my mouth shut. Even though she never came to visit, I imagined her sitting on our hill, twirling wildflowers in her hand and keeping her promise. She'd always wait for me.
Chapter 14. Leighton. Present day. Emotions swirled in my head at breakneck speed. Mateo glared at me, the little vein in his temple pulsing with each second of my silence. A tremor ran through me as I closed my eyes, blocking out his accusing stare. It didn't matter, though. I could stare at the inside of my own eyelids as much as I wanted. It wouldn't stop the sound of his voice from echoing in my head.
She'd always wait for me.
But I didn't. We'd abandoned one another, choosing to believe the other had committed the ultimate betrayal because it was easier than accepting a darker truth. If we never spoke the words out loud, we wouldn't have to face that deep down. We both knew the other hid behind secrets, scars, and lies. When their backs were against the wall, lovers made the best actors, reciting rehearsed lines and playing their emotions in a well-orchestrated symphony like the maestro they'd trained to become. It was all smoke and mirrors, just like us.
Say something, Star.
Every time he called me that name, I died a little inside. I had no idea. I thought... He curved his palm around my jaw, the pressure balancing the delicate line between touch and force.
You thought I'd just walk away? That after everything we said, I'd break my promise?
His grip tightened, his thumb digging into my chin and pulling me forward.
Or is that just a luxury reserved for little rich girls?
I'm sorry for what you went through. I'm sorry I didn't know you were arrested and sent to prison, but how is that my fault? I meant to stay calm, but he pushed my trigger button dead center. He'd grown a dark exterior that made me shiver. I recognized the feeling from fighting with Luis. Mateo wanted my anger. He wanted me to react and force vile words out of me so he could justify turning me over to Valentin Carrera and clear whatever conscience he had left.
How is it not your fault?
He growled. Like I said, I meant to stay calm. Unfortunately, a bleak outlook and a racing heart shot my blood pressure through the roof and defiance out of my mouth. A swift strike of my forearm knocked his wrist off my cheek. Fuck you.
Did you even look for me, Star?
He demanded, anger thickening his accent.
Did you try to find out why I didn't show up, or did you just decide you'd slummed it enough?
You're way out of line. My palms flew from my sides and slammed into his chest. I might as well have tried to move a tree trunk for as much as he budged. I muffled a cry of frustration as bitter tears clouded my eyes again.
Am I?
He asked, ignoring my hold on him, his campfire eyes igniting into burning flames of accusation.
How long, Star? How long did you wait around?
My name is Leighton. I couldn't touch him anymore. Pushing off his chest, I somehow managed to knock him back a step or two, just enough for me to slide off the island and find stable footing. This conversation was getting us nowhere, and I needed to get away. Unfortunately, the floodgates had opened, and words I'd waited forever to say came rushing out in a riptide of blame. I waited 3 weeks for you to show up. I went to our spot every day. Every fucking day, Maddie, but you never showed. What was I supposed to think? You never told me you were a criminal. Why the hell would I assume you were in jail?
Well, Leighton, my apologies.
He smirked, blocking my exit again.
See, I'm just finding out that missing piece of information. You conveniently left it out. While we are on the subject, you can call me Mateo. You know, the guy who shot a guy's kneecap off, for Christ's sake.
I knew he wasn't good, but I was drawn to him. He swept in like a dark night on a black cloud, his danger calling to me on a level I didn't understand. I craved it, needed it more than my next breath. I didn't know who he was, but something inside me knew what he was. That made him all the more tempting. I lifted my chin. You never told me anything about yourself.
You never asked, so I guess that makes us even.
A hint of anger flashed across his bronzed features. Even? I laughed. Go to jail 20 more times. Maybe then you'll be halfway there.
What did you say?
You heard me. You think being behind bars makes us even? Don't patronize me, Mateo. I've listened to your excuse and I've apologized for yelling at you, but if you think I'm going to put up with your sanctimonious bullshit, you can go fuck yourself.
Stop it.
His words were sharp. Stop what? Telling the truth? He shook his head.
Acting out. You forget how well I know you.
Is that a fact? Once again, I pushed past him, and once again, he blocked me.
Yes, that's a fact. You're trying to provoke me because you're scared. You want to fight me because you're in too deep and don't know which way to turn. You're mad because you thought you had us all wrapped up in a bow to hand over to the DEA, but I showed up and fucked up your plans. Does that sound about right?
I snorted, rolling my eyes so hard they hurt. Not even close.
You say you hate me, but you won't turn me in any more than you will Brody.
He pushed.
Do you want to know why?
Not particularly.
Because regardless of what this says...
He pressed the tip of his finger against the corner of my mouth and drew a line all the way across my bottom lip.
This says something completely different.
Lowering the same finger, he traced an invisible line down my throat and hovered it over my left breast before opening his palm and pressing it over my heart. His touch felt magnetic, as if the tips of his fingers were the positive charge to the dead negative I'd carried around for so long. Skin to skin, he ignited a spark, breathing life into the hole left inside me when I walked away from Houston. Maddie. I hated how needy and weak I sounded. I wasn't either of those things. Had survived so much in the last 4 years on my own, and I didn't need anyone, least of all a member of the cartel I planned to destroy. However, today had been one crushing blow after another, and his comfort was a confusing solace. His eyes met mine.
I won't be your out this time, Star. Deal with having me around and get over it until this is finished.
Finished. Curling my lip into a sneer, I knocked his hand off my chest. What are you going to do? Turn me over to your boss? He answered my sneer with one of his own.
I could. One phone call from me is all it would take to snap this pretty little neck. No DEA agent, police officer, or even a brother on the inside could save you.
There it was. The proclamation I knew had danced on the tip of his tongue, waiting to be set free. Running my fingers through my hair, I pulled at the roots and squeezed my eyes shut. God, you are no better than them. The DEA, Luis, you're all alike. All of you can go to hell for all I... The rest of my tirade became lost in a flurry of motion. Mateo growled low in his throat, and before I could open my eyes, he had me pinned against the island again. This time he gripped my hip with one calloused hand while digging the other into my hair and winding his fingers around the strands. He pressed our mouths together, the closeness wreaking havoc on my equilibrium. Our lips barely touched, but I felt naked as if he'd already possessed me. Stillness hummed between us, yet he made no move to speak. I wanted to fight, but the need to give in to my craving was too strong. His threats of brutality should have scared me, but instead, I was seduced. Mateo! I tried one last time to reach him. Or maybe I was reaching for myself, the one I'd left in a blood-stained apartment in San Marcos. My breath, voice, and thoughts were cut off the instant his tongue invaded my mouth, probing with insistent strokes until I could do nothing but respond. Mateo's nails dug into my hip and scalp, and his groin pressed against me, forcing my fingers to curl around the edge of the island to keep from grabbing him. Our mouths could tell 1,000 lies, but our bodies betrayed them all, Heat surged between my legs with every frantic kiss, and each additional moan I made hardened his cock even more against my stomach. I thought I heard him groan my name, but with lust rushing through my veins and roaring in my ears, I couldn't be sure. All I knew was that one minute I was standing, and the next I was lying flat against the cold marble with Mateo on top of me. When his hand slid from my hip and cupped my breast, I cried out his name, the sound garbled by his scorching kisses. Breaking for air, he trailed his full lips across my chin and kissed a path down my neck before settling them into the hollow of my throat. Sucking my skin into the heat of his mouth, he reached for the rim of my tank top. I knew what he wanted and why he paused. I could have stopped him, but I didn't. My silence gave him all the encouragement he needed. With a hard jerk of his wrist, he yanked the stretchy fabric of my tank top and bra under my breast, leaving it exposed like a prize. Sliding his hand farther into my hair, he twisted it with a hard pull, causing me to arch my back and gasp. It wasn't accidental. The move situated me perfectly, my nipples less than an inch from his lips. With my head thrown back, I couldn't see anything, but I felt the moment he wrapped his lips around the hardened peak and sucked. I saw stars. Not the kind we'd searched for in the night sky, but the kind that blinded me, leaving me gasping for air and numb with desire. Rolling his deadly tongue over the peak, he captured it between his teeth, and heat bloomed in every crevice of my body. I couldn't take it anymore. Wrapping my legs around his waist, I reached for him and dug my fingers into his hair. Whimpering, I moved against him, needing more. More, he rasped, letting my nipples slide slowly between his teeth. Shit, did I say that out loud? I... His hand danced a heated path down my stomach, and I groaned as he trailed a finger across the denim between my legs. You have to tell me what you want, Star, he commanded, his voice raspy. If you want me to touch you, you have to ask nicely. Yes, I whispered. Mateo drew his hand back up my shorts and popped the button. Holding my stare, he pulled down the zipper and dipped his hand inside. Yes, what? Yes, please. His tongue invaded my belly button, sending my hips arching off the marble. Not good enough. I want to hear you say my name, my real name. I ground out every syllable. Yes, please, Mateo. Immediately, a switch turned off, and the man who'd been devouring me like his last meal became a block of ice, removing his mouth from my skin as if it were poison. That's right, he said, his words harsh and cold. Mateo. Me, Mateo, not Luis. We are not all alike, and I am better than that motherfucker. See, here's the difference between him and me, Leighton. He had no morals, no self-control. This is self-control. Slowly, he made a show of pulling his hand out of my shorts and then braced both of them on either side of my face. I gazed at him in shock, simultaneously furious and mildly impressed at how well I'd just been played. Leaning down, he hovered his swollen lips over my ear, his smile evident in his voice. Don't ever compare me to him again. Chapter 15. Leighton. We didn't speak again. I lay on the island, catching my breath as the refrigerator door slammed, followed by the sound of a bottle cap hitting the floor. Speechless, I stared at the ceiling, listening to Mateo chug a beer while I gathered what was left of my self-respect. I told myself it was a good thing he put a stop to what was happening between us. Too many mistakes had been made to cross that line. Regardless of who held the most blame, Mateo and I were forbidden from the moment we met. We should have known it would come to this. By the time he chucked the bottle into the trash, I'd already slid off the island and was watching him, wishing he'd say something. Anything. Instead, he motioned for me to follow him and then disappeared down a darkened hallway. I rocked back on my heels, debating whether to trust him or run for the door. Unfortunately, I had nowhere else to go. Sucking in a deep breath, I fumbled my way down the hall and hesitated at the door.
Well, are you just going to stand there all night, or do you plan on coming inside?
Mateo leaned over the bed, his dark hair framing his face as he ripped the comforter halfway down. He'd already taken off his jacket, exposing the roped muscles in his arms. I motioned toward the sleigh bed that was covered by a comforter so thick I swore it called my name. Are you turning this down for me? It pained me to give in, but after a full day at the cantina and a night of chaos, fatigue won the battle.
No.
Holding my eye, he reached over his shoulder and pulled off his t-shirt from the back.
I'm turning it down for me, but feel free to do the same when you get in.
His chest was a litany of colorful ink, a living work of art drawn over hardened planes of muscle. It was all I could do not to stare. You're not sleeping on the couch? A clang of metal snapped my eyes back to his face. I tried to remember how to breathe as he unbuckled his belt. His gaze darkened, a closed-off stare holding me prisoner while he unzipped his pants and slid them down his legs.
Why would I do that when there's a bed right here?
Because that's what a gentleman is supposed to do for a lady? I tried to sound unaffected as he stripped down to his tight black boxer briefs. As much as I commanded my eyes to look anywhere else, they had a mind of their own.
Good thing I am not a gentleman, and you are no lady.
Excuse me? Popping a hand on my hip, I redirected my shock toward his insult. You've got the first part right, but I'm most certainly a lady, you...
Layton.
He pointed 2 fingers at his waist, then dragged them toward his face.
Eyes up here.
Shit, was I still looking at his cock? Fine, I huffed, snatching a pillow off the bed. I'll sleep on the couch. I never saw him move. One minute I hugged the pillow to my chest, and the next he had me face down on the bed with my wrists twisted like a pretzel.
I don't think so.
His challenge sent a chill up my spine.
Look, you may not think much of me anymore, but I gave Val my word I'd look out for you until we clear this thing up.
I strained my neck, gaping at him in shock. You want me to sleep with you?
As I recall, you used to enjoy it.
Mateo's words woke something wildly primitive in me. He was right. I did enjoy it, but fear and the knowledge of who he was clouded the memory. A low chuckle rumbled from his bare chest, and he patted the mattress beside my head. I considered putting up a fight, but figured, why waste the energy? We were both rational adults, and rational adults could manage to sleep in a bed together without having sex. Right? Replacing the pillow, I climbed under the covers and pulled them up to my chin. Mateo crossed his arms and raised a slanted eyebrow at my blanket cocoon.
You're sleeping in your clothes?
Yep. Shrugging, he climbed in beside me and rolled on his side, his leg draped dangerously close to mine.
Suit yourself.
You said you gave Val your word you'd watch out for me. I mused, staring at the ceiling, while trying to block out the thought of his naked skin next to mine. Did you mean Valentin Carrera?
I am not discussing this with you, Layton.
Are you going to tell Brody everything? I did my best not to flinch while waiting for his answer.
About you bugging his apartment and planning to sell us all out to the DEA to save your ass?
The way you say it makes it sound way worse than it is. He snorted.
You mean out loud?
Mateo's gaze briefly lingered on my face before he let out a frustrated sigh.
Provided you're straight with me, no, I won't say anything. It would just put you in more danger, which compromises the whole reason I'm here.
But doesn't that go against some sort of cartel code? I asked.
I'll answer to Val when the time comes. Until then, as long as you run every move you make by me before you make it, there shouldn't be a problem.
I nodded and rolled over. Silence was my only line of defense because I was too far in to back out now. I had to play both sides as far as I could in this twisted chess game before one of them checkmated me. Twice now I'd run when threatened, but no more. Whether I cut the head off the dragon or went down swinging, I wouldn't back down from this fight. The lives of the people I loved were at stake, and their safety meant everything to me. As the man slipped beside me, I admitted the truth to myself. I'd never stopped loving Matty, even if he was Mateo Cortez. However, I wasn't complying with him out of a love still stuck inside a vacuum. Regardless of what he said, I had no illusions as to the choices he'd eventually be forced to make. Valentin Carrera would find out about what I'd done, and Mateo couldn't protect us. I wasn't even sure he'd try. A shrill ring from under the bed woke me up the next morning. Groaning, I flopped halfway off the mattress and blindly swiped my hand underneath the wooden bed frame. Finally, finding my phone, I held it up and squinted at the time display at the top. 7 o'clock in the morning. Someone had better be dead. Then I recognized the number flashing on the caller ID. Fuck, I wish it were me. I froze. Annoyance turned into panic when a debilitating thought hit me. Oh shit. There was no way I was having this conversation lying beside. Wait, where the hell was Mateo? Wiping my blurry eyes with my free hand, I noticed the opposite side of the bed was empty, with a twinge of disappointment. So much for looking out for me until we got this mess cleared up. The incessant ringing stopped, then started again, as I realized a glass of orange juice and a single apple were sitting on the opposite nightstand. Fuck it. If he planned to leave me to the wolves, I planned to be fueled for the fight. Swiping the apple with a heavy hand, I cursed as the phone quieted, then immediately rang again. Damn. She broke her 3-call rule. Resigning myself to what had to be done, I answered, every muscle in my body coiling in dread. Good morning, Mother. Why did I have to hear from your brother that you've returned home? Her crisp aloofness filled my ear like an old friend. A controlling bully of an old friend who liked to trip you in the hallway and steal your lunch money. Ugh, Brody and his big mouth. I tossed the apple in the air. Because this isn't home. I'm only here until I can pull together enough money to go back to San Marcos. Well, we must catch up now that you're here. I bit into the apple. I'm on the schedule most days at the cantina. I'm not sure I'll have time to... Leighton, I'm trying. She interrupted with a dramatic sigh. I know things weren't ideal between us when you left, and I take my share of the blame for that. Ideal? I choked, fighting to swallow. Mother, we've barely said 2 words to each other in almost 4 years. I was a piece of furniture to you, a doll for you to dress up and parade around your campaign functions. It was a very stressful time in my life. Stressful? I lost my father. I lost my husband. Funny, you didn't even wait until he was cold in the ground before you plucked another one off the replacement tree, did you? Fire rushed through my veins, her calm response provoking a need to lash out. He was a ripe one, too, all golden and shiny and dripping with money, just like you always wanted. Leighton Brooke, I know I haven't always done right by you, but I'll not have my own daughter speak to me this way. I am the mayor of this city. Her declaration made me laugh. She wore her title like a badge, flashing it all over town like an all-access pass. For now, polls are reporting a tight race. I waited for the explosion, but once again I underestimated her. My constituents know the value I add to my community, she said, ignoring my jab. They trust I'll clean up the streets and take them back from this cartel infestation. They'll come through for me. And if they don't, you can always buy them. Either she didn't hear me or she chose to ignore me. Leighton, darling, I don't want to fight. Let's use this opportunity for a fresh start. If your father's death taught us anything, it's that none of us are promised tomorrow. It would be a shame for things to end with this rift between us, don't you agree? I didn't give a shit one way or the other. I had bigger things on my mind. I suppose. Splendid, she cooed. Finn is throwing me a wonderful campaign party this Wednesday at his country club. It starts at 8 o'clock, so try not to be late. You know how I feel about lateness. Of course, it's one of the 7 deadly sins. The apple threatened to crawl back up my throat, but it wasn't because of my resistance to conformity or her insulting invitation. It was because the last time I attended one of her campaign parties, I ran away from it in a panic, straight into Maddie's arms. Also, she said his name. He was throwing the party. Finn Donovan. A shudder crawled up my spine. My stepfather was the main reason I left Houston and never returned. My mother saved face by telling people my hasty departure was just part of my wild and adventurous spirit, and I was all too happy to let her bask in her lie. Wednesday's not good for me. Please, darling, I need you here. Sure you do. Just like always. Then it hit me. Wait, did some journalist find out I was home? Are they wondering why your daughter hasn't been around for 4 years? Is your image a little dusty, Mother? Layton. Fresh start, remember? Her patience cracked. I'm extending an olive branch. Don't break it. I won't. I'll just shove it straight up your ass. I'll think about it. I hung up without saying goodbye. Another one of Lilith Harcourt Donovan's cardinal sins. It felt so good I almost called her back so I could do it again. As I dropped my phone next to me, a cloud of steam billowed into the room before he did. Maybe it was supposed to be a warning, because where there was smoke, there tended to be fire, and an inferno followed next wearing nothing but a white towel. Everything okay? Mateo gave me a one-sided grin from underneath a hand towel draped over the right side of his face. I watched, mesmerized as he rubbed the towel over the top of his head, squeezing the excess water from his hair before flinging it onto a chair by the window. He nodded to the phone still crushed in my hand. When I turned off the water, I heard shouting, "Is there a problem?" He didn't leave me. I bared my teeth in a humorless smile. Oh, that? No, that was just my mother. Ah, yes, the mayoress of this fine city. I forgot how intertwined with law and politics you Harcourts are. Well, she does certainly play well for the cameras, doesn't she? Always has, always will. Looking down, I examined the chipped nail polish on my thumb. Part of me hoped he'd drop the whole conversation. So, what did she want? Damn. Nothing important. Just demanded my presence at some campaign function she's having on Wednesday. As I obsessed over my non-existent manicure, I snuck a quick glance through my lashes and saw him move closer. The tiny towel shifting open with each step. Oh, hell. If I examined my nail any closer, I'd poke my damn eye out. What time do you have to be there? His shadow fell over me, and a drop of water from his still damp hair fell onto my bare thigh. Leaning over, he brushed it away without hesitation. Are you kidding me? I'm not going. Why? In case you don't remember, I had a hard day yesterday. I don't think I'll be in the partying mood, Maddie. Mateo. Shit. If he noticed my slip-up, he didn't correct me. First of all, the party is 4 days away. Secondly, your reasoning is invalid. On what grounds? You're sitting in a room, unarmed, with one of those bad guys. Never moving his hand from my thigh, he leaned forward, his hair hanging over me like a curtain. Does that scare you? No. Yes. So much yes. It should. He warned. Remember what I told you at the cantina. The only person who should ever trust is yourself. Why? Do you plan to hurt me? Despite the bravado in my voice, I didn't really know the answer. I could, he said, his breath fanning over my face. In so many ways, little lamb. You're still so lost, so unaware of everything around you. I'm a different version of the man you knew. I don't wait for things anymore. I take what I want. His words felt like a lead weight on my chest. What do you want? Mateo's lips parted, and as he leaned in, I closed my eyes, the bruising pressure of his hand on my thigh creating a tornado of pleasure and pain. It was wrong, but I wanted it. My body was a selfish seductress who chained my convictions somewhere in the recesses of my mind and took control. But the kiss never came. Instead, a harsh crunch rang in my ear, followed by a sticky drip on my bare shoulder. Opening my eyes, I watched Mateo pull away from my raised hand, chewing on a chunk of my apple, a satisfied grin on his face.
"Breakfast,"
he said, his tongue darting out to lick juice from his bottom lip.
"I want breakfast."
I didn't know whether to pass out or smack him. Prying my fingers off the fruit, Mateo tossed it in the air and caught it with ease. With a condescending wink, he took another bite and pointed to my phone.
"Call your mother back and tell her you've changed your mind and you're going."
Why the hell would I do that? My mother and I don't exactly see eye to eye.
Still, she's high profile, which makes you high profile. I assume she's in a race for the governor's mansion, or it is spread that her estranged daughter has returned home, yes?
I nodded, my head feeling way too heavy all of a sudden. He cocked his chin to the side.
"Do you not see how this affects you? Leighton, I don't give a shit about your mother, but don't give anyone a reason to question you. If you don't show up at the party, people are going to wonder why, which is going to lead to more investigating.
Which is going to lead to finding out about my relationship with Luis and that he's missing." Mateo's expression didn't change.
"You have to keep up appearances, whether you like it or not. What affects you affects me, and what affects me affects your brother. Keep that in mind, and don't let personal vendettas cloud your judgment, or you'll look guilty."
"To who?" I snapped, folding my arms across my chest. "Your cartel? From what I've seen, they don't care about guilt, only power and money." I expected him to fight me, but he calmly walked toward the window and pulled back the blinds.
"Friends of yours?"
I jumped off the bed and scrambled to the window. A dark sedan was parked across the street, eerily reminiscent of the same one that sat across from the cantina and the same one used to follow me all the way back to Houston. The windows were tinted just enough that I couldn't see inside, but it didn't matter. I knew who it was. Oh, God. I covered my mouth.
"Open your eyes, Leighton,"
he growled.
"If you don't think they've watched you, me, and your brother since you left Houston, you're more naive than I thought."
I should have been scared, but I'd quickly learned fear was a form of madness, and both were valuable if used properly. "I'm not naive," I seethed between clenched teeth. "I left that girl behind a long time ago."
"Prove it,"
he challenged.
"It'll be raining politicians there. Someone has to have a contact we can use."
His smoldering eyes scanned my body one last time before he turned toward the bathroom. Pausing at the doorway, he glanced over his shoulder.
"Just bet those innocent doe eyes. They worked on me."
Chapter 16. Leighton. It was 10:36 in the morning. 5 minutes had passed since I'd finally been summoned. 2 since I confessed to breaking into Amelia's office, hacking into his computer, and reporting what I'd found. 0 since getting a response. Meeting Alex hadn't seemed so risky before, but the longer I sat inside the shitty sedan watching patrons file in and out of Caliente, a rock settled deep in the pit of my stomach. It was almost time for the lunch rush, and Amanda would blow up my phone soon. I couldn't risk Emilio noticing I'd disappeared. As a precaution, I'd snuck out the back door and walked an entire block out of the way to avoid being seen. They had to park across the fucking street.
"So he has a file on your father,"
Alex finally said, his cigarette dangling from his lips.
"What the hell am I supposed to do with that?"
Shaking his head, he pressed a button on his door and cracked his window barely an inch. I wrinkled my nose at the smell. "What do you mean? My father is dead. He was murdered by the cartel you expect me to betray. How are you not seeing the connection?" After taking a long drag off the end of his cigarette, he pulled it out of his mouth and pointed it at me.
"You said you emailed it to yourself because there were other files on there."
"Yeah?"
"So what were they? What damning evidence do you have, Agent Harcourt? What secret code did you crack to bring down the beast?"
I folded my hands in my lap and stared at them. This was the part I dreaded telling him. "It never sent." His hand paused midway to his mouth.
Beg your pardon?
I took a breath to calm my racing heart. I said it didn't send. When I logged into my account this morning, the email wasn't there. Alex shoved the cigarette in between his lips and grinned.
Imagine that.
It took everything I had not to rip the damn thing out of his mouth and ram it in his eye. There's something in those files, I insisted. Why the hell would Emilio Reyes have personal information on my father? Don't you find that a bit odd?
Frankly, Miss Harcourt, I find everything about your family a bit odd.
Annoyed, he turned to face me.
Did you ever stop to think maybe Reyes has a file on each one of you? I assume he'd be a shitty lieutenant if he didn't know everything about Brody's family.
You don't think he knows about... Alex was quick to dismiss me.
No, I told you they're in a secure location. Hell, you don't even know where they are.
I nodded, thankful, even though it felt like a rabid animal had devoured my heart. Why haven't you ever brought me to an office? I asked, dread blooming in my stomach. Even after what happened in San Marcos, you never took any official reports. I thought a DEA agent had to do stuff like that by law. I realized it was the first time I'd ever asked such a simple question. Alex rolled his eyes as if he was insulted.
I like being in the open air. Corporate shit isn't my style. Why? Do you want me to write up an official report? I will if you insist, Layton. Of course, I don't think you'd like how you look on paper.
You were the one sitting outside Eden Lachey's old townhouse, weren't you?
Me? No. Stakeouts aren't my thing anymore. I leave that to Swinson. But yeah, I know you're shacking up with Mateo Cortez.
I'm not. He held up his hand.
It wasn't in the original agreement, but obviously this isn't a by-the-book kind of case. I'll look the other way, so you can do whatever it is you have to do.
What I have to do? I repeated. He sliced his hand through the air.
Look, I don't want to know what goes on between the sheets. Just get me something I can use.
I didn't know whether to be shocked or offended. He'd just given me the green light to whore myself out. Even I knew that wasn't standard operating procedure, and it didn't sit well with me. Regardless, I should have just taken the gift for what it was and be thankful he didn't know about my past with Mateo.
So, do you have any pillow talk for me?
He asked, flicking the cigarette through the crack in his window. I swear to fuck, when all this is over, I'm going to have his badge. First of all, you're out of line, I hissed. Someone ran me off the road. I stayed with Mateo because it wasn't safe at my brother's place. Don't read anything into it. Secondly, no. All I found out was that Valentin Carrera sent him to look out for me. He tapped his index finger against the dimple in his chin, his eyes glittering with curiosity.
Why do you think he's looking out for you? You're a threat to them. After all, you killed one of their men.
Panicked, I said the first thing that came to mind. You're the DEA. Why are you asking me? He seemed strangely amused.
Fine, but next time I want something on Cortez. Also, get back in Reyes's office. You said there's a safe? I want in it. Blow the motherfucker up if you have to.
He glanced at his watch, and I knew my eviction wasn't far behind. Jumping across the seat, I grabbed a hold of his jacket with both hands. I did what you wanted. Alex, you can't keep hanging this over my head. It's cruel. I haven't even talked to them, and it's killing me.
They're safe.
Let me talk to them, just once. Glancing down, he pried my grip off his lapels, refusing to speak until I'd slumped back into my own seat.
And then what? Allow Carrera's men to trace the call and find them? Do you want that on your conscience?
My heart lodged in my throat. I knew Mateo would never do that. Whether he gave a shit about them or not, he wouldn't hurt them. Amelia was another story. But how are they supposed to understand this? Hot tears blurred my eyes. The corners of his mouth turned down in a pensive frown, and hope sprung in my chest. However, he just shook his head and sighed. I screamed silently, the crushing blow of reality hitting hard. You won't stop until another Harcourt is in the ground. I wasn't looking for a response. It didn't matter because I was getting one regardless.
Let's hope it doesn't get to that point. By the way, Cortez dismantled the bug you planted in your brother's apartment," he said, smirking. "We're not stupid, Miss Harcourt." Nodding toward the bright green clock on the dash, he pointed his finger across the street. "You better get back to work. Break's over."
Chapter 17. Leighton. I balanced my elbows on the edge of the bar, digging my fingers in my hair and pulling hard on the strands. I waited all day, but Emilio never left his office. I even hung around after my shift ended, hoping he'd get called away, but it never happened. Finally, at 7:30 in the evening, he walked out without a word. Of course, it did me no good now. The place was getting too crowded. The risk outweighed the reward. So why was I still here? Good question. Hanging around Caliente didn't seem like the most logical solution, but then again, neither did going home and facing Brody. I'd managed to avoid his inquisition about Mateo, but it wouldn't last. Eventually, I'd have to come clean about our tangled past. Shifting on the hard bar stool, I pulled the crinkled picture from my back pocket. The edges had frayed, but the familiar grin still shone through the creases. As hopeless as I felt, just looking at it tugged the corner of my mouth into a half smile. Everything that was anything stared back at me in that picture. Time was ticking. What'll it be? Glancing up, I noticed Sarah holding a shot glass high in the air like it was Simba from The Lion King. Huh? That look on your face, sweets. You look like you lost your best friend, she said, adjusting her newly dyed ponytail. I focused on the glass, trying not to stare at the fucktastrophe on her head. Sarah's formerly blonde hair was now a garish bright red, an unfortunate side effect from playing bathroom beautician with a box of Clairol. I suspected Emilio had something to do with the drastic change, considering his obvious obsession with all things Eden Lachey. I only know one cure for a mood like yours, and it goes in here, she continued, pointing to the small glass in her hand. Luckily for you, shots don't require a recipe, just pour and slam. That's my kind of mixology. Because you suck at your job. I gaped at her. Are you crazy? I can't drink at work. She raised a blonde eyebrow, the color horrific against her orange hairline. Didn't your shift end a couple of hours ago? You're off the clock. Her simplistic logic made perfect sense, and I slumped back into the bar stool. You know what? You're right. Vodka, and keep 'em coming. Her only response was a wide grin as she poured the shot and set it in front of me. I slammed it before I could change my mind. The straight alcohol burned, but in a sick way. It made me feel better. At least the pain in my throat made me forget about the one in my heart. Hit me again. I placed the empty glasses in a horizontal line and counted them. 9. 9 was a good number. 10 would be better. Barkeep, another one. I hiccuped and waved the empty glass in the air as Amanda appeared on my left. Want to know my secret? I said, placing my finger against my lips. I murdered Mufasa. Or Louise. Tomato, tomato. Thank God you're here, Sarah grumbled, snatching the glass out of my hand. She's been quoting The Lion King for the past hour and insists on calling me Simba. At one point, she broke out into some drunk-ass version of The Circle of Life. Glaring, she pointed an acrylic nail at me. Control her. Amanda just sighed. Leighton. Oh my God. Holding my phone in one hand, I flung the other one out wide, barely missing her face. I just Googled the meaning of that song. It's not an actual circle, I informed her, sloppily forming the shape with my finger. It means if something dies, it's reborn into something else. That's some deep shit. I wait for her accolades. Instead, she just shook her head as an amused chuckle filled my ears. Turning to my right, I noticed a guy hunched over the bar in a tan trench coat, his back shaking with laughter. Right? I asked, happy for the validation. He said nothing, simply raising his drink in solidarity. There you go, I smirked, sticking my tongue out at Amanda. He agrees. Standing on my chair, I grabbed a bottle from behind the bar and raised it toward my new friend. Cheers. Amanda jerked the bottle from my hand. I think you've had enough. There's no such thing, I huffed, plopping back into the stool. Yeah, but there is such a thing as drinking in uniform, and if Emilio catches you doing it, your ass will be fired. I glanced down at the golden Caliente logo scrawled across my chest. Oh, shit. Yes, oh, shit. Do you have a change of clothes? I dropped my phone onto the bar and snorted. No, I didn't plan on Simba over there getting me plowed. Sarah whipped around, eyes blazing. It's Sarah.
She can have my jacket. It's pretty long. It should cover her.
Every eye turned toward my only ally as he removed his oversized trench coat and held it up with one hand. Why, thank you, kind sir. I slipped it on, my hands disappearing inside the miles of material, and dropped my phone in the pocket. See, I said to Amanda, stretching out both arms. Circle of life. Oh, for fuck's sake. Throwing her hands in the air, she shook her head at Sarah and turned to walk away. You're on your own. I slid my bar stool next to my new friend and extended my hand. I don't think we've met. I'm Leighton. He nodded and smiled shyly. Dan. Dan the man, Dan. I stopped, the familiarity of his smile registering somewhere in my brain. Wait, don't I know you from somewhere?
No, I don't think so.
Sliding off the chair, I failed to realize my feet had disappeared. Luckily, the edge of the bar caught my fall at the last minute. Oops, watch out for that. Inspecting him at a closer angle, I waggled my finger in his face. Yeah, I do know you. You're... Then it hit me. The shyness, the quiet amusement, the unkempt brown hair. Son of a bitch. Swenson. The laughter faded from his lips, replaced by a scowl.
Quiet.
Did Alex let you off your leash tonight?
How about you lower your voice?
I pushed my finger against his nose. How about you bend over and kiss my blackmailed ass? Rising to his feet, he grabbed my hand.
It would be unfortunate to have to report this behavior to our mutual friend.
We glared at each other. Neither of us backing down as a blur of leather and muscle barreled across the bar and grabbed the back of Swenson's shirt, twisting it into his fist.
I suggest you take your hands off the lady if you want to keep your fingers.
Mateo growled. Swenson released me, and as he clawed at his throat, I jumped to my feet again. No, Mateo, it's not. This isn't. Fuck. Look, it's fine. Mateo's face darkened, and in a panic, I giggled way too much. This is Dan the man. Dan let me wear his jacket. Wasn't that chivalrous? Wasn't that nice? He cocked his head.
Are you drunk?
No. Mateo arched an eyebrow. Maybe a little, I admitted. It doesn't matter if I am or I am. That didn't sound right. And I thought about correcting myself, but I already forgot what I said. Whatever, it's not your problem. He tightened his hold.
He put his hands on you, Leighton.
Even in my less than coherent state, a surge of independence flooded my veins. Wrapping my hand around his, I tugged until he released his grip on Swenson. Maddie, I said, patting his cheek. I can take care of myself. You should see the last guy who put his hands on me. Mateo's face twisted, and he glared at Swenson. The traumatized agent backed away, his fingers already pressing buttons on his phone before even reaching the door. If I hadn't been so focused on watching him leave, I would have seen what was coming. Instead, I squealed as Mateo bent down and tossed me over his shoulder. Put me down, I yelled, kicking my feet. I object. He slapped my ass.
You're overruled.
You're so bossy, I ranted, all the blood rushing to my head. He didn't bother to answer as he stalked toward the door. I let out a frustrated scream and pounded my fists against his back. My assault did nothing but cause him to burst into laughter. What the hell are you laughing at? This isn't funny. He pushed the door open with one hand, and a cool gust of air hit my back.
You, me, us, this whole scene,
he mused.
It's like the first night we met.
He carried me the rest of the way to the Tahoe in silence. Memories flashed through my mind, snapshots of one of the worst and best nights of my life. After gently settling me into the passenger seat, Mateo leaned over me to buckle my seatbelt, and it hit me again. Caramelized leather. I closed my eyes and inhaled deeply as it inflamed every possible emotion. Love, lust, sorrow, regret. There was nothing like Mateo's scent. It was crystallized warmth. The seatbelt clicked into place, but he didn't move. I opened my eyes to find a familiar look in his. It smoldered with an intoxicating heat, 100 times more potent than the alcohol flowing through my veins. Mateo. I moaned his name, and his eyes cleared as if my voice shattered a spell.
Safety first. Can't be too careful.
Given the shoulder harness a firm tug, he backed out of the truck without another word. 10 minutes later, I broke the awkward silence. I didn't ask for a white night, you know.
No? Well, good thing I'm not one.
I can't believe you just picked me up and carried me out of there.
Why not? It's not like it's the first time,
he said, tossing a smirk over his shoulder.
Only you were sober and modest back then.
I tried holding on to my anger, but once I looked down at the slutty-looking uniform peeking out from under the ridiculously large trench coat, I laughed. It's no orange party dress, that's for sure.
Yellow.
Huh?
Your dress was yellow,
he mused, changing lanes. You remember the color of my dress? He nodded.
I remember everything about that night, Layton. You looked like a fallen angel. I'd always believed in hell, but you made me believe heaven existed too.
His confession unleashed a part of myself I'd long locked away. In a few words, he'd ripped down my walls and shattered my self-control. If he thought I was an angel, I might as well show him just how far I'd fallen. Pull over, I ordered, unbuckling my seatbelt and tearing off the trench coat. A panicked look crossed his face, and he jerked the wheel, turning the Tahoe into an abandoned parking lot. Slamming the gear shift into park, he unfastened his own seatbelt.
Fuck, if you're going to throw up, make sure you... What the hell?
Before I could change my mind, I crawled over the console, into his lap, and slammed my lips against his. Catching him mid-sentence, he hardly had a moment to react before I pushed my tongue inside, weaving my fingers in his long hair. At first, Mateo was unresponsive, but the minute I circled the tip of my tongue around his, he let out a growl so low and primitive, I wasn't sure if he was about to kiss me or kill me. I blinked, and he attacked, grabbing the sides of my face and deepening an already frantic kiss. Back up. My surge of seduction had run its course. Although I started this, I was no longer in control, and I couldn't have that. Time to redirect. Releasing his hair, I braced my palms on the headrest, brushing kisses against the outside of his ear. Did you have any remorse the first time you killed someone?
No,
he groaned.
Remorse is a useless emotion. Kill or be killed. That's the basic law of my world, Layton. Life is expendable. No one's an exception.
Shifting back a little, I caught his eye. Want to know a secret?
Fuck.
Gritting his teeth, he nodded, the added pressure on his erection causing it to throb. This is crazy. This is the alcohol talking. Don't say another word. Leaning in, I whispered, I think I agree. Shock flickered in his eyes, then quickly faded into darkness.
Let me ask you a question,
he coaxed, rubbing a finger against the tight denim between my legs.
Did you ever wonder what it would have been like?
I whimpered, grinding against his hand. What?
If things had been different. If we'd met that night and left town, I'd have been the only one star, the first and the last.
His lips claimed mine in a possessive kiss, but it wasn't enough. I needed more. I needed him to feel as less drunk as I did. Reaching between us, I cupped him, stroking his length through the confines of his pants. He let out a hiss and bucked his hips. Emboldened by his response, I released the button on his jeans and pulled down the zipper, his cock springing free from the opening in his boxers. Glancing down at how hard he was, I bit my lip to keep from groaning. I feathered my fingers down his shaft, and he grabbed my wrist, still in my movement. Dios mío, he groaned, closing his eyes. Estás tratando de matarme. I am not trying to kill you. I huffed. He opened one eye. You know Spanish now. I know a lot of things now. The restraint he'd held onto broke in a flurry of movement. Fist in my hair, he tilted my head back. Be sure, he said, his voice thick with desire. Because once I touch you, I won't stop. Giving my hair a firm yank, he exposed my neck and swept his lips down my throat, his goatee brushing my skin. Explosions detonated in my head as he pushed me toward the edge. Oh, God, don't you dare stop this time, I gasped. My words were his undoing. He reached over and grabbed the seat release, sending us tipping backward. I didn't have a chance to protest. By the time I opened my mouth, he'd already flipped me around and had me underneath him, his tongue devastating me as his hands tore at my shorts. Mateo's kisses were like a drug, and I'd become so high on him I didn't realize I was naked from the waist down until his skilled fingers found me again, this time without barriers. Part of my folds, he slid one inside. You're drenched for me, mi amor. I moaned a response, the sound filling the silent car. See, tell me how much you want me. He pumped his finger, and I grabbed the headrest, arching my back with a shudder. I was close. One push and I'd tumble over the cliff. I want you, I begged. Please, Maddie. As his name crossed my lips, I came so hard I thought I stopped breathing for a minute. Once I found my voice, I cursed, shaken and dazed with desire. Look at me, he ordered. Opening my eyes, I found him poised above me, licking his fingers with a lethal glint in his eyes. You taste as sweet as I remember. I wonder if you feel just as sweet, too. Oh, God. Do you remember our first time, Star? He asked, wedging himself between my thighs. You were a virgin, and so tight you made me come harder than I've ever come in my life. I wonder if you can do it again. His wicked words made me delirious. For God's sake, will you just fuck me? A violent look passed over his face. Hooking a leg around each arm, he forced my vulnerability, while looming over me like a phoenix rising from the ashes of our combined destruction. Do you know what else I remember about that night? Unable to speak, I shook my head. I remember how loud you screamed. His nostrils flared, and he slammed into me with one deep thrust until I did just what he wanted. I screamed. His possession was rough, and my cries pierced the night as he pulled out and drove right back in. Fuck, I'd forgotten how huge he was. That's it, he growled, his hips driving into me with a chaotic pace. That's the scream I remember. Give me everything that's mine. I couldn't have stopped the wave from crashing down on me, even if I'd tried. I was too far gone, and he was buried too deep, his thrusts too punishing. I was paying for a sin he thought I committed, but by the time I trembled through another orgasm, I didn't give a damn. Fuck. Mateo ground his pelvis against mine as his cock jerked inside me. At first, neither of us moved. We were too preoccupied with trying to catch our breath. Finally, I released my death grip on the back of the seat, and Mateo released his on the back of my legs. Tell me you love me. We were still joined when he froze. Shit, Layton. Are you on birth control? No. Tell me you love me. Oh, fuck. He groaned, pulling out and tucking himself back into his pants. Kneeling on the end of the seat, he palmed his forehead. I always use a condom. You don't have to worry. Christ, I'm such a fucking idiot. Are we in the danger zone? I scrunched my eyebrows together. The danger zone? Your cycle, he said, retrieving my shorts and panties from the floorboard and handing them to me. Is there a threat? Oh, no. My entire body stiffened. There's no threat.
Are you sure?
I'm sure, I sighed. There's no threat because I can't get pregnant. I didn't want to have this conversation sitting half naked in a parking lot, but I could see he wasn't going to let it go. Gritting my teeth, I choked out the truth. I had some complications a few years ago and lost my ovaries. It's fine. He tossed his head back, blowing all the air out of his lungs in relief.
Oh, thank God. We dodged a bullet then.
A familiar ache pierced my chest, but I hid it behind a familiar fake smile. Yeah, we sure did. Chapter 18. Leighton. Ugh, my head. Bright sunlight poured through the broken blinds when I opened my eyes the next morning. Rolling over, I blinked it away and stretched while running a hand through my matted hair. I was never much of a drinker, and now I remembered why. Fuck me, I groaned. A blast of air hit my bare legs as someone jerked the blankets down, and a rough hand slid down my naked ass from behind.
Well, I assumed you got enough after the first 4 times, but if you're offering, I'm sure as hell not turning it down.
Mateo sank his teeth into my shoulder and dipped his fingers in between my legs. My back arched, pushing against his hand for more. I hated my body for responding so eagerly to his touch, but in one night I'd become hopelessly addicted, consumed with wanting him, craving what little he gave me and figuring out how to bargain for more. Not that he'd left me unsatisfied last night. Quite the opposite, actually. After what happened in the parking lot, I should have made him take me to Brody's apartment. Instead, I said nothing when he drove right past the exit. I knew where we were headed, and I didn't care. As much as I wanted to tell myself I wouldn't allow anything like that to happen again, it was pointless. He'd already pulled low in my stomach at the thought of being with him again. I could spout all the sanctimonious bullshit I wanted. It wouldn't change the fact I had no restraint when it came to him. So even after all my pep talks and empty promises to myself, we barely made it through the door before Mateo had me bent over the couch, fucking me like a savage from behind. Eventually, we made it to the bedroom, where he took me 2 more times. Once on the dresser, and then again breaking the blinds when he shoved my back against the window. He always was a bit of an exhibitionist. I think we should slow down, I choked out, trying to regain some sanity.
I told you last night to be sure, because once I touched you, I wouldn't stop.
Adding a second finger, he slowly pumped them, drawing a tortured groan from my throat.
You should know I don't make idle threats, Leighton.
And the way he commanded my body proved it. He also told me last night we dodged a bullet. The words still stung, but I shut my mind off, pushing any feeling but the one between my legs out of my head. It was fine. I'd let down my defenses last night and said things I shouldn't have as well. I could do this. For the time I had left in Houston, I could have meaningless sex with a man who knew my body better than anyone. I could accept it for the insignificant act it was. Which would have been fine if it were insignificant. Mateo's full lips curved into an immoral smile against my shoulder.
Roll over.
No, I said, fisting the sheets to keep myself from giving in and sliding underneath him. Just like this. Realizing how cold I sounded, I let go of the sheet with one arm and draped it behind me, running my fingers through his tousled hair. Please. Hooking his arm around my top leg, he hitched it up and positioned himself at my entrance.
Please. Yeah, I could get used to that. Say it again.
Please. The word came out sounding more like a prayer than a request. Maybe it was a prayer for strength, for vindication. He tightened his hold, his hips shifting.
Déjame entrar, Leighton.
He didn't have to tell me to let him in. I already had. That was the problem. My emotions went into overdrive, causing my heart to pound and my ears to ring.
Shit, I'm sorry. Hold on a minute.
I was confused and more than heated when Mateo's warmth left me. Glancing over my shoulder, I saw him roll over and grab his ring and cell phone from his nightstand. Okay, so the ringing wasn't in my ears.
This better be fucking important,
he growled. I pulled the sheet over me as I watched the lover in him disappear and the cartel underboss take over.
You did. Only one. What's his name? Look, I can't talk right now. No, don't fucking text it to me. Are you stupid? Hold on, I'll write it down.
Looking over his shoulder, Mateo made the signal for a pen. I glanced around, and having no idea where anything was in this place, I swiped my shorts off the floor and handed him the tiny red lipstick I kept in the pocket. He raised an eyebrow, and I shrugged. A ghost of a smile tugged at the corner of his mouth, and he quickly cleared his throat, taking it from my hands and grabbing a discarded fast food napkin from the floor.
Okay, go ahead.
I stared as he listened intently to whoever was on the other line. After scribbling a series of letters and numbers, Mateo hung up without saying goodbye. Ruby read number 3 bleeding into the stark white napkin. Everything okay? I asked. He tossed his phone and the napkin onto the bed and rolled his neck.
I'm going to have to take a rain check on round 5.
Yeah, sure. I understand. I lowered my lashes and curled into myself, wishing I could disappear.
Don't do that.
Do what?
That,
he said, pointing to the white-knuckled grip I had on the sheet.
Don't shut down on me just because I have to do my job.
Your job? I snorted. Is that what you're calling it now?
I'm going to chalk your tone up to the stress you've been under and let it go.
Mateo reached for my neck and pulled me against him, kissing me long and hard. By the time he pulled away, I was ready to beg him to stay.
I'm going to take a shower.
You're leaving?
I shouldn't be long.
Giving me one last kiss, he slid off the bed and walked naked toward the bathroom, his hard cock bobbing under its own weight. I sat there long after I heard the water turn on. I should have probably used the opportunity to get dressed in privacy, but it required too much effort, and I preferred to pull the covers over my head and hide from my own foolish hope. I didn't know why I thought we'd spend the day together. I wasn't on the schedule at Caliente until 3 o'clock, and it wasn't like he had regular office hours. We also weren't a couple. Just because he gave me his body, it didn't mean he owed me anything else. Less than 20 minutes later, after quickly dressing and mumbling another hollow apology, Mateo left. Dragging myself out of bed, I threw on the uniform I loathed and stopped suddenly, listening to a sound I hadn't heard since driving to Lewis's. Silence. I was alone. Alone in the place Mateo was staying in, with all of his things. Alex's warning from yesterday wailed in my head like a siren.
Next time I want something on Cortez.
If I didn't give it to him, he'd go to drastic measures to get it. My reasoning was skewed, but I rationalized if I controlled the information, I controlled the damage. The more I thought about it, the more I convinced myself I wasn't betraying the man I was sleeping with. I was helping him. I went for the obvious culprit first, his duffel bag. Mateo was a light packer, which made sense. When all you wore was a stalker's uniform, there was no need for heavy packing. Sitting cross-legged on the floor, I unzipped it, tearing through it with renewed vigor. Of course, I found nothing. I honestly had no idea what I thought would be in there. A smoking gun, a shipment of drugs. This was the stupidest idea I'd ever had. Annoyed, I pushed my heel out and kicked the bag across the room. That's when I saw it. The bag had been sitting on top of a crumpled pair of jeans. I recognized them as the black pair he'd worn the night he brought me here, but that wasn't what caught my eye. It was the picture sticking out of the back pocket. Leaning forward, I pulled it out and held it close. I knew it in an instant. The white dress, the building in the background, the image before me blurred as tears and memories drowned me, dragging me back in time. The smiling face staring back at me looked familiar, yet so foreign. Maybe because she was a version of me that no longer existed. Crushing the picture against my chest, I openly wept for the innocent girl in the picture. I wept for the plans she made that would never happen. But mostly I wept for the memory I thought I was the only one who remembered. April, 4 years ago. The first thing I noticed as I stumbled up the hill was the slow, steady beat of music. I froze, and Maddie's fingers fumbled with the blindfold. Once it dropped, I clenched my fists, digging my nails into my palms. "Why did you bring me here?" His soft chuckle fluttered against my ear.
"It's your senior prom, Star. You shouldn't miss it."
My heart pounded. No one could see me here with him. It was too risky. "I told you I don't care. I hate this place, and the people in it."
"That may be true, but you don't have to go inside to attend it. Besides, do you think I'd let you go with anyone else? When I said you were mine, I meant it."
"What are you talking?" I spun around to face him, squinting as a bright flash blinded me. "Did you just take my picture?"
"I'm preserving the moment."
I prepared to launch into a lengthy protest, but my words lodged in my throat at the sight of him. Gone was his usual t-shirt, jeans, and leather jacket, and in place stood a man I didn't recognize. Tailored black pants covered his long, muscular legs and met a somewhat wrinkled white button-up shirt in the middle. A loose-fitting jacket covered it all, cinched with a black and gray striped tie. "Why are you doing this?" He didn't answer me, stepping forward with a secret smile tugging at the corner of his mouth.
"Dance with me,"
he said, offering his hand. "What? Why?"
"Because I like this song, and we may never get to dance like this again."
"Maddie, what are you talking about? I'm only 18. Are you saying that?" He rolled his eyes and grabbed my waist, pulling me into him.
"Anyone ever tell you that you talk too much? I said I like this song. Don't ruin it for me."
So we danced outside of my high school, him in a second-hand suit and me in a simple white sundress. We danced with his hands holding me tightly and my head nestled in the crook of his neck. The night was perfect. He was perfect. He'd done all the right things and said all the right words, even though some of them would prove to be truer than he realized. We never did dance like that again. Present day. I glanced down at the tear-stained photo crumpled in my hand. If I closed my eyes and listened, I could still hear the song in my head, the melody like a knife slowly cutting my heart out piece by piece. Back then, we were just a couple of reckless kids who thought love was enough. Love was never enough. Not in my world, and definitely not in his. I have to get out of here. Tucking the picture back into his pants pocket, I stood up and scanned the room for my car keys. However, I could look all I wanted, and it wouldn't make a difference. I'd never find them. Because my keys were at Caliente, along with my car. Shit. Falling backward onto the bed, I let out a groan. Mateo drove me home last night, and now I was trapped in this cartel-owned whorehouse like a kept woman, just waiting for him to come back and offer me a rescheduled fuck. As much as I didn't want to, I was going to have to call for reinforcements. Rolling over, I pushed onto my elbows and reached toward the nightstand for my... Fuck! Fuck! Muffling my screams against the comforter, I pounded my fists against the mattress until I eventually collapsed. This was why alcohol was bad for you. 9 shots of vodka and a snap decision may have very well tipped the first domino in my destruction. My phone wasn't here, because it was in the pocket of Swenson's trench coat, which currently lay crumpled in the floorboard of Mateo's Tahoe.
Chapter 19. Mateo. Fucking red lipstick. Committing the address my informant had given me to memory, I balled up the napkin and flung it across the Tahoe. All I needed was a pen, and she gave me lipstick. How the hell was I supposed to concentrate on torturing information out of some asshole when all I could think about was her perfect red lips wrapped around my dick? The image conjured a thought that had consumed me for over 12 hours now. I shifted uncomfortably in my seat as I replayed the overwhelming memory of feeling her again in that parking lot. She'd screamed, and the minute her muscles clenched around my throbbing cock, I knew she was still mine. Luis may have tainted her, but he hadn't changed her. They didn't have what we had. If they had, it wouldn't have felt like coming home. Grabbing my phone from the passenger seat, I cursed and dialed. Thinking of Leighton had already put me on edge, so I was amped up to an 11 by the time he answered. "You on your way? What do you think?" Someone's grumpy today. Fuck you. Making the left onto Turner Street, a row of 2-story plain brick buildings sat in front of me. Hector Diaz's neighborhood reminded me of the shithole Luis lived in back in San Marcos. Fuck, how bad did these idiots suck at selling? My informant found out the identity of one of the numbers on Luis's phone, Hector Diaz. I made some calls and discovered Diaz was a low-level Carrera seller, trying to work his way up the ranks. Since he'd been with us for 6 years and he was still working the streets, the chances of that happening were about the same as Luis rising from the dead. Well, enjoy your time with Diaz, he huffed. I'm still working on the other number. Either it's not one of ours or no one's talking. You have 12 hours. You're welcome, asshole, he growled right before hanging up. After parking the car, I walked toward the back of the cluster of buildings, the scene not getting much better. Air units were tucked into most of the open windows, and laundry was strung along wires tied between poles. An old man sat on the stoop of Building 3, blocking the stairs, and of course, Diaz lived in 3C. This fucking day. Estoy aquí para ver a Hector. Soy un viejo amigo. I'm here to see Hector. I'm an old friend. The old man scraped his chair a few inches to the left and laughed. Good luck, he answered in our native language. No one has seen nada sol in 3 days. His words stopped me on the first step. 3 days? He nodded. Can't say I'm sorry. I live right under him in 3A. People are always coming and going at all hours of the night. It's been nice to get some sleep for a change. I don't care if he ever comes back. Shit. I started up the steps, then turned around and slipped $100 bill in his hand. He may have been old, but he wasn't stupid. He knew how things worked, and if Hector had lived here for any substantial amount of time, he'd seen things. Money went a long way toward making even the sharpest of memories hazy when it came to recalling faces during police questioning. Hector's door was locked, no surprise there. I had a feeling I could get away with shooting the lock off the door, and no one would bat an eye in a neighborhood like this. But I didn't chance it. Besides, a lock didn't exist I couldn't pick. My knife popped it in seconds. Trading my knife for my gun, I used the door as a shield and entered. Once inside, if I had any question as to Hector's whereabouts, I quickly found the answer when the stench hit my nose. I didn't care how many times I'd smelled it. I never got used to the first pungent hit of death. The place was ransacked, and Diaz was fucked up. He lay face down on the floor of his kitchen, the back of his head looking like a bowl of red jello. I knelt beside him to check out the damage. Whoever got here first did a number on him. The man's skull was bashed in so far, I wasn't sure if he ever had a face. On closer inspection, the side of what used to be his forehead seemed to have the imprint of the number 6 on it. Golf club. It couldn't have been a quick and painless death. He'd obviously suffered. I stood up to check out the rest of the apartment. Everything had been torn apart, ripped down and dumped out. Someone was definitely looking for something, but the question was, what and why? Covering my hands with my jacket, I sifted through his shit. Nothing. The scene didn't sit well with me. Someone wanted something bad enough to kill for it. This wasn't just about shutting Hector up. I glanced down at the pile of mangled flesh again, trying to understand the thoughts of a dead man. If I wanted to hide something, what would I do? Hide it in plain sight. My gaze immediately drew toward the television. It was a piece of shit, one of those old box types with a remote control sitting on top. That was what made it seem so unassuming, so safe, so easily overlooked. In 2 steps, I had the remote in my hands, ripping the back off the battery holder. Diaz didn't watch much TV in his last few hours because there wasn't one battery to be found. Instead, I turned the remote upside down, and a black USB flash drive fell into my hand. I'd spent enough time inside and couldn't afford to waste any more. Pocketing the flash drive, I left Diaz's place, making sure to fix the lock on my way out. Once in the car, I drove to a gas station and pulled Luis's laptop from the back seat. In seconds, I had the flash inserted. However, instead of answers popping up, a file full of random letters and numbers filled the screen. God damn it! I yelled, slamming my palm against the steering wheel. Encrypted. I knew Val would be waiting on a report, so with a frustrated sigh, I pulled out my phone and made the call. It only took half a ring for him to pick up. What do you have for me? His tone left no room for pleasantries. Diaz is dead, and his place was ransacked. I could hear him pacing. Find out as much as you can. Call in a cleanup crew to get that asshole out and down a drain somewhere. There's more, I said, a sharper edge to my voice. This wasn't the cartel hit. It was too sloppy. Fucker's head was bashed in. It's not our style. Plus, a Sicario wouldn't have left the body to be found. Val's silence spoke more than if he'd said anything. He knew I was right. Whoever did this wanted something Diaz went to a lot of trouble to hide. But you found it, he said, knowing me well. Yeah, a flash drive. It's encrypted, though. I'm going to take it to one of the suits on our payroll this afternoon. Muy bien. Be discreet. Pocketing the flash drive, the suit in question reached for the passenger's side door handle. I'll take care of it as fast as I can. Relaxing in my seat, I pressed the door lock button. You'll take care of it today, I corrected. I need that decrypted by tonight. He flinched, sweat beading across his forehead. Things like this take time. How are the wife and kids, Professor Bright? Does your wife still enjoy driving that Infinity we paid for? I earned that money, he bit out. And you'll live long enough to earn more, provided you deliver what I need tonight. I made no move to restrain him. Although I locked the door, I didn't engage the child lock. He could easily unlock it from his side. The whole thing was a display of dominance, a warning in case he forgot who he was dealing with. I'll call you later, he finally mumbled. I smiled, unlocking the door for him. You do that. He jumped out and sprinted toward Rice University, his shoulders hunched and his head down. He was pissed, but he'd do exactly as I asked. Nothing motivated a man more than a well-timed threat against his family. I pressed my foot on the brake and reached for the gear shift to back out of the alley when my phone rang. I picked it up, hoping my informant had the identity of the other number for me, but my screen was dark. What the hell? The ringing continued, and I followed the sound of the passenger's side, where that fucking trench coat Leighton had on last night lay on the floorboard. Just the memory of her wearing that asshole's coat put me in a worse mood than I was already in. So when the next thought crossed my mind, I saw red. If she gave that motherfucker her number, I'm going to put a bullet in his head. Grabbing it off the floor, I tore through the pockets, answering the call with rage. What the hell do you want? For starters, I'd like to know why you're answering my sister's phone. Shit, Brody. Hey, man. Don't you fucking hey, man, me, he warned. This makes twice she hasn't come home, Cortez. I want to know what's going on. I didn't have time for this. True, out of respect, Brody deserved an explanation. However, it was a conversation that'd have to wait. There was no way I'd make it back by 3 o'clock. I need you to go to the townhouse and pick up Leighton. She has to be at the cantina at 3, and I'm not going to make it back to take her. Why? She has a car. Here's where Brody loses his shit. It's still caliente. I picked her up last night. Literally. Why the hell would you pick up my sister from work when she has a drivable car that could have gotten her home just... Brody? Oh, no. Oh, no. Tell me you didn't. That she didn't. That you two didn't. Thanks, man. I owe you one. Before he could say another word, I hung up. I half expected him to call back, but to his credit, the phone stayed silent. I couldn't decide if that was a good thing or if it just gave him more time to plan my murder. As I tossed the phone onto the passenger seat, my gaze fell on the damn trench coat again. I couldn't stand looking at it anymore, so I rolled down the window, and just as I threw my arm back to chuck it out of the car, a piece of paper fell out of one of the pockets. Picking it up, I read the words printed on the front. You are cordially invited to a fundraiser for Mayor Lilith Donovan. Questions flew through my mind, none of which had any answers. Why the hell did the guy who hit on Leighton have an invitation to her mother's campaign party? I hated questioning her, especially after last night, but I'd learned never to underestimate anyone for any reason, especially when the heart was involved. Picking up Leighton's phone again, I scrolled through her call history. Besides Brody's, there were 2 other numbers she'd called lately. One of them looked familiar, so I called it. Before the first ring even completed, a man answered, his voice impatient. What do you have for me? I hung up when it hit me why the number looked so familiar. It was the same one I had seen on Luis's phone.
Chapter 20. Leighton. The truth shall set you free. However, after a few glances I stole at Brody's profile, I realized the truth could also cause my brother to have a stroke. From the moment he stormed through the door of the townhouse and dragged me into his gray BMW, I knew a confrontation would be unavoidable. He had me trapped, and the longer he drove in silence, I was positive the muscles in his neck would snap at any second. I couldn't hold on to my innocent persona any longer. Brody squeezed the steering wheel as I rubbed my damp palms over my bare thighs, the thick tension in the car breaking as we spoke at the same time.
What the fuck is going on with you and Cortez?
I've been lying to you.
What?
Brody shouted, his eyes widening in shock. Brody, I started, unsure how to navigate the conversation from here.
Layton?
My name was a slow breath of barely contained anger.
You called me for help, and I've been trying to give it to you. But every time I turn around, you're with him, a stranger. I'm not stupid, so either you tell me the truth or I'm done.
My heart squeezed. My big brother had always been the one person I could count on to be in my corner. I had to come clean no matter what my confession cost me. Mateo isn't a stranger. Taking a deep breath, I forced myself to say the words out loud. I knew him when he was in high school.
How the hell did you manage to meet He's a... Layton? How?
I know what he is, Brody. I sighed. I mean, I didn't back then. I took off from one of Mother's campaign parties one night and ended up in a place no girl should have been alone. Mateo was there and saved me. We spent the next 7 months together in secret.
So you knew who he was at Caliente?
Yes and no. When we were together, he told me his name was Maddie. I had no idea his real name was Mateo until you said it.
I'm going to fucking kill him.
Because of something that happened 4 years ago?
No, because he came here to help me and didn't have the balls to tell me that...
I lied to him about my name, too. He had no idea the whole time you worked together I was your sister. I gently pulled his hand away from his face so he could see the truth in mine. Let's just get this all out now. His face paled as my confession registered.
Does this mean you know about me?
Yes, I know.
For how long?
Since I got back. His apologetic stare hardened.
And you didn't say anything?
His tone dulled my remorse. Exactly how is one supposed to confront one's own brother about such a thing? Hey, big brother, thanks for giving me a place to crash after I murdered a guy. By the way, I know you're a wanted man and work for a cartel. Sorry, it just didn't come up. Brody sighed, the lines around his eyes deepening.
Does anyone else know?
No. Which was a lie. Alex and his trench coat-wearing guard dogs knew. However, there were only so many truth bombs my brother could handle in one day, and I was pretty sure he'd reached his quota. Trench coat. Oh, God. Remembering that Swenson's coat was in Mateo's possession broke me out in a cold sweat. The last thing I wanted was for him to find out I'd been talking to an agent instead of an overly friendly barfly. However, when Brody let out a string of curses, Swenson became the least of my worries.
Oh, my God,
he exclaimed, running his hand over the top of his messy blonde hair.
Does this mean Mateo?
I cut him off. It doesn't matter. He snapped his head around and glared at me.
The hell it doesn't. You've got to tell him.
He knows. The words tasted bitter.
What do you mean, he knows?
I faced him with a sardonic smile. 17. He turned into Caliente's parking lot and furrowed his brow.
What?
I left 17 messages. Are you telling me he didn't get any of them when he got out of prison? I let out a humorless laugh as he pulled around to the back of the cantina. Don't sit there and preach to me about what I have to do. I don't have to do shit, but protect the people I love. Parking the car, Brody turned, shaking his head in denial.
You can't think he'd be a danger. Your familia.
Fuck your familia, I hissed, reaching for the door handle. For once, things are on my terms. I'll handle this myself. I was halfway out of the car when he grabbed my arm.
You've always got me.
In theory, I did, but because of who he'd aligned himself with, our relationship had changed. "I can't stay here, Brody," I said, releasing his hold before I broke down. "You know it, and I know it." Slamming the door, I left one confrontation and walked straight into another. Amanda waggled her thumb over her shoulder. "Table number 12 requested you." "You take it," I groaned while passing a drink order to Sarah. "I'm not in the mood to deal with my brother again." "It's not your brother." I spun around, paranoid that Mateo had shown up. However, the strange smile that met me made me wish he had. Cursing under my breath, I pulled my order pad from my apron and slowly made my way to the back of the cantina. Last booth, of course, so no one could see her slumming it. She watched me approach, tucking her chin-length blonde hair behind her ear. She'd bleached it for years, I assumed to give the illusion of a youth that had passed her a decade ago. Not that the Botox wasn't taking care of that on its own. "Dining alone, Mother? It's Sunday night. Shouldn't you be at church kissing babies and praying with the other sinners?" Glancing up through my lashes, I watched her lip twitch in the middle of her smile. It took a lot to get to Mayor Donovan, and it felt good to cause a chink in her Vera Wang armor. "For your information, I attended the 11 o'clock service. Besides, darling, you know I never dine alone." Confused, I looked around when I caught the unforgettable scent of nutmeg and cedar, the earthy scent that still haunted me. "Hello, Leighton." His voice crawled along the base of my spine and slithered its way up my neck. Pins and needles shot through my hands as I gripped the order pad as if it were my only link to reality. I couldn't move. I couldn't speak. I couldn't breathe. Until he touched me. Placing his hand on my shoulder, Finn gave it a firm squeeze, raking his palm across my back as he slid into the seat, facing my mother. "Sorry I'm late, dear." The contact lit something within me. Turning around, I ran while mumbling a hoarse apology. Once safely inside the kitchen, I grabbed Amanda by the shoulders. "You have to take this table for me. I'll open for you every day next week." She waved a hand. "Look, even if I wasn't slammed, I'm not about to go against the mayor. She specifically asked for you, and she isn't the type of lady you say no to. Please, I'm begging you." "No can do, girl. I already have 6 of my own." With a friendly pat on my back, she left me standing there. I eyed the back door, weighing the repercussions of just walking out, and then rejecting the idea just as fast. Amelia would fire me, and Alex still expected me to find a way into his safe. I can do this. Just breathe. The walk back to their table felt like a death march, their eyes following me the whole way. "What would you like?" I asked, tossing the basket of chips on the table. My mother eyed the basket like it was fresh roadkill. "An apology would be nice." "An apology?" I laughed. "For what?" "Walking away was rude, Leighton. You know how I feel about rude behavior. I expect my daughter to treat me with a modicum of respect." Running a hand across my throat, I rolled the gold L pendant I always wore through my fingers and glared at Finn. "Then maybe you should have left him at home." The asshole smiled at me. "Sweetheart, I'm not your sweetheart," I snapped. My mother cleared her throat. "All right, can we please not make a scene? There are voters here, and I'd prefer not to make the news." Plasting on her plastic smile again, she picked up an oily chip from the basket, sniffed it, then quickly replaced it. "Darling, I'm here because I wanted to clear the air about something. I already told you I'll come to your stupid party." She held my eye. "No, not that. Brody told me about your little secret." My skin chilled. No, Brody wouldn't do that. No matter how mad he was, he wouldn't sell me out. "What secret?" I asked, cursing the wobble in my voice. The pity in her eyes almost did me in. "Leighton, I know why you never came home. He told me." Then it hit me what she meant. Oh, fuck. Brody, no. The pins and needles came back. There was no way I was discussing this with her. Not with everything else going on. Not at Caliente, and especially not in front of him. "I don't know what you think you know, but..." Honestly, I'm offended you confided in your brother but didn't trust your own mother with such a thing. She huffed. A thing? Was this really happening? Can you blame me? I hissed. After everything I told you about... Layton, family needs to be together in times of crisis. She interrupted, conveniently changing the subject. As more people realized their mayor ate shitty tacos just like the rest of humanity, they grew interested in our conversation. Using it as a springboard for her gubernatorial platform, she raised her voice even more to ensure everyone heard her. Families should band together, especially now that the threat of the Carrera cartel is so strong. You remember how they killed your poor father and devastated this family? Leaning down, I slapped my palm against the table. Don't talk about Daddy like a campaign statistic. I'm not, she said, batting her green eyes. I'm merely using my late husband's tragic death as a reminder of their widespread evil. Working on a cartel task force ended up taking his life. I fight against them for my children and the people of Houston because they are all I have left. Don't forget about your husband, I smirked. Well, yes, obviously him too. When the table behind them started clapping, I'd had enough. I ran back into the kitchen, my lungs burning and my heart slamming so hard against my chest I was sure it would burst. I tried to steady myself against the freezer door, but my hand slipped and my knees buckled. Whoa! Amanda grabbed hold of my arm. Are you okay? All I could do was shake my head. There were no words to tell her how an already hopeless situation had just morphed into a walking nightmare.
Chapter 21. Mateo. Thankfully, the good professor called me around 8 o'clock to tell me he'd found something. Driving toward Rice University, the upheaval I'd felt all day melted into relief. And not just because I would finally get some answers. I'd spent the afternoon checking up on stash houses for no reason other than I needed to stay busy. Otherwise, I would have driven straight to Caliente and shoved Layton's phone and the invitation in her face. Rage simmered so close to the surface that one wrong word would have set me off. Neither one of us needed another public scene like last night, so anything I could do to keep my mind off her was welcomed. Even sitting in a darkened alley beside Professor Bright and his bad attitude. "Tell me something good, Bright," I ordered, my mood tanking as he unfolded the flap on his man bag and pulled out his computer. Well, I'm not sure how good it is, but I managed to decrypt one file on the drive. He opened his laptop and inserted the flash drive while typing a series of letters and numbers. And might I add, this wasn't easy. Most cryptographic algorithms would be impossible to break in 20 years, much less 12 hours. Triple DES, RSA, Blowfish, Twofish, AES, they're just too good these days. Is that fucking English? I'm saying that the guy who did this must have learned it off a YouTube tutorial because he encrypted the file with the original DES algorithm. He was so satisfied with whatever the hell he just said that an arrogant smirk planted on his face, making me want to punch it off. I suppose he caught my scowl because he cleared his throat. This program was created in the 70s. No one uses it anymore because it has 56-bit keys easily accessible by brute force attack. Listen to me, Bright. I don't care. I punched out every word with a growl. Just show me what's on the drive. Fine. Returning his attention to the screen, he tapped a few keys and shrugged, obviously irritated I didn't give two shits about his techno jargon. I'm just saying, you might want to have this guy take a few courses. Anyone with half a brain can decrypt this stuff with enough spare time. In fact, I offer a course that teaches the fundamentals of coding. I can give you some literature if... He can't use his brain, I interrupted. Well, we don't discriminate at Rice. I'm sure with the right environment, he can overcome any test anxiety. No, I mean, he can't use his brain because it's spread all over his kitchen floor. Now what's on the fucking flash drive? Bright paled, typing faster than I'd ever seen. Like I said, I've decrypted this one, but there's another one that'll take a little more time. It shouldn't take more than a day or two. Just show me. I sighed. I'd had about enough of this guy for one day. So, I'm just going to turn it. You can see for... It's just that. Here. Blowing out a nervous breath, he turned the laptop toward me, and I immediately saw for myself what had turned a college professor into a complete moron. He maximized the window, which was reason enough to shoot him right there. However, it was the sound effects that made me want to empty my gun on the side of his head. Is this video real?
Yes, I've checked it for any kind of tampering. I'm no cinematographer, but I bet my career that this is the real deal.
Would you bet your life on it? I opened my jacket just enough. He knew what was behind it.
Mateo, come on. Don't joke about things like that.
Do I look like I'm joking? I see it, turning the laptop around and shoving it in his face. I need to know if you're sure this is 100% real. No guesses, and no, I'm pretty sure. I need your word. Bright's already pale face turned chalk white.
Yes, I'm sure.
Fuck. I dropped my head back and closed my eyes. A goddamn sex tape. The last thing I expected to find on that flash drive was a home movie starring one of our own. Diaz had an insurance policy, all right. I didn't give a shit about exposing the bitch riding one of our men, but having evidence like this floating around was damning for the cartel. If it fell into the wrong hands, we'd have a shitload of eyes on us. Bright pressed his face against the screen, recognition filling his eyes as he adjusted his wire-rimmed glasses.
Oh shit! Is this the...
We're done here. Slamming the laptop closed, I jerked the flash drive out and shoved it in my pocket.
Hey, you didn't properly eject that.
I pulled my jacket all the way back, exposing my gun. Looks ejected as fuck to me. Get out. Tucking his laptop under his arm, Bright quickly jumped out of the SUV, turning around before slamming the door.
What if I can't decrypt the other file?
Then I suppose there'll be an opening for an IT professor at Rice University. He slammed the door without another word and took off in a full-on sprint toward the campus. Pussy. I'd driven 10 minutes down Main Street when I punched my fist against the dashboard in frustration, my phone glaring at me from the console. As much as I didn't want to make the call, friendship was a line that only took you so far in our world. Finally picking it up, I dialed and braced myself. Once he answered, I decided to go with the rip-the-Band-Aid-off approach. No use prolonging the inevitable. Did you know Emilio was fucking the mayor? I was silent for a moment. Is this some kind of joke? Because it isn't funny. No shit. Bright decrypted one of the files. It's a sex tape of Emilio and Lilith Donovan. Brody's mother? Dios mío. Couldn't Diaz download porn like the rest of us? Wow, this is serious. You think I don't know that? He yelled so loud I had to pull the phone away from my ear. I'm sitting here in Mexico while my fucking Houston cartel is being corrupted by pussy. I'll handle it. I cringed a little in repeating my own words back to him. You've been handling it for days now, and shit keeps hitting the fan. Letting out a string of curses, I heard glass clink and the unmistakable sound of liquid pouring. Luis was in with this Hector guy, right? Yes, I answered calmly. That's what led me to Hector's apartment. None of this makes sense, Val. What kind of shit was Delgado up to? And why are Emilio and his dick mixed up in it? Val grunted as he sipped his drink. You said Leighton saw a faceless man in Luis's apartment, which tells me he wasn't working alone. But what does this have to do with Leighton? And why would a useless fuck like Hector hide this information? Maybe Luis and Hector were working together. Do you think that was a coincidence, Mateo? Do you think they just happened to pick the sister of one of our highest-ranking lieutenants? Brody sent him to San Marcos. I reminded him, the thought agitating me even more. Yes, but Brody didn't ask him to bed her. A car honked its horn, the owner flipping me off as I weaved into his lane. I didn't want to think about Leighton and Luis together. Just hearing him say it out loud made me want to find Brody and punch him in the face. Maybe we're looking at this all wrong, he mused, oblivious to my jealousy. What if Luis and Hector weren't working together to hurt Leighton? What if they were working together to save her? What the hell are you talking about? Her pussy rotted your brain? Look at the facts, Mateo. Hector is dead. By your own theory, the only person who would have anything to gain by his silence is already decomposing in a 55-gallon drum. Someone didn't want him to talk, and as you pointed out by his method of execution, they're not familiar. He was right. You think someone else was after Leighton, and Luis enlisted Hector's help in protecting her? It's a theory, one that could mean your girlfriend panicked and killed the messenger. My brain went into overdrive, trying to make connections between everything that had happened in the past few days and coming up with a shitload of questions with no answers. However, there was one path I itched to take. You want me to confront Emilio? Not yet. When I growled my dissatisfaction, Val sharpened his tone. How many times have I told you not to show your hand too early? Play strategically, Mateo. For now, I suggest you find whoever tried to make a hole-in-one with Diaz's brain. That's where you'll find your connection. Fine. You have 3 days left, he added before hanging up. I drove around Houston, considering my options for the time I had left. Layton was already involved with the DEA. I could ask her to take everything to them and hope they made sense of it, but that would betray my own cartel, and I took an oath to Val. No matter what, I wouldn't betray him. The only other option was to involve Brody by bringing him up to speed with everything I'd found, but that posed 2 major problems. I promised Layton I wouldn't involve her brother any more than he already was, and there wasn't any easy way to tell a friend his mother was having an affair with his boss. The clock on the dashboard radio read 11:30. Layton's shift ended at 11, and I briefly wondered if she was at the townhouse waiting for me. She knew the code to get in, so it wouldn't be difficult. However, something told me after a conversation with her brother, I'd be sleeping alone tonight. It was just as well. I needed to keep things calm between us. I'd all but forced Layton to attend her mother's campaign party on Wednesday. Now, with the asshole from the bar having an invitation and the existence of the tape acting as a smoking gun, there was no way in hell I'd let her go alone. As it stood, I didn't trust any of them. Even Brody was on my radar.
Chapter 22. Layton. Monday morning, I woke up miserable and with eyes like worn sandpaper. Splashing water on my face did nothing to change the situation, so I opted for a shower instead. The hot water pelted my back, loosening some of the knots caused by my mother and Finn's visit. Mateo never showed up, and by the end of my shift, I was coming apart at the seams. I desperately needed a piece of my life back, and there was only one thing that could always make everything right when it went wrong. Unfortunately, once again, I got a pleasant voicemail telling me to leave a message at the tone. My skin was on fire by the time I turned off the water. Pulling on a pair of jeans and a simple red top, I tiptoed into the living room. Brody? Ignoring the silence, my nose led me toward the kitchen table where a plate of scrambled eggs and bacon sat next to a glass of juice and a handwritten note. I grabbed the juice and the note and walked into the living room. Little bit. Put the juice down and eat the damn food I made you. I'm sorry I acted like an asshole yesterday, but you're my baby sister. It's my job to be an asshole. B. P.S. Talk to Mateo. Straighten this shit out before I do. I groaned at his threat. Little did he know I almost did. I sighed, feeling strangely awkward. For the first time since arriving in Houston, I had the entire day off, and I wasn't sure what to do with myself. I'm going back to bed. Placing Brody's note on the coffee table, I hugged the juice to my chest and turned to head down the hall when someone knocked on the door. Brody's not here, I yelled. Good. Then we won't be interrupted. His voice was smooth and laced with the accent that melted my insides. I braced a hand against the wall. Go away. Open the door, Layton. No. Mateo slammed his fist against the door. Fine. Have it your way. I watched in shock as the doorknob rattled a few times before the whole damn thing flew open. Sunlight glinted off the top of a long blade, just before he snapped it shut and shoved it in his back pocket. What do you want, Mateo? I was just going back to bed. He held my gaze, a lascivious smirk softening his scowl. That works for me. As usual, his clothes were dark. His tight jeans and simple long-sleeve shirt made my stomach clench while doing lethal things to my willpower. What is it with you? I blurted out. You think you can ignore me all day, then just show up and I'll drop my panties for you? Yes. Fuck you. Glaring at him, I slammed the juice onto the coffee table and stormed past him. He caught my upper arm. We need to talk. I was happy to oblige, but I highly doubted he'd like the subject matter. Fine, you want to talk? Let's talk. Jerking out of his hold, I crossed my arms over my chest. Where were you yesterday?
You know I can't talk about that.
I threw my head back and laughed. Oh, it's a guessing game? I love those. Was it Professor Plum in the library with the candlestick?
No, Hector Diaz in the kitchen with a crushed skull.
All the fight drained out of me. Hector is dead. Mateo cocked his head.
You sound shocked.
My hands curled by my sides. Why wouldn't I be? I didn't know anything about the man, much less that he was dead. He watched me for a few moments before taking a step toward me.
Someone's cleaning up behind you, Layden.
Another step, and his voice hardened.
Well, except for Hector. I had to take care of that particular mess. I can't help you if you aren't straight with me.
I bumped into the wall as I inched toward the hallway. What do you think I'm hiding? I told you Louise said Hector's name. If he's dead, obviously, he must be connected to the man I saw threatening Louise. For every step I took, he took two until his hands caged me against the wall.
I don't think Hector wanted to hurt you.
You don't know that, I argued, ignoring the sweat trickling down my back. You weren't there.
Is there anything you're not telling me?
He posed it as a question, but his tone was edged in accusation.
I know you think you can't trust anyone, but holding things back could get people killed.
I couldn't trust anyone, not with this. But the fear he invoked dug a dull knife in my heart. He hadn't asked. He hadn't cared enough to demand a single detail, and maybe I'd kept quiet to punish him as much as I had for their safety. But he was right. The game had changed. This wasn't about me anymore. There is one thing, I said, managing to keep my voice steady. I didn't say anything before because I'll do anything to protect my family.
As will I,
he clipped, his arms tensing.
That's why I'm here.
Of course. The Carrera cartel. It'll always be about the cartel. Right. I took a deep breath, my stomach choosing that particular moment to growl. Ignoring its protests, I continued. I didn't agree to cooperate with the DEA just for Brody and myself. They promised to. A shrill ring cut off the rest of my confession, and we both glanced down as Mateo pulled his phone from his pocket. I caught a quick flash of the text, a series of nonsensical letters and numbers.
Damn it,
he swore, shoving the phone back in his pocket.
I have to go.
He stepped closer, and I held my breath, pinching my lips together as his hand cradled my cheek.
Meet me at the townhouse later.
Why?
Food, little lamb. In case you've forgotten, it's that thing that keeps us alive.
He trailed his fingers down my neck, running the pad of his thumb across my collarbone before turning toward the door.
Not a fan of pasta carbonara?
Mateo twirled his fork while eyeing my untouched food from across the dining room table. I placed my fork in the middle of my plate. It's fine. Delicious, actually. Well, how did you learn how to cook Italian like this? I hated the concerned lift in my voice. Concerned my ass. Petty was more like it. Mateo's lips quirked in his own private amusement.
That's a little politically incorrect, don't you think?
Well,
What, because I'm Latino, I can't cook Italian food? You expected tacos, maybe.
That's not what I meant. He leaned forward, studying my face with a satisfied smile.
You're blushing. You're really upset, aren't you?
His mocking tone horrified me. No, I just meant that... Forget it. Content with his discovery, he sat back in his chair and twirled another forkful of pasta.
To answer your question, one of my Houston neighbors was Italian. She used to bring me casseroles all the time, and eventually I asked her to show me how to make them.
Oh, I see.
We spent hours together.
He continued, much to my horror.
Sophia was the best. So patient and kind. I miss her a lot.
I'd heard enough. Shoving my chair back, I gathered my plate and turned toward the kitchen. Well, she certainly taught you well.
Are you jealous, Layton?
He asked, grabbing my wrist. Me? No. Why would I be jealous? She was special to you. I get it.
She was also 84 years old when she passed away.
The plate fell out of my hands, crashing onto the floor and splashing cream sauce all over my white dress. I'm sorry.
You've got to start trusting me,
he said, his tone leaving no room for debate.
I've never had that type of connection with anyone. Not after you.
I couldn't let myself believe it. Once upon a time, my choices only affected me. Things were different now, and I couldn't allow what should have been to dictate what was. Manners required me to stay and clean up my mess. Manners could kiss my ass. Thank you for dinner, but it's getting late. I should be going. Instead of letting me go, he tightened his hold on my wrist. Mateo's easygoing demeanor faded, the cartel boss in him taken over.
What were you saying earlier? Something about you not agreeing to cooperate with the DEA for just you and Brody?
It's not important, I said, shaking my head. I was flustered. He narrowed his gaze, rounding the table until he stood beside me.
I don't think so.
Really, it was nothing, I repeated, the heat radiating off him, causing sweat to beat across my chest. I have to go. His eyes darkened.
But we haven't even had dessert.
I couldn't eat anything else.
That makes one of us.
The hunger I saw building in his eyes exploded. Sweeping his free arm out, Mateo cleared the dishes off the table, sending them flying into the wall and onto the tile floor. As ceramic exploded everywhere, he lifted my legs off the floor and forced my back against the table, pushing my cotton dress up to my waist. What are you
doing? I'm having dessert.
Ignoring my protests, he grasped the sides of my panties and pulled. As they slid down my legs, he followed their path until his head settled between my thighs.
I'm still hungry, and you are way too tense.
I pushed against his shoulders, but his tongue was already probing between my swollen folds, counteracting my blocks with a sharp bite to my clit. I clutched fistfuls of his hair, his strong rhythmic sucking drawing a tortured moan from my throat. I tried to resist him, but my body betrayed me, eagerly giving in to his demands and arching against the heat of his mouth.
That's it, mi amor. Cry for me. I'm going to own you until you beg me to stop. Then I'll start all over again until you beg me to finish.
My breath stalled and my world spun. The weight of the last week evaporated from my mind, leaving only Mateo and his wicked mouth. I stopped fighting him and gave in to the freedom, allowing him to take me over the edge. My heart thumped heavily in my chest as his lips sucked with the ferocity of a starved animal. Oh, God. Maddie, I'm coming.
Not without me.
Metal clanged against the glass table, and I lifted my head to see him rip his belt from his loop and shove his jeans down his thighs. He was painfully hard. The broad head of his cock curled against his stomach.
Never without me again, Star.
Grasping my hips, he jerked me toward the end of the table and pushed inside with one hard stroke. I inhaled sharply at his invasion, preparing for the rough fucking I'd become accustomed to. Instead, he weaved a hand through my hair, tugging me toward his mouth as he pulled out and slowly eased back in.
Promise me you're not lying about anything.
I groaned, throwing my head back. I promise. He circled his hips, putting pressure on my clit before drawing back and driving back in.
Promise me the man at the bar was just a stranger.
He was just trying to help. Technically, it wasn't a lie.
Promise me Luis Delgado meant nothing to you.
I rolled my head side to side, biting my lip between moans. I couldn't love him.
Promise me whatever happens, you understand I'm not trying to hurt you.
Oh, God, yes. My breathing shallowed and my muscles gripped his cock as I shook on the crest of an orgasm.
Look at me.
Opening my eyes, I met with 2 burning coals, dark as midnight and just as dangerous.
This ends now. After this, you won't question me. After this, you'll do exactly as I say. After this, you're mine.
Thrust him with one final and brutal stroke, we both broke apart. I screamed, my body wrecked from the waves of aftershocks rippling through it, and Mateo groaned my name, throwing his head back as his body jerked in release. Time passed in a blurry haze. I meant to leave. I meant to gather what was left of my dignity and drive back to Brody's apartment. Instead, I found myself completely naked in Mateo's bed, his strong arms wrapped around me as he held me close. It should have felt wrong. I should have felt manipulated, but I didn't. For the first time in days, the only thing I felt was safe. Until I woke from another nightmare just as the sun broke over the horizon and rolled over to latch onto him. Pressing my nose in between his shoulder blades, I groggily opened my eyes and froze. A skull, with the bottom half of the jaw missing, covered the right side of his back. Wilted black roses lined either side of the cheek, and an hourglass settled at the base. The same tattoo I saw on the man arguing with Louise. The heavens opened as I walked toward the dark sedan, but I didn't run. In fact, I may have even slowed my stride a little, the chilled March rain matting my hair against my cheek and drenching my clothes. I imagined Alex puffing on one of his cigarettes and glaring at me from behind the tinted glass, and I smiled, making sure to walk even slower. A thick cloud of smoke billowed out of the car as I opened the door and slid in the passenger seat. "Let's make this quick," I said, staring straight ahead. "I have to be at work by 10. Alex wasn't amused by my dismissive attitude.
Well, maybe if you hadn't danced in the rain like a fucking moron, we would have been done already.
I twisted around to face him, rage boiling inside me. And maybe if you hadn't forced me to be your own personal Donnie Brasco, I wouldn't be here in the first damn place. Chuckling, he pulled the cigarette out of his mouth and pointed it at me.
You got balls, kid. I like that. Just don't flash them around me again, or you won't like what happens.
Oh, what are you going to do? Threaten to send me to jail? I waved a dismissive hand at him. Sorry, I heard that one already. I waited for his response, but he just took a long drag off the cigarette.
What do you have for me? Don't say nothing, because I know for a fact you've been with Cortez again.
Ah, yes, caliente. Did your guard dog offer up all the sordid details, or should I give you the recap myself?
From what Swinson told me, you were drunker than a sack of assholes. You're lucky he was there, little girl,
he said, his large body crowding into me.
80-proof lips spill secrets that get people killed.
I stared daggers at him, fighting back a wave of emotion as Mateo's warning from yesterday came rushing back.
I know you think you can't trust anyone, but holding things back could get people killed.
Neither warning was veiled. I knew exactly who they referred to, and thinking about it made me sick. I came to Houston to protect them. I couldn't do anything to jeopardize their safety. However, I also refused to show fear anymore. First of all, I'm not your little girl, I hissed. I have a name, and if you're not going to use it, don't expect me to use yours, Agent Atwood. Secondly, your guard dog almost got me busted. You're both lucky I think quickly on my feet, sober or not.
Speaking of which, I want my coat back.
Your coat?
Yeah, Swinson pulled that gentlemanly shit with my jacket.
Well, I suppose you can pay Mateo a visit and ask him for it. I smiled.
You get it for me, he growled. Shouldn't be that difficult considering you've become a permanent stitch in his sombrero.
How racist of you.
You're quite defensive when it comes to Cortez. Whose side are you on, Leighton?
Memories from last night flooded me. I wanted to do as Mateo asked and trust him, but painful experience was a more powerful teacher than hollow promises. Seeing was believing, and I'd seen all I needed to, inked all over his back. Mine, I answered flatly. However, I do have some information for you. Do what you want with it, but after this, leave me out of it. Alex studied me, his gaze impassive.
That remains to be seen, but continue.
Hector Diaz is dead. I think he might be connected to the man who was in Lewis's apartment that night. I waited for the shock to register on his face before adding, I think the Carreras are involved. Alex didn't flinch. He just sucked on the end of that damn cigarette, squinting an eye at me.
Have you found anything concrete?
No.
I'm getting real tired of this, Leighton.
He flicked his cigarette out of the crack in his window.
I'm a patient man, but even patient men have their limits.
Pressing a button on his door, he stared straight ahead as the crack in the window disappeared. Swallowing the panic crawling at my throat, I reached for the door handle, but it wouldn't budge. Frantic, I pushed the unlock button, but nothing happened. Just stay calm. Let me out, Agent Atwood. I'm late for work. Alex smiled, his lips pulling back to reveal nicotine-stained teeth as he unlocked the door.
Know your role, Miss Harcourt.
Chapter 23. Leighton. I stood at the base of the pretentious imperial-style brick staircase, watching guests file past me, congratulating themselves on being superior to anyone who wasn't them. The whole over-the-top show made me want to throw up. Fuck old money. I didn't want to be here. I was forced into this by the person leaning against one of the massive brick columns 4 feet behind us. Well, misery loved company, and if I had to be miserable, so did he. Stepping off the ledge of the bottom step, I wobbled through the manicured grass, my 6-inch heels sinking into the soil. With concerted effort, I finally stood in front of Mateo, my hand on my hip. Aren't you going in with me?
No, it's not safe for you to be seen with me,
he said, his eyes never dropping below my chin while his jaw ticked with anger.
Walk in with Brody. I'll be watching.
We glared at each other in a battle of wills neither of us cared to lose. Logically, I knew he was right, but I was still irritated at the way he'd talked to me in the Tahoe like I was a child. I didn't respond well to ultimatums, especially ones given by men who demanded transparency yet gave none. I wanted to kick him in the shins and walk away, but heat broke across my cheeks and scattered down my chest, settling deep in my stomach. He looked dangerously refined. He still wore his black jeans, but he'd traded his usual t-shirt for a black button-down shirt. However, my eyes couldn't look away from his face, where his shoulder-length black hair was pulled back and secured at his nape. My criminal wore the mask of a gentleman, without missing a beat. And that made him the most lethal man here. A discreet cough came from my left as Brody popped his head over my shoulder.
Am I interrupting something?
I stepped back. No. Mateo was just informing me he'd be hanging out in the rafters watching us like a stalker. Mateo's eyes darkened, and he stomped toward me, his finger raised in the air.
Look, I've had about enough of whatever has crawled up your ass.
For the first time since arriving, his eyes lowered, along with his finger.
You're lucky I even let you out of the car in that some outfit you've got there.
Brody snickered. I spun around and glared at him. Problem?
Nope, I'm just ready for dinner and a show.
Wrapping my hand around his arm, he led me up the staircase. Halfway up, he leaned in and whispered.
And where did you get your, dress?
I smiled as women in beaded ball gowns stopped to stare at me. Adam and Eve. Wisely, Brody let the subject die. My brother wasn't stupid, and having grown up with me, he knew nothing I did was without purpose. Tonight was no exception. Once inside, Brody placed his hand on my shoulder and whispered.
I know you're aware of what I do, but there's a whole world you know nothing about. I need you to understand there will be men here who aren't who you think they are.
He looked so concerned for my fragile psyche that I didn't want to burst his bubble, so I just nodded. Mateo has already informed me.
And you cannot react.
Wow, you two really think I'm some half-wit, don't you?
Not in the least,
he said, giving my shoulder a reassuring squeeze.
After what you've been through, I think you're probably smarter than all of us put together.
Glancing around, he released me and painted on a plastic smile, transforming into the political figurehead he'd been raised to be.
Are you ready for this?
My stomach lurched. Absolutely not. The farther we walked into the room, the harder I squeezed Brody's arm. 3 massive crystal chandeliers hung from the ceiling, and the walls dripped with green ivy entangled with tiny twinkling white lights. A black podium stood at the front of the room, rigged up with a microphone, teleprompter, and a lighting setup powered by enough juice to cause a citywide blackout. It was pompous, over the top, and fit Lilith Harcourt Donovan to a T. "Oh, my children have arrived. Brody, don't you look positively dashing?" Speak of the devil. I slowly turned to see my mother air-kissing both of Brody's cheeks. Her heavily beaded gown crunched as she moved, while her teased blonde hair remained unflappable. Once she released her hold on him, she rushed toward me, grabbing my hands and linking our fingers like we were best friends. "Layton, darling, I'm so pleased you could make it." Holding both our arms out, she swept a shrewd glance down my dress and forced a smile. "Don't you look unique?" My mind flipped through the English to Lilith translation manual I'd penned over the years, quickly translating the true meaning of unique. Ah, found it. It means hortastic. Uniquely hortastic was exactly the look I was aiming for when I walked into the adult store yesterday and perused the exotic dancewear rack. It didn't take long to find the picture-perfect outfit for tonight's celebration. A shiny, fire engine red pleather tube dress that squeaked when I walked and fit me like a microgrip condom. "Do you not like my dress, Mother? I spent all day shopping for it." Just to be a shit, I bit my bottom lip and managed to tear up a little, thanks to 4 years of useless acting lessons. "Of course, darling. You look very youthful." Note to self, add youthful to unique synonyms. Brody excused himself, like the rat bastard he was, just as a tuxedoed waiter approached with a silver tray of champagne flutes, so I gratefully took 2. Mother stared at me expectantly until finally taking her own and sending him away with a swift flick of her wrist. "Looks like another lucrative turnout." Downing half the champagne in my right hand, I waved the left one around the room. "Kudos to whichever of your minions managed to acquire a list of 1099s to cultivate the guest list."
"That minion would be me."
The haunting voice from my nightmares drifted over my shoulder and whispered in my ear.
"But I only had to kill a few IRS receptionists to get them."
Finn's smile never quite reached his eyes, but my mother laughed anyway while cupping his clean-shaven face, careful not to muss his perfect Ken doll hair. "Oh, Finn, don't tease her. You know how she gets." Waving to a local senator and his wife, she smiled without breaking character. "Bob Pittman certainly seems to be enjoying the open bar tonight. I think I'll seize the opportunity and say hello. I'll leave you two to get reacquainted. Mother, wait." Before I could take a step, she was already air-kissing Bob Pittman with dollar signs in her eyes. The smug shell I wore cracked as soon as my stepfather shifted around to face me. Roving his eyes leisurely down my dress, he took the extra glass of champagne out of my hand.
"Champagne is meant to be sipped,"
he chastised, raising the glass to his lips.
"Savor the taste on your tongue so you'll remember it long after you finish the glass."
I chugged what was left in the glass I still held and traded it for a full one from a passing waiter. "Go to hell."
"Layton, don't you think after all this time we should bury the hatchet?"
"The only thing I'm going to bury is my knee in your balls if you don't get your hands off me."
"What's happened to you, sweetheart?"
he asked, running a finger down my arm.
"You've become so angry. Relax, it's a party. I think this would be a perfect opportunity for your big announcement."
"What announcement?" His confident tone set warning bells off in my head.
"The one we discussed at dinner the other night. Your little secret, little bit."
Moving his hand from my arm to my chin, he held it between his fingers and forced my eyes on him. Hearing him call me a name so sacred did something violent to me. If we were near a table, I would have slammed my flute against it and held the jagged edge against his jugular. Don't ever call me that again. That was my father's nickname for me.
You let Brody use it.
My father's blood runs in his veins, not yours.
Do you really want to debate genealogy here, Leighton?
Releasing my chin, he gestured all around us.
I'm sure there are a few people who might find the subject fascinating.
He wouldn't dare risk tarnishing his wife's precious image. No, he wanted me to cower, so I did the exact opposite. I think you're bluffing, I said, pushing my shoulders back. Whatever you think you know, you're wrong. However, your lack of intelligence aside, you don't have the balls to deal with the public fallout.
Walked away unscathed once.
Winking, he cupped my neck and drew me against him while pressing his lips against my ear.
I can do it again. Watch yourself, little bit.
I didn't move. I didn't even breathe as he pulled back and flashed his devil-may-care smile. It wasn't until someone called his name and he walked away that I unlocked my knees and gasped for air. He touched me again. Goosebumps littered my skin, and I shook so hard champagne sloshed over the rim of my flute onto my shoes. Warmth. I needed warmth. Down in the glass, I reached for another one, the effects starting to hit me as the room tilted. I didn't give a shit. I felt like I'd been locked in a freezer with no way out. Then I felt it. Heat. Not warmth, but scorching, intense heat. I glanced up and scanned the room for a glimpse of his dark clothing, finding nothing but open checkbooks waiting to kiss my mother's ass. However, the more I searched, the hotter I felt. Mateo was close by. He watched me like he promised, and whether right or wrong, it was the only thing keeping me sane. If I wasn't so on edge, I would have laughed. A criminal protecting a criminal from a criminal. Just a day in the life of a Harcourt. After 2 dances with Brody, my mother whisked me away toward a small group of people Finn was currently entertaining. Before I could protest, she'd introduced me to at least 4 different men, announcing to each of them that I was new in town and single. The more men I met, the more champagne I drank. Soon the room spun as much as I did, and the heat blazed down on me, igniting a firestorm. It wouldn't be long until Mateo intervened. I felt his anger. It had long passed a simmer and boil and was ready to explode. I bowed out gracefully. Well, it's been a pleasure meeting you all, but I really have to be going.
What's your hurry? Stick around, there's someone I want you to meet.
By the time I spun around, Finn was already dragging me toward a man in a wrinkled gray suit standing near the edge of the dance floor. I blinked a few times trying to focus when he faced me, dipping his dimpled chin in acknowledgement. I stumbled, allowing myself only a sharp inhale. Alex.
Leighton, I'd like to introduce you to Alex Atwood. Alex is one of your mother's top campaign investors.
Alex simply raised a highball of something dark and strong, a secret smile on his lips.
Alex, this is my daughter, Leighton. She just graduated from Texas State University.
Stepdaughter, I corrected, taking Alex's offered hand. We shook hands, his grip unnecessarily tight.
Graduated, huh? What's your degree in, Leighton?
Asshole. He knew I didn't graduate. But I could play this game, too. Criminal justice with a minor in psychology.
Impressive. You're a little small to be a beat cop, don't you think?
Not my style. I'm thinking more FBI profiler for the National Center for Violent Crimes. Maybe you've heard of it.
No, can't say I have,
he said, lies rolling off his tongue like water.
But that's a very ambitious career field.
Justice is in my blood. Finn could spin all the fabricated lies he wanted to, but I knew the truth. Alex Atwood wasn't a heavy hitter in my mother's political circle. I'd been dragged to enough of these parties to know who bankrolled her campaigns and who didn't. I knew exactly who he was, someone not to be trusted. Not that I did before, but anyone on a first-name basis with my stepfather stood on the other side of the battlefield as far as I was concerned. Obviously, there was more to Agent Atwood than I realized. Finn narrowed his eyes.
Well, I see you two have a common interest, so I'll leave you to it. Lilith is almost ready to speak anyway.
The second he walked away, I invaded Alex's personal space, my dress protesting my swift movement. Campaign investor, my ass. What the hell are you doing here? Didn't you torture me enough this morning?
I'm here to keep an eye on you. I told you in the car that you're done playing house with Cortez.
He glanced around, his demeanor shifting from calm and collected to jumpy and tense. Grabbing the back of my arm, he pulled me close and lowered his voice.
Oh, and I meant to ask you why you called and hung up on Sunday.
I didn't call you on Sunday.
Yes, you did. I got a call from your number Sunday afternoon, and you fucking hung up on me. I don't appreciate being dicked around, Leighton.
I didn't call you. I left my phone and... I stopped short of confessing it had been in the pocket of Swenson's jacket, the one I'd tossed on the floor of Mateo's SUV. Oh, God, Mateo had my phone.
You left it where?
He asked. You know what? I did call you on Sunday, but it was a mistake. I hit the wrong button. I'm thinking of Saturday, when I left my phone at the cantina by accident. Alex narrowed his eyes as I mustered a convincing smile. A light hand rested on my shoulder. Leighton, can I talk to you for a minute? Once I turned around, it took me a moment to recognize the woman dressed in a conservative blue floor-length gown. Her long chestnut brown hair was swept to the side in a low, sophisticated ponytail. I had always known it to be short and efficient, just like her. Jackie? Is that you? Jackie Abrams had been my mother's campaign manager since her first run for mayor when I was 14. Back then, she'd been a bright-eyed 29-year-old, hungry to get her hands dirty and change the world. 8 years later, all she had to show for it were dirty hands. Yes, it's me, and a belated welcome back to Houston. However, I really need to speak with you. It's urgent. Shifting a glance toward Alex, she scowled and settled her gaze back on me. And private. Sure, we can go to the bar. She eyed the room, her lips pressed in a tight line. No, let's go outside on the terrace. I nodded, not bothering to give Alex a proper goodbye as we walked away. I'm not interested in being a part of my mother's campaign, if that's what you're... How well do you know that man? She interrupted, reaching for the terrace door. Alex? I just met him. Why? Jackie opened her mouth, and glancing over my shoulder, shut it just as fast. The same chill from earlier crept back into my veins, forcing my spine to straighten. I knew he was there. I didn't have to turn around to confirm it.
Another time, Jackie. Leighton promised me a dance.
I never said I'd... The rest of my protest stuck in my throat as Finn tightened his hold on my arm and dragged me toward the dance floor. I could have caused a scene. I could have stomped my feet and yelled at the top of my lungs, but what would that have gotten me? I hadn't endured almost a week of pretending to lose it now. The last place I wanted to be was in my stepfather's arms, but I gritted my teeth and concentrated on breathing as he pulled me close.
We need to talk about your problem,
he whispered as he led me in a classic waltz around the dance floor. I don't have a... I never got the last word out because I did have a problem, and it reopened old scars, spilling blood and secrets as I stared into Finn's eyes for the first time tonight. They were the color of steel and just as hard, a replica of the ones I saw in my rearview mirror the night I was almost pushed into oncoming traffic. I remembered now why they'd looked so familiar.
Chapter 24. Mateo. My hands tightened around the white pillar, causing my forearms to shake with rage. If it hadn't been so thick, I probably would have snapped it in two. I arrived at this parade of assholes already in a bad mood, and it had only gone downhill from there. When I showed up at Brody's apartment, mild irritation reached war-zone destruction level. That thing she was wearing couldn't even be classified as a dress. It was more like a piece of red saran wrap, suctioned to her tits and ass. Leighton was a modest dresser, so when I saw her looking like she should be covered in dollar bills, I lost it. I fucking lost it. Not that it mattered much, she strutted right past me and climbed into the Tahoe without a word. Even though we argued the whole way here, she never once raised her voice, content to let me yell like a fucking lunatic. She was calm, cool, and eerily confident. Unlike now. I cringed watching her slam champagne all night, but I stayed hidden. I even held back from punching that old guy with the chin dimple who made her jumpy as hell. But it was her stepfather's repeated touches that had me stepping out of the shadows and digging into my pocket to plunge my knife straight into his heart. Everything from my determined steps across the dance floor to Leighton's desperate struggles to pull away from him played out in slow motion. She looked like a bird he'd trapped in a cage, frantically flapping her wings toward freedom, but going nowhere. By the time I reached them, one hand was already in my pocket as the other knocked his hand out of hers. Leighton gasped, but my focus centered on one man. "Walk away," I growled, pushing in between them. "I was dancing with my stepdaughter, if you don't mind." Stepping around me, he reached for Leighton again. "Screw the knife. I'm going to kill this motherfucker with my bare hands." This time, I shoved both hands into his chest, knocking him backward. "Actually, I do mind. Now I'm going to say this one more time. Get your fucking hands off her, or I'll take them off for you." That wasn't a threat. "You can't do this," Leighton whispered behind me. "Don't take risks for me." What the hell was she saying? All I'd done since coming back to Houston was take risks for her. Despite the animosity still simmering between us, I would still risk everything for her. "What's your name, son?" Finn asked, his eyes narrowed on my face. "I created the guest list for tonight, and I'm fairly certain you're not on it." I started to tell him where he could shove his list when Leighton slipped in beside me and grabbed my hand. "He's my +1. I thought you came here with Brody." I caught the challenge in Leighton's glare. "You think a lot of things." I let go of Leighton's hand and wrapped my arm around her waist. His eyes went exactly where I wanted them to, irritation hardening his pretty boy face. "Well, Mr. +1, do enjoy the time you have left here." Straightening his tuxedo jacket, he stepped away and disappeared into the crowd. I waited for some show of gratitude. Instead, she stomped her ridiculously high heel on the floor. "What the hell were you thinking?" "I was thinking that you were 30 seconds from flatlining, so I saved you. You're welcome, by the way." "I can handle Finn." It looked like it. I shot back with a smirk. She turned on her thin heels to push me away, so I took advantage of her unsteady footing and pulled her flush against me. "Dance with me." "What?" People are starting to stare me more. Dance with me or go answer their questions. During our argument, the music had changed. The stuffy and outdated song they'd danced to now replaced by a slower, more hypnotic beat. Slowly guiding her hips, I forced her body into compliance until she melted into me. She shivered in my arms and placed a hand lightly on my chest. "Mateo, that was stupid. You just outed yourself in front of every major player in Houston." "Are you kidding me?" I laughed. "Leighton, the Cadets own half the men in this room. Everyone here has a secret they don't want exposed, and it's our job to find it and use it to our advantage. Most men have a price." "Do you?" she asked, her face a mass of confusion. I stiffened. I said, most men. Let me be clear. I am not for sale, and I don't give a shit about any skeletons falling out of my closet. Her face fell, and I wasn't sure why. "I see." "I'm not sure you do." I tightened my hold on her. "I don't give a shit because my only skeleton is you, Leighton. I've kept you locked away in there so long, I almost forgot what it was like to feel you against me. Now that I've reopened that door, if you think I'm going to hide like some little bitch while another man puts his hands on what's mine, you've misjudged me." I didn't wait for a response. Pulling her against me, I let my body crush any other doubts she might have had. The flush from her chest crawled up her neck, reddening her cheeks. I knew she felt the power she had over me. On any given day, I decided if men lived or died, but one woman in a ridiculous plastic dress could bring me to my knees. "Why does Finn Donovan scare you so much?" "He doesn't. I'm fine." "I'm fine." If I'd learned anything about women, it was that when one bit out those two words, they were anything but fine. The mystery that was Leighton Harcourt unraveled by the minute, and I was all too happy to tug at the loose string. Tus secretos son mis secretos. Confía en mí, mi amor. Your secrets are my secrets. Trust me, my love. She shivered again and tucked her delicate face into the crook of my neck. My heartbeat spiked at her confession. Verbally, she said nothing, but physically, she whispered everything I needed to hear. For now. We danced so close, there was no beginning to her and no end to me. We danced like we did the night of her prom, filled with hope for a future together that would never come. We danced until her brother reluctantly cut in to take her to say hello to an old family friend who'd apparently gained enough zeros in their bank account to warrant an invitation. "Do you mind?" Brody asked, a strange respect on his face. Brody Harcourt had never challenged my authority over him. I had his respect from day one concerning the cartel. However, something had changed, and if I didn't know better, I'd swear I'd earned it for being with his sister. Which didn't make sense when he'd spent the last 6 days threatening to cut off my dick if I laid a hand on her. It's fine. I'll find something to occupy my time. That something wasn't hard to find. Lilith Harcourt Donovan stood by the makeshift stage, her bright, beaded dress calling to me from across the room like a disco ball from the depths of hell. I wanted to get her alone all night, but every time I took a step out of the shadows, some asshole waving a check in one hand and a drink in the other stole my opportunity. However, as she stared at the teleprompter, mouthing the words to her speech, I knew both our times had come. "Fabulous party," I said, leaning over her shoulder. She jumped, letting out a surprised yelp as she folded her hand over her chest. "Thank you. I always love to hear from the community I represent. However, if you'll excuse me, I have a speech to prepare for." "Oh, I'm not one of your constituents, Mayor Donovan. In fact, I don't even live in this country anymore, much less your city or state. But I bet the ones who are here would love to get their hands on the scandal you've been hiding." She sighed, folding her arms across her chest in defeat. "If it's about my daughter's dirty little secret, you can save your breath. I already know." Shit. Did she know about Leighton and Lewis? Or even worse, did she know about Leighton and the DEA? For a woman whose child was being blackmailed with a murder charge to infiltrate the darkest side of Houston, Lilith Donovan seemed to swat the revelation away like an annoying gnat. Still, after what I'd seen tonight, I wouldn't put anything past these people. "Actually, this has nothing to do with your daughter. But speaking of dirty little secrets, maybe you can shed some light on one of yours." It took less than 10 seconds for me to pull my phone from my pocket, hold it in front of her face, and play the video I'd loaded onto it in all its pornographic glory. Her hand flew to her mouth. "Oh my God." "Mayor Donovan, that is one uncompromising position you're in." Tilting my head, I grimaced at the screen. "And dangerous, too. That could break a hip at your age." From the way her mouth tightened up like an uncooperative asshole, I knew I'd hit her where it hurt. She was more furious over my insult than the tape being in my possession. She cleared her throat, moving in front of me to block any curious onlookers. "Where did you get that?" For half a second, I considered telling her just to see how she'd react, but I decided against it. My best defense was a carefully constructed offense. I held all the cards, and she knew it. "Don't worry about where I got it," I said, maintaining an air of indifference. "I suggest you worry more about what your donors would think about their mayor being in bed with the cartel she claims to despise so much." Her green eyes blazed with fire. "You wouldn't dare." "Don't test me, Mayor. I've had a bitch of a day, so why don't you start talking, and maybe I'll consider not ruining your little party." Her earlier panic settled into a sheet of ice. Any heated emotion evaporated, leaving only a political puppet mouthing meaningless words. Waving a hand in my face, she pushed my phone down and glared at the teleprompter. "That's nothing. Anything can be photoshopped." "You're telling me this is a fake?" "Of course it is. Don't be naive," she mocked. "Besides, what business is it of yours anyway? You have some nerve coming into my party and threatening me with this fabricated piece of garbage. I don't know who you are, but by the looks of you, I assume you weren't invited. Now please leave the premises before I have you escorted out." I had to give her points for being fearless, then deduct them for pissing me off. "What business is it of mine?" I forced myself to take a slow breath. "Oh, Mrs. Mayor, you see, this is connected to your daughter, and your daughter is very much my business. Can you say the same?" "I assure you, nothing is more important to me than my family," she huffed, sticking her chin out and regaining her composure. "If you must know, my daughter and I haven't exactly been close these last few years.
Not by my choice, mind you. I've only recently learned of my daughter's deceit, thanks to my son.
My head spun with lies and hidden agendas. I wanted to shake her to find out if Brody had sold out his own sister, but I kept my cards close, throwing game changers of my own choosing. Well then, Mayor Donovan, if your daughter is so important to you, it might interest you to know the man who was in possession of this video is dead. She placed her hand over her heart, feigning concern.
Oh dear. Was it gang-related?
I'd say more club-related.
I beg your pardon?
Looked to me like his head took a few impressive shots with a 6-iron. I said, tapping my finger against my temple. I've played a few times. Bad short game. I can drive the hell out of the ball, but blow it on the green. That last part had nothing to do with anything. I just like throwing her off balance and watching her stumble. She didn't disappoint, her eyes clouding over as a million questions swirled behind them. She waited for more, and when I just stared at her, she patted her blonde hair and pursed her lips.
Well, young man, it's my turn for a few questions.
I don't think so, lady. Darkening the screen on my phone, I slipped it back into my pocket and smiled. No, we're done here. It was obvious Lilith Donathan wasn't used to being denied what she wanted, and she eyed my empty hand like a last-minute voter, scrambling toward the polls. For a moment, I thought she might lunge for my pocket when a breathless Leighton shuffled in between us, the squeak of her dress announcing her arrival.
Sorry that took so long. I forgot how much that woman talks.
She barely had time to let out a dramatic breath before her mother dug her nails into her arm, jerking her toward the edge of the stage.
Why did you bring this low-life thug here? You don't think I know who he is?
Leighton's face paled so fast I shifted behind her in case she passed out. She had no cause to worry. After what I'd shown the mayor, I had no doubt she knew who I was. Only a cartel member would have such a damning piece of blackmail against her and not use it.
We need to talk, darling,
Lilith coaxed.
I've just learned some very distressing news.
Leighton covertly caught my eye, and I barely shook my head. The move so slight, I wondered if she even noticed. I got my answer as she pulled away from her mother and sighed.
I don't feel well. Can it wait until tomorrow?
The heated death look Lilith shot me could have melted plastic.
I suppose, but I'm very worried about you.
She placed a hand on Leighton's shoulder and squeezed it.
As well as other members of my family.
Leighton's lips trembled, and she squeezed my arm.
I'd like to leave now, please.
She didn't have to ask me twice. I'd done what I came to do, and the faster I got her out of that dress and burned it, the better. After you, I said, extending an arm in front of me.
Wait,
Lilith blurted out, reaching for her hand and pulling her up the steps toward the stage.
It's time for my speech, and I want my family surrounding me.
On instinct, I followed them, but as Brody and Finn swept past me, Brody shook his head and held up his hand. I didn't have to ask why. The flash storm of press cameras took care of that. Neither of them needed the publicity of an uninvited Latino rushing the stage and carrying off their prodigal daughter on his shoulder. So I bit my tongue and watched. Lilith carried on and on about the fight at the governor's mansion, and her campaign promised to rid Texas of its toxic cartel infestation. I yawned. It was the same song and dance I'd heard from every politician in this city, right before we bought the rights to their opinions and their votes. I only paid attention when she introduced her successful son, the ADA of Harris County, and her beautiful college graduate daughter, who'd just returned home to support her mother in fighting the good fight. As the crowd erupted into thunderous applause, I watched Lilith lean over and whisper in Leighton's ear. To the average person, the conversation would have been lost. However, the art of lip-reading was one of the many invaluable skills I'd learned while serving under Val. It came in handy when watching assholes try to backdoor us. Kind of like now. Lilith tilted her head toward me while smiling for the hundreds of flashing cameras.
I see some things never change.
I was still trying to decipher what the hell that meant when Leighton nodded toward her stepfather and volleyed back.
I couldn't agree more.
Chapter 25, Mateo. Leighton slipped off a high heel and shrugged.
You misread the conversation.
Don't insult my intelligence. I warned as she tossed her shoes across the room. I may be a lot of things, but stupid isn't one of them. What did your mother mean when she said, I see some things never change? She glanced away, the wheels spinning in her head. Too bad for her, my patience was gone. And before you make up something, I saw her nod her head toward me. Leighton's hand flew to her neck, grasping the gold L pendant she always wore and rolling it between her fingers.
She just meant my knack for challenging her in public. You know how she loves that.
She was lying. Ever since she was 18, she'd rubbed that pendant when she was hiding something. It had been a gift from her father, so the act seemed like a silent apology to his memory. I warned her once that I knew her better than anyone. I guess she forgot that. However, I let it go because there were too many other questions I had about tonight. That necklace was about to get one hell of a workout. Who was that man you were talking to? The one with the gray hair and bad suit? Why did he make you so tense?
He was just a campaign donor. There were hundreds of them there in bad suits, making me tense.
Holding her pendant still, she smirked.
Couldn't you see that from your perch behind the pole?
Nice try, but I don't buy that for a second. However, I'll humor you and move on. What's this shit between you and your stepfather? Don't tell me you were just tense because that wasn't tension on your face, little lamb. That was terror. Fighting a reaction, she released her necklace and scrubbed her hands down her face.
Maddie, I'm tired. This whole night has been more than I can handle. Everything about it reminded me why I ran away the night we met. Being there was like stepping into a time machine. I became a little girl again. The one petrified of everything and unable to stand up for herself. The thing is, that little girl grew up, and tonight I realized nothing's changed.
The weakness in her voice unnerved me. It drew me to her until I found myself cradling her cheek. You're wrong. Can't you see how strong you are now? Look at what you've survived since coming back here. Her blank stare looked hollow, as if the weight of the world had finally crushed her.
Just promise to never make me go back there again. I can't do it.
We stood in silence. I still deserved to know what happened tonight, and she would still answer for her calls to the number on Luis's phone, but it could wait. My desire for her was stronger than my suspicions. She needed me whether she'd admit it or not, and I craved her like air. No, I hungered for her. The beast in me clawed and gnashed to be released, and in that dress, I had no hope of containing him. If I couldn't coax the truth from her, then I'd fuck it out of her. I hate this fucking dress, I growled, digging my fingers into the top of her strapless dress and tugging her against me. Take it off. She just blinked at me, testing my limits. Take it off, or I'll take it off for you, I warned. She still didn't move, so I grabbed her by the shoulders and flipped her around. Gripping the top of the zipper in two hands, I jerked hard and ripped it in two. My violent appetite for her intensified, my balls tightening as blood rushed to my groin. Tonight would be rough. All the secrets she kept bottled up summoned a darker side of me demanding to be appeased. I'd never hurt her, but I needed an outlet, and she was the perfect source. Just as I pushed the tattered dress off her shoulders, my phone rang. I ignored it, her shallow little gasps spurring me on and feeding the animal in me.
Mateo.
She groaned as I wrapped my arms around her and twisted her nipples between my fingers. The incessant ringing eventually stopped, then immediately started again. The beast took over, lashing out one last time. Sliding a hand up her throat, I gave it a slight squeeze and pinched her nipple hard enough to elicit a gasp. Un momento, por favor, I whispered. Releasing her, I jerked my phone out of my pocket and growled into the mouthpiece. Not now, Reyes. Why the hell was my new waitress on the news tonight talking to a fucking DEA agent? He yelled in Spanish. Start talking, Cortez, and don't lie to me, because I know she serviced your dick more than my customers. Pulling the phone away from my ear, I turned Leighton's chin over her shoulder and slammed my lips against hers. I'll be right back. Don't move. I stepped outside onto the deck and closed the glass door behind me. I had no idea what the hell Emilio was talking about, but my blood thrummed with rage at the thought of her lying to me again. I've got this under control, I said, a deadly calm overtaking my voice. Emilio laughed. You've got shit under control. She's parading around with our enemy, and you're just watching. I've been dealing with this situation, and it was being handled until you and your bitch showed up and turned it all to shit. What do you mean you've been dealing with it? Nothing's been run by Val. I don't answer to anyone in my city. I shed Carrera blood while you were still in diapers. As for Agent Alex Atwood, I've been tailing that son of a bitch for months trying to sever his connection with your boy Brody's stepdaddy. I don't need the feds dipping their dicks in my political pussy." The irony of his choice of wording didn't escape me, and I couldn't help but wonder if he meant them literally. Was Emilio trying to hide his indiscretions with the mayor from the watchful eye of the DEA, or was all this stemming from some fucked-up territorial claim on the woman herself? The question needed answering, but during his tirade he presented one way more dangerous. Emilio had never once mentioned being in contact with the DEA. All dealings with political figures from councilmen to congressmen were dictated by Val. He just tipped his hand, unknowingly giving me proof of his disloyalty. Fucking the mayor was one thing. Fucking our cartel was his endgame. I fisted my hand, my knuckles cracking in protest. I wanted to hit something, but the only thing in front of me was the glass door. While a little blood didn't bother me, it could scare Leighton enough to send her straight to the police. So instead of causing destruction, I invited it. I said, "I've got it." "What is it with you and my waitress?" he asked. The question didn't irritate me as much as his underlying arrogance. "Fuck me. Why can't you cocksuckers keep your dicks out of my employees? First Val, now you? I'm not running a damn whorehouse, you know." Letting out what I knew to be a chest full of cigar smoke, he cursed under his breath. "You're turning out his pussy with this our boss." "Emilio?" I said, squeezing my phone so hard it cracked. "Yeah. Do yourself a favor and never say that again." His voice dipped low. "Are you fucking challenging me? Are you fucking Mayor Donovan?" I wanted to confront him face to face, but anger pushed me over the edge. He chuckled. "Did Harcourt's sister tell you that? After all we've been through, are you gonna take my word over some bitch who's trying to save her own ass from 20 to life?" Anticipating my outburst, he quickly cut me off. "Yeah, I heard about what you did to Luis. You all think I'm stupid, but you underestimate me. I outrank you, Reyes. Watch your mouth. And you'll never let me forget it, will you?" he seethed. That dirty street rat who hung on my every word got cherry-picked and stepped on my face as he pushed me down the ladder. "Just remember, you'd have none of this if you'd run away with her. She did you a favor by leaving town, and now look at you. Are you a man or a lapdog?" I exploded, slamming the phone against the side of the townhouse. I could hear him laughing, which fueled my fight as I brought it back to my ear. "You don't know anything about her or what we had." I stopped, his words connecting in my head. "Wait, how do you know about our past? I never said anything." "Don't act so smug," he said while puffing on his cigar. "You should know by now you can't hide secrets within a cartel. Eventually someone's gonna talk, especially when it concerns the first daughter of Houston." "You're lying." "Think so?" He indulged a dramatic pause before adding, "Why don't you ask your little girlfriend how many fucks Mommy gave when Daddy tucked her in a little too long at night?" The weight of 1,000 fists crashed into my chest as a tortured memory claimed me. May, 4 years ago. I'd been waiting at our spot for over an hour, pacing the patch of grass next to the train tracks until there was nothing left but dirt. She was late. She was never late. Irrational fears ran through my head. I'd kill anyone who hurt her, but first I'd cut their heart out. Just as I headed toward my car to look for her, I heard the hard crunch of gravel and a car door slam. I glanced over my shoulder to see her running toward me, her long blonde ponytail disheveled and black streaks of mascara running down her face. "Star, where the hell have you been? I've almost lost my mind waiting for you. The rest of my tirade cut off as she threw herself into my arms, clinging to me as if I'd disappear. "Leave with me, Maddie," she choked out, burying her face in my neck. "Leave? You just got here." "No," she sniffled, shaking her head. "I mean leave Houston. I don't care where we go, just please take me away from here." My heart shattered as I pulled her off me and set her on her feet. "You know I can't do that." Tears spilled from her beautiful brown eyes. "Do you love me?" "What kind of question is that? You know I love you more than anything."
If you love me, you'll leave with me. Cupping her hands over her nose and mouth, she closed her swollen eyes. Please, Maddie, I'm begging you. I can't stay here. You promised you'd never hurt me. I need that to be true. Her pleas broke me. What she asked was suicidal, but I'd risk anything for her, even death. Taking her face in my hands, I pulled her against me and kissed her forehead. Okay, mi amor, calm down. I'll have to make arrangements first, so meet me back here tomorrow night. She lifted her chin and bit her bottom lip, a small cut in the middle opening up and blooming red. Do you promise? I need to believe in something, Maddie. I kissed her again. Believe in us, Star. Believe in me. Tomorrow, we'll leave this place behind, and it'll be you and me against the world. Present day. But it wasn't. She faced the world alone while I rotted behind steel bars. Blowing out a frustrated breath, I opened the door to find her pacing like a caged lion, holding her ripped dress together like a shield. I'd barely taken a step into the townhouse when she froze mid-stride and raised her chin. Her matted blonde hair stuck to her cheeks. The primal ache from earlier subsided as the sad young girl I once knew gazed up at me with widened eyes. The earlier tepidness was gone, and a flicker of something brand new lit behind the familiar flatness. We have to talk. Closing the door behind me, I avoided her stare as I dropped my phone on the side table. He told you I'm hiding something, didn't he? Although every emotion I had was tied up in fucking knots, a slight smirk still tugged at the corner of my mouth. In one 5-minute phone call, my dimming star had exploded. I just wasn't sure if her explosion would light up the sky or incinerate everyone around her. With what I'd just learned, my money was on the latter. Why do you assume you'd say that? Why not? Every man in my life has betrayed me. Pissed off at being included in that group, I turned. I've never betrayed you. I hadn't. Although I'd done a hell of a lot of immoral and evil things, I'd never once betrayed her. I couldn't. Hell, she may have been the only person in my life who'd looked past the sicario and seen the man behind the gun. Are you sure about that, Maddie? She stared at me without blinking. It was as if she were afraid the moment she closed her eyes my mask would slip. Are you, Star? My counter hit a nerve. Her battle-ready stance shifted, and her whole demeanor changed. Shoulders that moments earlier had tensed and drawn upward sagged, and she finally blinked. A few seconds of silence stretched into a minute, then another minute, then another. Leighton and I were compatible in any way that counted, but I loathed the silence between us. Emilio's words had rattled me, but I was more concerned with reaching behind a wall she'd just fallen over and pulling her back. It wasn't because she needed me. I could pump myself full of all the chivalrous white knight bullshit I wanted, but that wasn't my style. Growing up cartel had made me a realist, and a realist always knew who he was and the reasons behind his actions. At my very core, I was a selfish son of a bitch who needed her more than she needed me. I also needed answers, ones she probably never intended on giving, but I was past the point of giving a shit. Wondering had robbed me of 4 years of sleep, but I now wasn't sure I was prepared to hear the truth. Not only because I didn't want my suspicions validated, but I feared the monster she would unleash by doing so. Why did you ask me to run away with you that night? Holding her dress with one hand, Leighton shifted away from me. I told you already. I needed to get away from home. What the hell is that supposed to mean? For God's sakes, I just couldn't take it anymore. For the second time in less than 5 minutes, we stared at each other in silence. I fucking hated it. I was a cadera. I demanded respect, but the blank look in her eyes and a past I'd never been able to let go of afforded her a courtesy anyone else would have taken a fist for. My patience. Leighton. I moved toward her cautiously, as if she were a caged animal. What happened to you in that house? What haven't you told me? For a moment, the slight quiver of her lip and dampness pooling in the corner of her eyes made me think I'd finally get the truth out of her. As much as I didn't want Emilio's words validated, I needed her confession or her denial. Even after everything I'd learned about her, time had done nothing to tame my need to protect her.
Depending on her answer, a man would die tonight, slowly, painfully, and with the mercy of 1,000 demons. Leighton's honey-brown eyes darkened as horrors replayed behind them I couldn't see. She shook her head, her lashes fluttering closed, and her hands fisting by her sides. I counted the seconds until she finally opened them. 6. 6 seconds for her to 180 on me again. Whatever rage had just swelled inside her was gone, leaving a forced smile plastered across her face. Naive girl. She knew my identity now, but apparently not the man I'd become. A Carrera never left a debt unpaid, especially when owed in blood. However, I'd let her have her false peace for tonight. She moved toward me. You asked me to trust you. Trust me when I say you don't want to know. I grabbed her wrist and held it between us. Trust is dangerous. Before lust got the better of me, I loosened my grip and walked away. You trust Brody? She called after me. You've let him inside your precious circle. My laughter wasn't from amusement, and it's almost gotten him killed twice. This isn't a game, Leighton. This is real life with real guns and real death. I'm not a hero. We're just villains. We do bad things and don't give a shit if people get hurt. Is that what you want? I waited. For what? I wasn't sure. A smack across the face, the slam of the door as she walked out of it. Either would have been justified. She did neither. She stood her ground. We don't have a choice, she said, wringing her hands. We? What the hell did she mean, we? I had her face in my hands before I realized I'd moved. Everybody has a choice, little lamb. Making it is the easy part. Accepting it is what gets people killed. A tear escaped the tightly locked fortress of her eye and slipped down the back of my hand. But you're still alive. It wasn't as much of a statement as a challenge. I accepted my choice a long time ago. I said, answering with a cold detachment needed to make her understand. You don't retire from my world. You expire from it. Usually at the hands of your worst enemy or your best friend. Doesn't sound like much of a life, says the girl hiding out in a cartel safe house with a drug runner. She nodded, a breathy chuckle blowing over my knuckles. Point taken. Biting her lip, she glanced down to where the pads of my fingers still pressed into her face. Not hard enough to hurt her, though. As much as a killer's soul pumped through my veins. So did she. But she didn't belong in a killer's world. Letting go, I stalked to the window and stared out at the deserted street below. When I managed to reclaim a sense of clarity, I braced myself for what had to be done. It crippled me to hurt her, but allowing someone as fragile as her into my world would cripple us both. I asked you why you really wanted to run away with me for a reason, Nathan, and God help me. I think I have my answer. I'll rectify what's been wronged, but everything has changed. If I hadn't gotten arrested, I would have turned my back on all I knew for you, but it would have been a mistake. Holding onto the window frame, I glanced over my shoulder and held her stare. You did us both a favor by leaving.
Chapter 26. Leighton. Mateo's admission was like a punch in the stomach. How can you say that? I didn't want to believe it. Although I'd held on to years of anger at being abandoned, some part of me still held out hope that somewhere he regretted walking away. I imagined the two of us meeting again. Maybe by chance, maybe by fate, but always with an apology. Not this. He let out a breath, the little line between his eyebrows deepening.
Leighton, when you asked me to leave with you, I agreed because I thought the reason was me. I thought all the secrecy had finally gotten to you, and you wanted to leave everything behind for me, to be with me.
He slammed his palm over his chest, bitterness in his tone. I did.
No, mi amor, you didn't. You wanted me to be your escape. You knew I'd fight to the death for you.
He paused, his expression a mix of allegation and pain.
I think you counted on it.
I avoided his eyes. If I didn't, I was afraid he'd see the truth. You're wrong. I loved you.
That may have been true, but you were using our love as a shield against a secret you didn't want to face.
Closing the distance between us, he lifted my chin.
You're still doing it now.
No, Maddie, please don't do this. I couldn't handle the destruction of the perfect lie I'd held on to for so long.
Fine, let's talk about something else.
A storm raged over Mateo's face. His gorgeous features twisted into an infuriated mass of narrowed eyes and hard-set lines as he stomped across the room and grabbed my purse off the floor. Dumping everything out onto the coffee table, he picked up my phone and typed in my password, bringing up my screen. How? He didn't bother glancing up as he scrolled through my phone.
Your passcode is 1003. October 3rd. The day Star met Maddie. I told you I knew you better than anyone, remember?
Finding what he was searching for, he turned it around.
Who have you been calling?
As much as I wanted to throw up as Alex's number stared me in the face, a sick part of me was relieved to see it. It was over. I didn't have to lie anymore. However, as relieved as I was, I still couldn't force my mouth to say the words. Mateo's expression never changed.
I'm going to give you the chance to come clean one more time before I dial it myself and we find out the hard way.
I gripped my torn dress with shaking hands as he closed the remaining distance between us.
Who have you been calling?
It's not what you think.
What I think?
He let out a laugh so loud I jumped.
What I think is that you've been reporting back to Agent Alex Atwood right under my nose, behind my back and in my bed.
The last 3 words were said with such vehemence I almost missed the hissing of Alex's name. Oh my God, he knew.
Yeah, that's right. I know his name,
he said, reading my mind.
I know all about him, including the fact he had you cornered at the party.
There was no use denying it now. The only thing left to do was throw myself at his feet and hope he had a shred of feeling left for me. But I couldn't stand seeing that damn number staring at me anymore, shoving his hand away from my face. I tried to sound apologetic while still standing my ground. Yes, all right. Yes, I'm still talking to the DEA, but I haven't given him anything to hurt you or Brody. Jerking his elbow back, Mateo threw my phone across the room.
God damn it!
Luckily, it landed face down on the couch cushions, but his reaction left me in terror of what was now my reality. Just listen to me, all right? I begged, reaching for his arm. He didn't immediately pull away, so I grasped onto that and kept going. Yes, I should have told you, but I swear I have a good reason for doing it. A cruel smile painted his lips.
What? A nice relocation package to go along with your betrayal.
You're a hypocrite, I shot back. You demand honesty, but I deserve it too. Did you know Lewis before I came back to Houston?
What's with all the questions?
I swallowed hard, my hands flexing at my sides. Do not back down. I need to know if you came here because Brody asked you to, or to finish the job Lewis started. Seconds passed, and I fought the urge to run. Mateo's calmness was almost worse than his rage. I had no idea if he was about to kill me or walk out. In some sick way, both were equally terrifying. Finally, he raised a finger and held it between us.
I've already warned you never to compare me with Delgado. Do you honestly believe I'd ever do anything to hurt you? Dios mío, Leighton. I've been doing everything in my power to keep you safe, despite your constant efforts to undermine me.
I let out a relieved breath. I don't know what to believe anymore. You ask me to make a choice to blindly follow you, but you won't even own up to your own choices.
My choice to what? Get arrested?
His finger lowered and balled into a fist that he punched against his chest.
To live my life after the woman who said she loved me disappeared without a trace?
No, your choice to ignore the truth once you got out. I screamed, fighting back tears. I refused to cry during my moment of vindication. Yes, I made mistakes, but I stand by all of them. You can't change your decisions, so don't you dare question the ones I was forced to make on my own.
What truth? What am I missing here?
He looked so confused that the fight drained out of me. Just forget it, I whispered, turning to walk away.
Damn it, Leighton. Stop shutting down on me.
Frustrated with my dismissal, he blocked my path with both palms pressed against my shoulders.
You want to fight? Let's fight. You want to fuck? Let's fuck. But I won't let you lock yourself back in my closet.
I stared up at him, his ultimatum resonating on the most basic of levels. Normally, it was Mateo's restrained darkness that called to me, daring me to close my eyes and step off the ledge. But tonight, the rules I'd followed my whole life had failed me. I stood here tattered and outplayed. I was tired of living in fear. I was tired of living a lie. But mostly I was tired of talking. Releasing what was left of my dress, I let it drop to my feet. Mateo's shocked gaze followed the fallen material, and I stood before him completely naked, not saying a word until his eyes settled back on my face. I want to fuck. I expected to be slammed against the wall, bent over the couch, or at the very least pushed to the floor. I'd never been much of a dirty talker, so I figured the shock value alone would have tripped Mateo's need to control me. It'd always been his thing. I guess taking orders all his life manifested itself as a need to dominate in the most primal way. However, I let out a yelp as he scooped me into his arms and carried me down the hallway and into the bedroom. I had to fight to form words. The way he laid me reverently on the bed and gazed down at me while unbuttoning his shirt and peeling it off his chest left me breathless and confused. This wasn't him. This wasn't us. Mateo wasn't a mattress kind of guy. "What are you doing?" I asked, my voice hoarse as I watched him push his jeans down his thighs. "You said if I wanted to fight, we'd fight. And if I wanted to fuck, we'd fuck. I said I wanted to fuck."
"I'm adding a third option."
"Which is?" Kicking his jeans across the room, he leaned over me, entwining our hands and pressing them by my head.
"If you want to make love, we'll make love."
I shook my head, the feel of his heavy cock brushing against my inner thigh making me squirm. I don't want that.
"That's too bad, mi amor. I do. See, I think you want me to fuck you because you want a reason to hate me. You want me to hurt you because you need someone to blame for what's really tearing you up inside."
Licking his lips, he grazed them across my jaw.
"Well, tough shit, little lamb. I won't be him."
"You don't know what you're talking about."
"No. I think you don't want to make love because you've forgotten how it feels."
Shifting his hips, he rubbed his thick shaft against my wetness.
"Let me remind you how good it can be."
The whimper he dragged out of me proved he was wrong. I remembered how good it felt all too well. I also remembered how bad it eventually hurt, how it stripped me to my bare soul and left me bleeding. Making love to Mateo wasn't just physical, it was emotional. Once we truly made love, I'd fall. I'd lose myself and belong to a man who could never fully belong to me. He kissed my lips, softly and gently, drinking the last of my willpower until it was gone. The whole night, our fight, the accusations, all the lies, everything vanished the minute his body sank into mine. Choking out a strangled version of his name, I arched my back off the bed.
"Esto es amor, mi estrella."
This is love, my star. He took me just as he promised, slow and steady, while staring in my eyes the whole time. His body shook with need, but he held himself back until I came 2 more times. Then and only then did he give in and fill me with not only himself, but every promise he'd made. And just like that, I fell. Chapter 27. Leighton. I woke up alone again. However, this time, instead of finding Mateo's side of the bed cold, I found a scribbled note laying across his pillow. Yawning, I picked it up and rubbed my eyes while scanning his horrible writing.
"Mi amor, I had to run some errands. Someone ruined your dress last night, so I stopped by Brody's and picked up some clothes for you. However, feel free to stay naked in my bed until I return. Mateo. P.S. Since you have to work tonight, I had my men drive your car over. I'll think of some ways you can thank me later."
Placing the note back on his pillow, I pulled the sheet around me and stared at the paper. I couldn't lie to myself anymore. If Mateo said he was here to protect me, I had to trust him. If he got arrested and didn't leave me on purpose, I had to believe him. And if he claimed to have no idea what I was talking about when I condemned his choices after he got out, I had to find out why. In fact, there were a lot of hard conversations I needed to have today, and without being sure what time Mateo left this morning, there was no time to waste. Wrapping the sheet around me, I stumbled toward the dresser, finding a full outfit folded neatly on the ledge. The fact he'd neglected to bring me any undergarments was an oversight. Asshole. 5 minutes later, I was dressed. After finger combing my hair, I gave myself a quick glance in the mirror. It wasn't glamorous, but for where I planned on going, it worked just fine. However, first thing was first. Retrieving my phone from the couch where Mateo had thrown it, I sat down and dialed the number I'd called so many times I'd lost count. Even more was at stake now. With Mateo back in our lives, this silence had to end. After 8 rings, I hung up and dialed again. Nothing. My euphoric mood from last night vanished, leaving only the churning fear that'd been building for days. "Answer, damn it!" I screamed into the mouthpiece. Not like it mattered. Even on the 3rd call, I got nothing but a pleasant voicemail telling me to leave a message and it would be returned shortly. Think, Leighton, think. I had 2 options. One involved an entire legion of dangerous underground criminals I barely knew, while the other involved a decorated legal band of them related to me. My choice came down to the lesser of 2 evils. An hour later, I stood outside my mother's office at City Hall. The place buzzed with activity as aides and interns rushed around with phones permanently attached to their heads. Fighting the urge to run back to my car, I approached the receptionist desk and forced a smile. "I'd like to see Mayor Donovan, please." The male secretary, dressed in a bright blue tie and an American flag pin, shuffled papers while typing one-handed on his laptop. "I'm sorry, the mayor is very busy. You'll have to make an appointment." I placed a hand on the counter. "No, I need to see her now. Let her know Leighton is here." "Leighton?" he asked, his fingers pausing mid-type. "As in Leighton Harcourt. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, Miss Harcourt, right away." Picking up the phone, he pressed a button and cleared his throat. "Mayor Donovan, I have your daughter in the lobby. May I send her back?" "Yes, of course." Flashing an overly white smile, he pointed down the hallway. "Take the hallway all the way to the end, make your first right, and it's the 3rd door on the left. She's waiting for you." After multiple wrong turns, I finally made my way to her office. Not bothering to knock, I opened the door and walked right in. My mother sat behind her massive mahogany desk, every state-of-the-art electronic at her fingertips. Just like every space she occupied, the walls were covered in expensive artwork, and the room was probably decorated by the highest-priced interior designer ever to grace an office. I slowly sank onto the edge of the Italian leather chair and waited. "Yes, a brand-new 6-iron," my mother said into the phone, holding up a manicured finger while rolling her eyes. "I know I just bought the set, but apparently he lost it playing last week." She laughed in that fake, high-pitched tone of hers. "Finn isn't the calmest golfer, you know. He probably missed a drive and threw it in a pond. Next week will be fine, thank you so much." And this is what she does all day? Taxpayers' dollars well spent. As she hung up the phone, I raised a disinterested eyebrow. "Problem?" She waved her hand in the air. "You know your stepfather. He'd lose his head if it wasn't attached." Switching subjects, she clapped her hands together. "I'm so pleased to see you. I know it's early, but there's a coffee shop nearby we can walk to if you—" "Mother, this isn't a social call," I said, cutting her off. "Last night at the party, Finn introduced me to a man named Alex Atwood." Her smile faded a little. "Ah, yes. Finn knows so many generous donors in this city. He's been a godsend." "Yes, well, godsend or not, he's not safe." Deep-set lines formed around her mouth. "Leighton, don't be absurd." I hated myself a little for what I was about to say, but stroking her ego was the only way to reach her. "Look, I know in your own disturbing way you've tried to mend fences, but you don't know that man, Mother. Not really." "And you do?" She let out a dainty chuckle. "Leighton, don't worry. I collect a check from Alex, and that's all. His dealings are with Finn, and I trust my husband's judgment." I took a deep breath. There was no use pushing the issue. She'd already made up her mind and slammed the door. Besides, Alex wasn't the main reason I'd come here. "Then let's talk about what happened at the cantina," I said, lowering my voice. "Do you mean your rude behavior?" The sharpness in her tone hit a nerve, but I ignored it. "No, you said Brody told you something." Although I practiced saying the words in the car, I felt myself choking to get them out. "You said he told you my secret. When?" "Does it matter? It should have been you, Leighton. All this time wasted." Folding her hands in front of her, she sniffled, catching me off guard with a rare show of emotion. "Why didn't you say anything? Why wait until I came home?" "Darling, it wasn't my secret to tell. We hadn't spoken to each other in 4 years, much less had a relationship where I felt comfortable confronting you. I didn't know how you'd react." She lifted her chin, her eyes glassy. "Put yourself in my shoes as a mother." For the first time, I did. Also, for the first time in 4 years, I put my trust in her. "I need help," I admitted, my voice shaking. "As you can see, I came home alone. Everyone else has been relocated by federal agents, and I can't find them." Her eyes widened. "Are they safe?" "Yes. No, I don't know. I can't get in touch with them. That's why I need your help." "Leighton, darling, I'm sure they're fine, but I'm worried about you. You came home so abruptly, and now you're saying federal agents are involved. What's happened?" It wasn't a topic we could tiptoe around, and I wasn't ready to launch into a mid-morning confessional. "Please don't ask me any questions. I can't tell you anything else. I've already said too much. I'm sorry for not telling you sooner, but considering the circumstances, I'm sure you can understand why." Yeah, that last part was the tip of our hatchet still sticking out of its recent burial. Baby steps. She ignored my dig and attempted a smile. "I have access to a few agents. I'll see what I can do." "Thank you, Mother." "Leighton, about that man from the party last night." "I said thank you, Mother." Shutting the conversation down, I redirected her focus away from Mateo. "How's the campaign going?" Her eyes brightened. I wasn't shocked. As sophisticated as my mother thought she wasn't that hard to manipulate. As long as she was talking about herself, anything I did was forgotten. It was how I got away with sneaking out to see Mateo for 7 months. "My polls are steady," she said, sinking back into political mode. "My opponent is trying to fabricate horrid rumors, but my campaign manager can take care of that." "Someone call for a cleaner?" Both of us jumped, turning around to see Jackie standing in the doorway of her office. I had no idea when she'd snuck in, but thinking back to last night, she appeared to have a knack for it. Mother threw her hands in the air and flashed her a brilliant smile. "Perfect timing! Jackie, can you please sit with Leighton for a bit? I need to make some calls for her, and I prefer that she not be alone." Jackie's lips parted, revealing an obligatory smile. "Of course." "Wonderful. I'll report back soon, darling." As my mother rounded her desk and leaned in for her patented air kisses, I kept my eyes on Jackie. Her smile never wavered, and I wondered if her cheeks ever hurt from holding them in such an unnatural position. As soon as Mother closed the door, Jackie lowered herself into the seat beside me. "So, how's school?" "Done," I admitted. I dropped out. Either she didn't hear me admit to fucking up my life, or she didn't care because she continued to stare at me through heavily lined, narrowed eyes. "Must have been hard, living so far away. Weren't you scared living alone in a strange town like that?" "No, my grandparents lived near me." What the hell was her problem? Her line of questioning was bizarre. "I don't mean to be rude, but these are really odd questions, Jackie. You're acting a little strange." She arched an eyebrow. "Am I? Well, I suppose we all act a little strange around here. Transparency isn't one of our finer qualities." Just as I was about to ask her if she stopped at the cantina to knock a few back before breakfast, she leaned in. "How's your car?" My car? What the hell? Then it hit me. She knew about my accident. The back of my car was a little dented, but still drivable. but there was no way in hell Jackie should know about it. "You're double parked," she clarified as if reading my mind. "Someone reported it and we ran your plates. You know, come to think of it, Mr. Donovan's having his car repaired from a recent minor accident, too. Funny coincidence, huh?" My chest pounded. "Yeah? I could arrange to have yours repaired, too, if you'd like." "Thanks, but I'm not sure that's in the campaign manager job description." "Light and a lot of things I do aren't in the job description." Uncrossing her legs, she stood with the grace of a lion. "By the way, I believe you kept a scrapbook, old clippings of your father's career. Do you still have it?" "I suppose it's at my mother's house in my old room somewhere," I said, beginning to question her sanity. Nodding, she brushed her hair over her shoulder. If I hadn't been watching, I would have missed the tremble in her hand. "You might want to take a look at them. Great man, your father. Such a shame what happened to him. A real shame." "Yes, he was." Making her way toward the door, she stopped and glanced over her shoulder. "You have his eyes, you know." A sad smile lifted one corner of her mouth. "They tell the truth if you look long enough. I've always thought the eyes were the windows to the soul." The familiar words slammed into me, and I felt like I was about to be sick.
Look long enough into a man's eyes, and you'll know his real intentions. The eyes are the window to the soul.
They were words my father lived by. Words so meaningful to him, I had them slipped into the pocket of his suit jacket before they closed the casket. I gripped the armrest until my knuckles cracked. How could my mother's campaign manager know something so personal about him? My father was a friendly but intensely private man. His values and things that mattered most to him were only shared within a select group of people: his children, his wife, his parents, and people he loved and trusted. Holy shit. People he loved and trusted. "Jackie, wait." Scrambling to my feet, I ran after her, but she'd already disappeared down the hall. Shit. Slamming my fist against the doorframe, I raced past the reception area and tore out of the building. With both my mother and Finn at work, there was no time like the present. I took the stairs 2 steps at a time until I flung open the door to my old room. I didn't have the time to be careful. Diving into my closet, I tore through mountains of old boxes until I came across the one I wanted. It was the size of a hat box, and when I ripped the top open, I didn't allow myself the hysterical breakdown that usually accompanied looking at what remained of my father's life. No emotions, not today. Picture after picture, clipping after clipping, I scanned the words and forced myself to see my father's smiling face. Nothing stood out as different. Nothing was out of place. Jackie wasn't trying to tell me something. She hadn't had some secret relationship with my father. She was just a fucking lunatic. Grabbing the lid to the box, I cursed under my breath and almost put it away when I saw it. It peeked out from beneath my father's official promotion photo from cop to detective. Reaching in with a shaken hand, I pulled it out and time froze. Still, I didn't cry. Maybe it was shock, but maybe deep down a part of me always knew this moment would come. The picture was worn, covered in countless salty tears, but the faces were still visible. Hundreds of people had shown up for my father's funeral, but only one person in the photograph standing next to his casket looked familiar. The salt and pepper hair, the deep dimpled chin. Shoving the box back in the closet, I tucked the photo in my back pocket and left.
Chapter 28. Mateo. Slipping off my jacket, I draped it across a chair outside of the steel door. "Anyone see you come in?" One of Brody's more trustworthy sicarios shook his head and stepped out of my way. "No, this cabrón is really estúpido. We got him first thing this morning in the parking deck outside his office. He couldn't have made it easier." "How bad is he?" "You said not to fuck him up, so just a few punches. Maybe a rib or two. He's a rich asshole, so I may have gotten in a couple for myself." I slapped him on the back. "Good man." Kicking the door open, I stood back just to admire his handiwork. Finn Donovan looked like he'd gone a few rounds with a mountain lion and lost. As with most of our holding tanks, this one was bare and cold. That was by design. The accommodations our guests found themselves in were minimalistic at best. The only luxuries we allowed were sight and sound, mainly because solitary confinement needed to be absorbed in all its torturous glory, and that would be inhibited by a blindfold. Plus, gags just ruined all the screaming, and that was the best part. All that surrounded me when I walked in were 4 concrete walls and a dusty tarp-covered floor. Oh, and one wide-eyed rich fuck tied to a metal chair right in the middle. His hands were bound behind him, and his ankles were tied together so tightly, if I took his shoes off, I wouldn't be surprised to find them purple. Donovan wheezed from his cracked ribs, and a busted lip left dried blood caked over a dark bruise forming on his chin. All in all, I was pleased with how he looked. My fists itched to get started, but business always took precedence over personal vendetta. My boots clicked against the hard floor beneath the tarp, and he slowly raised his chin. Our eyes connected, and I knew the moment he recognized me. The chair wobbled as he jerked against his restraints. "Help!" he screamed, his voice hoarse. "Somebody help me!" I made a complete circle around him. "Finley, that's a little disrespectful, don't you think?" "Disrespectful?" He heaved, spittle dribbling from the cracked corners of his mouth. "You people kidnapped me. You beat me, and I'm supposed to be nice? Fuck you!" I smiled, enjoying his prolonged torture. He expected me to pull out my gun, so knocking him off balance with conversation amused the fuck out of me. "You people? See, that's the type of hate that pulls communities like ours apart, Finley. I'm kind of offended." He jerked on his bindings again. "Let me go!" "I believe in honesty, Finley, so I'm going to give it to you straight." Grabbing the back of his chair, I got right in his face and smiled. "That's not going to happen." "What do you want from me?" "That was an interesting little party you threw last night. I learned a lot, considering I wasn't on the guest list, as you were so kind to point out. However, I felt like we didn't have a chance to get to know each other. You know, one-on-one. I motioned between us, then slapped a firm hand against his cheek. "Man to shitbag." "I'll tell you anything. What do you want to know?" It took 5 minutes for him to cave. I wanted to put a bullet in his head just because I hated weakness, but I held back. "What the fuck is your obsession with Leighton? And while we're on the subject, what's your connection with Alex Atwood and Emilio Reyes?" Lifting a boot, I stepped onto the chair, crushing his balls. Finn let out a tortured howl, so I pressed a little harder. "Before you answer, I want you to know how much I hate being lied to." "Leighton is my stepdaughter," he wheezed. "Is it so hard to believe I've missed her? I'm sure you would agree she's grown into a beautiful woman." Even with his ballsack flattened, the asshole still managed to disrespect Leighton. I fought to control my disgust. "What about Atwood?" "Alex is just a generous campaign donor for my wife. I don't know the other guy you mentioned." Letting out a relieved breath, he smiled. After all this, the motherfucker was smiling. It wouldn't be for long. Removing my foot, I pushed his chair back a few feet. "You like to play games, huh? I've got one for you. It's called Musical Dicks." Reaching into my pocket, I pulled out my phone and queued up the infamous video, turning the volume up as loud as it would go. Wearing my own smile, I flipped it around and let the show begin. Finn watched the whole thing without a flicker of emotion. I didn't expect him to break down in tears, but he seemed almost irritated. I shoved my phone in his face. "What's wrong with you? That's your wife with another man." "Is that supposed to shock me?" he asked, his tone flat. "You think you're telling me something I don't already know?" "You're okay with this?" His mouth curved in a smile. "I've had my share of extra." His taunt blinded me to the point of madness. I wanted him to feel pain. I wanted him to hurt as much as I did until he lost touch with reality. I almost gave in to my need for it when Val's words echoed in my head. "Business over vendetta. No answers come from dead men's lips." Squeezing my phone, I shook it in his face. "It doesn't bother you that she's sleeping with a cartel member?" His infuriating smile widened. "It should bother you more. Isn't that why I'm here?" Letting out a roar, I pulled my arm back and punched him in the face, his nose exploding into a waterfall of blood. "Ah!" he garbled. "You broke my nose!" "Good. What the hell was that for?" "I hate weak men," I snarled. "Plus, you're an asshole. I stormed toward the door, shaking my fist. "Fuck, you had a hard face." "Let me go," he yelled after me. "People will miss me." Stopping, I glanced over my shoulder. "Maybe, but they won't find you." For the first time, fear flashed across Finn Donovan's face. "What are you going to do with me?" "Not sure yet. I'll let you think about all the possibilities while I decide." I slammed the door behind me to the sounds of him begging for his life. I slept alone Thursday night, which was just as well. I needed time to decompress from my afternoon with Donovan. By the time I'd cleared my head, Friday had come and gone in a blur. Leighton and I barely saw each other during the day, and when I got back to the townhouse, she'd already left for work. For the first time, I didn't even think about driving to Caliente and checking up on her. My mind was too preoccupied with trying to sort out all the different puzzle pieces that didn't fit. Unfortunately, the most jagged piece of all was the woman who set all of this in motion. Leighton shot one of our own men because she claimed he was going to kill her. That was what brought me here. That was what prompted Brody to involve us all. Yet, at every turn, more and more people were added to the puzzle, turning it from a cartel problem into one that reached beyond our borders and into so many political and judicial backdoors my head spun. Nobody was who they claimed to be. Truths were coming out that had nothing to do with the blood on our hands, and I didn't know how either of us were going to handle them. Even now, as it neared midnight, neither of us had spoken for the last hour. As Leighton lay draped across my chest, I knew she felt the tide turning, too. It was like the less we talked, the less of a chance we had of destroying the bubble we'd created. Unfortunately, bubbles didn't exist in my world, and I had a soldier telling her. "What happened at your mother's office yesterday?" I asked, stroking her hair. "What?" Leighton lifted her head, her chin digging into my chest. In the few seconds it took for the question to hover in her eyes, it cleared just as fast. "You had me followed." "I told you I'm going to protect you, Leighton, even if it's from yourself."
I wanted to ask her why Alex was at her party. It didn't make sense to me. It still doesn't.
"Did she explain?" She shook her head.
Not really. She said he's an associate of Finn's and a campaign investor. I don't think she knows anything. My mother is a skilled actress, but even she can't play dumb that well. Something's off with Finn and Alex.
I stopped stroking her hair and grabbed a handful, tilting her head back. "When were you planning on telling me this? Or were you?"
You want me to tell you what you want to hear, or do you want the truth?
"The truth, mi amor. Always the truth."
I was going to tell you. I just didn't know when.
Hearing her speak with such sincerity filled me with hope. I pulled her toward me, but she pushed her hand against my chest.
"There's more,"
she sighed.
"My mother's campaign manager said some strange things to me. She asked me to look over the old clippings of my father's career."
"Did you?" She nodded.
"I found a picture of Alex at my father's funeral. Why would he have been there, Mateo?"
I should have been surprised, but I wasn't. Her admission was just another sting in what had become a multi-layered web of deceit. "I have no idea, but we can look into it. Seems like our friend Atwood has more on his agenda than the law. Did you ask your mother about it?"
"No."
Sighing, she melted against my chest again.
"She left to make some phone calls. I tried to call her on my break, but I guess she was out picking up Finn's clubs."
"His what?" Leighton brushed her lips against my skin and raked her nails down my ribcage.
"She ordered him a new golf club. I guess he lost his 6-iron. She was pretty pissed off about it."
Something harsh stirred in my chest. "Did you say a 6-iron?"
"Yeah, country club life is no joke with the Donovan duo."
She let out a sarcastic laugh, but I fought to remain still. Hector's head was bashed in with a 6-iron. Shit. I have to call Val. Shifting to the side, I simultaneously reached for my phone while attempting to slide out from under her. Oblivious to my revelation, Leighton had other ideas, wrapping her small fingers around my waist.
"Mateo, there was one other thing I talked about with my mother."
Her brown eyes glistened, darting around the room as if afraid to look at me.
"I'm not sure if you care to know, but you keep saying you want to be with me, so..."
I cupped her cheek. "I do."
"If you want to be with me, you're going to have to accept all of me. You can't ignore it anymore.
My throat constricted. What are you talking about? Tilting her face inward, she brushed her lips against my palm.
Maddie, I told my mother about.
My phone rang, cutting her off. Jesu Cristo, what is it with this fucking phone? Still holding her face, I reached across with my other arm and swiped it off the nightstand. Yes. You have a reprieve, Cortez. Val's clipped voice crackled through the line. Eden is having some kind of pregnancy pain. She keeps telling me she's fine, but I won't leave her until I'm positive my son is all right. I have more time, thank God. Understandable? Give Eden my best. He spoke to someone in the background before returning to our conversation. It will be at least 2 or 3 more days until I can arrive in Houston. Consider it a gift, he added before hanging up. Leighton tucked a piece of blonde hair behind her ear.
Everything okay?
I nodded, letting her go and scrubbing both hands down my face. Eden is having some sort of pain. She's okay, but for once a kid came in handy instead of being a pain in the ass, huh? Laughing, I leaned back against the pillow, pulling her with me. What were you saying? Swallowing, she rolled over and pulled the blanket up to her chin.
It's not important.
Chapter 29. Mateo. Has he started yet? Handing Leighton a cup of coffee, I sat down beside her on the couch. Her ponytail swayed as she shook her head.
Nope, Jackie just had a whole lot of nothing.
Tucking her bare legs underneath her, she played with the hem on the black T-shirt of mine she'd worn to bed. I tilted my mug toward the screen. What do you think she's going to say?
I have no idea.
She shrugged, her eyes never leaving the screen.
I tried to call her all day yesterday, but she wouldn't answer her phone.
My question was somewhat rhetorical. I had a good idea what her impromptu Saturday morning press gathering was about. 48 hours after kidnapping Finn Donovan, I still hadn't decided what to do with him. Leighton, I should probably tell you something.
Shh, it's starting,
she said, dismissing me with a wave of her hand. Laying a hand on her thigh, I watched as Lilith took the podium and adjusted the microphone. She wore a black dress and a somber expression as she gazed out at the crowd, almost as if she were already in mourning.
Thank you all for coming,
she said, her voice uncharacteristically soft.
I'll keep this brief. My husband, Finley Donovan, CEO of Donovan Ross, left for work at his corporate office Thursday morning and never returned.
She paused, balling her fist and pressing it under her nose.
Finn's always been a workaholic, so I didn't panic until Friday morning when I woke to find he'd never came home. It's now Saturday and my husband is still missing. I filed a missing persons report with the Houston Police Department, and together we're offering a $250,000 reward to anyone providing information leading to the safe return of my husband.
As Lilith deadpanned a hard stare into the camera, Leighton shuddered beside me. Part of me wanted to assure her I had this under control, but I didn't. I'd enjoy every second of what was to come. Keeping Finn locked in that basement gave me control in a situation that didn't know the meaning of the word. I wasn't there to stop her pain 4 years ago, and I wasn't there to prevent it a week ago, but I sure as hell would draw blood for it now. Unable to hold back any longer, I reached for her, pressing her face against my chest. Hey, it's okay.
What do you think happened to him?
She whispered, her words muffled. Don't worry about it. I'm sure he's fine. He wasn't, but she didn't need the details. A question rested on Leighton's lips I wasn't sure she was ready to hear the answer to. I braced for it, prepared to drag her into the dark when she lifted her head and shoved her hands against my chest.
You don't understand,
she screamed.
I don't want him to be fine.
What are you saying?
I'm glad he's missing,
she said, loathing in her eyes.
I don't want him to come back. I hope he's dead.
Taking her face in my hands, I opened the gate to hell and pushed her through. You cried out in your sleep all last night, Leighton. I asked you after the party why you were so afraid of Finn, and now I want a straight answer. She settled a blank stare on me.
Are you sure, Maddie? Once you open that door, you can't close it.
I already know, I said quietly. I need to hear you say the words.
If you already know, then why have you blamed me for walking away? You think I don't belong in your world? But you're wrong. I've made choices and sacrifices you could never imagine. If anyone understands that money is thicker than blood, it's me.
May, 4 years ago. Dragging myself through the door, I dropped my purse and made it up 2 stairs when the light flickered at the top of the landing. It's well past midnight, Leighton. Where have you been? In fact, where have you been every night? I sighed, climbing the rest of the way and brushing past her. You're just now realizing I haven't been here? I wasn't shocked. No one ever asked where I was or who I was with. Not that it was an issue anyway. I was where I'd been for the past 3 weeks, sitting on the grass next to the train tracks waiting for Maddie to show up. He never did, of course. Hope was a powerful gift and the greatest curse. She grabbed my arm. Are you still seeing that Barrio boy? I froze, turning slowly to face her. How do you know about him? Please, you're the mayor's daughter, she chastised, smoothing a hand over her bleached blonde hair. You don't think people recognize when a Donovan is in a questionable part of town? I'm a Harcourt, I hissed, jerking my arm out of her hold. Regardless, you're not to see him anymore. He's a low-class thug, Leighton. Think of our reputation. Stunned, I gaped at her, the air in the hallway thinning. The fact that she knew about my secret was bad enough, but acting like a concerned mother took it over the edge. You have a lot of nerve talking about reputations and character after turning your back on me. You think you don't associate with low-class thugs? Take a look in your own backyard, Mother. I told you to stop making things up. There you go again. I jabbed a finger in her chest. You just can't stop sticking your head in the sand, can you? You want to know why I leave every night? It's because I know he'll be here, and the minute I hear that door open, I feel like I'm choking. Stop. Covering her ears with both hands, she shook her head. I don't want to hear this again. Of course she didn't. The truth was ugly and shit all over her perfect snow globe world. However, I didn't care anymore, and after 3 weeks, I knew no one else cared either. Wrapping a hand around each of her wrists, I jerked them away from her ears. You don't want to hear what? The truth? I told you what he did to me. I begged you for help, and what did you do? You called me a liar. You believed a monster over your own daughter. He's a good man. He raped me, I screamed. The slap didn't come as a shock. The strike of her hand stung, but not as much as the realization that my whole life had been a lie. Lowering her hand, she fisted it by her side. I'll not have you ruin everything I've worked for. I'm your daughter, and he's my husband. She lifted her chin, finality washing over her face. If you're going to spread vicious rumors and ruin my campaign, you aren't welcome in my home. Her ultimatum didn't matter. After leaving the train tracks tonight, I'd already made my decision. Leaving Houston was the only way for me to survive. This isn't my home, I said, turning down the hallway for the final time.
Present day. Leighton finished her confession, and I didn't respond. Fuck, I had to concentrate just to breathe. My hands ached from clenching my fists, so I didn't put them to the wall. I wanted to explode, destroy everything in the room, and break anything in my path.
I left you so many messages, Maddie.
A moment of clarity broke through the blind rage. When I got arrested, Emilio took my phone. When a member gets pinched, it's standard policy to destroy their burner phones. When I got out a year later, I just got a new one. I never heard them. She seemed to contemplate my confession for a minute, her forehead wrinkling in confusion. Then it was as if a wave of understanding passed over her, and she closed her eyes.
Things could have been so different for all of us.
What do you mean, all of us?
I called you so many times,
she repeated, her voice barely above a whisper.
Even after I'd lost hope for me, I still called because...
Both of us tensed, on edge and grasping at unraveling threads, when, right on cue, my phone rang. Leighton opened her eyes and glared at the coffee table.
I'm really beginning to hate that thing.
Forget it.
No, she said, shaking her head. Answer it. You know they'll just keep calling back until you do.
As much as I hated to admit it, she was right. Grabbing my phone from the table, I stared at the incoming number and growled into the mouthpiece. Not now, Bright. I finally decrypted a couple other things on that flash drive, he said, ignoring me. It can wait. I don't think it can. A hint of pity crept into his voice. Mateo, you really need to hear this. That got my attention. In all the years I'd known him, Professor Bright had never called me by my first name. Give me half an hour. Immediately disconnecting the call, I turned toward Leighton, her face already shutting down. Leighton, I'm sorry, Go. Standing, she picked up her coffee mug and turned toward the kitchen. It's waited this long. A few more hours won't matter. You have 5 minutes, I said as he slid into the passenger seat. Trust me, that's all I'll need. Powering up his laptop, Bright punched in keys until a small black box appeared. His fingers stalled on the keyboard. Before I play this, I want my door unlocked. I didn't give a shit. Unlocking the door, I pointed toward the computer. Play the tape. Nodding slowly, he swept his fingers across a few more keys and my heart stopped as Leighton's voice filled the Tahoe. Maddie, it's Star. Where are you? You didn't show up and... God, Maddie, please call me when you get this. Maddie, it's me again. It's been 2 weeks. Whatever I've done, I'm sorry. Please call me. I went to our place again tonight. Stupid, huh? Just call me and let me know you're okay. It's me again. I don't know if you care, but I've left town. I'm in San Marcos with my grandparents. I really need to talk to you, Maddie. It's important. Maddie, I get it. You don't want to be with me. But you have to call me back. This doesn't have anything to do with you and me anymore. Fine. I wanted to do this in person, but you've given me no choice. Maddie, you have to call me back. I'm pregnant. I just thought you deserved to know. I just wanted to say congratulations, Maddie. You have a daughter. If you care to be a father, you know where we are. No, this couldn't be true. As intimate as we'd been over the past week, Leighton wouldn't have hidden something like that. It wasn't in her nature. She was too honest, too uncorrupted, too protective. Shit. Pieces of conversations flew through my head, finally making sense. There's no threat because I can't get pregnant. I had some complications a few years ago and lost my ovaries. I didn't say anything before because you have to understand, Mateo. I'll do anything to protect my family. You ask me to make a choice to blindly follow you, but you won't even own up to your own choices. If you want to be with me, you're going to have to learn to accept all of me. You can't ignore it anymore. Things could have been so different for all of us. I was wrong. Her anger had been completely justified. She thought I knew and didn't care. She thought I'd turned my back on my own child. My child. My hands clenched into fists. Where did these originate? That's the thing. I can't trace the original file. It didn't matter. The truth had been lying to my face for years. Only one person had my phone. If these messages existed, only one person could have kept them from me this whole time. The same person who'd already lied to me about talking with the DEA. I took a breath, trying to control the vicious anger roiling inside me. Get out. Bright loosened the tie knotted around his neck. There's more. Clicking a few more keys, he turned the screen around as another black box popped up. This one isn't so pleasant. 911 dispatch, what's your emergency? There's a drug deal going down at Gray and Elgin. I think it involves one of those Carrera cartel guys. We have an undercover officer in the area already on it. What's your name, sir? That's all, Brett said. The caller hung up after that. Closing his laptop, he dropped it in his bag and secured the latch. I'll need a copy of these. I already have it. Pulling another flash drive out of his pocket, he dropped it into the cup holder as he quickly climbed out of the Tahoe. Brody was waiting by the curb outside the DA's office when I pulled up. He'd barely closed the door before I hit the gas. Do you mind telling me what the hell was so urgent I had to postpone a very important meeting? I didn't even glance at him. Your stepfather killed Hector Diaz. What? I expected the shock in his voice, but it still irritated me. Are you insane? Finn is the CEO of an oil company, not a Sicario. Turn this fucking car around. You've lost your damn mind. I don't give a shit if you believe me or not. You can ask him yourself.
Oh, sure, when he turns up, I'll just...
His voice trailed off as everything clicked. Dropping his head against the headrest, he groaned.
Oh, fuck, Mateo. You didn't.
You're damn right I did, and I'd do it again. I jerked the wheel, my tone harsh. But that isn't what has him in one of our holding tanks. Turning my head, I held his stare for a moment. Brody, I have to tell you something, and I need you to keep as calm as possible. He let out a breath.
If it's about you and my sister being together when she was a teenager, I already know.
What? Fuck, I didn't expect that. No, it's about Finn and your sister. Brody's voice got deathly low. What the fuck did you just say? He listened quietly as I recounted the story Leighton had told me. Brody sat motionless, gripping the door handle until his arm shook. When I finished, he just stared at me, his face chalk white. Brody, say something.
Pull over,
he rasped. I pulled off the shoulder of the road and he ripped off his seatbelt. Flinging the door open, he retched onto the asphalt until I was sure he'd pass out. Finally wiping his mouth on the back of his hand, he climbed back into the truck.
Take me to him.
Putting the Tahoe in drive, I pulled back into traffic. With pleasure. After I unlocked the heavy steel door, Brody didn't bother opening it. He just kicked it in. The black tarp crunched under his expensive dress shoes as he stormed across the room.
Oh, thank God, Brody! You have to get me out of...
Finn's head snapped back as Brody barreled straight into him, landing one hell of an impressive right hook across his face. Blood poured from his already broken nose as he let out a strangled howl.
You hit me! I trusted you. I stood up for you.
Brody roared, wrapping his hand around Finn's throat.
I should rip your throat out.
I stood against the wall, watching what was left of the cultured lawyer and Brody Harcourt be replaced by a ruthless killer. While I couldn't say the transformation wasn't overdue, this wasn't his show.
Not until I get some answers first, I interrupted, moving in between them.
Reaching into my waistband, I pulled out my gun and waved it in Donovan's face. Finley, you fucked up.
Oh? What offense did I commit this time?
I just found out something very interesting. Why did you have me busted 4 years ago? I tapped my gun against his nose. I know you called in the tip that got me arrested. Finn wisely kept his mouth shut for a few minutes, probably weighing his options. When he came to the conclusion that he had none, he glared at me through swollen eyes and smirked.
You think this was all my idea? Wake up, asshole. Your own cartel members have done others' bidding long before the almighty Val Carrera.
My finger twitched against the trigger. It was your voice on the dispatch call.
Getting rid of you is a fringe benefit. You took up too much of her time.
I slammed the side of my gun against his face, my control breaking. Finn spat out a mouthful of blood and laughed.
How do you think you got away without so much as a fair trial? If you think you were just in the wrong place at the wrong time, you're an even bigger dumbass than I am.
Our members wouldn't rig the system against our own. He grinned through blood-stained teeth.
Are you sure about that?
I knew his game, and I couldn't let him knock me off mine. So instead of letting him rattle me, I pressed the barrel of my gun against his cheek. Leighton said you lost your 6-iron.
So?
One of our men's head was turned into cream cheese with a 6-iron. Using my free hand, I pointed to my temple. Left an imprint right in his skin.
Oh, and I did it because I belong to a country club and like to hit the links?
No, because you're a fucking rapist who isn't smart enough to cover his own crime. I increased the gun's pressure on his cheek. You're too stupid to do this on your own, so tell me who gave the order, and I might let you go.
Are you fucking serious?
Brody yelled behind me.
You're going to let him go?
Shut up, I growled. Finn watched our back and forth with interest.
If I tell you, you'll let me go?
Stepping back, I crossed my arms over my chest and tapped the barrel of the gun against my bicep. I'll consider it. He narrowed his eyes.
Then maybe you should be at Caliente instead of here.
Part of me already knew it, but hearing the words still sucked. Lowering the gun, I held it by my side. Are you saying?
Yeah, genius. There's been an unholy alliance for years, and it's not in Mexico. A power play none of you saw coming.
A slow smile parted his lips.
Except maybe sweet Leighton. She always was a smart one, feisty too. I wonder if that trait was passed down.
Images blackened my vision, and I aimed my gun at his forehead. She's mine. Both of them.
Wait!
He screamed, jerking in his chair.
You said you wouldn't kill me if I told you.
I lied. Just as I was about to pull the trigger, Brody grabbed my wrist. Glaring at him, I waved the gun in his face. What the fuck is wrong with you, man? You know what this sick son of a bitch did to your sister. I'll never be able to forget, he growled, kicking Finn's chair and sending him crashing against the wall. But we should use him as bait. Let's let him hang himself and end this once and for all. Finn let out an audible sigh of relief, but I'd had enough. Fuck that. Extending my arm, I aimed right between his eyes and pulled the trigger, exploding the back of Finn's head against the wall. Brody sighed behind me.
Maybe you didn't hear me? I said we should let him hang himself. He could have been useful, Mateo.
And maybe you didn't hear me. Tucking the gun back in my waistband, I turned around and glared at him. I said, fuck that. To be honest, the fact he doesn't have 2 bullets in his brain makes me want to put one in yours. Shoving both arms into my chest, he knocked me backward. Don't ever question my love for Leighton. I'd die for her. I shoved him right back. Only mine was harder and came with a warning. Yeah, I just killed for her. Now clean this shit up. We have work to do.
Chapter 30. Leighton. Jackie paced the uneven asphalt outside the back door of Caliente, second on the end of a thin cigarette. As late as it was, she was still dressed to impress. A smart navy blue pantsuit over a crisp white shirt and a simple necklace she held like a talisman. I leaned against the back of the building, watching her crumble with every step. Since when did you take up smoking? Stopping, she crossed an arm over her chest and blew a heavy line of smoke. Since when did you take to summoning me? Shaking her head, she resumed her pacing. Make this quick, Leighton. Your mother doesn't know I'm gone. It's Saturday night. She chuckled. Your point? Spinning around, she peered around the corner. Are you sure it's safe to talk out here? I was way ahead of her. Before texting her to meet me during my break, I'd ensured Amelia was busy and none of his associates were anywhere near the building. I even kept a watch across the street to ensure Swenson and his buddy had taken the night off. I made mistakes, but I didn't repeat them. Yes, everyone else is inside. No one's listening. She rolled her eyes. Someone's always listening. After the last few days, I'd come to question everyone's motives. There was no such thing as a selfless deed. While I didn't want to alienate her, I didn't have time to stand out here arguing with her. You were concerned about me being near Alex Atwood at the fundraiser. Why? The orange end of Jackie's cigarette flickered. I didn't like the looks of him. Right. Is that why you played a game of riddle me this at my mother's office? I did what you told me to. Digging into my apron, I pulled out the picture of Alex from my father's funeral and held it up. I found this. She exhaled a cloud of smoke. Yeah? Her blasé attitude irritated me. She'd presented the can of worms and I'd dumped it out. She was sifting through them with me, whether she liked it or not. Why was Alex at my father's funeral? You seem to know a lot about both of them, so I was hoping you could shed some light on this for me. Dropping her cigarette to the ground, she stomped it out with the toe of her shoe. I'm sure you have access to a computer, she mumbled. Google Detective Alex Atwood and see what pops up. As soon as the words left her mouth, she turned to walk away. Moving quickly, I grabbed her arm. Why are you doing this? I told you I do a lot of things not in my job description. Her body tensed and her shoulders drew toward her ears. But I didn't sign on for any of this shit. Shit? What shit? And why do you care so much about my father? Jackie glanced over her shoulder, and I had to swallow my reaction. The earlier nervousness etched in her face deepened into a pain I knew all too well. It caused permanent lines carved by rivers of tears, only cried by someone whose heart had shattered into 1,000 pieces. "Your father was a good man, Leighton," she said, her tone hauntingly sad. "He cared about people and saw the good in them, even people who did things they didn't want to." Her voice broke on her last words, her hand reaching for the necklace dangling just above the collar of her shirt. I caught a glimpse of it before she wrapped it protectively in her hand. A gold J on a dainty gold chain, just like mine. My heart thundered in my chest. Beautiful necklace. It was a gift. Her grip tightened, as if my acknowledgement would make it disappear. I understood her possessiveness, her need to hold tightly to the only thing she had left. It was a lasting testament to the good part in all of us. I should have been jealous. It should have soiled my most sacred memories, tainting the infallible man I put on a pedestal. But I wasn't, and it didn't. I made him human, and instead of hating Jackie for having a private part of my father, I felt a strange kinship with her. James Harcourt wasn't perfect. However, neither was I. I'd killed, lied, stolen, and given myself to a man who'd probably committed every sin there was. Love wasn't unflawed. It was ugly, damaged, imperfect, and at times tragic. But in the end, it was what kept us breathing. It was what woke us up and got us out of bed, hoping for another chance at making it better. It was what drove us to right the wrongs we carried with us far too long. "I have to go," she said, brushing her eye with the back of her hand. I nodded as her heels clicked away into the darkness. "I'll be in touch." I had no idea if she heard me or not, but it didn't matter. Our business together wasn't finished, and she knew it. However, I'd give her the space she needed to compose herself before approaching her again. Drying my damp palms on my apron, I opened the back door and went back into Caliente on a mission. There would be no more reporting back to Alex until I knew exactly who he was and what backdoor agenda he had. Whatever he wanted on the Carrera cartel, I had a feeling it was a smokescreen for something much bigger, and I was tired of being a sacrificial lamb. It was time to be a wolf. Emilio must have stepped out for a moment because a quick sweep of the place found no trace of him. At almost 1 o'clock in the morning, it was near closing time anyway, so the place had already begun filtering out. I had to act quickly. Keeping his office door cracked so I could listen for footsteps, I typed in Emilio's password and Googled exactly what Jackie told me to. It took only seconds for the links to pop up, so I clicked on the first one and held my breath. I read as fast as I could, every word turning my stomach. Alex Atwood joined the New Orleans Police Department in 1985 and the Houston Police Department as a detective in 2004. The fact that he served on the same force at the same time as my father was bad enough. But the next link I clicked on stunned me. Detective Alex Atwood served on the Project Guardian Task Force. It was a specialized task force my father created to take down the Houston-based Carrera cartel contingent. Alex and my father worked side by side against the Carreras. My fingers couldn't work fast enough. Jackie wouldn't give me useless information like this for no reason. Just as I clicked on the third link, a commotion from down the hallway sent my heart halfway up my throat.
"Amanda, you left the back door unlocked again. How many times have I warned you about that, Renita?"
Shit. Emilio. Closing out the screen, I quickly deleted the browser history and logged out of the laptop. Pushing the chair back, I rushed toward the door and slipped into the hallway. With my heart pounding in my ears, I leaned against the wall to catch my breath. Oh God, that was close. I'm never doing that again.
"Leighton, is everything all right?"
A chill crawled up my spine as I glanced up and collided eyes with my boss. "Yes, everything's fine. Why?" Emilio tilted his head.
"You look a little flushed."
"No, just tired. We were busy today. I need to finish my end of shift work. I don't want to hold anyone up."
"You do that."
A deadly smile parted his lips, his silver-capped teeth glinting under the dim light. I backed away, unable to take my eyes off him.
"Oh, and Leighton, please see me after you're done. I'd like to talk to you."
I'd never cleaned so fast in my life. Even Amanda asked if I was on something, and if so, it was rude not to share. I just laughed, not sure if I should confide in her that I didn't want to be left alone with Emilio and end up under a tarp in the back of his SUV. Instead, I just scrubbed harder and prayed. As I heard Amanda clock out and the back door slam behind her, I sucked in a defeated breath, almost crushing a freshly washed glass in my bare hand. I was alone with Emilio. Wiping down the final table, I cursed myself for leaving my phone in my car. At least if I had it, I could have called someone before walking into his office, so if he killed me on the spot, they would have audible evidence of the crime. Without it, it could take weeks to find my body, if they ever did. Placing a hand against my stomach, I made my way toward Emilio's office and peered inside. Emilio?
Did you find everything you were looking for earlier?
Letting out a startled scream, I spun around, slamming my back against the wall. Emilio stood in front of me, his eyes as dark as midnight and just as empty. He crowded into me and placed a hand against my face, his lips flattening into a hard line. I'm sorry?
I know you were on my computer, Layton, and it wasn't the first time.
He bent his elbow, positioning his body flush against mine.
If you wanted to know anything about your pig father, all you had to do was ask.
Oh, God, all this time he knew. My mouth only managed to form one word. How? He laughed, slamming his other hand by my face.
Next time you send my personal files to yourself, puta, log out of your email.
I gasped, vindication and terror overloading my brain. I wasn't crazy after all, just careless. Emilio knew what I'd done this whole time. He'd been the one who deleted the file I'd forwarded to myself, making me think I'd lost my mind while sounded like a lunatic to the DEA. The ease of his delivery twisted my insides, causing me to shake uncontrollably. It didn't go unnoticed. In fact, Emilio seemed to get off on my fear, dragging in an excited breath before brushing his mustache across my face until we stood eye to eye.
By the way, how's that little angel of yours? What is she now, 3? They're so precious at that age, aren't they? So trusting.
He paused, his cruel smile poignantly direct.
They'll open the door for just about anyone.
I free fell straight into hell. Everything I thought I knew was wrong, and the safety I thought protected us was a lie. As petrified as I was, I'd found clarity for the first time since leaving San Marcos.
Let's count up your offenses, shall we?
Sliding his arm from the wall, Emilio traced his fingers down my throat, folding them around it and rubbing his thumb under my chin.
You've trespassed, broken into my personal computer, stolen from me, lied to me, tried to sell me out. Oh, and let's not forget you're a shitty waitress who's fucking your way into my organization.
What are you going to do? I whispered as his hand tightened.
For starters, you're fired.
For starters?
You've inconvenienced me, Layton. I don't like to be inconvenienced. I also don't follow codes set by weak leaders who rewrite rules to suit their own agenda.
Hey, everything okay in here? Sorry, I forgot my purse and saw the lights were on. Just as Emilio pressed his thumb against my throat, the back door slammed, and Amanda breezed down the hallway. A knowing smile crept across Emilio's face, and he took a step backward.
See, everything's fine,
he answered, his eyes still on mine.
Layton was just giving her notice.
No, Amanda whined. You just started. It's for the best, I rasped, my voice rough from his hold. Lowering my eyes, I quickly latched myself onto her and moved us both toward the back door, stopping to grab my keys. I'll walk out with you. I didn't give her a chance to ask any questions. Once outside, I ran to my car and locked the doors. Halfway out of the parking lot, Emilio's warning repeated in my head until I couldn't breathe. Grabbing my phone from the passenger seat where I'd left it, I dialed Alex's number, praying for an answer. Just like all the calls I'd made to my grandparents, it rang and rang and rang until finally clicking into voicemail. And just like all the calls I'd made to my grandparents, I hit redial, refusing to give up, because now their lives depended on it.
Chapter 31. Mateo. Slamming the door of the Tahoe, I stalked across the parking lot, barely registering anything around me. As a high-ranking cartel member, it was a stupid move. We were trained to keep our eyes forward, to the side, and a spare set in the back of our heads. Enemies came in all forms and waited for our weakest moment to attack. I'd just found out firsthand. However, no man's hand or weapon would be a match for the rage thrumming through my body right now. I had 4 years of vengeance boiling in my blood, and if it was going to spill, there was only one man I wanted bathed in it. I tried the door at first, knowing it would be locked. Emilio wasn't stupid. He'd proven that. Giving it a swift kick, I beat on it with my fist. "Open this fucking door, Reyes. I know you're in there. Open up or I swear to fuck I'll shoot it." I paused, giving him a 10-second reprieve. Nothing. "Reyes!" I roared, kicking the door again. "Open this fucking door, or I'm calling your wife and giving her a list of all the whores you've fucked, along with a loaded Smith & Wesson." I just pulled my fist back to bang on the door again when the latch clicked and it swung open. Emilio stood there, his smug face staring up at me, almost as if he'd been expecting me. Jerking my gun from behind my jacket, I grabbed him by the throat and pushed him inside, crashing both of us into the freezer door. "Hola, Mateo," Lifting a knee, I drove it into his gut, cutting him off. "You'll speak when spoken to, you piece of shit." While he was bent over, I slammed my arm over his chest and shoved the barrel of my gun under his chin, forcing him upright. "Yes or no? Did you send me into a trap 4 years ago?" He held my eye, the smug smirk finally fading. "Having a gun ready to blow your head off sobered any man, I suppose." "What the hell are you talking about? When I got arrested, did you set that up?" I shoved the gun deeper into his throat. "Don't fucking lie to me." I didn't know why I gave the warning. Emilio's best skill was lying. It was why he still drew breath in his lungs. It was how he had the balls to look surprised while raising his thick black eyebrows. "Why the hell would I get my best sicario locked up? Have you gone loco?" Maybe I had, but he hadn't seen loco yet. None of them had. Releasing my arm from across his chest, I drove my fist into his gut. "Did you know I had a daughter?" I yelled. "You had my phone, asshole. You knew she tried to tell me." "Mateo," he coughed. "What's this?" I heard his collar rip as I pulled him to his feet, so I grabbed onto his throat instead, moving the gun to his temple. "Yes or no? Did your little thief tell you that?" he rasped, his words abrasive from the pressure of my hold. "She's broken into my office twice now. Did you know that? I've also caught a fed sitting across the parking lot ever since she started. You think that bullshit is a coincidence? I fired her ass tonight." He kept digging himself into a deeper hole and didn't know it. He just assumed Leighton hadn't confided in me about the DEA, and I was ignorant to everything. It proved he had no idea what we shared and never did. It also proved he was a threat to her, and always had been. He also had much more to answer for than denying me my family. Something just as unforgivable and way more damning. "You knew about her stepfather," I growled, tightening my grip. "You sounded happy to tell me what he did to her. How could you know something like that unless you had dealings with him years ago? You've also been talking to the feds. What the hell have you been doing behind Val's back, Emilio? How deep does your betrayal go?" Emilio's nostrils flared right before he spat in my face. "Fuck you." It wasn't the verbal or actual disrespect that set me off. As a haze of sheer black faded my vision, all I could see was Finn Donovan. I slammed my gun across his temple, giving myself enough time to shove it back into my waistband before he righted himself. As soon as I saw his face, I pounded my fist into his ribs, smiling at the cracking sound it made. Emilio buckled forward, but managed to retaliate with a backhand I caught under my chin. Driving full force into him, I landed a hard hit into his gut, again followed by an uppercut under his chin that smacked his head against the freezer door. His unfocused eyes stared at me before he slid to the floor, leaving behind a huge dent in the metal. Too bad it wasn't in his head. Wiping a trail of blood from my lip, I pulled my gun out again and pressed it against his head. I should pull the trigger for the shit you just pulled, but that's against Carrera code. Only Val can make that call. Emilio leaned against the freezer, coughing through a laugh. "You'd kill me over pussy? You're no better than he is. I'll take that as a compliment. Grabbing him by the hair, I leaned down and knocked out his silver tooth with the butt of my gun. You cost me everything, I hissed, jerking his face against mine. I trusted you, and you stole my life away from me. For what, Emilio? Your own pussy? Don't lie to me, because I saw the tape of you and the mayor. He managed a bloody smile. You think you know everything, don't you? Val's little protege. Boy, I don't give a shit about you, your whore, or your kid. It's only because of me that little bitch has lived as long as she has. My blood ran cold, my grip on his hair loosening. What the hell do you mean? Insurance, Cortez. You think her identity has been a secret for 3 years by accident? If I had my way, you still wouldn't know about her. I wasn't the one who put her in danger. Blood poured from his face, coating his shirt. You want to be mad? You need to look one step below me. No, he was lying. Brody would never do anything to hurt his own family. Think so? Your boy Harcourt let the cat out of the bag about your kid, Cortez. He's the one who put a target on that little girl's back, not me. Fucking liar. I stumbled back, slipping in the trail of blood. But Luis was after Leighton. Emilio slowly lifted his chin and delivered the blow he'd waited for. Was he? I struggled to breathe as he laughed, one word searing through my soul. Leighton. Seeing her car parked outside the townhouse calmed the beast inside me. I needed to find her first, because if I got to Brody, I was afraid I'd do something I couldn't take back. There couldn't be any more secrets between us when I confronted the man I'd convinced Val to break tradition for and bring into our family. Racing up the stairs, I barely managed to get the key in and unlock the door before shoving it open. The last thing I wanted to do was scare her, but even I didn't understand the overwhelming need in me to control her. It wasn't about making her feel weak, far from it. I never wanted Leighton vulnerable again. My need for control stemmed from the ignorance I felt, and that word sickened me. I'd been ignorant to the horror she'd suffered at the hands of her stepfather. I'd been ignorant to the loneliness she endured raising our child by herself. And I'd been ignorant to the conspiracy going on behind both our backs, involving people on every side of the triangle in this fucked-up equation. We'd wasted so much time blaming each other for the shape we were in. We ignored the fragile shape we'd become. I found her sitting on the couch, still dressed in her caliente uniform, mascara streaked down her cheeks as if she'd been crying. She had her knees drawn up toward her chest and her arms wrapped around them. This wasn't my Leighton. This wasn't my star. This was a lost little lamb. Dropping to my knees before her, I took her face gently in my hands, wiping the dampness from under her eye with my thumb. The movement seemed to knock her out of the hypnotic trance, and her brows knotted together. Your lip is bleeding. I went to see Emilio, I admitted. I waited for her to ask me why, but she held my gaze, her walls crumbling piece by piece. Me too. Pulling away, she released her knees, collapsing against the back of the couch. That was when I noticed it. A purple bruise forming at the base of her throat, just the size of a thumbprint. Emilio's heated words came rushing back as that purple print made the black haze cloud my vision again. I touched it with a gentle hand. Did he do this to you? Although she flinched, she didn't pull away while nodding. Fuck the code. He's a dead man. I'm not the enemy, mi amor, I promised her, doing everything I could to keep my voice even. But I know who is. Just as I promised myself, there had to be a clean slate between us before any more blood spilled. Taking her small hands in mine, I held them tightly, preparing both of us. Remember those messages you said you sent me when you left? Yeah. I didn't get them, but someone else did. All the blood drained from Leighton's face. Who? Emilio. Immediately she tried to pull away, but I anticipated her fear and held on, refusing her. How do you know this? She whispered, her voice shaking. Don't worry about that right now. Just know I finally heard them. As the last word left my lips, I looked up at her. The wide-eyed panic in her beautiful brown eyes faded, the corners turning down in understanding.
"You didn't know,"
she said matter-of-factly. "No, but now that I do, I want to hear it from you." She stuttered, starting and stopping at least 3 times before tilting her head back and letting out a gasping cry. My heart bled for her. My arms ached to hold her, but I didn't move. This moment belonged to her, and she needed to be left alone to exorcise the demons on her own.
"I left almost 4 years ago, Maddie. But I didn't leave alone,"
she finally said, her hands trembling even harder.
"When I said I came back to look for you, I wasn't lying. I wanted to find you, even though you never answered my messages. I thought you deserved to know that."
"Say it, Layden." She swallowed hard and the trembling stopped.
"I was pregnant."
Releasing her hands, I sat back on my heels. "Show me." Reaching behind her, she pulled a worn photo from her back pocket. She stared at it lovingly before turning it around. The moment my eyes landed on the little girl in the picture, I grabbed my chest. If I'd been standing, the image would have brought me to my knees. She wore a pink tank top and held a bunch of wild flowers in her little hands. Her long dark hair was swept over one bronze shoulder, and her expressive dark brown eyes crinkled at the corner with obvious love for her mother. It felt like the breath had been knocked out of me. Staring at this picture was like staring into a mirror. All except for her wide, dimpled grin. The one that lit up her whole face. The one that screamed innocence and light. That was all Layden. "She's beautiful," I choked out.
"She has your eyes. You have no idea how confusing it is to love something so much who looks exactly like someone who destroyed you."
I traced her face, still mesmerized.
"How old is she?" "She turned 3 in January."
"What's her name?"
"Stella,"
she said, tilting her head to stare along with me.
"Actually, her name is Estella. It's a Spanish name. I picked it because it means
little star," I finished for her. She nodded, but she didn't have to. Even through our separation, she'd found a way to keep our love alive. "Estella." I hesitated, not daring to hope.
"James. Estella James."
I raised an eyebrow. "Not Harcourt?" She shook her head, her expression darkening.
"You weren't the only reason I left Houston, Mateo. I've already told you, I'll do anything it takes to protect my family. I wasn't about to let Finn get anywhere near another young girl. My grandparents helped me through everything. They supported me, so I couldn't think of a better way to honor them and protect Stella than using my father's name."
"And she's why you came back to Houston without a fight?" Layden nodded again. It was as if unloading the secret she'd harbored alone freed her.
"Alex promised to keep Stella and my grandparents in protective custody, as long as I cooperated. After what happened with Luis, I couldn't risk it, Mateo. We'd be on the streets if it weren't for my grandparents. They saved us. I'd give up my life for Stella, but I won't risk hers."
Tucking the picture inside my jacket pocket, I rose to my feet, pulling Layden with me. Running my fingers through her hair, I tilted her chin up. "You don't have to give up your life for her. I'll lay down mine for both of you."
"You don't even know her,"
she said, glancing down. "I don't have to. She's my daughter, and I'll kill anyone who comes near her. I'd never fail either of them again. This isn't over, Layden. She's in danger." Taking a breath, I said the words I knew would devastate her. "You weren't Luis's target. She was."
"I know,"
she said without a trace of shock. It was the last thing I expected to hear. "You do?" She nodded. A shadow clouded her eyes, and in them I saw the wheels turning inside a changed woman.
"I saw Emilio too, remember? He knows Alex is hiding her, but now I can't get in touch with Alex. I'm tired of reacting, Mateo."
"This is going to end," I promised her. "When all this is over, no one's going to take either of you away from me again."
"Show me."
"What do you need?" I asked, wanting to hear her say the words.
"Make love to me."
Pressing a hand against my chest, she turned her cheek into my palm and closed her eyes.
"Make it okay. Just for tonight."
Picking her up, I carried her into the bedroom, tasting her lips the whole way. After what we'd just shared, it felt wrong to touch her any other way but reverently. She was the mother of my child, my everything. After laying her on the bed, I divested both of us of our clothes as she watched me through half-lidded eyes. The hunger was still there, still violent to the point of having to take a few moments to calm myself so I wouldn't drag her hips up and drive into her with the punishing force of the anger boiling inside me. My emotions were too tangled for that. I refused to allow her body to take the brunt of someone else's sins.
"Mateo."
I opened my eyes to her sweet voice, questioning my hesitation.
"Are you okay?"
Hovering my lips over hers, I fed myself inch by agonizing inch into her warmth until her tight walls squeezed me like a glove. Leighton dug her nails into my sides, arching her back and moaning my name. "Now I am, mi amor," I whispered, kissing her slowly. "Now I am."
Chapter 32. Leighton. The incessant banging was the first thing I noticed. Rubbing my eyes, I lifted my head off the pillow and blinked at the alarm clock. It was 7 o'clock in the morning, and whoever was outside the door sounded like they were about to take it down. I rolled in Mateo's arms and tucked my head under his chin. "One of your Carrera men is here." He threw his heavy thigh over mine, drawing me closer and all but crushing me against his chest.
"I didn't send for any men,"
he rasped, his voice scratchy. We stilled, both of our eyes widening as his admission registered. We stared at each other in a rare moment of silence before the storm erupted. Slapping a hand over my mouth, I rolled away from him as he flung himself across the mattress and gathered his clothes from the floor.
"Fuck, get dressed."
Shoving his muscular legs into his jeans, he jerked his t-shirt over his head and grabbed his gun from the nightstand.
"Stay here,"
he demanded as I buttoned my shorts. I stared after him as he swung the bedroom door open and stomped down the hallway. When I told him last night I was tired of reacting, those weren't just frivolous words. I was done being anyone's victim, and being trapped in his bedroom alone while he faced whoever was about to break down the door wasn't happening. Following after him, I stopped beside the end table next to the couch and eyed the decorative ceramic lamp sitting in the middle of it. Backhand in the shade, I grabbed the thinnest part of the lamp, just below the light bulb, and swung it over my shoulder like a baseball bat. Mateo froze, turning around and throwing his head back with a hiss.
"Can't you do one fucking thing I ask you to?"
I tightened my grip on the lamp. "No."
"Mateo Cortez?"
a voice boomed from the other side of the door.
"This is the Houston Police Department. Open up."
My mouth dropped open. In another life, the police would have been a welcome presence, but the last 9 days opened my eyes to a world I didn't know existed. One where the men who swore to serve and protect were self-serving, duplicitous masks, while the ones condemned as the faces of evil righted wrongs written off by the straight and narrow.
"I'm going to need to see a warrant first."
Standing just to the left of the door, Mateo held his gun in position, every muscle in his body tensed. There was a quiet lull at first, with no response to his challenge and no further banging on the door. Confused, I let out the breath I'd been holding, the lamp slipping from my hands and resting on my shoulder. Then it came, the voice I never expected to hear. Gruff and almost hoarse-sounding, with a harsh coating that rattled my eardrums, like a chair being scraped across a dingy floor.
"Leighton, are you in there?"
I lost all sense of what was happening as the lamp slipped from my sweaty hands and crashed to the floor. "Alex!" I gasped. "Mateo, open the door. He knows where Stella is." Still gripping his gun, Mateo squeezed his eyes shut, pacing a few steps before turning back and dropping his hands in defeat. Shaking his head, he unlocked the door, barely having a second to step back before 4 armed police officers stormed in, knocking him into the wall and taking his gun. One man pinned him with the forearm against his chest.
"Mateo Cortez?" Yeah.
Digging his fingers into Mateo's shoulder, he spun him around, slamming his cheek against the wall. I watched in horror as the officer pulled out a set of metal handcuffs and locked his arms behind his back.
You're under arrest for the murder of Hector Diaz. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law.
The rest of his words were drowned out by Mateo's shouts. Still in shock, I didn't understand what was happening until one of the other officers headed straight for me. Instinctively, I backed up, stumbling as my feet tangled in the shards of broken ceramic littering the floor. His hands reached for me, and before I crashed into the wall, his much larger body pressed against mine.
Get your fucking hands off her!
Mateo roared, fighting furiously as they shoved him face down on the kitchen table. As if in slow motion, I detached from the horror unfolding around me. Taking a figurative step to the side, I watched everything happening as if I were an invisible spectator in the destruction of my life. I heard Mateo plead for them to let me go, but nothing emotional registered. I saw the officers click the handcuffs around my wrists and pull me away from the wall, but felt nothing. It wasn't until a lumen shadow stood over me that everything vibrated, igniting life back into me. I stared up at him. His salt and pepper hair was extra messy today, as if he'd spent all night pulling his stubby fingers through it. "Why are you doing this?" I whispered.
He's a murderer, Layton.
Alex shook his head and let out a disappointed breath.
I thought I warned you to stay away from him.
Murderer? What the hell was he talking about? A week's worth of conversations raced through my mind as I tried to come up with any reason Alex would have to pull something like this. I wasn't blind to who he was, but all his indiscretions were concealed cartel dealings. Except the one he disclosed to me. "Did you say Hector is dead?"
You sound shocked.
Why wouldn't I be? I didn't know anything about the man, much less that he was dead.
Someone's cleaning up behind you, Layton. Well, except for Hector. I had to take care of that particular mess.
"No!" I yelled, launching myself toward him while two guards pulled me back. "You can't arrest someone without a body." Mateo jerked his head off the table, his eyes widening.
Layton, don't say anything else. No, I'm curious, Layton.
Alex probed, his forehead wrinkling.
Why can't we arrest Cortez? Have we got something wrong?
Hell yes, you do. They got rid of the body. You can't arrest him if there's no body. The entire townhouse went silent, and out of the corner of my eye, I watched Mateo close his eyes and collapse against the table. A slow smirk crawled across Alex's face.
Thank you, Layton. That's all I needed.
Closing the door to the interrogation room behind me, Alex placed a paper cup of water in front of me before taking a seat across the table. Staring at it out of the corner of my eye, I backhanded it, sending the cup flying.
Now that was rude,
Alex noted, staring over my shoulder. He'd kept me waiting in this room for over 3 hours while I went stir-crazy, worrying what was happening down the hall. I didn't give a shit what he thought. Why are you doing this to Mateo?
Why not?
He shrugged casually.
I asked you to get me shit on the Carreras, and instead of sharing information with me, you decided to share your bed with them. Can you blame me for taking matters into my own hands?
How did you know about Hector Diaz? He smiled again, pulling a stack of papers from his lap. He spread them out in front of me. Giving them a passing glance, I recognized them as crime scene photos.
Oh, Layton,
he said, amusement and pity in his voice.
You told me.
What? I did not. Memories of a rain-soaked day sharpened to a crystal-clear dagger to the heart. Hector Diaz is dead. I think he might be connected to the man who was in Lewis's apartment that night. I think the Carreras are involved. My heart sank. Despite all my efforts to protect everyone, I ruined the one protecting me. I lowered my head, nauseated to see my Caliente uniform staring back at me. You've been using me this whole time.
I prefer to think of it as using each other.
I'd deal with Alex's deception later. Right now, one thought dominated my mind. Why won't my grandparents answer my calls?
What part of protective custody don't you understand?
His smirk faded, and if I didn't know any better, I would have sworn he looked offended.
I may be an asshole, Leighton. I may want things you couldn't possibly understand, but I wouldn't put an innocent child's life at risk.
Only mine, right? I snapped, my voice full of loathing.
You're not innocent.
Jumping to my feet, I slapped my palms onto the table. Emilio threatened Stella. I want her out. Get my daughter out of protective custody and bring her to me.
You're not in charge here,
he yelled, kicking his chair back and slamming his own hands onto the table.
Now sit down and shut up. Unless you've got what Cortez stole, I don't want to hear shit out of you.
Stole? This was the first I'd heard about anything being stolen, and the shock buckled my knees, lowering me back into my chair. Mateo didn't steal anything. Alex snapped his fingers in my face.
Wake the fuck up, Leighton. In case you haven't figured it out, everyone has an agenda, and you plug right into the middle. Draw a line, connect the dots. Hell, sit down and think about shit for a minute instead of spreading your legs, and maybe you won't feel so fucking stupid when the light bulb goes off.
Pushing the table, he gathered the papers in his hands and stalked toward the door. He could spew all the insults he wanted, but it wouldn't faze me. However, if he wanted lines drawn, I was more than happy to oblige. You want me to connect the dots? I seethed, gripping the edge of the table with both hands. Fine. Let's talk about my father. Did you do this to him too? Coming to a dead stop, he turned his head and glared at me. You banked on my ignorance, didn't you? I taunted, not sure how far I could push him before he exploded. I know you were on the same task force, so I have a question of my own. Turning my chair around, I sat up straight and faced him head on. Where were you when my father died? Did he connect the dots too, Detective Atwood? My only warning came as a low rumble in his throat before he lunged, and I found myself flying backward as he shoved my chair across the room. My back hit the wall, knocking the wind out of me, and I let out a grunt as he leaned down.
Your father's death was unfortunate, but I'd be careful where I pointed fingers. You may not like what you find.
Is that a threat?
We all make our own beds.
As if a wave of reality washed over him, he stood and reached into his jacket pocket. Pulling out a single piece of paper, he dropped it in my lap.
Either you agree to testify against Mateo Cortez, or I'm charging you as an accessory to murder.
You said you wouldn't hurt Stella, I screamed as he jerked the door open. His face remained stone cold.
She has her grandparents. She'll be fine.
Chapter 33. Mateo. Sitting handcuffed in an interrogation room was nothing new to me. I doubted my pulse rose more than a point or two after being knocked around and left to wait for hours. Since living cartel life, the Houston Police Department became a revolving door for me. Atwood, I yelled, jerking on the handcuffs again. I'm not getting any younger in here. I let out a string of curses I knew no one cared about, but I couldn't get the image of her out of my head. I promised Leighton no man would ever put his hands on her again, but they did while I watched. I didn't even care her confession would probably put me away. Jail didn't scare me. The only thing that scared me was the thought of Leighton taking the fall with me and our daughter growing up alone. My fists curled tighter in the cuffs. Atwood! Either charge me or let me go, asshole! The latch on the door released, and the familiar man from the campaign party walked in with a folder tucked under his arm. Sitting across from me, he raked his eyes down my face before throwing the file down and flipping it open. He smirked. If you'd asked nicely, I would have come in a lot sooner. Fuck you. A pleasure as well, Mateo. No counsel? He asked, gesturing around the empty room. I have nothing to say. Fair enough. He sifted through the papers in the folder and spread them out. I'm sure you recognize Hector Diaz's apartment. I mean, you were there first. So you keep telling me? Atwood huffed out a laugh and reclined in his chair. We investigated his apartment, thanks to the helpful tip from your girlfriend. He was trying to rattle me into turning against Leighton. If that was the best he had, our visit would be short. Good for you, I said, my eyes never leaving his face. You're smart, I'll give you that, he conceded, holding up a photo of Hector's living room. You covered your tracks pretty well. Dropping the photo, he picked up another one and flicked the black object in the middle with his finger.
You forgot to wipe your prints off the remote control, though. Rookie mistake, Cortez. Fuck. Then charge me, I demanded. Why are you sitting here holding your dick? He chuckled. All in due time. I thought we'd have a chat first. Flipping to the back of his file, he quirked an overgrown eyebrow. Quite a rap sheet you've got here. Time served for felony possession with intent to sell? Aggravated assault. He clucked his tongue. Not very complimentary. I had to give it to him. I've been grilled by the best, and sooner or later, they all lost their temper. Atwood was a different breed. Maybe it was the trained DEA agent in him, but he seemed content to toss insults back and forth with no signs of breaking. It pissed me off. Why are you so obsessed with me, Atwood? He leveled a stare at me. Maybe I'm picking heads on a platter, evil over innocence. In that moment, I understood why he seemed so unflappable. Agent Atwood knew he held all the cards. He held the lives of the woman I loved and the child I'd yet to know in the palm of his hand and dangled them in front of me like a prize. He didn't have to say it out loud. I understood the choice he wanted me to make. The family I honored with other men's blood, or the family I created with my own. Alex leaned both elbows on the table, a sheen of sweat beading on his upper lip. What Layton said proves she knew about what you did to Diaz, and it makes her an accessory after the fact. Either she cooperates with us, or she goes down with you. His threat was my undoing. Imagining her behind bars, scared and alone, unleashed a darkness that devoured me. Jerking on my restraints again, I roared, the sound inhuman. What about my daughter, you son of a bitch? Why are you doing this? Slamming the folder closed, he leaned over it, his face reddening with fury. You cartel guys think you're untouchable, but all it takes is one loose thread for everything to unravel. How ironic that the ADA's sister will be the one to do it. The monster in me begged to go for his jugular. Instead, I imagined Stella's innocent face and regained control. Why did you have Finn Donovan kill Hector instead of doing it yourself? It was the last card I had to play, and it was an educated guess at best. But too many coincidences usually pointed toward a conspiracy. Seeing them at the party together set off a warning bell, and the photo of Alex at Layton's father's funeral rang it even louder. His obsession with Hector Diaz was the final link that clicked everything into place. Finn Donovan, Alex enunciated every syllable. You mean the missing man, Finn Donovan? Are you admitting to another murder, Cortez? If so, speak loudly so the microphone can pick it up. He pointed a finger toward the ceiling where a camera sat tucked in the corner. Let her go. Pursing his lips, he returned to his reclined position. Let's talk about your friends, Emilio Reyes and Valentin Carrera. Eat shit. No thanks, he said, rubbing his stomach. I had a pretty big breakfast. Picking up the folder, he tapped it against his palm. Tell you what, hand over what you stole from Diaz, and maybe I won't leave her in a holding cell. I stared at him with new eyes, understanding him now more than ever. That was the thing with men like Atwood. Get them talking long enough, and eventually they tipped their hand. No one but Val and Bright knew I'd taken the flash drive from Hector's apartment, and only 2 other people knew what was on it. What could Diaz have had that you wanted so badly, Atwood? I felt relaxed for the first time in 5 hours, and I suspected, for the first time in 5 hours, Alex Atwood didn't. Something that could free both of us, he conceded. Houston's official on-call Carrera counsel sat across from me, flipping through papers and making unpleasant grunting noises every time he read something he didn't like. By the 5th groan and dramatic sigh, I wanted to grab the end of his blue and white striped tie and choke him with it. Why is he here? I grumbled. Glancing up from his own stack of papers, Brody glared at me over the wire rims of his glasses. I called him because you're a moron and talked to the DEA without a lawyer present. I shrugged. Not my first rodeo. That's because you're a gigantic bull's ass, he muttered, readjusting his glasses and returning to his files. I didn't know whether to punch him or laugh. The Brody Harcourt Val had blackmailed a little over a year ago was a far cry from the Carrera lieutenant sitting in front of me in a private council room at the Houston PD. You do realize I'm still your boss, right?
Speaking of bosses, he said, taking off his glasses, I called Val. You what? He held up his hand. I wanted him to hear this from me before it made its way to Mexico. I also told him all they have is circumstantial evidence. You told Val? Fuck, Brody. If he finds out it was Leighton who caused this, he'll kill her. Val doesn't hurt women, he repeated, his face paling. Idiota. No, but he eliminates traitors. How do you think he'll see Leighton after what she said to Atwood? I didn't want to be right. It made me physically sick to watch the reality of our world register on Brody's face because I knew the same truth was plastered across mine. Depending on what happened in the next few hours, he may have just gotten his sister killed. Shit. What do we do? He asked, both hands fisting his blonde hair. They're holding you until Leighton gives her statement. Once you're charged and booked, Leighton will be subpoenaed. I had no idea what bullshit Atwood was feeding Leighton. I just hoped she believed in us enough to not fall for it. You're the ADA, I countered. You tell me what we should do. The asshole lawyer cleared his throat. May I interject here? No, Brody and I shouted at the same time. Frustrated, Brody pushed out of his chair and paced the room. I'm not on the inside, Mateo. Because of my affiliation with Leighton, they won't let me try the case. It doesn't matter anyway, I said, dropping my head back. The cartel will blow wide open, and you'll go down too. Too bad it's not the movies, he quipped, not breaking a stride in his incessant pacing. Why is that? This is the part where the hero marries the girl so she doesn't have to testify against him in court. Collapsing against the wall, he crossed his arms over his chest and shrugged. If there's no testimony, there's no case. Is that a real thing? I asked, sitting up, my eyes bouncing between the two of them. Once Brody's brain registered my question, it took all of 2 seconds for him to lose his shit. No fucking way. Pushing off the wall, he came at me with an accusing finger. I was kidding. I'm not. You're not marrying my sister. Hell no. It wasn't the way I planned on it happening, and I sure as hell didn't want it to involve a pending court case, but regardless, the end result would be the same as I always wanted. Why not? Brody exploded, his breathing erratic. Because she's my family, not a solution, that's why. I'll take care of my sister. But you're not doing this out of some code of honor. Dropping to my feet, I kicked my chair so hard it crashed into the wall. I'm not. I'm doing this because I love her.
Chapter 34. Leighton. Standing in the living room, had been dragged out of 12 hours earlier, felt anticlimactic. Not that I expected a welcome home party from the Houston PD, but the silence that greeted me only served as a reminder that they still had Mateo. Seeing my brother was the last thing I wanted, so I asked one of the officers to drive me home. As much as I loved Brody, I wasn't prepared to answer the barrage of questions he'd have. I surveyed the damage left by the morning's events. Pieces of broken lamp lay scattered everywhere, and chairs had been kicked over as the officers forged their destructive path. And now I'd forged my own by signing the fucking paper. I caved and agreed to testify against the man I loved. Even though I had no plans to follow through with it, just admitting the words to myself made my skin crawl. The satisfaction on Alex's face still made me sick to my stomach, but he could have his moment. He needed to remember how good it felt because as soon as I figured a way out of this, we were leaving Houston for good. Kicking my way through the mess, I caught a glimpse of myself in the mirror. My face was pale and sullen, my eyes swollen from crying. But it was my clothes that disgusted me the most. The Caliente uniform I wore represented everything I hated, and I wanted to rip it off and burn it in the courtyard. However, I'd settle for a shower and a pair of scissors. Stumbling into the bedroom, I turned on the light just as my phone rang. I considered ignoring it, but a sliver of hope bloomed in my heart, causing me to dive toward the nightstand. My hand shook as unknown displayed on the caller ID. Stella. Hello?
So, we finally meet, Leighton Harcourt.
I didn't have to ask who it was. The hypnotic accent and authoritative command in his voice gave him away. Why, Valentin Carrera, as I live and breathe.
For now.
So we already knew. Good news traveled fast. Are you going to kill me? I asked, my voice surprisingly calm.
Do you want me to?
It would solve a lot of problems. The logical side of my brain screamed at me to shut up, horrified at the invitation I just presented. However, the side that had just endured 12 hours of hell had already checked out.
True. Your family has certainly put my business in some unfortunate situations I have to clean up.
Maybe it was the fatigue, but I could have sworn I heard a hint of respect in his voice. So why are we still having this conversation? Apparently my indifference amused him because Val laughed.
Leighton, you are so bound by cartel blood, and you have no idea what the stain on your hands even means.
I was sure that meant something important, but I'd grown tired of their cartel code bullshit. In English, please.
Your brother is a lieutenant,
he said, as if it were some shocking revelation.
My second is a man who's willing to defy me to save you. You're bound to us. Call it a gift or a curse, but for the rest of your life, eyes will be on you.
It was my turn to laugh. And that's supposed to be a good thing?
You're still alive, aren't you?
My wrists were in handcuffs.
Better than your head on a wooden stake, yes?
Ah, and there's the veiled threat, I mocked. Kudos for waiting this long to throw it out there. I held my breath. I may have checked out, but even my reckless side knew the kingpin of the Carrera cartel would only be pushed so far.
Leighton, this life is not for the soft-hearted. It's ruthless and criminal, but we take care of our own. That especially includes Mateo.
The ease of our conversation shifted, his tone now deadly and direct.
I'll say this once. Do not implicate him.
That sounds like a warning. What happened to our bond?
Your brother saved my life, and I'll honor my vow to save yours. But trust me, I won't break the one to my cartel to do it.
Huh, I shouted. Trust. Why should I believe a cartel member? Val Carrera was probably the last person I should have been venting to, but he started it, and desperate times called for psychotic measures. You want the truth? The man I saw arguing with Lewis had a tattoo. Some disgusting half-skull covered in black roses and shit. The same one I saw on Mateo.
Nina tonta,
he muttered under his breath, and it spurred my irritation on even more. For the record, I snapped, I speak Spanish, and I'm not foolish or a little girl. I am, however, very cautious. He sighed.
Do you trust your brother?
What kind of question is that?
One I'm not sure you know the answer to. Ask him to see his tattoo. Someone has betrayed us, but it's not those two lieutenants. You're the key to destroying him.
I continued hiding behind my brazen audacity. If I don't, are you going to kill me too?
You are a familia now. We don't strike our own unless struck first.
I took a deep breath. Okay, Valentin Carrera. If familia is so important to you, then it's time to let you in on a little secret I have a feeling you don't know anything about. I sat quietly, listening to Brody plead his case. When he finished, he stared at me, his expression hopeful and maybe slightly fearful. Good, he should be scared. Earlier this morning, he showed up at the townhouse looking and smelling like he'd rolled around in the landfill before taking a swan dive into the sewer. I offered him some soap and water, but he declined, asking for coffee instead. His nervous silence concerned me. Since my surprise call from Val last night, I questioned everyone's motives. And after what he just asked me to do, I seriously questioned his sanity. You both can go to hell, I blurted out, swiping my coffee mug from the table and dumping it into the kitchen sink. Brody shifted in his chair and frowned.
You don't have to believe he killed Hector any more than I do.
What does that have to do with anything? I snapped, slamming the dishwasher closed.
Everything, a little bit. He's being set up and you know it. This is the only way to help him.
He didn't get it. Maybe in another lifetime, this would be what I wanted, but not now. What he was suggesting should be entered into with the promise of love and security, not force and threat. Besides, we weren't only playing with fire, we were playing with lives. I threw a heated glare over my shoulder. I'm not being forced to marry anyone, Brody. Leaving his chair, he stood beside me. If he gets on the stand, they'll rip the cartel wide open, me included. But that's just a small part, little bit. He didn't have to say the words out loud. The sorrow in his voice matched the one burrowing its way into my heart. He knew as well as I did that if this went to trial, Stella's name would be dragged through the tabloids, forever linked with international scandal. She'd never have a normal life. Everything I sacrificed for her would be for nothing. I'm sorry I never told you who her father was, I whispered. Brody's hand covered my back. I'm sorry you never told me about a lot of things. I could have protected you both. I stiffened, the regret and pain in his voice sending a chill down my spine. Oh God, he knew about Finn. No one could have saved us, I assured him. Visions of my mother's stone face burned into my memory. He turned me to face him. Our family can keep her safe. Looking straight into his eyes, I smirked. Mommy and Daddy? No thanks. No, he said, his fingers squeezing my shoulders. My new family. Yours now, too. Jerking away from him, I walked back into the dining area and stared out the window. Don't lump me in with your cartel world, Brody. Mateo told me he loves you. Do you believe him? I watched traffic rush below me. I don't know what to believe. I've been lied to my whole life. I watched his face when he saw you at Caliente, he said, moving to look out the window beside me. The man is as steeled as they come, but the moment he laid eyes on you, he crumpled. He hooked a finger under my chin, turning my face toward him. Do you trust me? I nodded. With my life. And I trust him with mine. More importantly, I trust him with yours and Stella's. I make no excuses. He's done some fucked up and immoral things, but so have I. Our way is ugly, but it always evens the score. However, mostly, our way protects its own. I laughed. Val said the same thing. You spoke to Val? I nodded. He asked me not to implicate Mateo. Did he threaten you? Brody's hands fisted by his side. I smiled. Not any more than you just did. What kind of criminal organization are you people running here anyway? By the look on his face, he didn't find my joke amusing. One that lays down their lives in the name of family, not takes it. Do you understand the difference? I thought about Mateo and his promise to die for a daughter he'd never met. More than you know. A beat of silence passed between us before Val's parting words echoed in my head. I placed a hand on his arm. I need to see your tattoo. He tensed under my fingers. What? Please, I whispered. I hoped he wouldn't make me grovel, but if that's what it took, I would. Thankfully, it didn't come to that. Without another word, Brody slipped off his jacket and opened his shirt, dragging it over his shoulder to reveal a skull tattoo covered in black roses. My voice caught in my throat. What does it mean? Badge of a leader, he said, so matter-of-factly it almost sounded normal. It signifies we belong. Seeing that same tattoo on my brother strengthened my resolve. Val also said the cartel doesn't strike their own unless struck first. Is that true? Fierce loyalty flashed bright in Brody's hazel eyes. Absolutely. Once we take the oath, inter-cartel violence is one of the worst crimes a soldier can commit. No action can be taken without Val's approval. He hesitated, looking away. Well, not without consequences. So in someone's mind, having something stolen from them would constitute the first strike, right? I guess so. Why? Because what was stolen was power, and the first strike was me. I wanted to break down. I wanted to collapse in my brother's arms and scream for time wasted fighting with Mateo when the man arguing with Lewis was right under my nose. But I didn't. Instead of drawing more attention toward my brother, I'd agreed to his terms and bring it on myself. I'm just trying to understand the world I'm about to be bound to, I answered. Brody's eyebrows lifted in cautious hope. Does that mean? Mateo didn't do this. I waited until he'd fixed his shirt before diving into unholy matrimony. What do we have to do? Digging into his pockets, he pulled out a vinyl booklet and rectangular card and dropped them on the table. I've got Mateo's passport and social security number. You just have to take them to the Harris County Clerk's office over on Caroline Street and ask for Melinda. I was still focused on the documents he'd tossed on the table when he lightly tapped my cheek. That's important, little bit. You must ask for Melinda. Usually both parties have to be there, but she owes me a favor and we'll push it through. Ask her for a declaration of informal marriage. I blinked up at him. What's that? A common law one with official documentation. He shrugged, a little grin pulling at the corner of his mouth. Basically, if you agree you're married, they say, why the hell not? Since you have a child, it proves you've been together for a long time and holds legal validity. Just to cover our asses, I had the lease for your apartment in San Marcos put in Mateo's name. But how is that even... He leveled to stare at me. Do you really want to know? It sounded easy. Way too easy. And that's legal? I still can't be forced to testify? As much as one with all the bells and whistles, provided you pay them the required $31, of course. Fine, I sighed. You'll need to tell them you'll testify so they'll go ahead and charge him. I bit my lip and winced. I did that already. I waited for him to ask for an explanation. Hell, he deserved one, and even though I knew a shitstorm waited to rain down on me for my snap decision, I'd give it to him. Instead, he just rolled his neck. Well, okay, that just expedites things, I guess. I'm sure they charged him last night, and he'll be arraigned today. After that, we can post bail. Reaching for my hand, he gave it a reassuring squeeze. Ready to do this? Mustering all the courage I had, I nodded. No.
Chapter 35. Mateo. The 3 blue walls surrounding me bothered me more than the steel bars keeping me in. The longer I stared at them, the more they seemed to close in on me. Maybe that was by design. Maybe they wanted the unfortunate asshole who found himself sitting on the hard bench painted the same disgusting teal color to feel like he was drowning in his own stupidity. I'd stared through the bars of a holding cell more times than I cared to remember, but not once had I ever wavered in my loyalty to the cartel. That was before they threatened her. Atwood may have told me more than he'd intended, but it wouldn't help me if my mouth was covered in so much bureaucratic red tape no one could hear me expose him. Besides, I didn't want to sell him out yet. Not only did I have bigger scores to settle, Atwood was the only one keeping my daughter safe. I'd let him bask in his false sense of security for now, until someone else could do a better job of protecting Stella. He was more useful to me alive. Heavy footsteps lumbered down the hallway, and within seconds, Alex stood in front of my cell twirling a set of handcuffs around his finger. Well, it looks like your girlfriend has agreed to testify against you, he announced, a smug lift in his voice. I'm happy to say you're going to be arrested. I briefly held his eye before leaning my head against the wall and staring at the ceiling. Am I supposed to be shocked? He chuckled. You'll see the judge in 12 hours. Stand up, Cortez. Time to smile pretty for the camera. I let out a sigh of relief as a bald officer with a tree trunk for a neck shoved me into a new cell and slammed the door. Might want to get comfortable, asshole. I hear processing is slow with paperwork tonight. He sneered, squeezing one of the bars with his ridiculously huge bicep to intimidate me. Too bad I wasn't impressed. Bullets flew faster than fists. Crossing my arms over my chest, I leaned against the wall. Might want to lay off the gym candy, Arnold. I hear juicing shrinks your nuts. I hit a nerve, or at least one of the veins currently popping out in what used to be his neck, because he slammed his hand against the bar and muttered a few unoriginal racial slurs before stomping off. The whole thing would have made me laugh if it didn't bore me so much. Men like him riled up so easily it lost all entertainment value. Sighing, I glanced around the room, fatigue setting in. There weren't any clocks, but the grit in my eyes told me it had been at least 24 hours since Leighton and I had been dragged out of the townhouse. Just from experience, I knew even if someone posted bail immediately, it would be 6 to 8 hours before I walked out of here. What a dick. Pushing off the wall, I turned toward the hard bench when a low laugh drifted in from the next cell. Walking back toward the bars, I pressed my face against them and craned my neck. Something funny? Yeah, you. A heavy Mexican accent floated between his own bars as a pair of arms dangled between them. That pinche cabron's name is really Dick. I laughed despite the fucked up situation. Of course it is. What'd you do to land your ass back in Tambo? He asked, his hands gesturing toward our neighboring cells. I thought you were in Mexico City, living a good life on that big-ass yacht. It irritated the hell out of me that I couldn't see his face. Obviously, he'd seen me walk in and knew who I was. Only someone on the inside would know my rank and that Val had a weakness for the open sea. Not sure who might be listening, I switched to our native Mexican dialect. ¿Quién eres tú o cuál es tu rango? Who are you, and what's your rank? No importa, he growled, pulling his hands back and all but disappearing into his cell. No hay necesidad de rangos si no hay cartel. It doesn't matter. There's no rank if there's no cartel. I started to remind him the Carrera hold on Houston was just as powerful as ever when his strong reaction triggered the full meaning of what he'd said. If there's no cartel. I pressed my forehead against the cold steel. Eres un oficial de minas. You're Munas official. It wasn't the question. I had no doubt we were two made men who'd battled on opposite sides of a war fought on the same soil. The Munas cartel had been our only rival, and it dismantled just before I returned to Mexico 4 months ago, crippled after the death of their leader, Manuel Munoz. I should know. I was there when Val's wife pulled the trigger. See, he confirmed, switching back to broken English. My congratulations to your boss and his wife on their bouncing baby psychopath. I jerked against the bars, hissing out a warning. Ten cuidado con tu maldita lengua, o la arrancaré de tu boca. Watch your fucking tongue, or I'll rip it out. Calm the hell down, Cortez, he chastised, fueling my anger. Nobody's around. They think they've got you by the balls, so they don't give a shit to listen anymore. Why? Did Dick tell you that? Do you two have pillow talk after he pounds you in the ass? Fuck it. If you wanted to be an asshole, so could I. Instead of pissing him off, my insult made him laugh. Word on the street is Delgado and Diaz are dead. Sounds like an interpersonal problem to me. I backed up. What do you know? He paced while running his fingers across the bars. A stall technique designed to make me crazy. It was working. If you think Outwood is your only problem, you've been in Mexico too long, he said, coming to a halt. What the hell is that supposed to mean? Houston isn't that big, amigo. I have no interest in helping a Carrera, but unlike your boss, when it comes down to another oficial or a narco-politico, I side with my own. A hint of hostility crept into his voice, but I listened intently without interjecting. You need to ask yourself, who is the most to gain by shutting those two up permanently? Seems to me your problem is our fine mayor. His insinuation hung in the air. Lilith Donovan may be corrupt, and she's definitely a puta, but a murderer? His feet shuffled again. The next time he spoke, his voice was so close it sounded less than an arm's length away. 3 of your men knew she liked to walk on the wild side. 2 are dead. I'd ask the 3rd before he is too. No, only 5 people knew about that. You're lying. He muttered under his breath. You should know better than anyone how power can close steel bars. You think I'm facing 20 to life because I'm careless? I made a deal that went bad. 2 guesses on who it was with.
Chapter 36. Leighton. I wore white. What seemed like a perfectly logical idea walking in now felt ridiculous as I exited the courthouse dressed in the abomination that now flapped in the breeze like a giant virginal flag. Such an over-the-top gesture was unnecessary, but I'd walked into the clerk's office with my head held high and asked for Melinda, speaking with conviction while signing both mine and Mateo's names to a declaration of informal marriage form. My hand didn't even shake as I paid the obligatory $31, slipping Melinda 2 crisp $100 bills for her trouble. Now, standing on the steps outside, I glanced down at my outfit with disdain. The long-sleeved baby doll dress was covered in so much white lace I looked like an oversized toddler, but it was done. In the eyes of the state of Texas, Mateo and I were married. "Leighton, do you want to sit down?" A gentle hand rested on my shoulder, dragging me out of my fog. "No," I said, letting out a resigned breath. "They'll be here soon to pick us up." She squeezed my shoulder, then settled her hand over her small belly. I snuck a glance out of the corner of my eye. Other than looking like she'd swallowed a toy ball, Eden Lachey hadn't changed much. She still had shocking, bright red hair that was piled on top of her head, but it was the black dress she wore that made me laugh. Sexy and form-fitting, when paired next to my sacrificial virgin costume, we looked like the living embodiment of yin and yang. "You're right," she said, staring straight ahead with a slight nod. "I probably wouldn't get back up without a crane anyway." I appreciated that she didn't push me. Marriage may have bound us into some twisted sisterhood, but it would take a lot more than a piece of paper for us to link arms and start calling each other bestie. However, I was curious how things were going. Brody had insisted that I meet him at his apartment so he could drive me to the courthouse himself. I humored him, not expecting to find Eden and the Carrera kingpin himself sitting in his living room. "Do you think Val found someone to post the money he put up for Mateo's bail?" "Absolutely. One thing you'll learn is that most everyone can be bought. Usually the ones with the highest moral compass are the ones with the highest price tag." "That's depressing." "It's reality," she countered, cocking her chin with a sympathetic stare. "Something tells me you know more about it than you're willing to admit." I stiffened, and she let out a sigh. "Look, Leighton, I know what it's like. You feel like you can't trust anyone. There's a voice inside you telling you if you take your foot off that ledge and leap, you'll lose the only part of you that's ever made any sense. Because what our men do?" She shook her head. "I'll never try to convince you it makes any sense, but I'm here if you need a friend." "Then why did you leap?" I had to know why a perfectly sane woman would leave everything behind to follow a criminal. "Love," she smiled, as a black Land Rover pulled up by the curb. I considered the consequences of living a life with Val or without Val. The reward of being with him outweighed any risk waiting for me in this life or the next. The window of the Land Rover rolled down and Valentin Carrera poked his head out, his eyes shielded by reflective sunglasses. His hair was shorter than Mateo's, but just as dark. The longer strands at the top slicked back. "Cereza, get in the car," he called out. "We have a groom to collect." Eden grinned, grabbing my hand and leading me down the steps. Just before climbing in, I caught Brody's eye. Forcing a smile, he tightened his hold on the steering wheel and blew out a nervous breath. "Me too, big brother. Me too." Chapter 37. Leighton. In the middle of wringing my hands, I froze. A side door opened and Mateo walked out, flanked by 2 uniformed officers. He looked like a wild animal ready to strike, but it was the feral look in his eyes that stole my breath. Needing to regain my focus, I turned my gaze toward my brother. "Now what?" Brody hesitated, eventually stepping between us. "Now I pronounce you whatever this is." He opened his fist, revealing 2 gold bands. They weren't fancy, just simple circles. Reaching for Mateo's wrist, Brody tilted his hand and deposited both bands into his palm. "There's a big show outside, kids," he said, frowning. "Put your game faces on." "Mom?" I asked with a sigh. "She's worried about you a little bit. She's just doing what she thinks is right." He smiled while shaking his head. "For who, though?" He didn't answer. Maybe it was for the best. My brother would never see anything but the best in our mother, and who was I to try to sway him? Besides, if her contacts came through for her and found Stella, maybe I'd be the one swayed. As the 3 of us walked toward the door, I slowed my stride. Both men turned around, ready to bark commands at the same time when I held up my hand. "Brody, I think you should stay behind." Why? Taking his elbow, I led him toward the tinted window and pointed toward the meticulously landscaped grass covered in wires, cameras, microphones, and hungry anchors. That's why. The last thing you need is to be photographed coming out of the police department with a suspected cartel member and his new wife.
What about you guys?
I snorted. And miss all the fun? Not on your life. For once, Brody didn't argue, pulling out a set of keys and handing them to Mateo.
I had a soldier park your Tahoe 1 block over in the alley.
Giving me a quick kiss on the forehead, he glared at Mateo.
Take care of my sister, Cortez.
Before either of us could say a word, he was gone. After a beat of silence, Mateo brushed my hair away from my eyes.
Te ves hermosa.
You look beautiful. Thank you. My cheeks heated under his gaze.
I think there's only one thing left to do.
Holding my left hand, he kissed the small gold band before slowly slipping it on my finger.
For now, mi amor, this will serve as a reminder of my vow. I'll die for you, and even then, I'll fight my way back from hell to die for you again.
Taking the other ring from him, my hands trembled, but I managed to slide it on his finger without dropping it. I didn't have the perfect words to say, so I just quoted a certain redhead who suddenly made a lot of sense. For you, Maddie, I'll leap. He smiled, and although I knew he didn't understand my vow, I didn't mind. Our fingers entwined as we stepped outside. A microphone squealed as my mother's voice commanded everyone's attention. My daughter is a victim here, not an accomplice. She was acting as an informant when members of the Carrera cartel obviously threatened her. My feet moved of their own accord, carrying me toward the podium. It wasn't until I was a few steps away that I realized Mateo was gone. Panicked, I scanned the crowd until I saw him leaning against the side of the police station. Lifting his left hand, he kissed the ring. The words were silent. The meaning was clear.
You can do this, but you can do it alone.
He hadn't deserted me. Mateo stood back, giving me room to leap. The minute my mother saw me, she motioned me toward the podium, linking our arms in solidarity. Speak, darling. Instead of making a scene, I settled into my new role. Thank you all for coming, but I have nothing to say.
Did Mateo Cortez kill Hector Diaz? Is he part of the Carrera cartel?
The barrage of rapid-fire questions came out of nowhere, but I remained calm. I can't comment on that. A wife can't be coerced into saying anything incriminating about her husband. A gasp rushed over the crowd.
Husband?
Yes, I answered, keeping my answer concise. I'm married to Mateo Cortez. I held up my left hand and flashed my ring. Behind me, my mother let out an Oscar-worthy cry. A morning show anchor pushed her way to the front. Are you saying the mayor's daughter is the wife of an alleged cartel member? No, my mother has nothing to do with the fact that I've been in love with Mateo Cortez since I was 18. The same blonde focused on my mother. Why have you never mentioned you had a granddaughter, Mayor Donovan? I stepped back, happy to let her tap dance her way out of this one alone. Maybe if she hadn't been so quick to believe her abusive husband over her own child, I would have given her a chance to know her granddaughter. Hell, even given her a chance to realize she had one. Well, as you all know, my daughter and I were slightly estranged, she explained, stumbling over her words. Tap, 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 tap. Mateo's eyes filled with fierce pride as I walked toward him. Leighton, can you explain why your daughter, Estella James, has been missing for over a week? According to our sources, no one has seen her. Has she become a victim of the cartel as well? Fuck. If anyone found out where she was, there would be a witch hunt, and everything would unravel. I turned around with fire in my eyes. My daughter is in San Marcos visiting her grandparents. Get your fucking facts straight. Leighton! My mother called after me repeatedly, but Mateo wrapped an arm around my waist and led me around the side of the building and toward the Tahoe. A few yards away, sharp nails dug into my arm and spun me around. What the hell do you think you're doing? I waved my gold band in her face again. I'm celebrating the sanctity of marriage. You shouldn't frown, Mother. It causes wrinkles. She smacked my hand away. These people killed your father, and now Finn is missing. If you're trying to get back at me for being an overprotective mother, that's fine, but ruining our family isn't the way to do it. I took one look in her selfish face and laughed. I don't see anything funny about this situation, she hissed, grabbing my arm. Stiffening, Mateo stepped forward, but I stopped him with a shake of my head. The last thing I wanted was to give her a reason to have him arrested again. Besides, I could handle her. I know, Mother, I said, jerking out of her hold. It's because you honestly think everything is about you. But Mary and Mateo has nothing to do with you. Lower your voice. Right. Crossing my arms, I drew a tired breath. Wouldn't want the fact that I actually love my husband to make headlines, would we? Her shrill laugh echoed in the empty street. If you think you know all his secrets, you're a fool, she warned. He stole your innocence by staining your hands with blood. A radiating numbness spread through my body. How do you know about that? Oh, please, Layton. I know what you've done. I'm the mayor. I have access to all police reports. Which would be fine if Alex had ever filed one. Turning my back, I power walked the rest of the way to the Tahoe. Mateo kept up with me, wisely not speaking. I had no tears for what just happened. Tears made me feel weak, and I needed the strength of an army. Just as I reached for the passenger side door, Mateo spun me around and held my face in his hands. Did you mean what you said? I said a lot of things. What you said to your mother? You told her you loved me. Was that for the cameras? I trailed my hands down his chest, gripping his shirt in my hands. There weren't any cameras on us, Mateo. You've known how I felt ever since the first night you picked me up and carried me away. We're going to get through this, he promised, brushing his thumb over my bottom lip. They know about Stella now. If anything happens to her, I might as well die too. I swear to you, he said, his voice rough. I won't rest until everyone has paid for the pain they've caused. Tightening my hands in his shirt, I pulled him against me and kissed him hard. He immediately responded, his fingers sliding into my hair, his lips just as hungry. But I needed more. Trailing my fingers down his chest, I brushed a hand over his already hardening erection. However, the minute I cupped him, he pulled away, tilting my head up to stare into his black eyes. What are you doing? I wanted to give him a seductive answer, but fear clawed its way out of me. I don't know, I cried, my weight collapsing under his hold. But I need to feel something other than this hole in my heart. Everything good inside me is dripping out, and I don't know how to stop it. I lost you, and now I feel like I'm losing her. I can't see her or talk to her. Everything's slipping away, and I'm numb. I've lost my soul, Maddie. Don't ever say that. It's true. I feel like I'm walking on the fringe of a nightmare. I need you to fix me. The eyes that had just held so much compassion suddenly chilled. Releasing me, he turned away. I've told you I'm the monster in your nightmares, not the hero who saves you from them. I grabbed his arm, turning him back around. I stepped off the ledge. I leaped, and I'd be damned if he wouldn't be there to show me the way. If you won't walk me into the light, then drag me into the dark. You don't know what the hell you're asking. You're my only connection to her, I yelled. God damn it, don't you get it? I don't want flowers and rainbows, Mateo. I want punishment. I want your anger. Swinging my arm, I landed a fist right in the middle of his chest. I need to feel something. Pulling my arm back, I swung again. I need to know you give a shit. The growl that tore from Mateo's throat was nothing less than savage. I'd pushed him too far, and I knew it. Grabbing me by the waist, he shoved me against the Tahoe. Pulling my wrists above my head, he held them tightly in one hand. I had no idea what was about to happen. I'd provoked a dark side of him that dragged me into uncharted waters and drowned me by the second. Jerking up the hem of my flared dress, he bunched it around my waist and held it in place with his hips. His eyes never leaving mine, he wrapped his fingers around the thin string of my panties and ripped them off. The material disintegrated in his hand.
Is this what you want?
He demanded, throwing the tattered lace on the pavement, his teeth grazing along my jawline.
Do you want everyone to see me fucking you?
I gasped as he spread my legs, thrusting a thick finger inside me. Yes.
You're wet, Layden. Does fucking a criminal get you off?
Mateo. Thrusting another finger inside, he lowered his mouth to my neck.
Answer me.
Yes. God, yes. The more he pumped, the more I panted. It was just past dusk, and I was half naked on a public street, but I didn't care. I needed him to make it hurt, and I was so close. Then he stopped. Removing his hand, his smirk darkened.
You think I'm going to stand here and finger fuck you so you can come on my hand? No, little lamb.
Reaching for the button on his jeans, he ripped it open and shoved them down his thighs while pushing me to my knees.
Suck.
Any other time I would have been offended, but I was drunk on his dominance. He was already so hard that pre-cum dribbled down the bottom of his shaft, so I licked its trail from base to tip. Mateo let out a howl, prompting me to open wide and take him all the way in until he hit the back of my throat. I tried for a cohesive rhythm, but he was too far gone. Gripping the back of my hair, he pumped his hips, fucking my mouth with wild abandon. Cursing in Spanish, he threw his head back and sucked air in between gritted teeth. I braced myself for his explosion when he pulled back and hauled me to my feet. Before I knew it, my back was against the Tahoe again and my feet were off the ground. Instinctively, my legs wrapped around his waist, just as his fingers dug into my ass cheeks. Tilting my hips, he drove his full length into me without mercy. As ready as I was for him, it was too much too fast, and I screamed. My pain only spurred him on, causing him to pull back and plunge in even harder.
Did Luis fuck you like this?
He growled, slamming his hips into me. I couldn't breathe. No.
Did he make you come like this?
On the next thrust, he ground his pelvis against mine, setting me off. My muscles convulsed, and I came all around him. God, no.
Who does this pussy belong to?
Mateo demanded, punctuating every word with a sharp thrust. He's trying to kill me. You, I gasped. Only you.
Damn right it does.
Shouting in Spanish again, he bottomed out before grabbing my face in his hand.
Did you let him come inside you?
I shook my head. Never.
Fuck.
My admission set him off. His cock jerked and he let out a low groan as he came. When the insanity cleared, he lowered my feet to the ground, but I didn't dare move. I wasn't sure how to react, or more so how he'd react. I didn't have to wait long to find out. Full lips parted mine, devastating me with a kiss so powerful it weakened me. After sharing in an act so dirty, he kissed my lips with reverence. Stroking a hand down my cheek, Mateo gazed at me with renewed fierceness.
No man will ever touch you again. You're my wife, mi amor. I'll protect you, and I'll die for you.
My smile faded. He'd said the same words 4 years ago after taking my virginity. He'd promised that I was his, and no man would ever touch me again. But a man did, in the vilest way possible, followed by a parade of others whose only goal was to destroy me. Now, every last one of them would pay for their sins. Chapter 38. Layton. Mateo opened the door to our room and I walked in, overwhelmed by its extravagance. The room was beautiful. Val obviously spared no expense when booking the presidential suite at the Houstonian. Luxurious and extravagant, it was the perfect place to spend the perfect wedding night. I never heard him move, but I felt his presence behind me even before his warm breath fanned across my neck.
What's wrong?
I considered saying nothing, but knowing me as well as he did, he'd take it as an insult. Hugging my arms across my chest, I stared at the fireplace, mesmerized by the orange flames already flickering in it. My grandparents are the reason I survived. Just saying their names out loud drove a knife in my heart. They were the only ones who believed me when I told them about Finn. They put me through school. They supported me and helped me raise Stella on my own. I owe them everything. At the mention of her name, he let out a tortured breath.
So do I.
I recognized the pain in his voice, and I wanted to comfort him, but I couldn't. They don't deserve this, Mateo. Before I left San Marcos, I could see disappointment in their faces. It almost killed me.
I'm sure they understood, and were just worried, mi amor.
Mateo soothed, his hand finding its way to my shoulder. But I didn't deserve his comfort, so I stepped away. Stella didn't understand. She wouldn't let me go. She wrapped her little hands around me and cried, begging me not to leave her. No, Mommy, no. That's what she kept screaming as my grandmother pried her off me. I shook, the warmth from the fire feeling like ice. That's all I heard the whole 3-hour drive to Houston. I still hear it in my dreams. Undeterred, Mateo pressed his forehead against the top of my head.
I know. I've heard you cry in your sleep.
His admission cut me deep. So deep that I turned around and faced him for my most shameful confession. My grandfather followed me out to my car and gave me $500. I said, the words tasted sour. They'd spent their whole retirement on me. I knew it was all they had, but he made me take it because he didn't want me crawling back to my mother. They never liked her, you know. Always thought she considered my dad to be beneath her. Maybe they were right. I waited for a shock. Even a hardened criminal had to have standards. However, it never came. The only thing I found in his eyes was pity. I wasn't sure which was worse.
Layton, there's something you should know.
No, I don't want to know anything else, Maddie. I yelled, backing closer toward the fire. No more surprises. I can't handle it. Nobody's who or what they seem, and now my whole life has been a lie. Mateo calmly watched me break down.
Do you remember the last promise I made you?
I nodded. You said you'd never let anyone hurt me.
I meant it.
Mateo's eyes were always intense, but something in the way they flickered with a complete lack of remorse drove me to voice the question that'd been spinning in the back of my mind for days. Did you kill my stepfather? He answered without hesitation.
Yes, and I won't apologize, Layton. I'd do it again if...
Good. My simple response, spoken with such cold detachment, didn't faze him. In fact, it seemed to lift a weight off his shoulders. Neither of us spoke of it again. We didn't need to. On some level, I knew from the moment I heard Finn was missing, Mateo had killed him. Maybe a part of me even prayed for it to be true. Mateo was a smart man, and maybe I'd indirectly planted the seed that set it all in motion. That should have frightened me, but it frightened me more that it didn't. An hour later, I stared into the fire when Mateo sat down beside me and handed me a glass of strong brown liquid. I sniffed it. I don't like whiskey.
Good, you're not supposed to. Drink it anyway.
I took a small sip and coughed. It tasted like leather and turpentine and burned like fire.
I got a call from Brody.
Watching the fire, Mateo tossed back half the glass like water.
After visiting with the current governor, Val got the charges dropped. It seems the evidence containing my fingerprints was conveniently lost.
I took another sip. Just like that, huh?
Just like that.
You'd think that could have happened before all the death do us part stuff.
Are you regretting it?
Lifting the glass, I watched the fire dance through the liquid. No, but you should. People are dropping like flies around me. I meant it to be a joke, but he didn't laugh. Actually, I didn't either. Maybe it wasn't a joke. Maybe he should reconsider. After all, husbands in my family didn't have the longest lifespan. We sat in silence again, and eventually, Mateo set his glass aside and stood, offering me his hand.
I don't know about you, but I could use a shower.
Just like that, the conversation was over. Mateo insisted on washing my hair and kissing every bruise he'd inflicted on my body outside the Tahoe. He took me gently in the shower and then again, wrapped in his arms on the biggest bed I'd ever seen. Sleep came late, but just before I drifted off, his raspy whisper blew across the back of my neck.
TMO, Star.
I love you, Star. I closed my eyes. It was the first time I'd heard those words in 4 years. Mateo yawned and stepped out of the bedroom.
She's at it again?
Dragging my eyes back toward the screen, I nodded and waited for her to take the podium. Jackie had already given her dutiful intro, looking like she hadn't slept in days. Unlike my mother's campaign manager, Mateo and I had slept in much later than we'd intended. We awoke to a call from the front desk informing us that a nice young lady had dropped off my car and a few wedding presents we'd forgotten. He also said she'd left her phone number if I'd like to call her. Of course, the lady had been eaten, and the wedding presents, thankfully, were a fresh change of clothes and toiletries. Also included was a note to turn on the television because the circus was in town. Right on cue, my mother walked up to the podium, dressed to the nines in a smart maroon pantsuit and matching lipstick. The banner scrolling across the screen had me rolling my eyes. Mayor's estranged daughter forced to marry into killer cartel. As you all know from the press conference yesterday, my daughter is deeply troubled. The Carrera cartel has bought their way out of a murder charge once again, and this time they've infiltrated my own family, convincing my child their evil is justified. If this kind of brainwashing could happen to my family, it could happen to anyone. Pausing for dramatic effect, she broke down in tears and waved her hand for a bodyguard to escort her off the podium.
She's laying it on kind of thick, isn't she?
Mateo asked beside me. I shrugged. Press porn is her specialty. Having had enough, I pressed a button on the remote and darkened the screen. Glancing at Mateo, I watched him flip his cell phone over and over in his palm.
Did she ever visit you in San Marcos?
He asked. No. I said all I had to say when I walked out. Why? He stared at his phone like he wished it wasn't there. When he finally looked up at me, I saw regret in his eyes. Mateo, you're scaring me.
I have something to show you. I should have shown you days ago, but I wanted to spare you. I thought maybe it was just Emilio being an asshole, but after what he said, and especially after what she did to a Munoz informant.
His voice trailed off. Who? Setting the phone on the coffee table, he tapped a button on the screen. Sounds no daughter should ever hear from her own mother filled the room, followed by a visual I'd never forget. I wanted to look away. The screen unfolding before my eyes was depraved. It was nauseating and vile, but I couldn't stop watching. When it was over, Mateo tucked his phone back in his hand. I didn't know if he had any answers, but I asked anyway. Where did you get this?
Hector's apartment. Someone wanted this bad enough to kill him for it.
And you found it?
Yes, it was encrypted, but let's just say I know a certain IT professor who's good at his job.
I wanted to ask for more information, but my mind swam with more important questions. Why would Emilio have a sex tape with my mother? And why would Hector have it?
The answer to both? Insurance.
Shifting toward me, he took my hand.
Think back, Layton. What do you remember about the night Luis died?
I was confused. What does that have to do with my mother?
Just humor me.
As if on autopilot, I recounted everything from the moment Alex accosted me in the quad until I showed up on Brody's doorstep, surprised at how calm I sounded. Mateo's eyes narrowed.
He said, get rid of her, and not kill her?
Yes, I'm positive. I nodded. Everything's a blur after that, though. Brody told me to run, and that's what I did. Next thing I knew, the DEA showed up.
When did Brody tell your mother about Stella?
The caution in his voice worried me. I'm not sure. Why?
Luis started acting strange out of the blue, right?
Yes, I said, dread gripping my chest. What are you getting at?
Layton, Emilio said Brody put a target on Stella's back when he opened his mouth.
Frustrated, he scraped his hands down his face.
I think he was implying she was the target instead of you.
My breath came quick and shallow. My brother wouldn't hurt his niece. He squeezed his phone, unable to meet my eyes.
I agree.
Those two words hung in the air like a grenade. Mateo was lost in his own thoughts, but then again, so was I. Horrible, unspeakable thoughts that ripped my soul apart. Someone wanted to hurt my baby. My mother and Emilio, Alex and my father, Emilio and my father, Finn and Alex. Everyone's names swirled in my head like a diabolical game of spin the bottle. My head pounded, nothing making any sense until one damning line broke through the noise. Oh, please, Layton. I know what you've done. I'm the mayor. I have access to all police reports. I was about to excuse myself to be sick when Mateo closed his eyes and leaned back. I think we should shower, then head over to the townhouse and talk to Val. You go ahead. I don't feel well. I'm going to stay here and try to sleep it off. Kissing the top of my head, he headed toward the main suite. Okay, get some rest. Once I heard the water run, I dug into the bag Eden sent over and found my phone. I dialed the number on the piece of paper the concierge had given me earlier. She answered almost immediately. Layton, I'm so glad you called. Yeah, me too, I said, cutting her off. Listen, did you mean all that stuff you said about being there if I needed a friend? Of course. I need a friend. Preferably one who can be quiet. Her pleasant tone shifted. Whatever you're doing, I advise against it. I'm doing this with or without you, Eden. With you, I might make it out alive. After a long pause, she sighed. What do you need? Thank God. Mateo spoke of an IT professor who decrypted something for him. He said he's the best. I assume he's on the cartel payroll. You know who he is, don't you? It wasn't a question. She was Val's wife, she knew. Layton, please. Fine, I'll find out another way. Wait! She called out just as I was about to hang up. Professor Henry Bright at Rice University. Val's sleeping. Give me 30 seconds and I'll text you his number. Thank you. I didn't think she'd cave so fast, but I was grateful. As promised, 30 seconds later, a number popped up on my text alert. After immediately dialing the number, a man with a corporate-sounding voice answered. Hi, is this Professor Bright? Yes. Who's this? He sounded suspicious. I couldn't blame him. Strange number, strange woman. I probably wouldn't have answered. This is Mateo Cortez's wife. I need you to do a job for me. I don't know any Mateo Cortez, he insisted. Well played. My heart pounded and a layer of sweat built between my palm and the phone, but I hoped for the best. Look, Professor, I realize you're trying to protect your own ass right now, but we both know the bad mood my husband gets in when things aren't done the first time he asks, don't we? I held my breath until I heard him blow out a harsh one of his own. It sounded like defeat, so I pressed on. Right, so why don't you spare both of us the unpleasantness of me having to tell him you've been uncooperative and just fucking do it? Pablo shuffled in the background, and he sighed. What do you need to know and how fast? I fist pumped the air. I need you to hack into Agent Alex Atwood's employment records and transfer to the DEA. I want to know when it was made and who authorized it. I also need you to look into any encoded files about the night Detective James Harcourt died. Mateo needs this stuff? He asked skeptically. Shit. Do I need to repeat myself? I growled, trying to sound intimidating. When do you need it? Now, please. Are you serious? He yelled. I can't do this now. I have a class to teach. I guess you'll be late then. My challenge hung in the air until he finally muttered to himself. Fine. I need at least 20 minutes. I'll call you back. Just as he hung up, the bedroom door opened. Panicking, I threw the phone under the couch pillow and flung myself on top of it, quickly closing my eyes and pretending to be asleep. The smell of soap and caramelized leather washed over me as he kissed my lips. I'm heading over to the townhouse. I'll be back. Stirring, I gave him a sleepy nod, keeping my eyes shut until I heard the suite door close. Throwing on a pair of jeans and a blue knit top, I paced the floor until 19 minutes later, my phone rang. Bright, what did you find? I asked, my nerves shot. Keyboard keys clicked in the background. Alex Atwood called in the tip about a drug shipment arriving at a known Carrera warehouse.
James Harcourt was the first detective on the scene, and Outwood showed up shortly thereafter. After Harcourt was shot, it seems he did everything he could to save him. He got a lot of commendations for it, too. That's where it gets weird.
How weird?
Well, he moved up the ranks of the DEA without proper channels. He wasn't promoted. It's like he was just placed.
Who appointed him? I asked, holding my breath. His answer buckled my knees. Sick. I was going to be sick. Violently sick. Thank you.
Wait,
he called out, causing me to pull the phone back to my ear.
I also found an offshore bank account. It was inactive until a few days after Harcourt died. Then multiple deposits were dumped in there and randomly withdrawn.
No more. God, please, no more. Is that all?
Isn't that enough?
I never made it to the bathroom. As soon as I ended the call, I ran to the sink and threw up nothing but stale whiskey. It burned, but that was nothing compared to the burn of the worst betrayal yet. Once I'd cleaned up my mess, I reached into my purse and pulled out the clipping I'd taken from my mother's house. Staring at Alex's face as he stood next to my father's casket, I dialed one last number. Jackie Abrams speaking. I need your help. Her voice hardened. Call a hotline. Wait, I begged, bracing a hand against the kitchen counter. I know what you've been trying to tell me, and I have proof. Are you interested in ending this once and for all? Meet me at Tranquility Park on the corner of Bagby and Walker, she said finally. No, meet me at Christ Church Cathedral on Texas Avenue. I waited for her inevitable question. A church? Trust me, I assured her. It's the last place they'll check. After a few more instructions, I hung up and grabbed my car keys from the bag Eden sent over. Adjusting the brim of the hat I bought from the boutique in the lobby, I slammed the door to the presidential suite and left the old Layton behind. Chapter 39. Layton. 8 words determined my fate. We really have to stop meeting like this. I tilted my head as she slid in beside me. I didn't dare risk looking directly at her, so I settled on her shoes. Hellfire red, with a skinny heel at least 6 inches high. Stilettos in church seemed a little over the top, but judging from her posture, she wasn't seeking anyone's approval. Shh, I whispered, placing a finger over my lips. Of course. She gave a casual laugh as if our conversation wasn't about to get us both struck down. In front of me, scattered heads bowed like dominoes in prayer. Dipping my chin, I watched them under the protective brim of my blue hat. Such a bold fashion statement wasn't my usual style, but I couldn't risk being recognized. The gossip train traveled faster than the speed of light amongst Houston's tightly woven circles. Phones would buzz before I turned the ignition on my car. The guilty were always the first to announce someone else's sins. Every one of them spent the last 4 years turning a blind eye. Now it was too late for forgiveness. Instinct made me pull away, forcing a much-needed distance between us. The space lifted the pressure on my chest, and I took a breath for the first time since she sat down. Unfortunately, one was all I got as she pulled out a black clutch and placed it next to me. Are you sure about this? I whispered. Why would I lie? The same reason everyone does. Greed, money, power. She gave a slight nod. All good reasons, but this is a hard limit for the most corrupt of hearts. Well, I suppose morality does grow in the most barren of fields. Watch it. Her casual tone thickened. Stone throwing isn't the smartest move for a woman who's already broken 2 of the 10 commandments. 5, but who's counting? Nice hat. I sucked in a deep breath. Thanks. Who are you trying to hide from? Them or yourself? The hairs prickled on the back of my neck. She intended to prove a point, and it worked. Don't forget your purse when you leave. Her full lips parted, flashing a brilliant smile that had kissed both the devil and an angel. I'm out of this now. It's all on you. I'm washing my hands. I swallowed hard. I've changed my mind. I can't do this. Out of patience, she grabbed my arm. You can't puddle jump morality, Layton. You're either all in or all out. Ever heard of an eye for an eye? Ever heard of eternal damnation? Her wink was deadlier than her smile. Signed that contract a long time ago. She left before I could say another word. It was just as well. Carrying on a conversation while trying not to vomit wasn't the easiest task. I'd learned long ago that truth and justification made deadly lovers. Hugging the clutch to my chest, I stood with its imprint burning into my skin. Every step I took felt like my feet were encased in concrete, and just as my fingers touched the brass handle on the wooden door, I paused. A heavy weight settled on my shoulders, as if God himself tried one last time to hold me back, warning me that once outside, his protection would be lost to my own twisted need for revenge. An eye for an eye. As soon as the thought filled my head, the pressure released, and my feet moved on their own. Once the doors closed behind me, my heart beat again for the first time since stepping inside the sanctuary. At that moment, I knew the darkness had claimed me. Destiny was an intriguing concept. I'd always condemned the acts of those around me, standing on the side of the righteous and winged. However, maybe I had it all wrong. Maybe the ones I loved suffered because I'd refused to look in the mirror and accept the truth. I'd spent my life running from monsters when I was one of them all along. Standing on the steep steps outside the church, I watched the tail of Jackie's black Acura fade away down the busy street in downtown Houston. The clutch weighed heavy in my hand, but it no longer felt like a curse. In fact, it felt like I held long-awaited justice. My father dedicated his life to serving justice in the eyes of the law, and look where that got him. The kind of justice I planned wasn't moral or righteous, but it would satisfy the monster inside me who craved the kind not offered within the walls behind me. Walking out of the Starbucks bathroom, I dropped my hat and the black clutch into the trash can. Carrying my coffee outside, I sat on the outdoor patio while making my calls. To the casual onlooker, I appeared to be a normal young woman on a typical Tuesday afternoon. I looked safe and unassuming. No one gave me a second glance. That was unfortunate. If they'd cared to pay attention, they would have known I was probably the most dangerous person in Houston at that moment. I had a loaded gun aimed right at the heart of the city, and I couldn't wait to pull the trigger. Taking a sip of my coffee, I dialed the first number and waited for them to pick up. Yes. I didn't have time for pleasantries. I need to see you. I have something I think you've been looking for. Meet me in the parking lot at 2:00. I hung up before a single rebuttal could be formed. Dialing the second number, I took another sip of my coffee, irritated to find it unpleasantly cold. Now I was pissed. Hello? I think we can help each other. I'm not as stupid as you think I am, but that's okay, neither are you. It's time to cut the crap and be who we are, don't you think? But I said cut the crap. I know everything. Meet me at 3:00. I'll text you the address. I hung up again, adrenaline rushing through my veins. God, that felt good. 2 down, 1 to go. When dialing the third number, I dumped the shitty coffee into a nearby trash can.
Leighton, thank God. I've been trying to call you.
Yes, well, I had my phone on silent. You're supposed to do that in church, you know. But I suppose you wouldn't know that, since I bet you'd burst into flames if you stepped foot in one, huh, Alex?
Where are you?
Not important. However, I do need to see you later. Around 4:00, perhaps. You can pick the place, although I'm sure your tired old sedan holds a special place in your heart.
What the hell is wrong with you? Are you drunk?
I laughed, causing the guy next to me to glare up at me from his laptop. Only on love, Agent. I am a newlywed, you know.
Yes, thanks to you, I'm back to square one.
I'll order another coffee so I can cry in it for you. In the meantime, about 4:00.
Screw 4:00, Leighton. Where the fuck are you? I need to see you now. It's important.
It was out of order, but I did have time to kill before my first meeting. Shaking things up seemed to be working for me so far today, so why not give it a go? Okay, fine. I'm at the Starbucks near Bagby. Give me about 20 minutes and I'll meet you at...
No, stay there. I'm right around the corner. I'll pick you up in 5 minutes.
Wait. No, Alex. I pulled the phone away and realized he'd hung up on me, slammed it onto the table. Fuck. Almost immediately, my phone rang, And for the first time since walking out of the church, I doubted what I was doing. My heart constricted, knowing I'd left him in the dark, but my actions started this, and it had to be my actions that finished it. Just because Mateo was my husband didn't mean I would drag him into this mess. Just to stay focused, I turned my ringer off. Tires squealed in front of me, and I glanced up as Alex pulled the dark sedan up on the sidewalk with horns honking all around him. Sighing, I tucked my phone in my back pocket and hopped over the fence in front of the car. I'd barely gotten in when he slammed on the gas, causing me to slide off the seat. "No thanks," I scowled. "I don't need a seatbelt. I'm fine." "Buckle up, then." He drove north on I-69 for what seemed like forever in silence. He seemed off. No, frantic was a better word. His usual calm, arrogant attitude was gone, and an anxious, uptight stress ball bounced around in its place. Well, anxious and uptight worked for me. No time like the present. Smirking, I draped my forearm against the window. "I found out some interesting information today, Alex." He pressed harder on the gas. "Yeah?" "Yeah. I know you were the one who called in the tip that got my father shot. I also know you were promoted and paid well for it. I have proof." I sat back, waiting for the shock to set in. I waited for the rage I expected for besting him at his own game. I waited and got a shrug.
"Good. Great. We have bigger problems."
I shook my head and leaned forward, not sure he'd heard me. "Maybe I wasn't clear. I know you had my father killed. That's why you wanted me to get shit on the Carreras. They own you, don't they?" Again, I waited for some kind of stunned reaction. I fucking deserved it. And again, I was denied as he sighed and wiped the sweat off his brow with the back of his hand. After taking the louder exit, he quickly headed down a side road.
"Leighton, listen to me. Estella is missing."
My limbs went numb.
"No." "Yes, Leighton."
"When?" I barely whispered. "How?"
"I don't know,"
he growled, shooting me an accusing look.
"Someone found out. Maybe your husband decided you weren't worth the trouble."
I felt like I was going to pass out. Mateo wouldn't do this. His eyebrows shot up.
"Why not?"
"Because Estella is his daughter." My revelation didn't seem to register with him. Or if it did, he didn't care. He was too preoccupied with staring into the rearview mirror.
"Oh, fuck."
Jerking the wheel, he made a sharp right turn down a single road. "Slow down!" I screamed. His erratic driving threw me around like a rag doll, and my head smacked against the window. "You're driving like a maniac."
"They're behind us,"
he growled, pointing over his shoulder.
"Tahoe."
Turning around, I saw a tan Tahoe with tinted windows bouncing along the road behind us. Every time we sped up, so did they. Still, I rationalized his paranoia. Lots of people drive Tahoes.
"Yeah, you keep telling yourself that."
As we drove farther away from civilization, I panicked, slapping his shoulders and screaming at the top of my lungs. "Let me out of this car. I have to find my daughter and my grandparents." He offered me a quick glance that almost seemed sympathetic.
"You don't have to look for your grandparents. They're dead."
"No!" I shook my head, unable to stop. I shook it until I became dizzy. A strangled cry tore from my throat, and I punched any part of him I could. I wanted him to hurt as much as I did.
"Would you fucking stop? I'm trying to drive."
"You're lying. It's not true. You're—" As the tears rolled, I glanced out the window, seeing nothing but wilderness. There were no houses, no people. Suspicion, pain, and fear swirled in my head. Then I recognized it. Maddie took me out here once, only to warn me to never come back. He knew I liked to wander and made me promise to stay away because he'd heard stories that there were cartel safe houses in these woods. At the time, I hadn't realized it wasn't a warning. It was sound advice from one of their own. When I got in this car earlier, I hadn't realized it wasn't a talk. It was a trap. I jerked on the door handle, ready to jump out of a moving car if I had to, but it wouldn't budge. "Let me out of this car," I screamed. Alex shook his head, his expression almost sad.
"I can't. I told you they have her. It's either you or her, Leighton. I can't hurt a kid. May God forgive me."
I stared at him in horror. I'd counted on everything except Alex's conscience. He was right when he said he'd protect Stella, but the price he'd pay was my life. May God forgive me, too. Letting out a blood-curdling scream, I grabbed the wheel with both hands and jerked it hard to the right. The sudden turn caused the car to spin into a ditch. Alex, I coughed, my voice barely a whisper. He didn't answer. Glancing to my left, I saw him slumped over the wheel. He was unconscious, his face covered in blood. I need help. I tried to get out of my seatbelt, but it was jammed. I thought I yelled for help, but my mind was so fuzzy I couldn't remember if it was out loud or in my head. That was when I heard the car door slam, then the footsteps. Metal ground together as my door wrenched open, and I saw something silver and shiny coming toward me. I didn't have the energy to protest as it dug into my chest and sliced me. No, that was wrong. It sliced the seatbelt. I'm free. Hands reached in and lifted me out of the car, and my head lulled against a strong chest. I was so tired, so I rested my head and closed my eyes. Thank you. I felt myself being jostled again as another car door opened, and I was thrown onto a hard floor.
You're welcome, little lamb.
Chapter 40. Mateo. Well, that went well. I rested my head against the back wall of the elevator and closed my eyes. No one could ever call me a pussy, but I stood in front of my friend and boss and took his wrath like a man. As his second in command, it had been my responsibility to keep him informed of everything I'd learned, especially since it involved another high-ranking lieutenant. But when it came to Leighton, the lines between my loyalties became shaded with gray areas I couldn't explain. Not that it mattered. Val wasn't interested in hearing my justifications. He wanted action and consequence, all dealt by my hand for allowing the situation to escalate to the point it had. I'd accepted his demands, and if I had any brains left in my head, I'd be carrying them out right now. Instead, that gray line of loyalty drove my SUV right back to the Houstonian. I owed Leighton an explanation of what had to be done, and I wanted to kiss her one more time. There was a good chance I'd never get the opportunity again, and I needed nothing left unsaid between us. The elevator dinged, signaling its arrival, and as soon as the doors opened, I headed toward our suite, trying to piece together the words in my head to make her understand. Leighton, we need to talk. The suite was silent, and after checking everywhere, I stood in the middle of the living room gazing at the hardwood floor. I hoped to hell she was having lunch downstairs or indulging in the resort spa, because ignoring Val's commands again to go searching all over Houston for her would be suicide. I dialed the front desk and barked at the question I already knew the answer to. Did my wife leave the property earlier today?
Yes, Mrs. Alvarez left not long after you did.
The attendant confirmed.
I offered to call a car service for her, but she seemed quite impatient.
Val insisted on checking us in under aliases. I thought the extra precaution had been unnecessary, but didn't question it. I managed a mumbled, "Thank you," before slamming the receiver down. "Fuck!" I yelled, grabbing my hair in my hands. This was the last damn thing I needed. What the hell was she thinking? But her disappearing act wasn't what pissed me off the most. It was her impressive acting skills. The way she'd acted so tired, resting her head on the couch, all the while waiting for me to leave so she could act on whatever vigilante shit she'd concocted in her head. I paced the room. She didn't know what she was doing, and it was going to get her killed. Letting out a roar, I punched the wall. I'd take Val's bullet, but I couldn't stand by and let her take one too. Grabbing my keys and phone, I just opened the door when my phone rang. I considered ignoring it, but when I saw the number on the caller ID, I answered. "You have 30 seconds, Bright."
I just wanted to make sure I didn't mess up,
he said, stuttering over his words. I stopped. "What the hell are you talking about?"
Your wife.
Bright cleared his throat.
She told me the order came from you, but now I'm not so sure.
As he recounted his conversation with Leighton, the vein in my temple swelled, and I gripped the molding over the door so hard I almost cracked the wood. "Don't talk to anyone else." I didn't trust myself to say more. I took my anger out on the road, pushing the limits of the Tahoe to speeds it was never meant to hit. 8 times I called Leighton's phone. 8 times it kicked straight into voicemail. My tires squealed as I slammed on the brakes in front of Caliente. I didn't even bother pulling around back. I didn't give a shit who saw me. Startled patrons gasped as I kicked the door open and roared his name as I stomped through the cantina and toward his office. "Reyes, get your fucking ass out here!" The waitress who'd tried to handle Leighton when she was piss-ass drunk met me in the hallway. She wasn't smiling. "Where's Emilio?" I demanded.
I don't know,
she admitted, wringing her hands.
I don't know where anyone is. Sarah never showed up for work. She didn't call or anything. Emilio was already pissed, but he got a phone call, then ran out of here earlier, mad as hell. No one has seen him since.
I walked away during the second wave of her rant. I'd heard enough. Grabbing my phone, I dialed while climbing into the Tahoe. Once he picked up, there wasn't time for a greeting. "Emilio has Leighton," I said, slamming my foot on the gas.
Chapter 41. Leighton. I tried to open my eyes, but they felt too heavy, stuck even. In a moment of confusion, I wondered if they'd been glued shut. It would make sense. No, it wouldn't make sense. That was stupid. No sane person did something like that. Concentrating harder, I tried again, this time forcing them open just enough for a sharp ray of light to pierce through my retina and set it on fire. Oh God, why does my head hurt so bad? I blinked, which caused the fire to dig into my brain and explode a pain inside my head that nearly made me vomit. Maybe I did get hit by a bus? Forcing myself to focus, I lifted my head, staring at the white wall in front of me. It was bare except for a clock, which seemed weird. No pictures, no paintings, just a clock ticking away the seconds as I wrinkled my forehead and tried to figure out where I was and how I got there. Ouch. The skin on my forehead stung, pulling tight every time I moved it. Hell, did someone glue that too? Irritated, I lifted my arm to run my fingers across it, but stilled when it tugged against something tight and restrictive. Panic swelled in my throat, but I continued to jerk, only succeeding in pulling the muscle in my shoulder. Because they were behind me. My wrists were taped behind me. I was bound to a chair. What happened? I swallowed, my mouth feeling like sandpaper.
"Welcome to the party, little Em."
I knew that voice. I'd heard it before. I frantically scanned the room, but seeing no one, I forced my mind to think back. The answer was somewhere in my memory. I was in a car, someone was yelling at me. No, I was the one yelling. I was crying. I remembered spinning, and then a good Samaritan saved me.
"You're welcome, little Em."
They were the same voice. He'd picked me up and dumped me into the floor of another car. I squeezed my eyes closed, focusing on seeing his face before I'd passed out. Everything was so hazy. Then the haze cleared and I saw his face. I drew in a sharp breath. Opening my eyes, I widened them as he stepped in front of me, smoothing a finger over his mustache. "Emilio," I breathed. He just grinned.
"Hola, señorita. Or should I say señora? So, what is this thing you have I've been looking for?"
I jerked on my restraints again, searching the room for anything I could use to protect myself if he attacked me. Unfortunately, the room was as bare as the walls. Besides a clock, I saw a table, another chair, a body. Oh, God. Whipping my head back around, I stared in horror at the crumpled female discarded on the floor like a piece of trash. She lay on her stomach, her orange hair fanned around her. "Sarah?" I called out, although the chances of her responding were slim to none considering the blood staining her back. Emilio shook his head.
"Good bartenders are so hard to find."
The bastard just stood there with his arms crossed, smirking at me. Then I saw it. A skull with half of the jaw missing on his left forearm. As I suspected. I'd only ever seen Emilio in long sleeves. Today he had them rolled up to his elbows, answering a question that had plagued me since hiding against a wall in Lewis's apartment. "It was you," I stammered. "In Lewis's apartment. It was you." What did I do to you to deserve this? I didn't expect an answer, but I guess arrogance was its own worst enemy. He let out an amused chuckle, seemingly pleased with himself.
I knew about you and Mateo years ago. Pussy is pussy, so I let him have his fun with you.
Walking a slow gait toward me, I held my breath as he gripped the chair's armrests and leaned down.
Until you convinced him to turn his back on his own. Then I had to do some pussy damage control.
More pieces fell into place. You had him arrested.
I'm flattered you think I wields that much power, but it was a group effort.
Stepping back, he shrugged.
I could have killed him. I was soft back then.
He trusted you, I screamed. His look of validation came with annoyance.
What part of I could have killed him did you not hear, puta? And how did I get repaid for my mercy? I got left in this piece of shit town while he lived the life of a god.
I jumped as he fisted his hands and hit the wall. Crooking a finger, he tapped it against his temple.
But I always think ahead. I plan, I watch, I see. And when something benefits me, I take it.
Did my mother benefit you? I hissed, tired of his self-congratulatory rant.
Ah, yes, our little home video. I assume that's what your phone call was about.
He leaned against the wall and laughed as I scowled.
Years ago, she asked for help getting rid of some dead weight. So I requested payment, an insurance policy, so to speak. Between you and me, I think she enjoyed it more than she wants to admit.
Shut up. Spots filled my vision and my head swam as a whimper floated up from the floor. Sarah, I whispered. She's innocent. Pushing off the wall, Emilio stood over her.
That bitch stole from me. Shit I kept for over years to cover my ass. Then I went through her phone and found out she was Hector Diaz's side piece.
I winced as he pulled his foot back and kicked her in the ribs.
Whore.
My heart broke as Sarah collapsed again. I wanted to help her, but my mind was too focused on one thing. Where's my daughter? I shrieked. He clucked his tongue and pulled his phone from his pocket.
It's showtime.
Showtime could have meant anything. Since he had an obvious love for preserving moments on film, maybe he was calling someone to capture my death for his future view and pleasure. He smiled as the person on the other end of the call answered.
It's not quite 3 o'clock, but the meeting has started.
A new wave of nausea churned my stomach. 3 o'clock. I told my mother to meet me at 3 o'clock. I focused on breathing and not the clock, so I had no idea if it'd been 5 or 50 minutes by the time the quiet knock finally came. Emilio opened it, stepping aside as my mother walked in, all business in a tailored cream-colored suit, heels, and pearls. She stood just inside the doorway with her phone in her hand, her face expressionless. Even after all she'd done, some part of me still held out hope that the woman who gave birth to me still existed. Mother, I begged, never taking my eyes off her. Help me. Ignoring me, she turned toward Emilio. Have you retrieved our stolen package?
Yes, and I've hidden her in a secure location.
Anger flared in Emilio's eyes, and he kicked Sarah again.
This one followed me and tried to stop me. As you can see, she failed.
My mother offered Sarah only a passing glance before turning her attention toward her phone. Wonderful. What the hell is wrong with you? I yelled, jerking on my restraints again. She glanced up. Am I supposed to be shamed by a murdering whore? It takes one to know one. I shot back with ice in my voice. You think I don't know you set Daddy up? Alex called in the tip that the Carreras were moving shipments. What a coincidence Daddy was the only one to show up. Coincidences like that don't just happen, Mother, especially to ones whose wives were fucking important businessmen. Watch your mouth, she hissed. You knew Finn hurt me. A wife stands by her husband. A mother protects her child, I yelled. She smiled. A woman ensures her own survival. You have no idea how much. I stared at her, letting the unsaid warning hang in the air. I should have left it at that, but the need for other answers gnawed at me. Why do you want to hurt an innocent little girl? She laughed, and I felt it all the way to my soul. I honestly had no idea the little bitch existed, so you can thank your brother for that. Obviously, running for governor with an illegitimate cartel grandchild wouldn't have boded well for me. Her indifference slipped, and she glared at me. Then you had to fuck everything up by killing that moron boyfriend of yours. Why involve Alex? So many questions. She groaned. This is why you're here. Your damn need to know everything. I never trusted him, she said, tossing a hand in Emilio's direction. And since I owned the good agent, I used him to ensure this one didn't double-cross me. Keep her talking, Leighton. Just keep her talking and maybe someone will come. So why bother putting Stella in protective custody? That wasn't my idea. Although it was a brilliant move, too intimidating you into infiltrating the cartel just to save his own ass. She paused and leaned her hip against the door. Poor bastard never realized I was one step ahead of him the whole time. Of everyone, really. Emilio piped up. What the hell does that mean? Smiling, she moved away from the doorway and flipped her phone around. A live broadcast streamed across her screen, and right in the dead center was Emilio's mugshot. What the fuck? He shouted, lunging for the phone. She laughed, pulling it away from him. Did you think you were ever in charge? Getting rid of the brat would have been simple, but this is so much better. Think of the media coverage, the outrage and sympathy you've caused. As the excitement in her eyes calmed, she offered me a twisted, sympathetic smile. I never wished you harm, Leighton. However, you forced my hand. I'm your family. She held my gaze for a moment. So was your father. As she turned to leave, Emilio's voice stopped her. Hold up, bitch. I did my part. I found the kid and stopped her, but Cortez walked free. Where's my revenge? All my mother did was shrug. I can't help that my son has pull. I certainly didn't anticipate my daughter would marry that Mexican. I should have known better. I agree. Pulling a gun from his waistband, he aimed it at her chest. My mother had the balls to look irritated. Are we really doing this? That's up to you. If you insist. Reaching into her suit pocket, she pulled out her own gun. In Emilio's shock, he didn't react quickly enough, and my mother landed an impressive shot right between his eyes. I guess he forgot I was a cop's wife for 15 years. She offered with a wink. I couldn't speak. Emilio lay dead on the floor, shot by my own mother. This couldn't be happening. I must have closed my eyes because they opened the minute I felt her cold fingers on my skin. I choked out a sob as she jerked the gold pendant off my neck and dropped it in her pocket. You won't be needing this, she said, turning to walk away. Stopping near the door, she dug inside her purse and pulled out a book of matches and a bottle of nail polish remover. After dumping the entire bottle of liquid around the only exit, she stepped over the mess and paused in the doorway. Oh, and you hung up before I could answer your question. You're right. It is time to cut the crap and be who we are. Well said, darling. As she struck a match and tossed it behind her, I screamed for the only thing that mattered. Where is my baby, you bitch? The door closed, sucking all the air out with it. Still, I screamed the same words over and over as Sarah groaned on the floor beside me. Opening her eyes, she gurgled, blood dripping from the corner of her mouth. The circle of life. What? What the hell does that mean? I screamed, jerking so hard on my restraints the chair tipped over and sent me sprawling on my side. A whoosh preceded an explosion, sending up a cloud of smoke that filled my lungs and burned my eyes. Sarah glanced at the flames, a sad smile on her lips just before she passed out again. Twinkle, twinkle, little star.
Chapter 42. Mateo. Picking up his phone, I threw it across the table, watching it as it skidded off the edge and bounced onto the floor. I don't care. Call somebody else. There's no one left to call, Mateo. Brody sat at the table with his head in his hands, staring at his phone. We've called everyone. Every soldier, Sicario, and Falcon is out looking for them right now. All we can do is wait. I had no idea how he could be so calm. Not only had I told him what Bright found out about Atwood and his father, I showed him the video of his mother and the man who had his sister. Still, he sat here acting like we'd been defeated. Grabbing my keys off the table, I barreled across the apartment. Just as I reached the door, a shadow stepped in front of me. Detente. Stop. Get out of my way, Val. A flicker of emotion crossed his face before the boss in him took over. What do you think driving around town like some idiota is going to do? I can't stay here and do nothing. What if it were Eden? Harcourt, he yelled across the room, motioning Brody out of his chair. Pull your shit together. We're chasing a rat. Retrieving his phone, Brody fell in line behind us, and just as he closed the door to his apartment, it rang. It's my mother, he said, staring at the screen. Val dipped his chin. Answer it. Mom? He asked, our eyes locking. What's wrong? Lines deepened in his forehead as I heard a frantic voice filter through the line. Wait, calm down. I can't understand you. Who's hurt? He didn't have to say her name. I saw it in his face. Leighton. Fire. His vacant eyes sharpened with one word. Mom, leave your phone on. I can track it. Disconnecting the call, he ran down the stairs, bypassing both Val and me. 10 minutes into driving north on I-69, I couldn't take it anymore. As Val texted all available nearby soldiers to meet up with us, I lost it. What the hell is going on, Harcourt? His hand tightened around his phone as his eyes remained glued to the dot on the GPS we were tracking. I don't know exactly. My mother was hysterical. From what I could get out of her, Leighton called her and said to meet her off Louder Road. When she got there, it was on fire. But she got out, right? Brody didn't answer. He just kept staring at that damn red dot. I hated that dot. Brody, I exploded, slamming my fist against the headrest. Where the fuck is Leighton? Still nothing. Brody! Slamming his fist into the dashboard, he turned around, his face ravaged. She didn't make it out, all right? Denial was a funny thing. Sometimes it drove a man to the darkest depths of depravity, and sometimes it propelled him into blissful ignorance. Right now, I chose ignorance, because in ignorance, my angel still walked the earth. Brody was the first one out of the car. His footing wasn't stable, and if I gave half a shit to be near Lilith Donovan, I could have had her face down with a bullet in her brain before he closed his door. But I didn't. I knew she'd put on a show first. Ignorance still fueled me. Leighton was alive, and until I knew differently, no one would convince me otherwise. Lilith lay sprawled out in the middle of a deserted field like farm roadkill. Val was the first one to notice and point out the plume of smoke rising above the trees. Without a word, I headed back to the Land Rover when he stopped me with a hard arm across my chest. We have men that are closer. Pressing a button on his phone, he instantly connected with one. There's a fire in the Gleason property. He held my gaze. Get everyone out, dead or alive. As his last words hung in the air, I turned toward Brody. I had to hand it to him. He played the concerned son role so well, I almost bought it. Squatting beside Lilith, he called her name repeatedly. Mom? Mom? Mom! She finally stopped moaning long enough to reach for him, but Brody tensed and pulled back. Where's Leighton? Flailing her arms, she pointed diagonally to the right. I couldn't save her. He turned my baby girl into a monster, she howled, rolling around again. Then he killed her. I'd had enough. Who killed her? Emilio Reyes. What are you saying? Brody asked. Leighton would never hurt anyone, and what does Emilio have to do with all this? He was baiting her, trying to push her buttons into slipping the noose around her own neck. You, she accused, pointing a shaking finger at me. You brainwashed her. You brought her into your sick world, and he got in her head. You turned her against her own family. Mom, stop. Don't believe me? She called me and lured me here. You can hear her for yourself. Pulling her phone out of the pocket of her pantsuit, she queued up the message and put it on speaker. Hello? I think we can help each other. I'm not as stupid as you think I am, but that's okay. Neither are you. It's time to cut the crap and be who we are, don't you think? But I said cut the crap. I know everything. Meet me at 3 o'clock.
I'll text you the address." "And you went?" he asked. "Why not call the police?" "She's my daughter, Brody. There was no time. If there was one last chance to save her from them, don't you think I'd try? Plus, I had to tell her that I'd found out that—"
"What?"
"The San Marcos PD couldn't get in touch with Layton, so they called me. Your grandparents were murdered, and your niece is missing."
My heart seized, then slammed against my chest until I thought it would explode. "Stella."
"Isn't it obvious what's happened?" she continued. "Our family has been their target since your father's death. Emilio Reyes tried to use Layton against me. Now she's gone and—"
Letting out another wail, she managed to squeeze out a few tears.
"God knows if little Della will ever be found."
I clenched my teeth. "Stella." She popped an eye open.
"Of course, Stella."
I would go insane if I thought about losing my wife and daughter right now. Brody was one question away from splintering, so I had to take control. Focus on Layton now. Find Stella after. Kill everyone later. "Did you see her?" I asked, stepping in between them. "You don't have a scratch on you, Mayor Donovan."
"If I could have gotten in the door, don't you think I would have?" she hissed. "I suppose something didn't go as planned. When I got there, the whole house was already in flames."
I bit my tongue as she wiped invisible tears.
"I couldn't save her."
I felt robotic. I saw the smoke, but I refused to believe it. Maybe the need for her to be okay had filled me with such rage there wasn't room for acceptance. "No," Brody finally shouted. "You're wrong." Climbing to her knees, Lilith reached into her pocket, pulling out a thin gold chain stained with dark brown splotches.
"I found this outside."
As soon as Brody took it from her, the gold L slipped between his fingers, and his tortured wail drowned out the sound of 2 SUVs pulling up. Glancing over my shoulder, I watched 4 of our men walk up to Val, their expressions somber. Val wasted no time. "Casualties. We lost 3 men going in. No one's called the fire department. This far out, people just assume it's just a brush fire." "Notas, idiota," he muttered. The soldier nodded.
3 charred bodies."
"It seems we have an extra player in this game," Val noted with interest. I wasn't interested in games. I only wanted answers, but nothing made sense. Years ago, I'd warned Layton about this place. I even brought her out here just to warn her to stay away from it. She sure as hell wouldn't come here voluntarily, especially with Emilio. I couldn't make myself believe she was in that house.
"I told her where to go if she was ever in trouble," Brody whispered to himself. "Why didn't she call me?"
Closing the distance between us, I bent down. "What did you just say?" Brody glanced up, still gripping the pendant.
"We had a deal. If she was ever in trouble, she was supposed to go to my apartment and wait for me. She promised me."
The ice in my chest melted and blood pumped through my veins again. What I felt made sense. All I had to do was trust it. Yeah, she did. When I first got out of the car, there were just a few drops. Now, the bottom dropped out of the sky, blowing sheets of rain sideways and stinging my face. I didn't mind. The weather matched my mood, reckless and chaotic. It was dark, and if I didn't know these woods as well as I did, some random hiker would probably find me in a few weeks, half-eaten by wild animals. Lucky for me, I'd combed these trails so many times I could do it blindfolded. I didn't, though, but 4 years ago, she had. It was the 5th or 6th time I'd taken her this far into the woods. She'd balked at first, but I knew she'd give in. Star never fought me for long.
"You blindfolded me before prom, now this? I'm beginning to think you have a kink, Maddie."
I groaned. "No, smartass, but every time you've come out here, it's been with me. I just need to know if you're ever in trouble, and you need to run, you know where you're going." Cocking her chin, she dangled the blindfold from her finger.
"And this?"
"So you'll trust your gut to lead you. When you're scared, your eyes can play tricks on you, little lamb. But this..." Pulling her against me, I placed a hand on her stomach. "This will always show you the way."
"Wouldn't it be easier just to call you?"
"What if you can't get in touch with me?" Frustrated, I cupped her cheek. "Look, if you're ever in trouble, come here, and I'll find you." Wiping my eyes with the back of my hands, I took 2 more turns and stopped as a hacking cough broke through the sound of pouring rain. The smell of charcoal and burned hair singed my nose, and she didn't move as I approached. She sat huddled against a large pine tree, hugging her knees to her chest, her face and clothes covered in soot and ash. Even though there wasn't an inch of her that wasn't drenched, she wasn't shivering. I watched her, taken aback by her contradictory actions. It was like something in her had shut off. "Leighton?" Coughing again, she tilted her head back, gazing up at me through widened eyes. Part of her seemed shocked to see me, while the rest of her silently asked what the hell took me so long. Again, the conflicting reactions concerned me. Then I saw the blood. Dropping to my knees, I held her face in my hands and inspected the dirty gash in her forehead. "You're bleeding." Her wet hair stuck to her face as she pulled away. "It's just a cut," she wheezed. "I'm fine. Don't worry." "You're my wife, Leighton. Don't tell me not to worry." The image of Brody holding her bloody necklace blazed through my mind. Jesus, everyone thinks you're dead. Something finally sparked to life in her bloodshot eyes, and the corners of her mouth turned down. "Emilio and Sarah are dead." "Sarah from Caliente?"
Oh, so you didn't know Hector sent her to steal from Emilio either? No wonder she was such a shitty bartender.
She broke into a combined fit of hacking coughs and hysterical laughter.
"Although, honestly, we weren't that different,"
she added, gasping for air.
"I was doing the same thing she was, except the fucking Emilio part."
I ignored that last part and gave her a knowing stare. I preferred to have this conversation somewhere dry, but fuck it. "What about the third person?" Shifting her eyes, she licked a raindrop off her lip.
"What?"
"You talked about Emilio and Sarah, but 3 people were pulled out of that fire, Leighton."
"Were there?"
Cut the shit. I'd had all I could handle for one day. I saw Alex's car 1/2 mile back. He wasn't in it. What did you do? She drew in a noisy breath.
"I don't know what you mean."
"Leighton, look at where we are." Climbing to my feet, I threw my arms out wide. "We're in a forest at night in the rain. Does this seem normal to you? Does anything about what has happened today seem fucking normal to you?" I saw it coming across her face like a slow-moving freight train, and when it finally hit, it took everything out in its path.
"Stella's missing!"
she screamed, slipping on the soaked grass as she climbed to her feet.
"Did you know that? My grandparents are dead. Your fucking cartel killed them and stole my baby. He knew it and was going to trade me for her to ease his conscience."
"Leighton."
"He knew they took her, Mateo,"
she repeated, gritting her teeth.
"I'm glad he's dead."
"How do you know he's dead?" The masochistic side of me asked the question, although part of me already knew the answer. A haunting smile curved her face.
"Whose body do you think they pulled out of the safe house?"
Chapter 43. Leighton. 5 hours earlier. "Sarah, wake up. We have to get out of here." My grandpa Harcourt had served as a volunteer fireman for the better part of 50 years. If there was one thing he was adamant about, it was teaching Brody and me every minute detail of fire safety. Because of his stubbornness, I knew I had 15 to 17 minutes to make it out of here rather than the usual 3 to 5. Just by looking at it, I knew the house we were in was old. That worked in my favor. Solid wood walls burned slowly. Had Emilio taken me to a newer location, I would have already been dead. Forcing myself to remain calm, I checked the clock. 2 minutes. I struggled as flames licked the baseboards. Watching in horror, I froze as ash and smoke began to rise, filling my lungs. I coughed while pressing my nose against the floor. "Sarah!" Jerking on my restraints again only succeeded in shaving the skin off my wrists. The flames hadn't touched me, but that didn't stop the blistering heat. I started to panic. And then I heard my father's voice reminding me of the day he decided knowledge was more important than my innocence.
Duct tape is a kidnapper's favorite method of restraint because it's quick and forces his victim into submission a little bit. They eventually just give up. You're not going to get out of it by fighting against it. Give me your wrists. I'm going to show you a trick not many people know.
Oh my God, I forgot. Positioning my bound arms on the sharp edge of one of the chair legs, I furiously sawed my wrists up and down just like he taught me until the tape snapped, freeing my arms. Climbing to my knees, I shook the shit out of Sarah and glanced at the clock again. "Get up!" I coughed while covering my mouth. "Oh, we had less than 7 minutes." Shattering glass pulled my attention away as a square piece of thick metal with a huge stick attached to it repeatedly slammed through the window. As soon as all the glass disappeared, a man tumbled onto the floor in a heap. As fire raged around me, all I could think of to say was that a carjack? Groaning, Alex crawled over to me. "Where's the kid?" "She's not here," I coughed. "I thought you were dead."
"So did they," he growled. "Damn, I had a chance. If I knew they didn't have the kid."
"You wouldn't have come back," I finished for him. Darkness consumed me, and in the midst of chaos, I fell into the abyss.
"Fuck this."
He covered his mouth and nose with the inside of his elbow.
"You Harcourts have ruined my life. Burn in hell, bitch."
I didn't remember picking up the chair. However, when I swung it, the wood splintered and Agent Alex Atwood hit the floor with a muffled grunt. "You first," I hissed. Then I noticed something shiny beside his pocket. Dropping to my knees, I grabbed his keys off the floor and crawled toward the window. 3 minutes.
Chapter 44. Mateo. Jesus, Leighton, what have you done? Leighton's entire body coiled. "Don't you dare judge me," she wheezed, exhaustion pulling at the corners of her eyes.
He killed my father. He blackmailed me and kept my child from me. All he cared about was saving his own ass.
Finally, she shivered.
They're all alike.
That shiver gave her away. Slaying her dragon didn't stop him from breathing fire. I couldn't extinguish a flame that burned inside of her. There would always be another dragon, another monster, another Finn, another Emilio, another Alex. In my understanding, I reached for her.
"Don't,"
she said, cringing and stepping back. "You have blood on your hands, Leighton, and for what? Some fucked up revenge that won't make you feel any better."
"Won't make me feel any better? Are you fucking kidding me? I feel like a cloud has been lifted."
The way she talked sounded too familiar, too brutal, too cartel. You're in over your head. These people will chew you up and spit you out. She lifted her chin.
"Not if I bite first."
She had no clue what the hell she was talking about. Leighton was a tiny tiger fish swimming with a school of great white sharks. The high she rode right now wouldn't last. As soon as reality set in, she'd crash and burn. Unfortunately, the blood she'd spilled would still be fresh, and the great whites would come calling. Unless... Your mother thinks you're dead, I reminded her, the thought resurrecting itself in my mind. I'll say I did this. At the mention of her mother's name, Leighton gave me a pensive stare.
"I have to tell you something else."
"If it's about your call to Professor Bright, you can save your breath. He called me not long after you took off. I know everything." Leighton lifted her heavy lashes.
"Then you'll understand what I have to show you."
Holding onto the trees for support, she stumbled past me.
"Let's go back to the car."
30 minutes later, we sat in the front seat of Atwood's wrecked sedan. The car was fucked up. I had no clue how she managed to start the damn thing, much less drive it. But I didn't care about that, not while staring at the small black wristband laying on the seat between us. At first glance, it looked just like one of those Fitbit bracelets worn by obsessed exercise fanatics. Leighton ran her finger along the sleek band and smiled.
"My dad was a detective. He told me all about how his department used to bust drug dealers. They'd plead out as informants, so he'd wire them and send them back into the lion's den to get a confession."
"This is a recording device?" I asked. She nodded, an almost proud look crossing her face. "Where the hell did you get something like that?"
"How do you think politicians get shit done?"
Anticipating my next question, she cut me off.
"You should know better than anyone that elected officials in this town are figureheads, Mateo. It's their aides who run the show."
Only one woman had been by Lily's side long enough to garner that kind of power. Jackie? Jackie. She confirmed, seemingly pleased with herself.
And believe me, I didn't have to twist her arm either. Although, after the way we left things, I don't think we'll be seeing her again.
As the rain beat against what was left of the windshield, I remembered the message Leighton left her mother. Is this what that phone call to your mother was all about? She wasn't expecting that. I could tell because she pawed at her throat, grasping for a symbol of security that wasn't there.
How do you know about that?
Just answer the question.
Yes, I called her, Emilio, and Alex.
As if needing a replacement for her missing pendant, she picked up the wristband and twirled it between her fingers.
There's only 16 hours of battery life on this thing, so I had to kill 3 birds with 1 stone.
Obviously, something happened.
Yeah, Alex happened. I walked right into their trap.
Holding up the wristband, she waved it between us.
You know, this thing started the ball rolling today, but after everything went wrong, I forgot I even had it on. Kind of crazy, huh?
Leighton, every minute of the last 11 days have been crazy. Care to elaborate?
My mother always liked to think everyone was beneath her, but when it came down to it, she and Emilio shared the same fatal flaw.
Which is?
Pathological narcissism.
Her response sounded so clinical that I raised an eyebrow, which she answered with a snort.
Neither of them could kill me without bragging in detail about what they had done. And this,
she said, tapping the band against her other palm.
This recorded it all. It'll condemn her, but...
But what? I asked, noticing the pained expression in her eyes.
Mateo, what if Stella is hurt? What if...
Stop! I yelled. Maybe a bit too loud because she jumped, but I wouldn't let her say the word, let alone think it. We'll find our little star, Leighton. Even as I heard myself make the promise, I wasn't sure I believed it. I'd seen the sick things humans were capable of doing firsthand, especially to children. My stomach churned with images as Leighton gasped, jumping and hitting the steering wheel with both hands.
That's it!
What's it?
Little star!
She screamed, her voice echoing inside the car. Still lost in my own mind, I shook my head. It's just a nickname. It's nothing.
No,
she interrupted, grabbing my arm in a fierce hold.
The rhyme, twinkle, twinkle, little star. Oh my God, Sarah said that. I thought she was just hysterical, but Stella and I sing that rhyme all the time.
I don't get it. What does it mean?
Right before she passed out, Sarah said, the circle of life.
Like the song?
Exactly.
Letting go of my shirt, she flung her car door open.
I know where she is.
A plain white sign was taped to the back door of Caliente, matching the one taped to the front. Leighton and I saw it as we circled the parking lot of my Tahoe, choosing to park in back for obvious reasons. It was scribbled in a female's handwriting. Closed indefinitely due to death of owner. Good news traveled fast. By simple deduction, I figured they'd been posted by either Emilio's wife or Amanda, and my money was on the wife. She wasn't a stupid woman, and she sure as hell wasn't blind to his years of infidelity. Still, it was only 11 o'clock at night. The authorities must have worked fast on this one. Then again, Mayor Donovan was involved, so everything had probably been expedited at warp speed. After ordering a few trusted soldiers to drive out to the train tracks and get rid of Atwood's car, I tucked my phone in my back pocket and pulled my switchblade out of the other. As I went to work on the lock, Leighton paced behind me. I cursed as the tip of my knife missed the angle I needed to pop the spring. Leighton's pacing was getting out of control, so I got her talking to keep her focused. Tell me again why you think Stella is in here.
Sarah said, the circle of life, she said, rubbing her chilled skin. I thought she was hallucinating, but when you called Stella Little Star, I put it together with the rhyme and it all made sense. Emilio said Sarah followed him and tried to stop him from taking her. I didn't think about it at the time, but if she followed him, she knew where he took her.
I stopped twisting the knife and glanced over my shoulder. You figured all that out from a song title? She sighed.
Don't you remember the night I got shit-faced?
Yeah, you kept calling Sarah Simba and quoting The Lion King. I was told you even sang a really bad karaoke version of
The Circle of Life, she said, her hands slamming into her hips in satisfaction. Stella is in there. You just have to get me in and I'll find her. Well, you won't have to wait long. Holding the doorknob, I gave a sharp flick of my wrist, and it clicked. We're in. Leighton tore past me in a blur of drenched denim and a lingering smell of charcoal, and I followed behind her. Even though her theory sounded plausible, I had my doubts. Emilio was an asshole, but he hadn't lasted as long as he did in the cartel by being transparent. Hiding Estella inside Caliente would be too simple. If a man wanted something bad enough to kill for it, he wouldn't turn around and just hide it in plain sight. Just like Hector did. Leighton almost ripped the stockroom door off its hinges. Stella? Stella, it's Mommy. Are you here? After tearing the bar apart, we came up with nothing. Leighton collapsed against the wall with her head in her hands. I don't get it. I know she's in here. Or out. Maybe not. Grabbing her hand, I dragged her outside where Emilio kept a locked storage shed tucked away near the back of the property. Leighton pressed her face against the rusted metal door. Twinkle, twinkle, little star. Neither of us breathed, as a voice so faint I thought I imagined it floated by. How I wonder what you are. Leighton's knees buckled. That's her. Tears rolled down her face, and she barreled into me. Stella, up above the world so high? The faint voice answered. Like a diamond in the sky. Stand back, I instructed, pulling my gun out. She grabbed my arm. No, you'll hurt her. I'm not going to shoot inside, Leighton. Just the lock. I'm done with this. No guns. Pulling my knife out of my back pocket, Leighton snapped it open and within a couple turns of her wrist popped the lock. I didn't have time to be impressed. Once she pushed the door open and flipped on the light, my world came crashing down around me. A little girl in jeans and a pink shirt sat huddled near the back, her knees drawn to her chest and her arms wrapped around them. Her body looked just like Leighton's did when I found her in the woods, but her face was like looking in a mirror. Recognition registered in her beautiful brown eyes, and she scrambled to her feet. Mommy! Leighton fell to her knees, scooping the little girl into her arms. I didn't know what to say. I didn't know what Leighton would say. It hardly seemed like the time or place for a family reunion. As much as I wanted to claim my child, I didn't want Stella's first memory of meeting her father to be in a dirty shed after being kidnapped. But, as usual, Leighton knew exactly what to say. Inching toward me, she placed a hand on my arm and smiled. Stella, this is my friend, Mateo. Can you say hello? There were 2 moments in my life I knew I'd never forget. The first time I saw a girl in a yellow dress, and the first time I heard the voice of an angel. Hi, she grinned, dimples sinking into both her cheeks. I choked out the words lodged in my throat. Hello, Stella. I've waited a long time to meet you. Ending the call, I glanced at Leighton. Val's contact at the morgue said he can only slow down the autopsy report by 2 days. So I'm officially dead for 48 more hours, huh? The smirk on Leighton's face made me question our plan. After all she'd been through, maybe I needed to handle this myself. No, she said firmly as if reading my mind. I'm doing this. She's not getting away with it. We didn't speak again, riding the rest of the way in silence with Stella sleeping soundly in the back. Although I had no idea how she managed it, considering her uncle's 4-letter tirade when Leighton called him and explained everything that had happened. By the time we got to Brody's apartment, my whole body felt like a downed power line. Stella whined about spending the night away from her mother, but Leighton managed to soothe her with promises of candy and dolls and other shit I had no idea about. Eventually, she gave in, giving her uncle a hug and kiss before skipping off to his bedroom to watch television. Obviously, the 2 of them had a solid relationship, a fact that both calmed and irritated me. Brody watched Stella until she closed the door, then turned his gaze toward us. His expression was dark and sullen. The ravaged man I'd left on his knees in that field was gone. In his place stood a man fractured by his own choices. The Brody Harcourt I'd come to know and call a friend was locked away behind a wall of nothing. He was lost, and I wasn't sure he'd ever return. A tear fell from the corner of Leighton's eye as she wrapped her arms around her brother's neck. For whatever reason, he couldn't hug her back, and my heart broke for them when I saw Leighton die a little inside. I'm going to fix everything, she whispered in his ear. My best attack is a surprise attack.
Brody stared at the wall. It shouldn't have gotten this far. I should have protected both of you. I'd seen her tortured enough for one day. Stepping in, I took her by the hand. They're ready for us. We have to go, mi amor.
Chapter 45. Leighton. When Mateo said they were ready for us, he wasn't kidding. And by they, he meant Val and Eden. He'd called them on the way to Brody's with explicit instructions on what to have ready for us at the Aloft Hotel in downtown Houston. By the time we arrived, my stomach was already in knots. Even after a few hours of sleep, I felt no better. While Mateo got ready in the main room, I fought with the tie on my wrap dress as Eden fussed with the stray hair that had escaped out of my brown wig. Just as she got it tucked back in, it popped back out. "I look ridiculous," I said, collapsing against the sink. To her credit, Eden didn't seem offended. In fact, she leaned next to me on the counter and smiled. "There's no worse betrayal than that of a parent. You sound like you know from experience." She gave me a sad smile and patted her belly. "This little guy doesn't have any grandparents either, Leighton. That's not by accident. We're taught to honor thy mother and father, but where's their role? They're supposed to love and protect us at all costs. When they don't honor their commitment, we're no longer bound to honor ours." Squeezing my hand, she walked out and closed the door behind her. Turning around, I let her words sink in. The longer I stood there, the less nervous I felt, and my heart filled with overdue revenge. "Checkmate," I announced to the strange woman in the mirror. The JW Marriott was a short 6-minute walk from the Aloft Hotel. Our choice of meeting places wasn't by accident. We needed quick and easy access both inside and outside the hotel. Although we weren't guests, Val had secured us keys to the side entrance, which had been staked out and verified as unguarded. Gaining access to the room wouldn't be a problem. Unlike a traditional campaign event, this was a press conference, and authorization wasn't required. A fatal mistake on her part. As we walked toward the enormous banquet room, the sound of her voice boomed over the microphone, filtering into the hallway. I felt myself tense. Apparently so did Mateo, because he gave my hand a reassuring squeeze. Absorbing his strength, I nodded, and we walked inside, blending in with the crowd on the outskirts of the room. My mother was in her element. When the spotlight was on her, she pulled out all the stops. Fake tears flowed down her face, and she even managed a few wobbles in her voice. How sweet. A performance dedicated to me. "People of Houston, I stand before you as a victim with a bleeding heart, wanting to heal the wound that's been carved in the soul of our community by evil. As you may have heard yesterday, Emilio Reyes, owner of Caliente Cantina, and who's now known to have been head of the Carrera cartel's Houston sector, murdered my late husband's parents, then kidnapped and murdered my daughter and my granddaughter. He used them to lure me to a secluded location where I can only assume he planned to kill me too." A gasp rippled over the crowd. My mother held up a hand. "It's frightening to realize that evil like this lived and worked right under our noses. I know you're asking yourselves, why Mayor Donovan? Why such a vicious attack on your family? I'll tell you. Because I stood up against the Carreras. Because my late husband stood up against them. Because my son fought on the side of what is just and right. Because my daughter saw the good in a boy instead of the evil in the man." I was at a loss. I couldn't buy enough shovels to dig my way out of the pile of shit she'd just flung. "Fucking bitch," I muttered under my breath. "I have to hand it to her," Mateo chimed in. "I've never seen someone talk out of their ass without bending over." Tapping her eyes, my mother made her hand tremble as she took a sip of water. "I'd like to introduce my new campaign manager, Paul, who will give you the information we have while I collect myself. I do need a moment, if you don't mind." She made sure to look extra devastated while making her way toward the restroom. "I need a moment, too, if you don't mind," I mimicked, turning toward the door. Squeezing my hand again, Mateo placed a light kiss on my forehead. "You do what you have to do. I'll take care of everything else." Tossing the flash drive in his hand, he scanned the room, his eyes settling on the sound system and laptop Val had secured for us in a far corner. The ladies' room wasn't huge, which benefited me. 3 stalls, 2 sinks, and 1 door with a turn lock. I took my time applying my lipstick and waited until the last person walked out, leaving only my mother primping in the mirror like some wounded prima donna. Dropping my lipstick in my purse, I calmly walked to the door and turned the lock. Hearing the click, Mother glanced up, her expression more annoyed than worried. Smiling to myself, I turned my back to her. Typical. I heard her walk toward the door. Of course, I was in her way, and she let out a dramatic sigh. "If you'll excuse me, please, people are waiting on me." Turning slowly, I raised my hand and smacked her across the face, the impact knocking her chin over her shoulder and her body against the sink. She grabbed her cheek, her eyes widening as they settled on my face. "What's wrong, Mother?" I taunted, drawing out her name. "You look like you've seen a ghost." "Leighton!" she sputtered, glancing around for help that would never come. "What's gotten into you?" "What's gotten into me?" I threw my head back and laughed. "The truth, Mother, and believe me, it really does set you free." Placing a hand on either side of her, I leaned against the sink and blocked her in. "Where's your husband?" Her eyes flickered. "You know he's still missing." I smiled. Breathing in her fear, I pressed my lips against her ear and whispered, "Wrong again. He's dead. You ruined my innocence, robbed my future, stole my freedom, and now I'm going to fuck you out of yours." Pushing away from her, I left her speechless as I unlocked the door and walked into the hallway. It didn't take her long to catch up to me. I expected it. In fact, I counted on it. My mother had shocked me in the last 2 weeks, but in certain ways, she was a creature of habit. If I could count on anything, it was the fact that she'd bust through a brick wall to protect her image. Too late. I heard her heels click behind me, then abruptly stop. It didn't matter. She had the same view I had and 2 perfectly good ears. "Remember when you pointed out that a woman ensures her own survival? You were right." I smiled as her little homemade porno projected on one of the stark white walls of the ballroom. As if that weren't enough, she gasped as the words I just said to her repeated in her own voice in surround sound during her damning confessional. "This proves nothing," she insisted. "I'll say it's all faked." "Go to hell." She grabbed my arm, her nails sinking into my skin. "You ensured that for yourself the minute you spread your legs for a second-class criminal." I stared down at my arm and shook my head. Conspiracy to commit murder, attempted murder, kidnapping, extortion, and law enforcement tampering. That's not going to fare too well in the polls. Prying her claws off me, I patted her hand. "Enjoy prison, Mother." As I walked down the hall toward the side exit, she let out a harsh laugh. "You've had the chance to kill me for weeks, and you didn't have the guts. You expect to survive in their world?" Mateo waited in the shadows by the door, yet I still stopped. "There are plenty of Carrera and Munoz wives and girlfriends in prison. Why do something for yourself when you can pay other people to do it for you? You taught me that." "You're just a drug runner's whore," she yelled as voices grew louder behind her. "You always have been, but you could have been so much more." I laughed but kept walking. "Like you? A pathetic and desperate excuse for a woman? Yeah, I'm okay with that." "The police are here," I heard someone shout behind her. "I see the mayor. Don't let her leave." "Leighton!" she called out as Mateo took my hand and pushed the door open. I couldn't resist one last look at her. "That's Mrs. Cortez to you, bitch."
Chapter 46. Mateo. "Are you sure you won't come with us?" Leighton begged. Brody smirked. "And leave this quiet little town? Not on your life. Besides, I have to bury my grandparents, make my mother's life a living hell, quit my job, and, oh yeah, play the grieving brother for my presumed dead sister. I'm swamped." Leighton's guilt-ridden face fell. "There's no other way, Brody." "I know," he said, lowering his eyes to the floor. "I want you to go. The Harcourts don't fare too well around here." I wanted to punch him, but as long as he talked, Leighton was happy. And as long as Leighton was happy, I'd keep my hands in my pockets. Besides, no matter what he said, he'd set himself on a dark path, blaming himself, not only for Luis, but for telling his mother about Stella in the first place. He'd intended to reunite his estranged family, but ended up destroying what was left of them. Oh, I almost forgot. I watched curiously as he pulled her gold necklace from his pocket. I think this belongs to you. The second he clasped it around her neck, her fingers dove for the pendant. I won't say goodbye, she said, her voice breaking. Promise me you won't either. He nodded, although she couldn't see it. How about, I'll see you later. See you later, she whispered, squeezing the pendant between her fingers. At the last minute, she spun around and threw herself in his arms. This time he awkwardly held her for a few beats before catching my eye in a silent plea for help. Hey, I said, standing and running a hand down Leighton's back. Why don't you go check on Stella? I'm sure she's in the car talking Eden's ear off. Yeah. Letting her brother go, Leighton wiped her eyes with the back of her hands and pasted on a smile. Good idea. Once she was gone, Brody handed me an envelope. Fake passports to get them out of the country, he explained. Consider it my last official, illegal act as ADA. I tucked it under my arm. Speaking of which, there's an opening as the head of Houston operations. I thought it took years to earn that kind of position. Time is measured by sacrifice, not a clock. You deserve the title. I've talked to Val, and it's yours if you want it. He shrugged, and I saw a glimmer of the old Harcourt in his eyes. What the hell? This 1 foot in, 1 foot out shit was getting old anyway. I held up my hand and Brody stared at it before finally accepting it. Just as I turned to leave, he grabbed my shoulder. After being in that fire, she needs to see a doctor. Both of them do. Way ahead of you, counselor. I've already called her doctor in Mexico. She won't have a choice. Good. He seemed satisfied with my answer, but still held on to my arm. Take care of them, Mateo. They're all I have left. With my life, I promised. Anything else? Yeah. Nodding his head toward the open door, I followed his eyes to where Stella sat in the car seat next to the window. Don't let her grow up and marry a man like us. We waited in the car outside Hobby Airport as workers prepared Val's private jet for departure. Stella pressed her forehead against the window and gazed up at the sky with curious eyes. Have you ever been on an airplane before, Stella? I asked. She shook her head, her dark waves bouncing around her shoulders. No. Would you like to? She cocked her head, staring at me with inquisitive eyes. With you? I bit my tongue, honoring Leighton's request to ease her into the idea of who I really was. Yes, and your mommy. Are you mommy's friend? I nodded. Yeah, old friend. She seemed to consider that for a minute, rolling it around in her head. Want to be my friend too? She might as well have ripped my heart out and held it still beating in front of my face. Would you like for me to be? Uh-huh. And just like that, we were friends. Apparently, in Kid World, an agreement could be forged by an acquaintance and an uh-huh. Maybe the cartel world could take a few lessons. Still studying my face, Stella ran her tiny fingers through a strand of my hair. Pretty, she said, offering me a smile. Like me. I laughed softly, never wanting this moment to end. No, I think you're much prettier. Te lo prometo. I promise you. She leaned away from the window and scrunched up her face. Huh? I shifted to my seat next to her. It's Spanish, little star. Would you like me to teach you? Lowering her head to my shoulder, her cheek brushed against my shirt as she nodded. Something tells me you'll be a natural. I laughed.
Epilogue 1. Leighton. Mexico City, Mexico. 3 months later. I lay curled on my side and watched him sleep. His long dark hair drifted over one eye and across the bridge of his nose. It had grown even longer since we'd been in Mexico and needed a trim. Or maybe not. I kind of liked the added reckless look it gave him. My fingers itched to touch him, but I settled for gazing upon him with my eyes instead. It felt like I hadn't seen him in weeks, but in reality, it'd been only a little over 24 hours. Since Edom was due soon, Val had handed over all day-to-day business to Mateo. I didn't ask any questions as to where he went or what he did. I didn't want to know. All I cared about was that he returned in one piece. My husband. I'd loved Mateo Cortez from the first moment I saw him as a teenage girl, and nothing had changed. Actually, that wasn't true. Everything had changed. I still loved him, but I saw him with new eyes. Stronger eyes. Eyes that viewed the world for what it was. Eyes that now knew the evil that resided in the hearts of ones trusted to protect us. Eyes that saw him faced with a choice, and eyes that watched him protect me over all others. Just like he promised from the first moment we met. He shifted in his sleep, and a lock of hair caught him between his full lips. I moved my hand to brush it away, then gasped as his hand snaked out from under his pillow and wrapped around my wrist. Midnight eyes met mine, and he pulled his arm back, sending me tumbling on top of his chest. It wasn't an easy landing. The toned and hardened planes rose and fell with even breaths as he studied me.
If you wanted my attention, aim a little lower, mi amor.
His voice sounded rough as he ran a palm over my cheek. I thought you were sleeping. The darkness in his gaze made me shiver. Sliding his hand down my arm, he entwined our hands and placed them over the growing swell of his erection.
I haven't touched my wife in over 24 hours. What do you think?
The smile in his eyes held me prisoner. They weren't hardened or shrouded in secrets. Quite the opposite. As they roamed over every inch of my face, I lost myself in their raw honesty. When I gazed into them, all I saw was the love I'd waited 4 years to reclaim. Our lips met in a kiss both tender and combustible. Wrapping his arms around my waist, he pulled my legs until I straddled him, and I deepened the kiss. The sheet slipped down his thighs, his cock already hard against my ass. In just a few touches, slickness had built between my legs, but that wasn't what this was about. This was about a promise. This is my need to prove to him that he could walk beside me in his world as my husband, not in front of me as my shield.
Leighton,
he groaned, low and primitive, as I raised my hips and slowly guided him inside me. It was instinctive for Mateo to take control, to grasp my hips and thrust upward until my body obeyed him. But this time he held on to my hips, calling out my name through thinly held restraint as I slowly rode him. I gripped his chest as a spark lit in my stomach and ignited into an out-of-control flame. Mateo's face contorted, and I knew he felt it too. We were no longer Leighton and Mateo. We were a force in this world. One no one could ever break again. I love you, Maddie, I whispered as I lowered onto him one last time and splintered apart. My release prompted his, and he gritted his teeth through a guttural groan. Neither of us moved. We stared at each other with silent words not needing to be vocalized. Except for 4.
Ti amo, star,
he said, weaving his hands through my hair and bringing my lips to his.
Siempre.
I love you, Star. Forever. Epilogue 2. Leighton. Mexico City, Mexico. 4 months later.
Don't go too far,
Mateo called out as Stella followed a group of older children around the grounds of Val's estate. "Sí, papa," she called over her shoulder. You know, English is her first language, I said, sipping my 4th margarita. Mateo laughed, not taking his eyes off her as she struggled to keep up with the herd of kids.
Not anymore.
16 weeks ago, Santiago Nash Carrera came into the world upside down and backward. Ironically, Eden found it hilarious while Val continuously threatened the entire hospital with slow and torturous deaths during her C-section. 8 weeks ago, Eden argued like a seasoned litigator when Val postponed Santi's baptismal celebration. He'd read an article online about C-section recovery and swore she needed more time to heal. I had to hand it to her. She put up a good fight, but logic didn't stand a chance against the unshakable trifecta of a cartel boss, overprotective husband, and new father. Eventually, she gave in, and as Santi's madrina, I helped her plan a new party from scratch. Speaking of parties, when Mateo told me that traditional Mexican baptisms were all-night parties, he wasn't kidding. By midnight, my feet hurt, and I was half drunk. Even though the crowd had thinned out a little, Val and Mateo's trusted lieutenants and their families still roamed the grounds of the Carrera estate, toasting to Santi, Val, Eden, the cartel, themselves, the decorations, their shoes. Hell, a few of them were so drunk they were chugging cups of salsa, swearing it was sangria.
So, I was thinking,
he said, taking my hand in his.
We've been in Mexico for 7 months now. Stella seems to love it here, and I think she's used to the idea that I'm her father.
I nodded. Kids are resilient.
She's still young, Leighton. If we did it now, I don't think she'd remember anything different.
His statement caught me off guard, and I stared at the determination in his eyes. What are you getting at?
Her name.
Lifting our joined hands, he motioned to where Stella still played.
She isn't a Harcourt, and now you aren't either. It doesn't make any sense for it to have a different last name.
You want to change her name to Estella Cortez?
Yes, I do.
He pushed his shoulders back and inhaled, preparing for a fight, but my answer came without hesitation. I agree. Let's do it. The shock on his face was priceless.
That's it? No arguing?
Nah, I grinned. I'm trying on compromise for size. It's a tight fit, but I'll see how it goes. We stood in silence as Stella ran around giggling. After a few moments, Mateo wrapped his arm around me and pulled me close.
Do you miss home, Mrs. Cortez?
Home. It'd been a 4-letter word to me for so long, a line in the sand drawn by betrayal, faded with time and grayed with resentment, until one man changed everything. Tilting my head back, I gazed at the thousands of stars blanketing the Mexican sky. Not anymore, I smiled. He came back for me. This has been Faded Gray Lines, a dark mafia romance. Carrera Cartel